Chapter 1. The Dragon God and the Angel. In Hongying City, amidst the Yunlong mountain range, two figures, one clad in blue and the other in yellow, flashed with fervor, their metallic clashes startling the birds into flight. The elder in yellow wielded a spear, attempting to force the young man in blue to retreat. However, rather than withdraw, the youth advanced, twisting his spear in his right hand. The crimson tassels at its tip traced a crescent arc, transforming into a myriad of twinkling stars that encircled the elder, sealing off all avenues of escape. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the elder's eyes. With a mighty shake of his spear, he unleashed a tremendous force toward the youth, resembling a mountain shattering under pressure. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The boy was instantly sent hurtling away, crashing through dozens of towering trees, stirring a cloud of dust, and ultimately smashing into the mountainside. After a considerable interval, as the dust settled, fragments of the spear lay scattered along the path. Cough! Cough! The youth extricated himself from the crevices of stone, collapsing onto the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his bones emitting mournful cries. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his great-grandmother were beckoning to him. Fortunately, the Meng family bore the blood of dragons, and his adult physique was comparable to the mysterious beings of the Chuan realm. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been utterly obliterated. A spectral image of a yellow dragon descended, and the elder chuckled as he lifted the youth to his feet. "What do you think of my earth-shattering might?" "Grandfather, your rock-shattering spear is even more formidable than last month," the youth replied, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, grumbling, "Aren't you afraid of turning me into dust?" Meng Chongkong shot a glare at Meng Zhe and playfully tapped him on the head. "Stop with the nonsense. My Meng family is of dragon lineage. This level of power is inconsequential." Meng Zhe grimaced, clutching his head, aware that his grandfather had gone easy on him. After all, the old man was a half-step beyond the pinnacle of humanity, known for single-handedly suppressing the mysteries of the Klein realm with a verifiable record. Coupled with the high-risk forbidden realm of Sequence 093, the Yellow Dragon Seal, he possessed the strength to contend with even divine beings. Meng Zhe deftly caught the broken spearhead with a flick of his toe. "Another alloy spear, Sai. This makes 18 this year." Meng Chongkong laughed and scolded. "Look at your pitiful demeanor. What's so precious about a mere titanium alloy spear? Once you gain admission to Yenjing University, I shall gift you that star spear." Meng Zhe's eyes sparkled with longing. The star series of weapons exceeded any metal known to humanity, crafted by that one from the Kunlun secret realm specifically for the Night Watchers. Did grandfather just approve my joining the Night Watchers? As a newly inducted member of the Transmigration Association, he was well aware of the Godslaying world. Though Lin Xie, the formidable presence, existed, how could he place his hopes in another when he was granted a second chance at life? "Grandfather, I can now suppress the mysteries of the Pool realm. I am more than capable of standing guard over Hongying City alongside my third uncle." Upon hearing this, Meng Changkong's expression turned cold, and he resolutely declined. "No, you have yet to awaken the Forbidden Realm. I absolutely refuse to permit you to join the Night Watchers." "Grandfather, those special forces lack Forbidden Realms, and with the blessing of Dragonblood, why can't I join the Night Watchers?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Meng Chongkong's eyes. "I said no, and that is final. There is no room for negotiation." At that moment, a towering golden beam of light suddenly appeared in the southern sky. A majestic and sacred aura instantaneously enveloped the entire city of Songnan, swiftly spreading to the surrounding areas. The 136 squad, engaged in the pursuit of the masked demon, halted their movements, gazing solemnly at the extraordinary golden clouds in the sky. "What commotion is this? Has someone awakened a particularly perilous power?" "No, this aura. It is the legendary Divine Ruins." "Wow, the Divine Ruins? Xiaonan, I can't believe I'm actually witnessing the Divine Ruins. What was destined to come has ultimately arrived." Captain Chunmai murmured, his brow furrowed. "Zhao Kongsheng, go retrieve this awakened one. The rest of you continue the hunt. We must ensure the demise of the Masked King." Meng Chongkong's eyes, empowered by the dragon's soul, pierced through the gilded clouds, revealing the colossal silhouette of an angel. 6 wings sprouted from its back, adorned with golden patterns, its eyes as luminous as stars, causing his pupils to constrict. Divine Sequence 003, King of Angels. Michael, this is dire. Songnan is running out of time. As a top-tier guardian, Meng Chongkong had naturally participated in the Songnan catastrophe a decade ago. That fateful day, the elite of the Meng family had assembled. Hundreds of clan members perished in the East China Sea, including his 2 sons and 3 daughters-in-law. His youngest son, Meng Tiange, who remained in Songnan, seemed to have returned from the brink of death yet became a living corpse. Meng Chongkong clenched his fists, the veins in his hands protruding. These accursed extraterrestrial evil gods. I shall use your divine blood to honor my ancestors of the Meng family. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar erupted behind him, followed by an ancient, overwhelming dragon might. Meng Chongkong was momentarily taken aback. He turned in astonishment to behold his eldest grandson. The yellow dragon seal unfurled of its own accord, transforming into a spectral yellow dragon above Meng Chongkong's head. It bowed its head respectfully towards Meng Zhe, demonstrating a posture of submission. Even the dragon blood within him ceased its flow at that moment. He stood frozen, unable to move. Such terrifying and vast dragon might. Could it be the divine ruins of a supreme dragon clan? Before he could ponder further, streams of Azure Dragon energy surged forth from Meng Zhe, enveloping him in a broad expanse of azure flames. The formidable dragon might sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Under the protection of the yellow dragon, Meng Chongkong barely withstood the onslaught of the terrifying dragon might. Subsequently, the surging flames coalesced into a 10th sand-meter divine dragon, tearing through the clouds of the Huaihai sky, suppressing the spreading sacred aura. The successive miracles in the sky incited the masses to pray and worship fervently. The guardians of each city immediately reported this phenomenon. The Azure Divine Dragon spiraled in the heavens, its dragon eyes wide open, exuding a fearsome dragon might. Michael, this is not a place for you. Depart from the great Xia. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Michael appeared taken aback. Qinglong, Mengzhong, did you not transform into a boundary stone, condemned to never reincarnate? How could you be here? This matter concerns you. Not return swiftly to your moon. Michael, unfazed by Qinglong's rebuke, instead exhibited great curiosity regarding Qinglong's appearance, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his golden eyes, ultimately fixating upon the Yunlong mountain range. Ah, so relies on bloodline inheritance. I am indeed curious how much power this young one can inherit from you. A murderous intent suddenly flickered in Qinglong's eyes. The gale-howled thunderclouds surged. Even the nearby seas were stirred into towering waves. A flicker of apprehension passed through Michael's eyes. A century has elapsed, yet your temper remains as irascible as ever, so quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, utterly disregarding the vastness of the cosmos. Why should I bother to bicker with a mere remnant of you? The golden-eyed figure, piercing through the veil of space, surveyed the 2 youths awakening to the divine realm simultaneously, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Jechen Sengyu, mortal realm of the gods, intriguing, most intriguing. As Michael faded away, the Azure Dragon exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the glimmer of light emanating from Songnan and a certain chosen youth. A flicker of unwilling rage flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, it transformed into a silent sigh in the old district. A middle schooler cradling a black, warty dog stood on the balcony, his face alight with surprise, exclaiming, "To think that Lord Mengzhong would pass down his power. Heavenly Sovereign, is this what you referred to as an unforeseen variable amidst the great calamity on the other side?" Zhao Kongqing gazed at the empty alleyway, disbelief etched upon his face. Damn it, that brat actually slipped away right under my nose? Now that ball-throwing fool will be laughing to death in the place of fasting master. Chun gazed wistfully towards the direction of Huaihai. Old friend, now that the child has awakened the divine realm, you have no reason left to withhold him, do you? Alas, the once mighty Meng family, once boasting 1,000 dragons, now reduced to merely 3.5. Chapter 2. Do you wish for the extinction of the Meng clan? Meng Chongkong looked at Meng Zhe, his aged eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. It is fate, Zaire. Now that you have just awakened the forbidden realm, do not be hasty in utilizing it. Allow your body to adjust first. At that moment, several figures rushed in. Huaihai Night Watcher Team 007. Guangqing Sheng. Han Qing greetings, Minister Meng. Meng Chong Kong paid no heed to the group, instead fixing his gaze on a white-haired youth among them. What? After a year away, you no longer recognize your own father? The white-haired youth spoke indifferently. Father. Meng Zhe's face brightened. Third uncle. You finally returned. Upon hearing the address of third uncle, a flicker of emotion crossed Meng Tianj's previously stoic countenance, his lips twitching into an awkward smile. After a year apart, you've grown taller than your third uncle. Seeing the displeased expression on Meng Chong Kong's face, Guangqing Sheng could only force a smile and inquire, Minister Meng, may I ask if the one who has just awakened the divine realm is your esteemed grandson? Meng Chong Kong snorted disdainfully. I have been retired for many years. No longer a minister, I am merely an old man who cannot even keep an eye on children. The former minister jests you will forever be the steadfast anchor of the Daxiao Night Watchers. Do not flatter me if there is a matter. Let that rascal Yi Fan come to discuss it with me personally. You'd best be on your way. Guangqing Sheng was left at a loss for words. Meng Tiange patted Guang Qingsheng's shoulder. Captain, just report truthfully Xiao Zhe is the last male heir of the Meng family. No matter what you say, Father will not release him. The vice-captain, Han Qing, couldn't help but whisper, Tiange, are you not also a male heir of the Meng family? Have you been cast out from the clan? Meng Tiange stiffened, his expression dimming. I can no longer be considered a person of the Meng family. Han Qing mistakenly assumed there was a rift between the father and son and offered a few words of comfort. Just then, Guang Qingsheng's call connected. Yi Fan answered immediately. Guang Qingsheng, regardless of your methods, ensure you keep a close watch on that young scion of the Meng family. We must not allow the old man Meng to conceal him. Just as Guang Qingsheng intended to remind the caller that he was on speakerphone, he heard Yi Fan's voice continue to roar. I will arrive at Huaihai Airport in an hour. If I do not meet that young Meng today, you can relinquish your position as captain. Meng Chongkong let out a cold laugh. I shall remain at Yunlong Mountain Villa, awaiting the esteemed arrival of Commander Yi. Guang Erlu, you scoundrel, how dare you betray me? I was merely speaking out of turn. Old Meng, please do not take offense. Allow me to join you for a drink tonight. With that, he hastily ended the call. The helpless Guang Qingsheng could only smile apologetically. Meng Chongkong snorted disdainfully and transformed into a yellow dragon, soaring back to Yunlong Mountain Villa, leaving everyone else in a state of confusion. Meng Zhe tucked his firearm into his pocket. Captain Guang, don't take it to heart, grandfather simply has this temperament, but he is truly a good person. Meng Tiange gazed at the chipped tip of the gun and surveyed the surrounding chaos, reminiscing about the days of practicing shooting with his brothers under their father's guidance. He approached and patted the dirt off Meng Zhe's clothes. After all these years, father still strikes with such force he doesn't fear injuring you. My starry gun has hung in the house for a decade. I will have my third uncle bring it to you later. Meng Zhe chuckled and shook his head. Let my third uncle reserve that for our future siblings. Grandfather will likely give me father's star gun. Meng Tiange paused, recalling his second brother's long spear, marred with scars from countless battles. Second brother, back in the day, all three of us vied for father's starry gun. Now, Zaire is set to inherit your starry gun. Observing the slight redness in Meng Tiange's eyes, Han Qing sighed internally and placed her hand on his shoulder. Unable to contain his curiosity, Guang Qingsheng asked, Young Meng, is the divine dragon you awakened one of our Huaxia deities? The others looked on with eager anticipation. Ever since the mist descended and foreign deities began to invade, the Huaxia gods had remained silent. Meng Zhe understood their thoughts, but was uncertain about the identity of the being. Just then, a dignified voice resonated within Meng Zhe's heart. I am the Azure Dragon of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhe's heart soared with joy. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. I am the agent of the Azure Dragon God. With Meng Zhe's affirmation, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. After a century of mist, our Great Xia finally sees the emergence of its own deity. Hooray! May the heavens bless Great Xia, the Azure Dragon God. Oh my goodness, that is the foremost of the four sacred beasts of Great Xia, the Azure Dragon's agent. Tinga, your nephew far surpasses you. Meng Tiange's eyes brimmed with joy. The heavens do not forsake the Meng family. Finally, one of us has become a divine agent's second brother and sister-in-law. You can rest in peace in the afterlife. Guang Qingsheng excitedly grasped Meng Ze's arms. Where is the Azure Dragon God now? What the other deities of Great Xia? Meng Ze found himself at a loss. He only knew that the gods of Huaxia were undergoing cycles of rebirth, but their specific whereabouts remained a mystery to him that moment. The voice of the Azure Dragon resonated once more. Foolish one, you are not merely a wretched agent, but rather a true heir to my bloodline, inheriting all powers beyond my divine office. As for my whereabouts, and those of the celestial deities, you shall come to know when you ascend to the rank of Golden Immortal. Meng Ze could not help but widen his eyes. An heir? This title undoubtedly surpassed that of an agent in prestige. The onlookers, witnessing Meng Ze's denial, could not conceal their disappointment. Hours later, Yi Fan, beaming with delight and laden with a plethora of gifts, hastily rushed into Yunlong Mountain Villa. In the next instant, both Yi Fan and the gifts were sent tumbling out of the house. The members of Team 007 hurriedly rushed out to assist Yi Fan. Commander Duck, are you unscathed? Yi Fan's lips twitched as he cursed inwardly at the sharpness of the local dialect. Meng Tiange had intended to dissuade him, but upon seeing his father's grim expression, he swallowed his words. Unfazed, Yi Fan rose from the ground and casually dusted off his trousers. It's nothing at all. Old Meng is merely testing my strength, he remarked. Guang Qingsheng, observing the dragon claw imprint on Yi Fan's chest, advised, Commander Yi, Old Meng is quite irate at the moment. I suggest you wait until his temper cools before returning. Yi Fan accepted the gifts that were retrieved by the others, his demeanor gentle as he replied, The night watchman owe much to the Meng family. It is only fitting that the old gentleman vent his frustrations. The situation in Huaihai has also been turbulent lately. You all should return to your duties. Seeing the situation, Guang Qingsheng ceased further discussion. Shaoqing, you stay with Tiange, the rest of you return to the team with me. Han Qing nodded in agreement, and, alongside Yi Fan, they re-entered Yunlong Mountain Villa. Meng Chongkong sat imposingly in the Grand Hall's armchair, exuding an aura of authority as he regarded Yi Fan. Do you dare to step back in here? Are you not afraid? I shall end your life. At Meng Tiange's signal, Meng Ze swiftly stepped forward to usher Yi Fan to a seat. Yi Fan accepted the fragrant tea, his gaze fervently fixed on Meng Ze, the foremost agent of the great Xia deities. Regardless of the odds, he must persuade Meng Ze to join the night watchman. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, his eyes resolute as he addressed Meng Chongkong. Old Meng, even if you were to slay me today, I would still come. With the great Xia beset by peril on all sides, can you truly bear to witness its continued subjugation by foreign deities? Meng Chongkong slammed his palm down, shattering the small Zeton tea table, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan, the overwhelming might of the dragon filling the hall. Meng Tiange and Meng Ze swiftly conjured two dragon shadows, easily dispelling the dragon's might. Yi Fan suppressed the turmoil within him, gritting his teeth in silent endurance. Beside him, Han Qing appeared somewhat flustered and at a loss. A hint of helplessness flickered in Meng Tiange's eyes as he lightly shook his sleeve, sending forth a slender ink dragon that landed on Han Qing's forehead. Meng Chongkong cast a discreet glance at the two, recounting with a somber tone. 9 years ago, my eldest grandson Meng Wuyang joined Team 026. 8 years ago, he perished in the Gobi Desert. 8 years ago, my grandson Meng Qi joined Team Blue Rain. 6 years ago, he fell at Gao Tianyuan. 6 years ago, 3 years ago, my granddaughter Meng Jinyan joined Team Phoenix. Half a year ago, she was on the brink of death were it not for my dragon essence to save her. Yi Fan. Do you still intend to take away the last child of the Meng family? Are you trying to ensure the extinction of the Meng lineage? Chapter 3.3 demands the words of Meng Chongkong weighed heavily, akin to an imposing mountain, rendering Yi Fan breathless. As a guardian clan of the great Xia, the Meng family had joined the Exorcism Bureau 2 millennia ago, engaging in a perpetual struggle against the enigmatic, particularly after the arrival of the mists. The Meng clan had become a focal point of attention for external deities. In the span of a mere century, The Meng family had sacrificed over 10,000 lives, especially during the cataclysm a decade prior, which nearly led to their annihilation. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, guilt etched across his face as he gazed at Meng Chongkong. Elder Meng, I understand that the Meng family has contributed immensely to the Great Xia, but now the realm is in peril. I have no choice but to act. Meng Chongkong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he proclaimed, even if you were to send us to slay gods at this moment, my son and I would not falter. Jin Yun has sustained severe injuries, her essence depleted, rendering her incapable of bearing children. As he spoke, tears streamed down Meng Chongkong's weathered face. Meng Tiangu, upon hearing this, was struck as if by lightning, his vision darkening to the brink of unconsciousness. Thankfully, Hongying hastened to support him. Yifan Tidemdet, his complexion paling as he hunched over in his seat, gripped by self-reproach as he tugged at his hair, emitting a beast-like growl. Uncle Meng. If Meng Zhe were merely an ordinary forbidden abyss, even if exceedingly perilous, I could turn a blind eye, but he has awakened within the divine abyss, and it is the divine abyss of the Great Xia. These words resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. After a prolonged silence, Meng Chongkong appeared utterly drained, collapsing into the grand chair. Enough, enough. From the moment Zaire awakened, I should have known. Tian Yi, take them outside. Once the three departed, Yifan took a deep breath and rose, respectfully bowing deeply. Elder Meng, I express my gratitude on behalf of all the Night Watchers for your understanding and support. The Great Xia will forever remember the sacrifices of the Meng family. The elderly man waved his hand tremulously, his eyes filled with weariness. He understood that even if he prevented his grandson from joining the Night Watchers, the ancient god sect would inevitably come knocking. The feud between the Meng family and the ancient god sect was unending. They would not allow the divine abyss of the Meng family to thrive. While he might shield them momentarily, he could not ensure their safety for eternity. His own body had begun to show signs of decay over the past 2 years. If Meng Zhe lacked the power to protect himself, the Meng family would ultimately fade into the annals of history. Furthermore, where could one find unscathed eggs under a collapsed nest? The Night Watchers represented the last bastion of the Great Xia. Only by reinforcing this defense could the Meng family secure a future. Do not come to me with empty platitudes. If you truly care for the Meng family, find a way to ensure these 2 children survive. Yifan stiffened, his mouth agape, yet no words emerged. Perhaps it was best to accept the unpredictable nature of the battlefield. Who could guarantee absolute safety? The elder sighed, gesturing for Yifan to take a seat. Zaire may join the Night Watchers, but I have 3 demands. Yifan's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly. Elder Meng, please speak. The old man knew of your intention to reorganize the 5th Special Squad, yet he firmly disagrees with allowing Zaire to join this team, nor does he wish for him to be part of any other special squad. Elder Meng, this. The old man exerted his will, pressing Yifan back into the Zetan chair. I merely do not want him to join any other special squad. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yifan's eyes. Do you wish for him to establish his own special squad? Is that not permissible? Given this child's remarkable talent and lineage, forming a special squad would indeed be feasible. Yifan hesitated briefly. However, the recent batches of recruits have not possessed particularly high talents, making it difficult to assemble 2 special squads. If too many elite Night Watchmen are diverted, it could lead to an imbalance in security across various regions. The old man remarked, You need not worry about that. The Meng family still possesses some connections. As long as you, the commander-in-chief, agree, it shall be accomplished. After pondering for a moment, Yifan nodded in acquiescence. Allowing Xiao Zhe to form a special squad poses no issue. After all, he is the first proxy of the divine of the Great Xia, and establishing a special squad could indeed bolster the morale of the Night Watchmen. However, I must make it clear that should they fail the assessment, they must adhere to the organization's arrangements. Rest assured, I would never jeopardize the reputation of the special squad. With that, he produced a piece of freshly inked rice paper from his robes. Yifan accepted the paper, chuckling as he shook his head. Elder Meng, oh Elder Meng, you have been planning this for quite some time, haven't you? I shall immediately send for the Xianzong relic and the Taiping Sutra. Elder Meng intends to leverage the Meng family's relationships and influence. His respect for Meng Chong Kong deepened further. Was the third request. Meng Chong Kong slowly rose, his back to Yi Fan, gazing out at the ancient locust tree outside. My time with Tiangu is limited, and I hope you can assist me in caring for Jin Yun and Zaire. Regardless of the means you employ, ensure that Zaire remains. Meanwhile, Meng Zhe sat cross-legged in deep concentration. His consciousness entered a realm shrouded in mist, standing on the edge of a perilous cliff, feeling the ancient aura emanating from below. He respectfully proclaimed, Meng Zhe, descendant of the Meng family, pays homage to the ancestor of the Azure Dragon. In the next moment, the mist parted, and a 100-meter dragon head emerged from the abyss. I never imagined that the once mighty Dragon Clan would be reduced to such a state of mere survival. Alas, everything is predetermined. With that, a drop of Azure blood was cast into Meng Zhe's body. This is a drop of my essence blood, a meeting gift for you, the younger generation. I am left with but a wisp of my remaining soul. Do not disturb me unless necessary. As the essence blood merged within him, Meng Zhe's dragon lineage swiftly transformed into the pure bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Once he fully refined this drop of essence blood, he would ascend to become the Dragon Emperor of the Azure Dragon Clan. His mind was filled with the inherited secret techniques of the Azure Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon appeared somewhat ethereal after losing the essence blood. Before Meng Zhe could utter a word, the Azure Dragon retreated back into the abyss. Meng paused momentarily, then solemnly bowed. Thank you for your nurturing, ancestor. At the depths of the abyss, the weakened spirit of the Azure Dragon languished within a colossal emerald lotus, emitting a soft sigh. The following day, Meng Zhe, after paying respects to his parents on the mountainside, hoisted his father's gun case onto his back and departed from Yunlong Villa in Hongying's off-road vehicle. Meng Chong Kong and Meng Tiangu watched the vehicle fade into the distance. Once this young man leaves, I shall be left with no one to converse with. Primarily, it was Commander Yi who, inebriated yesterday, recounted the tale of how my second brother and sister-in-law first met in Songnan. This lad wishes to visit Songnan. The old man let out a long sigh. It is perhaps best he goes. There may not be another opportunity in the future. The third one. I have grown accustomed to raising children over the years. When will you bring home a grandchild? I find that girl, Hongying, to be quite admirable. Meng Tiangu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. I am but a living corpse. Why should I bring misfortune upon her? Alas, forget it. I shall not meddle in your affairs. Take these 2 letters to the Ji and Hong families. Why don't you go yourself? I still have to visit Laojun Mountain and Jingguang Temple. That evening, Hongjing cheerfully handed Meng Zhe an envelope. This contains the photographs and information of the members of Team 136 from Songnan. Should you encounter difficulties in Songnan, contact them directly as a member of the 007 reserve team. By the way, the captain specifically instructed me to remind you that you are now one of the 007 operatives, and you must not allow those rascals from 136 to lead you astray. Meng Zhe gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar faces captured in the photographs, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Later that night, within the sewers of Songnan, dozens of corpses of the ghost-faced people lay strewn haphazardly about. Meng Zhe flung a corpse off the barrel of his gun with disdain, wrinkling his nose in distaste. The stench was far more pungent than that of an elderly woman's bound feet. Odd, where has the Ghost-Faced King disappeared to? The plants clearly sensed its presence hidden here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of disorientation engulfed him. Chapter 4. Pay attention. I teach only once. The beast could no longer restrain itself. A slight smile graced Meng Zhe's lips as he disregarded the approaching Ghost-Faced King from the left. Closing his eyes, he uttered a command. Jia Chun San Yu. Instantly, a radiant emerald field enveloped the entire expanse of the sewer. Just as the claws of the Ghost-Faced King were about to pierce his left cheek, Meng Zhe decisively thrust backward. In the incredulous gaze of the Ghost-Faced King, the sharp starry spear pierced directly into the creature's palm. A roar erupted from the Ghost-Faced King as it withdrew its claw from the spear's tip. swiftly creating distance from Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe waved away the foul wind that assaulted him. Was this creature crowned as the ghost-faced king merely through its noxious breath? While jesting outwardly, his mind was wholly alert. The fact that his starry spear, reinforced by dragon power, had failed to penetrate the opponent's palm revealed the formidable nature of its defenses. The ghost-faced king regarded Meng Zhe with trepidation, extending its rancid tongue to lick the wounded claw. The viscous substance on its tongue rapidly enveloped the injury, staunching the flow of blood. With a furious howl, the ghost-faced king's rage resonated through the sewer. Meng Zhe sensed, through the moss in the sewer, the approach of dozens of ghost-faced beings. Wooden vine bind. Countless vines erupted from the crevices, ensnaring the ghost-faced beings into a collective mass. Subsequently, half-meter-long ironwood daggers accurately pierced the heads of the ghost-faced beings. The ghost-faced king crushed a dagger with its teeth and tore through the binding vines. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged toward Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming dragon might. The surrounding space shattered like glass, revealing the true form of the ghost-faced king. Flames of azure ignited around Meng Zhe's left arm, rapidly coalescing into Azure Dragon scales, transforming his hand into a sharp dragon claw. With a fierce sweep, he unleashed 3 dark green crescent slashes, the Azure Dragon rending claw. Under the ancient dragon's might, the ghost-faced king's body was overtaken by primal fear, its sharp claws pausing mere inches from Meng Zhe's face. Yet those fleeting inches represented an insurmountable chasm it could never cross. At that moment, it could not even voice a sound, merely watching helplessly as the Azure Crescent sliced through its form. The ghost-faced king was cleaved into 4 equal segments. The walls of the sewer bore the scars of 3 deep gashes several meters long. Meng Zhe retrieved a jade slip. A wisp of green fire emerged from the ghost-faced king's corpse, swiftly entering the slip. The first jade piece of the slip shimmered with a faint light. A glimmer of joy ignited in Meng Zhe's eyes. It turned out that a mysterious essence from the realm of Chuan was required to activate a jade slip. His midnight venture into the sewer had not been in vain. The jade slip he held was known as the Dragon Pattern Jade Slip, a treasured artifact from the Dragon Clan bestowed upon him by the Azure Dragon. It could absorb mysterious essences to deduce compatible techniques or secrets. The more jade pieces lit up, the more potent the evolved technique would be. Shortly after Meng Zhe departed, Team 136 arrived at the scene. Gazing at the scattered corpses within the sewer, the expressions of the group darkened. Here lies a hidden multitude of over 100 ghost-faced individuals, I exclaim. Fortunately, they have all been slain. Otherwise, this legion of mysterious beings would have brought about a calamity. The wounds are precise to the last detail, suggesting the work of a single individual, each ghost-faced being dispatched with a single shot, indicating that this marksman's prowess likely surpasses even that of Hongying. Hongying's face contorts with indignation. What do you mean my marksmanship is inferior? When did I become a standard for measuring shooting skill? Drawing the ironwood dagger from the human-shaped rice dumpling, I burned through the vines to reveal the corpse of the ghost-faced individual inside. Exceptional marksmanship, coupled with a mastery of the wood element's forbidden realm. The identity of this individual remains uncertain. Up ahead, when Shima exclaimed, "Come quickly," there rests the corpse of the ghost-faced king. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over. Upon seeing the familiar knife wounds on the dismembered body of the ghost-faced king, Chun Mai's gaze sharpened. This is the very creature I had grievously injured. Wu Xiangnan, staring at the claw marks on the wall, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Meng Zhe discarded his foul-smelling coat and, with a black gun case slung over his shoulder, followed the navigation directly into the Red Romance, one room for male guests on the second floor. Please prepare a private VIP box for me. This handsome gentleman. Our VIP box has a rather high consumption, standard Meng Zhe promptly produced a black gold card. Who do you look down upon? Load it with 40K. Bring forth your establishment's finest dream technicians. I wish to entertain 10 of them. Shaoli, come here and let the young master sit while you change his shoes. Young master, allow me to assist you in removing your shoes. Ugh, young master. Your shoes ugged the following evening, amidst the reluctant gazes of Xiao Ming, Xiao Fun, and Wang Gang. He stepped out of the red romance, feeling rejuvenated after engaging in conversation with those around him. He located the ancient ginkgo tree in the old district where his parents had once met casually. He conjured a patch of grass beneath the tree. Sitting cross-legged under the ginkgo, leaning against its trunk, he absorbed the unique spiritual essence of this millennium-old tree, listening to the gentle patter of raindrops on the leaves gradually. Ginkgo leaves sprouted atop Meng Zai's head, his entire being harmonized completely with the ginkgo tree. As a wisp of pure energy flowed from Meng Zai into the ancient tree. Astonishingly, a human face emerged from the trunk of the Millennium Ginkgo. A nascent voice resonated within him. "A little tree, thank you, Dragon God, for your enlightenment." Meng Zai was momentarily lost in thought, feeling the ancient tree's spiritual aura emanating from behind him. And suddenly, he was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that he had awakened the intelligence of a plant? Did this imply that he could command a legion of plants? Just as he began to envision this possibility, the Azure Dragon harshly yanked him back to reality. "Oi, little imp, wipe your drool. Generally, plants lack spiritual essence, and furthermore, I lack the ability to enlighten." Meng Zai was taken aback. "You lack the ability to enlighten? Then how did this tree spirit come to be?" Thanks to a sliver of pure energy within the dragon pattern jade tablet. Gazing at the now dull jade tablet, Meng Zai felt tears welling up in his eyes. The precious essence I painstakingly gathered. Though Yinxing was unaware of the unfolding events, she hastily offered the 3 freshly birthed ginkgo fruits, her concern palpable as she comforted Dragon Lord. "Please, do not be disheartened. Take the fruits." The Azure Dragon's tone held a hint of surprise. Inferior spirit ginkgo fruits? Such a rarity among spiritual fruits. These ginkgo fruits possess remarkable efficacy in restoring and stabilizing the essence. Restore the essence? Does this imply there's hope for my sister? At that moment, a familiar aura of malice wafted from a distance. Meng Zai's pupils constricted. This is bad. It is the aura of the ghost-faced king. He swiftly vaulted onto the eaves and dashed deep into the old city. Upon witnessing the dark red void without rings arise, Meng Zai's brow furrowed. In the original narrative, he had vanquished that ghost-faced king last night. Where could this new one have emerged from? Is it a butterfly effect? Or perhaps a rectification of history? Or an intervention of fate? As Meng Zai raced forward, a boy clad in school uniform had already arrived at the barrier. "Zhao Kongcheng, I know you're inside. Let me in. I can assist you." Within the barrier, Zhao Kongcheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am a legitimate night watchman. Slaying a mystery is as easy as chopping vegetables. Hurry back home for your meal. Do not hinder my performance." No sooner had he spoken than he was struck and sent flying by the oncoming ghost-faced king, crashing heavily against the barrier with a muffled groan. Hearing the muffled sound and perceiving the scene through the mundane divine realm, Lin Xie was acutely aware of the dire situation. He could only frantically pound against the barrier, attempting to shatter the obstruction. "Oi, little ghost!" A voice suddenly called from behind. Lin Xie hurriedly turned, searching for the source of the voice. "Oi, little ghost! Can't you look up?" At these words, Lin Xie abruptly raised his head, his gaze landing on a boy crouched atop the flat roof. A flicker of wariness appeared in his flustered eyes. "Who are you? There is danger ahead. You must leave at once." Meng Zai pointed toward the void without rings. "That creature is a mystery of the Chuanjing. He, an ordinary person, is no match for it." Upon hearing Chuanjing mystery, Lin Xie's pupils narrowed. He glanced at the black box on the boy's back, somewhat reminiscent of Zhao Kongqing's. With a tone laden with hesitation, he asked, "Are you also a night watchman? Are you here to provide support?" "Little ghost, if we chat any longer, the one inside might just meet their end. Do you know how to open the void without rings? Isn't it just a matter of glaring at it?" "Glaring at it?" Lin Xie twitched his mouth, seriously doubting whether the other was jesting. Meng Zai leaped down, his blue cloak forming wings in the air. "Watch closely. I will only teach you once." His eyes widened. The ancient dragon's might erupted as Meng Zai touched the ground. The void of Wu Jie shattered like a mirror. Lin Xie's gaze instantly became clearer. With the shattering of the barrier, Zhao Kongsheng, who had relied on it for support, fell directly to the ground. Lying there in bewilderment, he gazed up at the two figures, questioning, "How did you enter? No. Where's my barrier? Who is he?" Chapter 5. The intervention of Destiny. Lin Chia pointed at Meng Zhe, meekly uttering, "The barrier." After he shot me a glare. Then it shattered. "Isn't he your colleague?" "A glare? My colleague?" Zhao Kongsheng turned to the side where the trench-coated youth stood. Just as he was about to speak, the furious roar of the ghost-faced king shattered the brief silence. Realization dawned upon Zhao Kongsheng, and with a swift motion, he shielded the two youths behind him. "Lin Chia, take this lad and retreat far away. I'm about to unleash my full power. Only a special forbidden realm can open the boundless void. Regardless, I have already exhausted my strength. If I can sacrifice myself to protect these two boys, it will be worth it. Young ones, watch closely. This strike will be magnificent." Under Meng Zhe's astonished gaze, Zhao Kongsheng unleashed a silver crescent blade. Meng Zhe's expression darkened. "Damn, too late. Causal correction. Destiny. Must you stab Lin Chia in the back? I do not care if you manipulate Lin Chia's life, but how dare you interfere with my trajectory? Do you think me an easy target? Do not forget, those who control fate will ultimately be forsaken by it." Zhao Kongsheng leaned on his starry blade, gazing at the decapitated, ghost-faced king, revealing a carefree smile. "Young ones, how is this strike?" Lin Chia rushed forward to support him, sensing the rapid depletion of his life force, and urgently inquired, "Zhao Kongsheng, do not move. I will take you to the hospital. This is the side effect of the ghost god's invocation. Hospitals cannot cure it. Who would have thought? To awaken the extremely perilous, soul-extinguishing moon. Ha ha, I knew I was a genius." Zhao Kongsheng coughed up blood, trembling as he retrieved a damp pack of cigarettes from his pocket. However, his shaking hands repeatedly failed to light one. Lin Chia snatched the lighter, shielding it from the drizzling rain, and ignited the crumpled cigarette. "Fool, you could live well. Why must you act tough? Such matters can be left to those with the ability." Zhao Kongsheng managed to turn his head slightly, gazing at the myriad lights of the old city, murmuring, "If the dark night should fall, I shall stand before countless souls, brandishing my blade, toward the abyss, blood staining the heavens." At that moment, the headless ghost-faced king, under their astonished gazes, astonishingly stood once more. "Assailant, ominu aura surgé du toit." Zhao Kongsheng struggled to rise. Lin Chia swiftly seized the starry blade from him. "You have protected my everything. Now it is my turn to guard you. I promise to join the Night Watchers, but only for 10 years. Zhao Kongsheng managed a pained smile. "You rascal." Yet, a starry spear obstructed Lin Chia's path. Before Lin Chia could speak, a spirit apricot, resembling a white peach, flew into his embrace. If you feed this spirit apricot to him, it should preserve his life. Jichen Sangyu, tree binding death strangle. Dozens of roots, akin to coiling dragons, swiftly emerged from the ground, binding the headless ghost-faced king tightly. After losing his head, the ghost-faced king became even more ferocious and insane, resembling a bloodthirsty beast frantically breaking free from the woven prison of tree roots. The right hand, gripping the starry spear, swiftly transformed into the Azure Dragon arm, with the ninth form of the wandering dragon spear. The dragon surged forth from the sea. A flash of cold light passed by, and a hollow the size of a bowl appeared on the ghost-faced king's chest. The tree roots rushed in eagerly, greedily consuming the flesh and blood of the ghost-faced king. Without a heart, the ghost-faced king threw his head back and roared at the sky, ultimately being drained to a dry corpse by the roots. Is it worth giving such a rare spiritual fruit as the inferior-grade spirit apricot to someone so irrelevant? Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's question, Meng Zhe smiled calmly. Since he risked everything to protect the lights of countless homes by using the ghostly call, how could I possibly withhold a spirit apricot? He added, moreover, by giving him this spirit apricot, I am contesting against fate. The Azure Dragon did not grasp the deeper meaning behind Meng Zhe's words, his mind wandering back to a century ago when he had entered the array, protecting against destiny. It seemed the true self had not chosen the wrong person. After swallowing the spirit apricot, Zhao Kongqing's fragmented life core was forcefully stabilized, and the rapidly fading vitality finally came to a halt. Meng Zhe slowly crouched down, a faint azure light shimmering in his hand. The plants around him transformed the nutrients absorbed from the Ghost-Face King's body into vibrant life, which Meng Zhe infused into Zhao Kongqing, replenishing his depleted existence. Wrinkles visibly vanished, and his once white hair swiftly returned to black. Even the broken ribs, shattered by the Ghost-Face King, healed. While assisting Zhao Kongqing's recovery, Meng Zhe maintained the Jiachen Azure domain, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to prevent further interference from fate. Zhao Kongqing was utterly astonished. Even the cigarette, but falling into his collar, went unnoticed. The ghostly call was reputed to be impossible to remedy. Over the years, no matter what kind of healing methods were employed, they proved ineffective against the side effects of the ghostly call. Yet this young man before him was somehow able to wrest him back from the clutches of death. I can only help you regain your vitality. As for the burned potential, I am powerless. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you will likely remain at the initial stage of the Chuan realm for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing instead wore an expression of excitement. The Chuan realm was already formidable. Not only had he regained his life, but he had also awakened a high-risk potential. It was as if his ancestral grave were emitting green smoke. After a brief exchange, and confirming Zhao Kongqing's complete recovery, Meng Zhe felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that fate's purpose was to ensure Lin Qie joined the Night Watchers. This kind of intervention was truly displeasing. Thus, Meng Zhe gradually rose, aiming his gun at Lin Qie. In the face of Lin Qie's bewilderment, he tilted his head with an air of amusement and said, "Say thank you." Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qie were left with a series of question marks floating above their heads. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Moments later, Lin Qie reluctantly managed to squeeze out the words "thank you." Meng Zhe, with a hint of reluctance, retracted the gun into its holster. Zhao Kongqing, twitching his mouth, asked, "Shouldn't I be the one saying thank you? Why make Qie say it? Indeed, what is your name?" "I, the general, am not one to forget kindness." Meng Zhe waved his hand dismissively at the two, turning his back to them. Utilizing the walls of the alley for support, he ascended back to the rooftop of the flat. He then made his way directly to his harbor in Songnan. Red Romance. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing recalled something and picked up the headphones from the ground, placing them on his ears. Within the headphones, Hongying's anxious voice resonated. "Zhao Kongqing, please do not overexert yourself. We will arrive in 2 minutes." With Lin Qie's assistance, Zhao Kongqing gradually rose to his feet. "No need to rush. Everything is fine. The Ghost-Face King has already been slain." He then pulled Lin Qie into an embrace. "Qie, you must not run away this time. You just promised me to join the Night Watchers." Lin Qie gazed in the direction where Meng Zhe had departed. "I shall not go back on my word. However, I will only remain for 10 years. After 10 years, I will leave the Night Watchers." The Peace Affairs Office. Gazing at the headless Ghost-Face King drained by tree roots, a momentary silence enveloped everyone. Wu Xiangnan was the first to speak. With a gun, capable of controlling plants, this lad must be the mysterious figure from last night's sewer. Hongying looked at Zhao Kongqing with skepticism. "Old Zhao, are you certain the spirit needle was used on him and not pierced into the Ghost-Face King?" Zhao Kongqing's expression darkened. "What kind of nonsense is that? Would I willingly stab the spirit needle into the Ghost-Face King, as if I desired a swift demise?" Lung Xian interrupted their bickering. To save someone under the side effects of the spirit needle is indeed a medical miracle. Lin Qie raised his hand timidly. It must be the effect of that fruit that allowed old Zhao to survive. The boy merely assisted old Zhao in regaining his vitality. Si Xiaonan had a sudden inspiration and grabbed Lin Qie's hand. "What about the seed? If we plant the seed, perhaps we can grow that wondrous fruit." For the first time, Lin Qie, blushing at being held by a girl, stammered, "In my haste, I shoved the entire fruit into old Zhao's mouth." Si Xiaonan wrinkled her delicate nose. "In that case, we can only perform a surgery to retrieve the seed." Upon hearing this, the others cast unkind glances at Zhao Kongqing. Hey, please remain calm." "Oh, Captain, Help. Chum, I was exasperated. You all carry on. I shall go buy groceries and make a delightful meal tonight to celebrate Chia's joining. Lin Chia looked at the chaotic group, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling. Is this the mysterious organization Garden Daxia? They resemble street fishmongers. Chumai chuckled lightly. You'll get used to it. The Night Watchers are ordinary people too. There's no need to suppress yourselves excessively. After all, one never knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. In the corner, Long Xian silently took out his camera. Chapter 6. Time to add more. At that moment, Chen Mai's phone rang. Ah, officer, we have a lead. Captain Chen. The person you're looking for just left Grandma's noodle house and is now heading to Honglangman. Thank you very much, Captain Wang. After a brief exchange, Chen Mai hung up. The fellow was at Honglangman. Upon hearing this, the men present exchanged knowing glances. Si Xiaonan, puzzled, inquired Sister Hongying, what kind of place is Honglangman? Hongying's cheeks flushed. It's not a good place, that is for sure, so stop asking so many questions. 10 minutes later, when Team 136 arrived at Honglangman, the private room was already deserted, leaving behind only a slightly damp bathrobe. In the following days, Meng Zhe engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Team 136. Each time, they arrived just after he had left. Chen Mai kicked open the office door. Is this kid a loach? How does he always slip through our fingers? Wu Xiangnan took a big gulp from the teacup on the table. He saved old Zhao and Qi Yi, and helped us solve numerous mysteries. During the last Hantu incident, he wore a withered wood mask and dealt with over 100 snake demons. What on earth is he hiding from us? Is he performing good deeds anonymously? Meng Zhe. I need to keep my distance to avoid misunderstandings with the authorities. Si Xiaonan suddenly had a brilliant idea. If he is hiding, then we shall outsmart him. That night, Meng Zhe, clad in a bathrobe, stepped into the VIP room of 888 and was momentarily taken aback. There, in the corner, was Hongying, dressed in a horse-faced skirt, mumbling into her headset. Xiaonan, you watch. As soon as this lecherous fellow enters, I'll throw him over my shoulder and bring him back. Meng Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What was happening? A dignified night watchman turning into a technician? Didn't Hongying's family have enough money? It seemed that Team 136 was determined to capture him, employing even the allure of beauty as a ruse. Upon noticing Meng Zhe's entrance, Hongying hurriedly shielded her headset with her hair. She stood up and addressed Meng Zhe with an exaggerated reverence. Welcome, esteemed guest, Technician 99, Sakura, at your service. Sakura? A lovely name. With your looks, it's a pity you are not Technician 69, Meng Zhe remarked, observing her poor acting skills as he casually removed his bathrobe. Hanging on the coat rack behind the door. Hongying's kimed, pervert. Why are you taking off your clothes? Meng Zhe retorted with a straight face. How am I supposed to apply essential oils for a back massage without undressing? Am I meant to do it through my clothes? When did your establishment acquire such peculiar specialties? Also, your fingers are so wide you could fit an egg between them. If you want to see my physique, just look openly. There is no need to hide. Soon enough, you'll be hands-on. Hongying sheepishly lowered her hands and sneaked another glance. The lascivious man, though seemingly young, possessed an impressive physique, his pectoral muscles far surpassing those of Xiaonan, complemented by a well-defined abdomen reminiscent of a robust canine. A voice filled with excitement emanated from Xiaonan's earpiece. Wow, Hongying, your progress is quite remarkable. They've even agreed to let you take the lead. Such opportunities are rare. You must seize them. Hongying's lips twitched in irritation. That mischievous girl. Just wait until I return to deal with you. Meng Shi, overhearing the conversation, struggled to suppress a grin. Ahem. Well, I've had quite a workout today. Could you apply this ointment for me? Hongying gazed at the lone piece of clothing remaining on him, her large eyes filled with confusion. Where did he procure such a sizable jar of ointment? Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Is this body refining ointment? This young man appears to be quite extraordinary. As a member of a martial arts family, Hongying recognized the enhancement properties of such a secret remedy, having experienced it in her youth at the hands of her parents. As she observed the well-built young body on the soft couch, her cheeks flushed slightly. With such a physique, it would be a shame not to touch it. Oh, wait. I, the young lady, am merely assisting you out of necessity. to uncover the whereabouts of the mysterious fruit and save countless lives of the night watchman. With her delicate fingers pressing down, the ointment began to permeate, nourishing the meridians. Meng Zhe let out a comfortable hum. Oh, this is surprisingly effective. You seem a bit inexperienced. You must be doing this for the first time. Given your youth. Hongying's expression stiffened, forcing out a reluctant hum. As she secretly intensified her grip, determined to provide this rogue with an unforgettable massage experience. Yet, no matter how much effort she exerted, Meng Zhe remained unfazed, instead wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Oh, how delightful. You seem so bashful. Could you be a recent college student? If you're facing difficulties, just tell me, and I'll help you. Hongying was taken aback by his casual and somewhat charming demeanor. However, the next moment he lamented, this place is filled with unfortunate souls. A gambling father, a gravely ill mother, a younger sibling in school, a shattered life. Without needing to elaborate, he seemed to understand her plight. Hongying est composure shattered. Your father is the gambler. Your mother is the one who is ill. And I'm an only child. A surge of fiery rage erupted from her delicate palm. The members of Team 136, witnessing this through hidden cameras, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Wu Xiangnan quickly urged, "Calm down, Hongying. We must not expose ourselves. We have finally gotten close to this individual." Through gritted teeth, Hongying muttered, "Do not stop me. Today, I shall bring this rogue to justice." Hongying, please remain calm. He has already taken down 3 mysterious entities this month. You are no match for him. Indeed, Hongying, securing the whereabouts of the mysterious fruit is of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Hongying restrained the impulse to draw her weapon. For the sake of saving old Zhao, I shall endure for now. As Hongying was persuaded by her teammates to hold back, a mischievous smile crept upon Meng Zhe's lips as he prepared to escalate the intensity for her. The physical prowess of the female athletes was truly remarkable. Her small hands felt like a warm furnace. I can see the potential in your skills. You are destined to become one of the foremost massage therapists in the Great Xia. Why not come to my residence as the chief technician? I shall support you for a lifetime. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hongying's arms ignited with sudden fervor. A fierce elbow strike, imbued with scorching energy, landed squarely on Meng Zhe's lower dantian. Meng Zhe inhaled sharply. This young girl was indeed fierce. That was powerful. Let us have another strike on the Shaoyang point. It seemed the guest was quite enjoying herself, so he thought it best to embrace the moment. Now let us go. Meng Zhe held a deep admiration for this spirited girl from the original story. Thus, he hoped to forge a good bond today. Wow, your strength is impressive. Let us have both hands work together, targeting the Zhongshu and Guanyuan points simultaneously, then extend outward to the Jiang and Baihuan points. Perhaps fueled by anger, Hongying, against her better judgment, began to follow Meng Zhe's instructions without hesitation. Min, Shindao. Gradually, she sensed something was amiss. Despite exerting all her strength, the energy within her not only remained intact, but grew even more robust and vibrant. Upon closer reflection, she realized that her delicate arms were practicing some profound technique of energy manipulation. He's guiding me. Little girl, don't slack off. The timer hasn't run out yet. Hongying felt momentarily flustered. She was evidently teaching him a lesson, yet he showed no signs of anger. Instead, he was revealing the flaws within her own energy technique. Noticing Hongying's moment of distraction, Meng Zhe's lips curved into a slight smile. He continued, "Concentrate your energy in the dantian. Strike forcefully at the Jingmen and Huanqiao points, then slide down and twist upward." Hongying, as if under a spell, complied with Meng Zhe's commands, oblivious to the shouts echoing in her ears. Xiaonan watched the screen with a worried expression. Montak, do you think Hongying is being mentally controlled? We should rush down to save her. Before anyone could act, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan simultaneously halted the group. There's no need for concern. This lad is merely instructing Hongying in energy manipulation. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Teaching energy manipulation? Who in their right mind teaches techniques at a foot massage parlor? Chunmai, observing the youth on the screen, turned to Wu Xiangnan with a grin. Did you notice as well? Wu Xiangnan's expression turned nostalgic. Soft yet firm, a perfect balance. The Yulong energy technique. This is the foundational technique of that family. I should have realized it sooner. Qi looked at the two with confusion. Captain, do you already know the identity of the opponent? They shared a knowing smile. Indeed. Suddenly appearing in Songnan and being a master of energy manipulation. We should have guessed their identity long ago. After a moment, Hongying sat on the couch, rubbing her sore arms. I can't go on. I have no strength left. Mengze twisted his stiff lower back. This is just the beginning. Keep going. Hongying had a flash of inspiration and pointed to the timer hanging on the wall nearby. Time is of the essence. Mengze scoffed disdainfully. Oomph. Let the clock tick faster. I shall provide double the fee for the extra time. Hongying's expression immediately fell. But I truly cannot press any longer. My arms have become as limp as noodles. Can we not simply postpone this until next time? Mengze turned and pointed at the delicate foot peeking from beneath her skirt. My meridians have yet to be unblocked. How can we conclude it here? Besides, if my hands lack strength, I still have my feet, do I not? Chapter 7. Are we really just practicing shooting? Hongying was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushing crimson as she curled into the corner of the soft couch. Pervert, what do you intend to do? I can bite. Bite? How delightful. Mengze smirked mischievously. Oh, young author, do you wish to experience the retribution of the heavens? Noticing her reluctance to cooperate, a wicked grin spread across Mengze's face. TSK. The esteemed night watchman of Songnan has resorted to becoming a technician. Is it a reflection of societal distortion or moral decay? Startled, Hongying leapt to her feet, panic etched across her features. Shut your mouth. She clutched her chest, disbelief radiating from her as she pointed at Mengze. How? How do you know my identity? I discerned at the moment I entered. Your communication devices are rather prone to leakage. It was hard not to overhear. Perhaps they are of the fruit brand? Hongying's mouth fell open in shock, her eyes wide with alarm. You. Mengze slowly rose, leaning close to Hongying's ear, speaking in a voice reminiscent of a devil's whisper. My dear. Oh, pardon me, beautiful lady. You wouldn't want your fellow night watchman to learn of this, would you? Hongying screamed, covering her ears. If you dare to utter a single word, I will take you down with me. On the rooftop of the Red Romance, Zhao Kongcheng hastily pressed the mute button. This is bad. Hongying is completely at his mercy, Captain. I don't quite understand. Why send Hongying when Xiao Nan is clearly more rational? Lung Xian, hearing this, silently drew his gun. Xiao Nan, perplexed, glanced at Chun Mai, who was hesitating to speak. Before he could voice his thoughts, when Shima eagerly chimed in, I know. The captain fears they might change technicians, especially given Xiao Nan's figure. Xiao Nan paused, glancing down at her polished shoes, her expression darkening as she fixed a glare on Wen Qima. Wen Qima, are you implying that this goddess's figure is lacking? Lung Xian discreetly disengaged the trigger lock on his MP5. Wen Qima began to sweat profusely. No, Lung Xian, please lower your gun. Xiao Nan, that's not what I meant. Don't point your gun at me. It's dangerous. Captain, you must explain. Chun Mai silently turned away. The night is truly beautiful tonight. Wu Xiangnan quietly distanced herself from Chun Mai. I never imagined you could be like this, Captain Chun. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly understood, realizing the captain's foresight. After all, that's why he was the captain. Inside the private room, Hongying, her face filled with indignation, lifted her skirt to reveal her fair calves. Speak. What do you want to do? Feigning disgust, Mengze frowned. Let me first check for athlete's foot. My skin is sensitive, and I cannot tolerate filth. Hongying clenched her fists. I do not have athlete's foot. Do you intend to proceed or not? Mengze sighed lightly, bemused by the child's naivety. With a swift motion, she opened the bedside cabinet and tossed out a pack of new black stockings. Hongying once again retreated to the wall. What on earth do you intend to do, you pervert? Mengze replied earnestly. Is it so enjoyable for you to engage in such physical intimacy with strangers? Hongying's expression darkened. When I pressed you with my elbow, why didn't you voice such concerns? Mengze revealed a mysterious smile. How about this? If you complete this hour of pressing for me, I shall answer one of your questions. Hongying's face grew serious as she wrestled with her thoughts. With a look of tragic determination, she picked up the black stockings. All right, a gentleman's word is his bond. If you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. Encouraging herself, she resolutely walked towards the adjacent cubicle. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She halted, furiously retrieved her earpiece, and crushed it between her teeth. This wretched device is to blame for my exposure. Still feeling unsatisfied, she proceeded to smash the concealed camera nearby. Meanwhile, in front of the screen, Xiaonan exclaimed anxiously, "Sister Hongying, don't crush it. He's deceiving you." Seeing Hongying destroy the earpiece, Xiaonan attempted to rush down from the rooftop to save her. Qi quickly grasped Xiaonan's arm. "Sister Nan, do not act impulsively. Sister Hongying has worked hard to secure that promise. If we interfere now, her efforts will be in vain." In the corner, Wen Qima secretly gave a thumbs up. "You, with your thick brows and bright eyes, Lin Qi, I didn't expect you to be an ally." However, the next moment, the screen fizzled into static. Disappointment washed over the faces of the onlookers. Xiaonan stepped on Lin Qi's foot. "Oi, little brat, you seem quite disappointed." Qi shook his head repeatedly. No, not at all. I have no desire to see Sister Hongying in black stockings." Inside the private room, a blushing Hongying emerged from the cubicle, gazing at the pair of black feet revealed beneath her skirt. Mengze quietly took out a mirror and placed it on the bedside cabinet. 3 inches below the right shoulder, 5 inches above the tailbone, the Tian zone and Dingbian acupoints. Stabilize your right foot. Shift your left foot forward. Keep your waist straight and lowered. Relax your toes and adjust your breathing. Listening to his instructions, Hongying felt a slight sense of relief. This lecher, could he not offer guidance in a more respectable manner? Must he use such perverse methods to impart martial techniques? However, the skills he taught were indeed extraordinary, far more intricate and agile than her family's traditional techniques. As her delicate feet pressed down continuously, the potent essence of the body-enhancing ointment gradually permeated both their bodies. Before long, perspiration drenched them. Mengze's broad back became increasingly smooth, and Hongying had to adjust her center of gravity to maintain balance. Watching her sweat drip onto his back, her flushed face felt as if it were steaming. How much longer must this endure? Silence, as he transitioned his stance, shifting his left foot 5 inches to the right, and allowing his right foot to descend straight down. He reveled in the silky touch of his jade-like feet while gazing into the mirror, admiring the breathtakingly long legs revealed by the hem of his skirt. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open. A silver-haired young lady clad in a pale blue gown barged in, disregarding the manager's attempts to prevent her entry. "Miss, we truly do not have the person you seek. Mississippi. There are esteemed guests receiving massages in this room. You cannot enter." The young lady cast a glance at Mengze, reclining languidly on the soft couch. Then with a frosty gaze, she fixated on the panting Hongying. It seems that young Master Meng is rather comfortable in Songnan. Mengze immediately sat upright. "Yao, what brings you here?" Internally, he began to reprimand the 2 iron trees stationed at the entrance. "How could you let this slip? Someone is looking for me, and you did not inform me in advance?" The iron trees responded with a sense of grievance. "Lord Dragon God, we did not foresee this. They came to find you." "And who, pray tell, besides the girl in the blue dress, is with them?" The iron trees replied, a rotund monk gnawing on a pig-ass trotter, a drowsy, slender Taoist, and a burly man in floral trousers. Upon hearing the iron trees' descriptions, Mengze could already deduce the identities of the visitors. A bitter smile crept across his face. No wonder Yu Yao had managed to catch him. It must have been those unreliable companions who betrayed him. As Mengze abruptly turned, the already weak-legged Hongying fell back onto the soft couch, revealing her strikingly long legs clad in black stockings. "What are you doing?" Suddenly getting up without a word. "Huh? Who are you?" Ji Yao swiftly shut the manager outside and approached the two. "Me? I am the fiancé of the man beneath your feet. Who do you think I am?" Upon hearing this, Hongying was momentarily stunned. What a revelation. This seducer has been caught in the act by the rightful partner. "Wait, that's not right. Am I the one being seduced?" She hurriedly waved her hands. "Miss, it's not what you think. We were merely practicing." Ji Yao folded her arms. her expression one of disdain. "Oh, practicing? Do you think I am easily deceived?" Meng Zhe awkwardly interjected. "Yu Yao, believe me, we were truly just practicing." "Oh, a lone man and woman hiding on a soft couch in a private room to practice? Are you afraid someone might steal your techniques?" "No, Yu Yao, please let me explain." "Oh, I understand now. You are indeed practicing, but I wonder which technique you are honing." Meng Zhe was momentarily speechless. In just half a year, his pure and innocent Yu Yao had transformed into a cunning sorceress. It must be that overly bold aunt of his who had led his virtuous little Yu Yao astray. Meanwhile, Hongying, still dazed, pointed toward the corner where the gun case rested. "We were merely rehearsing. We hadn't even drawn our weapons yet." Ji Yao cast a glance at the SpongeBob SquarePants shorts Meng Zhe was wearing. "Oh, it seems you indeed have not drawn. So when were you planning to engage in practical shooting if I hadn't arrived? The space here is so cramped, I can hardly move." "Oh." Listening to Hongying's increasingly convoluted explanations, Meng Zhe swiftly covered her small mouth. "Please, dear lady, I implore you, no more words." Chapter 8. The Elderly, the Weak, the Sick and the Pregnant. Ji Weiyao was simultaneously amused and infuriated. "Oh, is there no room for such a grand display in this vast place?" One would not have guessed. The young lady, despite her tender years, certainly knows how to indulge. Just as Meng Zhexing found himself in a state of utter despair, the private room erupted with noise. "Sister Hongying, we have come to rescue you. You cannot enter." "Good sirs, a family of 3 is currently engaged in serious matters inside." "Nonsense. When did we become part of that family?" "Sister Yu Weiyao, there are too many of them. We, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the pregnant, can hardly stop them. Get your greasy hands off my face, you foul monk." Zhao Kongqing peeked out from beneath his patched robe. "Huh, you 3 dare to call yourselves elderly, weak, and sick?" The burly man in flowery shorts leaned on the doorframe, his arms as thick as a basketball, blocking their way. He sighed. "I just turned 18, yet alas, I'm strong and robust, and perhaps a tad too eager. Sigh, I can only take on the title of old." The thin Taoist adjusted his round-framed sunglasses. "I have followed my master to live in seclusion atop the mountain, subsisting solely on herbal dishes and wild game, leading to malnutrition. Thus I am deemed weak." The rotund monk wiped his greasy hands on his patched robe, his expression pious as he clasped his hands together. "Umipa, my humble family is poor, and I have suffered from obesity since childhood. Thus I am body sick." The members of Team 136 could only roll their eyes at their absurdity. "Do you even hear the nonsense you are uttering?" Facing the so-called elderly, weak, sick, Zhao Kongshang grit his teeth and asked, "Then who is the disabled one?" At that moment, Meng Zhe weakly raised his hand. "I believe they are, waiting to see me get beaten by my wife." Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched. Cough, cough. This combination of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled seems rather abstract. Xiaonan pondered with her chin in hand. "If you 4 are the elderly, weak, and sick, then what about this beautiful lady?" The straightforward Wen Qima chimed in. "I know. Elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant. This beauty is obviously..." Before he could finish, he was swatted away by the burly man in flowery shorts. "Shut your mouth. My sister-in-law won't even be of age for a few more months. Although my brother Zhe is a bit of a flirt, he is certainly not that kind of beast. You owe me 800 yuan. Ji Weiyao couldn't help but cover her face. "You embarrassing fools, all of you be quiet." Suddenly, Lung Xian caught sight of a glistening body and quickly shielded Si Xiaonan's gaze. "Cough, cough, handsome. How much longer will you be in such a state? There are so many ladies present. This is quite inappropriate." Meng Zhe awkwardly accepted the bathrobe handed to him by Ji Weiyao. At that moment, the manager rushed over, his voice shrill with alarm. "What are you all doing? Even if you are officials, you cannot recklessly damage our establishment. The doors to our private rooms are made from the finest Wangwali wood. You must compensate us." Upon hearing this, the members of Team 136 collectively looked to the heavens at a 45-degree angle, adopting an expression of indifference. Wu Hai pulled 2 pig's trotters from his patched robe. "The esteemed benefactor, I hurriedly departed today and found myself with only 2 pig's trotters remaining." Wang Junxian rummaged through his robe, producing a tortoise shell and some copper coins. "If this proves insufficient, I possess some meager provisions. The manager's lips twitched uncontrollably. Surely, these two masters are jesting at my expense? No sooner had he spoken than a throng of dozens of bath attendants arrived, blocking the corridor and glaring with fierce eyes at the gathering. Wang Junxian felt a chill of trepidation. Oh my, these newcomers do not bear goodwill. Lin Xie timidly reminded him. It seems we're the newcomers, isn't it? Just as Chun Mai intended to speak, the towering figure of Hong Lai parted the crowd, striding forward disdainfully, rolling up his short sleeves to reveal a robust tattoo of a qilin on his muscular arm. The manager's gaze fell upon the character Hong, encircled by flames atop the qilin's head, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. With a delicate gesture, he ingratiated himself. It is an honor to have the young master of the Hongmen here. I am Queed from the Cangnan Ling clan. Hong Lai waved dismissively. Scram. Very well. Everyone disperse. Do not disrupt the affairs of the esteemed brothers of the Hongmen. After the manager left, Wu Hai also lifted his patchwork robe, revealing a plump-headed koi tattoo on his back. Benefactor Hong, what significance does this koi hold within the Hongmen? None at all. At the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai gazed at the few problematic youths before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Xiangnan regarded Meng Zhe's profile, inadvertently recalling his former comrade Blue Dragon, Meng Ting. Xiao Zhe, I have fought alongside your brother for many years. Why did you not inform me of your visit to Cangnan? Chun Mai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Meng. I serve as a rookie alongside your third uncle in the Night Watch. Your silence is rather unfriendly. Meng Zhe twisted open a bottle of soda and handed it to Ji Weiyao beside him. Alas, the Guang team instructed us to maintain distance from Team 136 to prevent abduction. Chun Mai felt exasperated. That scoundrel Guang Qingsheng, in his desperate bid to retain new recruits, has resorted to slandering our Team 136. At his age, he truly has no shame. Wu Xiangnan, the vice-captain, also displayed displeasure. Indeed, while the Meng family members are formidable, our Team 136 does not present an unappealing front. Moreover, Cangnan now boasts a divine ruin. At this juncture, Wu Xiangnan suddenly froze, then abruptly stood. Xiao Meng, the divine dragon phenomenon that appeared in Huaihai. It cannot be you, can it? Meng Zhe rubbed his nose, nodding silently. Oh my, when I beheld that divine dragon, it stood in equal measure against Michael's earthly domain. If all goes as expected, it should indeed be a divine ruin. Huaxia divine? Meng Zhe remained silent, merely nodding. Instantly, all eyes in the room converged upon Meng Zhe, though the old, weak, and ill trio had heard whispers. Hearing Meng Zhe's admission sent a shiver through their hearts. To my astonishment, the LSP, with whom I have spent countless days, turns out to be the first agent of the great Xia divine. How unjust is fate! Ye poked Meng Zhe's forehead. Now that the divine ruins have awakened, you must not be so unreliable in the future. Meng Shigrest Yao's delicata hunt firmly. Since my esteemed wife has spoken, I shall undoubtedly comply. Ji Yuyao's lips twitched as she playfully pinched his waist. At that moment, Team 136 eagerly gathered around. The divine ruins. Who could possibly have too many of them? Moreover, this is the great Xia divine. Our Team 136 has always had a hearty appetite. What does it matter if we appear gluttonous? As the captain, Chun Mai swiftly issued commands. Chiamo, go buy some ingredients. I shall personally cook tonight and prepare a feast for our esteemed Meng. Meng, I'm not boasting. Your uncle used to relish my braised pork, and I seldom cook. No matter how much you begged. Lao Zhao, go to the backyard and dig out my box of liquor. Lao Wu, anyway, you want tea die, so break a few ribs from Meng to savor. Lung Xian, quick, light a cigarette from Meng with your gun. Hongying, Xiaonan, why are you standing there in a daze? Come over and knead Meng's legs. You don't like girls? Then 7 nights, it's your turn. Observing the swarm of people, Meng Zhe hastily retreated behind Ji Weiyao. Weiyao, shall we return? Cangnan is indeed too perilous. Ji Weiyao rolled her eyes. I recall you seemed to enjoy it quite a bit then. Why are you so timid now? Meng Zhe smiled awkwardly. Ultimately, it was Wu Xiangnan who intervened. Ahem, enough of this nonsense. The significance of the great Xia divine ruins is profound. and the headquarters surely has other arrangements for Ming. Upon hearing this, Team 136 fell into a brief silence. Indeed, typical Night Watch teams cannot retain the divine ruins. Not to mention Ming Zhe, even 7 Knights might. After a hearty meal, the group, still yearning for more, made their way to the underground training ground. Wuhai, you a monk, consuming so much as one thing, but why do you only indulge in meat and not vegetables? What about the Buddhist precepts? Zhao's understanding of the Buddhist precepts is somewhat misguided. Meat and wine flow through the body, but the Buddha resides in the heart. Ascetics cultivate their minds, disregarding appearances. Chunmai twitched at the mention of alcohol. The thought of his cherished liquor, consumed by that thin Taoist, made him wince. Wu Xiangnan patted Chunmai's shoulder in consolation. Since everyone is well fed, how about witnessing a battle in the divine ruins? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. The divine ruins battle. What a rare opportunity. Meng Zhe shook his head with a smile. Chunmai wants me to increase the intensity for Lin Xie. Very well. Since I've partaken of their hospitality, I ought to contribute something. Stepping into the training ground, he raised his hand to conjure a wooden spear. Xiaoqi, let me see what you have learned in the past half-month within Team 136. Ziege, could we perhaps adopt a different appellation? Lin Xie's lips twitched as he accepted the wooden sword handed to him by old Zhao. Under the encouraging gazes of the members of Team 136, he stepped into the training ground. The burly man, Honglai, produced a sheet of cowhide paper, inscribing the characters in bold strokes, each encircled meticulously. Come, everyone, make your choices final. With that, he brandished a stack of red bills and slapped them down atop the character Ming. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 32. Wang Junxian, accustomed to the unexpected, withdrew a talisman and tossed it upon the character Ming. I wager my faith in Ziege's victory. Wuhai produced a golden bean from his sleeve and placed it atop the talisman. I shall contribute a golden bean as well. Zhao Conching looked on, bewildered. What do you mean by old, weak, sick, and disabled? Clearly, this is a matter of indulgence and vice. Weren't you raised in poverty? Coughing lightly, he confessed, alas. In my humble abode, we are left with nothing but these yellow and white trinkets. Ji Wei Yao, covering her face, silently distanced herself from the group. Old Zhao, grumbling, retrieved a banknote from his shoe insole. Though victory for my 7 knights seems unlikely, I, old Zhao, shall still lend my support. Hongying's eyes glimmered with disdain. Old Zhao, that 20 won't even cover a bowl of beef noodles. Ishal Wazer Onev. 7 knights, help me teach this lecher a lesson. Xiaonan gasped in awe. Wow, Sister Hongying, you're so bold. I must join in. After rummaging through her belongings, she produced a Hello Kitty hairpin. Honglai twitched his lips and chuckled awkwardly. It's all in good fun. The stakes are trivial, merely seeking amusement. Xiaonan pouted in silence. Long Xian hesitated for a moment, then drew a desert eagle from his waist, slamming it down upon the character Lin. This is my custom-modified desert eagle, boasting double the power of a standard one. I shall stake it against Xiaonan. Xiaonan looked utterly astonished. Long Xian, that is your favorite. Why not wager that Barrett instead? The Barrett belongs to the state. Chun Mai's lips twitched, unable to refrain from intervening. Xiaonan smiled sheepishly. Her gaze towards Lung Xian tinged with helplessness. Then, she called out to 7 knights, give it your all. This is all Lung Xian's possessions at stake. Old Zhao nudged Wen Qima. Alwen, are you just going to watch? Join in already. Wen Qima hesitated. Logically, I should support 7 knights. But Meng Xiao is a formidable expert capable of single-handedly defeating mysterious foes from Chuanjing, and I have but this meager savings. Before he could finish, old Zhao yanked at his undergarments, revealing a hidden stash of savings. With a display of extravagance, he placed it upon the character Lin. Iwazer Yidno Oshimka. When Shima gazed at the brown paper, a mixture of reluctance and heartache in his eyes. Wu Xiangnan, meanwhile, wore an expression of resignation. According to Clause 39 of the Night Watchman's regulations, any form of gambling among night watchmen is strictly prohibited. Chimai chuckled lightly. Come now, Xiangnan. There's no need to be so serious. It's rare for everyone to be this joyful. As he spoke, he tossed a bundle of red banknotes onto the character Ming. Old Zhao stared in disbelief at his captain. Captain, Did you perhaps throw that by mistake? Shunmai, under old Zhao's intense gaze, felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, our team is indeed not very affluent. So, please understand. Hongying looked on with contempt. And yet you feel justified in winning money from us? At that moment, within the arena, Meng Zhe twirled his gun and raised his chin towards Seven Knights. Shao Qi, you may take the lead. Brother, I beg you, can we perhaps change our address? Very well, Shao Qi understood. Qi sighed in resignation, gripping the hilt of his blade, his expression growing increasingly serious. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he launched himself forward, executing a heavy downward slash. Meng Zhe, holding his gun with one hand, positioned it horizontally to absorb the impact, the barrel tilting slightly to dissipate the force, swiftly directing the gun's muzzle toward his opponent's throat. Under the perceptive awareness of the mortal realm, Qi adeptly tilted his head to evade and rolled away, quickly supporting himself with one hand before launching a fierce assault toward Meng Zhe's lower body. Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. A Starry Night dancer, is it? Quite a practical buff indeed. When the time comes to clash with Jialan, this fellow's electric motor will surely spin faster than the rest. However, mere speed is insufficient. Dragon Break. Meng Zhe wielded his gun with both hands, the muzzle flicking violently downwards with a heavy strike. In that moment, Qi had no choice but to twist his body, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Yet, his wooden sword was not so fortunate. The blade was shattered by the wooden spear. Qi swiftly distanced himself from Meng Zhe, gazing at the broken weapon in his hand, revealing a bitter smile. Having unleashed his full power, he found that his opponent had yet to even activate their forbidden domain. Despite both awakening their divine realms simultaneously, how could the disparity be so vast? His mortal realm could only perceive everything within a 10-meter radius, lacking any other capabilities. In contrast, look at the opponent's Jia Chun Song realm. Not only could it manipulate surrounding flora, but it also allowed the body to transform into a dragon, making combat across levels as effortless as breathing. Were it not for the presence of his mental asylum, he would have gladly discarded this wretched divine realm. With a hint of regret, Qi turned to the members of Team 136. I am sorry I have lost. Hongying waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, Qi. We will surely reclaim victory in due time. The others stepped forward to offer encouragement. While only when Qi Mo stood alone in a corner, shedding tears, Meng Zhe recalled being cornered by his wife in the private booth today, his expression darkening as he glared at the three culprits who had betrayed him. It has been quite some time since we practiced. How about we brothers engage in a friendly spar? The trio could easily perceive Meng Zhe's underlying intention. Clearly, he sought to settle the score with them. Honglai scratched his buzz cut, looking at Meng Zhe with a feigned sincerity. Brother Zhe, you know me well. I would never betray my brothers. Wu Hai wiped his greasy hands, pressing them together in a gesture of humility. Brother Zhe, you understand my vows, having renounced worldly pleasures since my youth. How could I possibly know of such frivolities? Wang Yun Xian Smiegel. You two might as well just provide my ID, Brother Zhe. I'm merely a victim here. My sister-in-law has a blade pressed against my neck. How could I dare resist? Meng Shishniert. Do not accuse me of bullying you. All three of you can come at me together. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that there was no escaping this battle. In that case, we shall not hold back. Wu Hai step forward first. Amipa, allow me to experience Brother Zhe's divine realm. Omani Botmahum. Buddha's release. Activate. In a flash of golden light, Wu Hai was enveloped by a shadow of a Buddha. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 32. The crowd, upon hearing their exclamation, was equally taken aback. The Forbidden Ruins sequence is organized by capability, with lower numbers indicating higher levels of danger. To be classified as Sequence 32 signifies a terrifying proximity to the divine ruins. Suddenly, Hongying recalled something and gasped in realization. Wasn't he the revered commander Yi Fan also associated with the Forbidden Ruins? Does this imply that Wu Hai possesses the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity? Wu Xiaonan nodded slightly. The Forbidden Ruins are reputed for their absolute defense. If they continue to evolve, it is certain that another revered figure will emerge among the Night Watchers. Lin Xie couldn't help but reassess the portly monk. How could one with a Forbidden Ruin, akin to the commander of the Night Watchers, be an ordinary individual? Wu Hai's gaze was penetrating as he uttered sacred sounds. Brahma palm. He unleashed a palm-shaped shockwave. Meng Zhe's left arm instantaneously transformed into the Azure Dragon arm. Songlong rends the sky claw. He released 3 Azure Crescent Blades, shattering the palm-shaped shockwave before advancing towards Wu Hai. Wu Hai's fists collided as he bellowed, immovable diamond body. Suddenly, scriptures illuminated the tattered patchwork robe. The crescent blades collided with the robe, producing a shrill sound of cutting, ultimately leaving 3 gashes upon the fabric. Chapter 10. The Clash of Thunder and Fire. Upon witnessing the scene, Meng Zhe's pupils involuntarily constricted. Truly, the Forbidden Ruins of Sequence 32, Mantra Release, could withstand even the Celestial Dragon Clan's ultimate technique. The Celestial Dragon's Claw. Observing the 3 gashes on the robe of 100 patches, Wu Hai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This robe, the robe of Brahman sound, had been sanctified by the chanting of countless monks, impervious to blades and flames. It was a treasured relic of my golden light temple. Just yesterday, my master had reluctantly bestowed it upon the young monk, and today it was torn. Meng Zhe offered an awkward smile. Well, out with the old and in with the new. I shall gift you a suit of golden silk soft hedgehog armor. Wu Hai rolled his eyes in disdain. That thing is more show than substance. It is far less practical than a pig's trotter. How much longer must you two continue this? Huh. Wu Hai, do not rush. Allow me to lend you a hand. Honglai laughed heartily, swinging his spear towards Meng Zhe. Brother Zhe, receive my strike. The wooden spear clashed against the long spear, producing a metallic resonance. In the next moment, Meng Zhe was abruptly propelled backward several meters. Is this repulsion? A lie. Have you awakened? Chi exchange. Brother Zhe, how does my tenfold repulsion power fare? Just as Meng Zhe was about to respond, a sound of slicing air erupted from behind him. He swiftly raised his spear, sending several wooden swords flying. These swords traced arcs in the air, turning their blades back towards Meng Zhe. His expression hardened. The dragon chasing the moon. Gripping the spear's tail, he unleashed a fan-shaped spear formation, shattering the incoming wooden swords. Wang Junxian stepped forward, surrounded by 3 wooden swords. The Meng family's dragon spear technique is indeed formidable. Wu Xiangnan's gaze sharpened. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 108, Qi Exchange, enables one to manipulate the surrounding forces of attraction and repulsion. Sequence 222, Mind Control, permits the user to manipulate objects with their mind and even directly obliterate another's brain. Lin Xie, confused, inquired, if mind control is so perilous, why is it ranked 222? Chunmai interjected, though mind control is dangerous, it relies heavily on mental energy. A careless exertion may lead to fainting, coupled with the difficulty of cultivation, hence its lower ranking. The others nodded in contemplative understanding. Shaolan turned to Ji Weiyao. Sister Weiyao, what is your forbidden ruin? Ji Weiyao glanced at the 4 individuals on the field and replied calmly, Thunderstorm's Wrath. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 055, Thunderstorm's Wrath. Another high-risk domain. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, their eyes betraying unmistakable excitement. 2 divine ruins. 2 high-risk domains. 1 high-risk plus a unique forbidden ruin, mind control. This is undeniably a top-tier special team. Meng Zhe's expression grew increasingly serious. Mantra Release. Qi Exchange, mind control. This is rather troublesome wooden spikes assault. With a light command from Meng Zhe, dozens of sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground. Surging towards the 3, Honglai grinned widely. Fall back. A circular shock wave emanated from him, causing the surrounding wooden stakes to shatter into fragments. Such a degree of probing from Zige was of little consequence. Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Tree binding stranglehold. Vines surged forth. A myriad of leaves and flowers danced in the air. The 3 of them instantly became flustered. Honglai continuously unleashed repulsive forces, driving back the frenzied plants, while Wang Junxian wielded his wooden sword to sever the vines at his feet. Wu Hai, on the other hand, braced himself against the torrent of leaves with his indomitable golden body. Though they had awakened slightly earlier than Meng Zhe, they had merely just entered the pool realm and could hardly withstand such an exhausting onslaught. Watching the relentless wave of plants, their expressions turned grim. Indeed, your elder brother remains your elder brother in the end. This situation cannot persist. Ally, clear a path for the monk. Let him disrupt Zege's spellcasting. All right, powerful impact slash. Go forth, plump monk. Mental barrier. Here I come. Indestructible body. Zege, receive my palm. Come forth. Meng Zhe plunged his wooden spear into the ground. His hands transformed into Azure Dragon arms as he charged towards Wu Hai. Leaping knee strike. Arhut dual palm press. Grasping Dragon's call. Mighty Vajra finger. Let the monk demonstrate the unparalleled techniques of the Koan sect, Hongying, empowered by the Azure Dragon arms. This technique erupted with absolute force. Wu Hai was instantly sent reeling, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Honglai slapped Wu Hai on the back, helping him stabilize. The 3 of them, panting, turned their gazes towards Meng Zhe. Zhe, your amplification from the divine ruins is quite excessive. We can see. Meng Zhe brushed off the dust from his clothing. In truth, your 3's forbidden ruins are formidable. It is merely that your coordination is lacking. Had Ally immediately launched Wu Hai like a cannonball, and Junxian used telekinesis to lift himself and Ally into the air, escaping the encirclement of plants, the battle would have unfolded differently. A human cannonball? That is indeed a splendid idea. The problem lies in Wu Hai's weight of over 300 pounds. If I were to use repulsion to propel him, I fear I would be sent flying myself. Hearing their discussion, Wu Hai's face twitched with indignation. Brothers, that remark is rather excessive, don't you think? At this moment, Ji Weiyao entered the training ground, clutching the Imperial Guard sword. The others felt a sudden tightening in their chests. Is Sister Yao planning to enforce the family rules? Ji Weiyao rolled her eyes. Once you finish your spar, make sure to vacate the premises promptly. Upon hearing this, the group felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, hastily retreating. Meng Zhe deliberately took a half-step back. Yaoer, be mindful of your safety. Don't overexert yourself. Meng Zhe aria Shringlings. Rest assured, I am merely a bit restless. I won't act recklessly. Besides, with you by my side, what misfortune could befall me? With that, she slowly drew the Imperial Guard sword, her gaze fierce as she turned towards Hongying. I have long heard of the firearm Valkyrie from Songnan. May I request a demonstration, Miss Hongying? Hongying promptly stepped into the arena, brandishing her spear. Since Miss Ji has issued a challenge, I shall gladly oblige. With a lateral kick to the spear's tail, she positioned herself with the spear held firmly, its tip pointed menacingly at the blade. Ji Weiyao raised an eyebrow. Plum Blossom, 3 stabs? Pio Blusson Spear Technique. It appears that Miss Hongying has inherited the Yang family spear technique. Hongying's expression turned serious. The 39th heir of the Yang family spear, Hongying. Forbidden Ruins, Flame, Feather Garment. The 8th heir of the Qi family blade, Ji Weiyao. Forbidden Ruins, Thunderstorm Rainbow. Chun my patted Lin Qie on the shoulder. Do not be disheartened, my boy. They are indeed descendants of martial arts families, and thus their starting point may be slightly elevated compared to others. With your talent, you will soon catch up to them. Familiarize yourself with their abilities, for they may very well become your comrades in the future. Lin Qie, however, did not grasp Chun Mai's implication and merely nodded silently. In the training ground, Hongying was the first to unleash the Forbidden Ruins. The searing flames ignited the surrounding wood shavings, significantly raising the temperature of the underground training facility. Yue Yao's fighting spirit intensified. Thunderclap slash. Fire dance spear soul. Lightning slash. Sweeping inferno. In an instant, flashes of lightning erupted. Sparks flew. The battle between women is truly terrifying. That evening, Meng Zhe sat beside the riverbank on a bench with Yue Yao. Yue Yao rested her head on Meng Zhe's shoulder. In just over a week, the new recruit training camp will commence. Let us buy tickets to the capital in the next few days. Meng Zhe affectionately ruffled Yu Yao's hair. There is no need for us to go to the capital. This training camp is being held right here in Songnan. Really? Indeed. It was explicitly stated by Grandfather and Commander Yi. All right then. We shall stay in Songnan a few more days. But you must keep your distance from Hongying. That was merely an accident. I do not care. In any case, you must not be so close to her. All right. I promise to keep my distance from Hongying these few days. But once this period is over, I cannot guarantee it after saying this. Meng Zhe silently added in his heart, Humph. What wicked schemes are you concocting with those fluttering eyes? I have prepared a surprise for you with that. He pulled out a book titled Ninefold Thunderblade. At the headquarters of the Night Watchman in the capital, Meng Jinyun gazed at the spirit apricot and heavenly Lin spear technique in her hands, a smile gracing her lips. That rascal has grown up and knows how to cherish his sister. Xia Siming looked at the spirit apricot in Meng Jinyun's hands, swallowing hard. Jinyun, that fruit looks incredibly delicious. Chapter 11, Ominous Omens. Meng Jinyun concealed the spirit apricot within her embrace. This is for my healing. Do not covet it. Xia Simeng regarded her with skepticism. Can this fruit, which resembles a white peach, truly restore your essence? Meng Jinyun nodded with pride. Indeed. Zhao Kongcheng from Team 136 was saved by the spirit apricot after invoking the ghostly deity. The headquarters is already aware, so I need not conceal anything. With my grandfather and third uncle present, no one can trouble Xiao Zhe. As for the future, Xiao Oshish a de Feinrein. Who would dare provoke him? Xia Ximing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Let us strike a bargain. If your brother gives me a spirit fruit, I shall agree to let him join the Phoenix squad. What say you? Meng Jinyun rolled her eyes. My brother is the first divine ruin of the great Xia. Does he require your approval to join a special team? Xia Ximing blinked innocently. Oh dear, I didn't foresee that. Jinyun, could you possibly spare me one of those fruits? The doctor mentioned my recent deficiency in vital energy, leading to sleepless nights and restless dreams. I could exchange my position as the vice captain of the Phoenix squad for it. Meng Jinyun regarded her captain with disdain. Remove your hand. Let me inquire. Half a minute later. My brother says he will exchange the spirit apricot for the golden holy garment. Xia Simeng. In a dilapidated factory somewhere in Songnan, a man clad in black leather adjusted his red, triangular sunglasses, disdainfully pushing away the woman beside him. Scram! You shall never possess a man like me. Young Li, clutching the hem of her floral dress, pouted and playfully whined. Lu Yang, I merely wish to be a little closer to you. Please do not despise me. Lu Yang waved his hand in disgust, fanning the air before him. Close your foul mouth. Should you jeopardize Master Yu's mission, do not think I will hesitate to eliminate you before you even attain the 20th seat. Being unattractive is one thing, but your breath is akin to rotting refuse. The 8th seat truly was famished, capable of consuming anything. Yang Li protested with a quivering voice. Lu Yang, what have I done wrong? Why do you loathe me so? During work hours, please address me by my title. Very well, Lord. 16th seat, Lu. Lu Yang glanced at Tu Lei, who was fiddling with a water gun. Have all preparations been made? Tu Lei set aside the water gun and, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression, reported 3 crates of ghostly masked men have been deployed to the western suburbs. The vengeful spirits array at the Southern Dynasty Royal Tomb has been established. At dawn tomorrow, we can transform all the tomb guardians into stone apes. Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember to instruct the Sea Demon Squad to retrieve the Earth Essence Nether Pearl. Baby's tummy is rumbling. Baby's tummy is rumbling. Ding dong chicken. Ding dong chicken. Tu Lei chuckled awkwardly, retrieving his phone from his pocket. What is it? Captain Tu, we're in deep trouble. You are the one in trouble. Do you believe I won't use the water gun on you? Not at all. Captain Tu, you're fine. But we are in serious trouble here. Tu Lei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Lu Yang snatched the phone and activated the speaker. Panic-stricken cries for help erupted from the other end, accompanied by a series of unidentifiable howls. What on earth is happening? Lu Yang's expression darkened as he pressed for answers. Lord Lu, Captain Tuesday. The strange monk's statue transformed into a stone ape and charged into the ghost formation, devouring the Earth Soul Nether Pearl. Lu Yang and Tu Lei exchanged a grave glance. This is dire. The situation has spiraled out of control. Lord Lu, the stone ape consuming the nether pearl could very well evolve into the 10-headed giant ape of the Sichuan realm. That royal tomb cannot contain the 10-headed giant ape. It seems we must take action preemptively. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and cursed a bunch of fools, incompetent at accomplishing tasks, yet adept at causing trouble. Immediately notify the second team to release the ghost facers. Yang Li, get dressed and come with me. As the swarm of stone apes burst forth from the royal tomb, the calls to the northern police station of Songnan City inundated the lines. Chen Mai, upon receiving the news, promptly summoned Team 136 and Meng Zhe among others. Xiao Meng, the incident occurred suddenly. I had no choice but to call you as well. Meng Zhe took the keys to the car from old Zhao. As night watchman, it is our duty to address mysterious occurrences. Meanwhile, Wang Junxian calculated with his fingers, his brow quickly furrowing into a frown. The conhexagram, a harbinger of great misfortune. This matter is likely not so simple. When Qima widened his eyes in astonishment. How big? 36D? Hongying smacked him in exasperation. Idiot. P.S. referring to the hexagram. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Shan Mai received another rescue call from the police station in the western part of the city. What? You say a multitude of ghost facers has appeared in the west? At least 100? Evacuate the crowd immediately. I will rush over. Xiao Meng, the situation is urgent. We must split our forces. A few stone monsters have only appeared in the north. With your capabilities, that should be easily manageable. Hongying, take them to the north. The rest of us will deal with the ghost facers in the south. Yes. Inside the van, Wang Junxian observed the copper coins pouring out from the tortoise shell, his expression growing increasingly grave. The Jian hexagram. Zegu, our journey has become perilous. Meng frowned slightly. Wasn't it just a hexagram? How has it shifted to the Jian hexagram? Wang Junxian took a deep breath. In the west. In the north. Each is a hexagram, but wherever we go, it becomes a Jian hexagram. It seems to be targeting us. Meng Zhe's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting someone has set a trap to deliberately divert Team 136? Wang Junxian nodded affirmatively. The driver, Hongying, grew anxious. I will contact the captain immediately and urge them to come quickly. Meng Zhe placed a reassuring hand on Hongying's shoulder. Do not hinder Captain Shun and the others' actions. If they're coming for us, then let us see what tricks they intend to play. But this is clearly a trap. Even if faced with countless foes, I shall advance regardless. Let's hasten to contact other teams for support. Do not slow down. Keep driving. We can afford to wait, but the people in the northern part of the city cannot. Do not forget the Night Watcher's oath. My life is of little consequence, but you're not yet true Night Watchers. As descendants of the Meng family, it is our solemn duty to eradicate the mysterious. 10 minutes later, as the van driven by Hongying arrived at the southern royal tombs, a police car suddenly sped toward them. Honglai immediately reached out, using the Forbidden Abyss to halt the police vehicle. Upon seeing the office's van, the officers breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Hongying, you have finally arrived. These stone monsters possess immense strength and are utterly impervious to bullets. Captain Sun, you must evacuate the civilians. We shall handle the situation here. Captain Sun nodded decisively. Be careful. With that, he and his officers quickly retreated. Captain, the ones getting out of the vehicle are all young people. If we withdraw now, they will surely be in danger. Follow orders. Protecting the safety of the populace is our foremost duty. 3 beams of red light suddenly appeared. Shortly thereafter, an expansive void, akin to a curtain, enveloped the surroundings. The officers gazed in astonishment as the stone monsters and the youths vanished before their eyes. Goodness, are they performing some kind of magic? Captain, who on earth are these young people? Do not ask what should not be asked. Everyone, disperse and evacuate the citizens from the 5 nearby villages. Meng Zhe shattered a beast-like stone monster with a single shot. Observing the numerous stone monsters emerging from the royal tombs around him, a flicker of anger crossed his face. These beings are utterly deranged. Wang Junxian cast a handful of talismans, temporarily suppressing more than a dozen stone monsters. The royal tomb guardians, tainted with dragon energy, would transform into stone monsters upon encountering the essence of the earth. We must locate the earth essence within the formation. Otherwise, the number of stone monsters will only increase. Meng Zhe nodded, unleashing the Jia Chun Song domain, shouting, "Wrath of Nature!" In an instant, countless roots surged forth within a kilometer radius, restricting the movements of hundreds of stone monsters. Alai, fly up with Junxian to find the formation's core. Everyone else, remain vigilant. Just as Honglai and Wang Junxian ascended into the air, a massive fragment of a dragon stone came crashing down upon them. Chapter 12. The goose as a preparatory believer. Honglai swiftly maneuvered in mid-air, deftly evading the sudden assault. A several-ton weight of the broken dragon stone crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly. Not far from the deep pit, Wu Hai swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with lingering trepidation. "You two are so preoccupied with your own safety. Have you forgotten to shout a warning? This monk hasn't had his supper yet." With that, he casually shattered a few nearby humanoid stone monsters and ferociously bit into a half-piece of pig's trotter. Given the peril of this night, I must indulge in a few more. Delightful. Wang Junxian fixed his gaze on the pit from which the broken dragon stone had erupted, recalculating the situation. Oh no, it's the 10-headed giant ape. As if to validate his deduction, a thunderous roar erupted from the pit, accompanied by a tremor that shook the very mountains. A colossal creature, towering 100 meters high, burst forth from the tomb of Emperor Liangwu, Shaoyan. The 10-headed giant ape, adorned with numerous stone skulls, emitted a cacophony of piercing howls, showcasing the fierce and mysterious aura of the Chuan region in all its glory. As the crowd gazed at the grotesque visage of the giant ape, a chill settled in their hearts, compelling them to converge quickly. Honglai, surveying the scene from above, could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could this creature possess so many heads? The 10-headed giant ape, the king of the stone apes, was composed of the most resilient rock, embodying immense strength and the ability to manipulate the surrounding stones. But what of its multitude of heads? These heads served merely as a deceptive facade to bewilder its foes. Only the stone core, imbued with the essence of the earth, constituted its true form, while the others were mere aggregates of solid stone. Thus, to vanquish it, one would need to strike it from head to toe. No, the location of the stone core could shift freely within its body, as long as the core remained intact. It could reconstruct itself infinitely. How monstrous! Honglai exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a barrage of massive rocks descended upon them. Only, still gripping Wang Junxian, plummeted rapidly, narrowly escaping the perilous onslaught of boulders. Wang Junxian shouted to Meng Zhe, "The essence of the earth is within its body. We must eliminate it for the other stone apes to revert to their original forms." In response, Meng Zhe transformed his arms into Azure Dragon arms and shattered a dozen beast-like stone apes surrounding him. "Monk, stop eating. Come help." Wu Hai swallowed the remaining pig's trotter, bone and all, savoring the taste on his fingers. "I'm coming. Prajna Palm." These sluggish stone apes fell one after another to Wu Hai's enlightenment. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal stone struck Wu Hai, sending him flying. Honglai hurriedly used gravitational force to pull Wu Hai back. With a furious expression, Wu Hai glared at the giant ape. Impudent stone demon, daring to show off before this monk. Invincible golden body. He then smashed the bothersome stone ape beside him, roaring as he charged toward the giant ape. The giant ape also took note of this shimmering golden figure and retaliated with another massive stone. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered into fragments. Wu Hai shook his dazed head. A mere stone, what is it to fear? Alas, why is the ground so uneven? Honglai swiftly steadied the faltering Wu Hai. "How can you be more reckless than I am, monk?" As the colossal gorilla prepared to unleash its power once more, Meng Zhe raised his hand. A massive pillar emerged, lifting the giant's left foot. Off balance, the giant stumbled, and the boulder it had released was sent hurtling away. The giant emitted a furious roar, then, like an enraged gorilla, charged at Meng Zhe with hands and feet in a diagonal rush. "Mengsha, With a deft motion of his right hand, conjured a wooden dragon several meters in diameter, ensnaring the charging behemoth. The force of inertia caused the giant to fall backward, its massive forehead carving a deep trench in the earth. The giant struggled fiercely against the wooden dragon's grasp, yet it only tightened its hold. All it could do was roar in frustration. "Goodness, Zegu, you truly are formidable. It seems you were holding back earlier." Meng Zhe, straining to control the wooden dragon, rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Quickly find the stone core." Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. With a swift leap to the side, he narrowly avoided sharp stone spikes that erupted from the ground. A flash of anger crossed Meng Zhe's eyes. Even bound, the creature could not remain still. He then concentrated and summoned a colossal wooden hammer, bringing it down with force upon the giant's head. Yet, within mere breaths, the giant's head regenerated. Onlookers winced at the sight. This creature truly seemed unkillable. Only Wang Juanxian's eyes lit up. "Zegu, strike it a few more times. I shall attempt to locate the stone core using my mental energy." Meng Zhe understood that this lad's mental capacity was currently limited, preventing him from probing deep into the rock layers. He summoned another wooden dragon to reinforce the giant's binding, then conjured 2 wooden hammers to rain down blows upon the giant from both sides. Each time the giant sustained a crack, the wooden dragon would extend countless tendrils into the fissures, incessantly dismantling the giant's internal structure. The giant sensed its imminent peril. Countless stone spikes erupted wildly from beneath the feet of the onlookers. Simultaneously, it issued a command, summoning the surrounding stone apes to its aid. Alas, the movement speed of the stone apes was rather pitiful. As large chunks of stone fell away, the giant's form visibly diminished. However, the closer they got to the stone core, the greater the hardness of the rock became. Observing the continuous destruction of the wooden hammers, Wu Hai, transformed into a little golden man, ignored the dense assault of stone spikes, and rushed forward to rain down blows upon the giant. Realizing the danger, the giant attempted to employ a trick to escape. Wang Junxian sensed this immediately. "Honglai sees it. The stone core lies within this creature. I cannot hold it." After observing for some time, Honglai swiftly used gravity to ensnare the entity that resembled a little punching stone. Yu Yao and Hongying exchanged glances. Lightning slash. Fire dance spear. 2 strikes met their target simultaneously. The Earth's essence pearl was forcibly expelled. Quick as a flash, Meng Zhe leaped to catch the Earth's essence pearl. All the stone apes around them froze, reverting back into statues of various expressions, guardians of the tomb. The group collectively sighed in relief upon witnessing this transformation. Hongying gazed curiously at the gray-purple orb. "So this is the object that has stirred such unrest in the Imperial Mausoleum." Meng Zhe exerted himself repeatedly, only to find that it would not yield to his grasp. "Junxian, how shall we proceed with this orb?" Just as Wang Junxian prepared to respond, a flippant voice drifted from a short distance away. "Hey, Meng Zhe, if it's not too much trouble, would you kindly return this Earth-souled dark pearl to me?" The group immediately tensed and turned to face the sudden appearance of 2 men and a woman. Hongying was the first to question them. "Who are you? Why have you come to wreak havoc upon the Imperial Mausoleum of Tsangnan?" Yangli grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Hee, since you've asked, dear sister, I shall graciously enlighten you. The charming gentleman before you is none other than Lord Lu Liang, the 16th disciple under the esteemed master of the ancient god sect. And I am soon to be the vibrant beauty of the 20th seat." Yangli, the crowd could not help but grimace at her words. "Madam, may I inquire your age? A vibrant beauty, you say? And when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Your mouth could rival a cesspool." Honglai then pointed curiously at Tu Lei. "Hey, that uncle with the water gun and pesticide tank. Who might you be? Why are you out here spraying pesticides at this hour?" Tu Lei twitched at the corner of his mouth. "I am a prospective disciple, Tu Lei, and this is a high-pressure water gun, not a pesticide sprayer." Lu Yang rubbed his nose. "Enough of the banter. Mengsha, we are here on behalf of Master of Whisper to extend an invitation for you to join our illustrious ancient god sect." Chapter 13. Do you know what a divine abyss is? Meng Zhe discreetly signaled to Wang Junxian, who understood and used his telekinesis to manipulate his phone, sending a message for assistance to the members of Team 136. At that moment, everyone was severely depleted in both physical and mental energy. Meng Zhe resolved to stabilize the situation first. It turned out that these individuals were friends from the ancient divine church. Since you are aware of my identity, you must also recognize the status of the Meng family in the Great Xia. Why would I abandon my identity as a scion of the Meng family to join the ancient divine church, becoming a rat that everyone wants to exterminate? Lu Yang was slightly taken aback, then revealed a confident, sinister grin. Although Meng Chongkong is a half-step to the pinnacle, he remains merely a mortal. As long as you are willing to join the ancient divine church, you will not only receive the favor of the second deity, but may even undergo a transformation, becoming a true god. Moreover, I am not negotiating with you. Meng Zhe furrowed his brow. It seemed the other party had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Just then, Wang Junxian brought another piece of bad news. Shefa, Team 136 is currently held up by 2 ghost-faced kings and cannot provide assistance. Meng Zhe's gaze sharpened. It appeared he had no choice but to take a decisive risk. I will hold off the 16th seat. You deal with the others. Seeing this, Lu Yang tilted his head and smirked. It seems you intend to make a move? Such adorable little children, thorns abound. Hundreds of thorny vines instantaneously surrounded them. Meng Zhe's brow furrowed. Ordinarily, he would have retaliated with an equal number of vines. However, his internal spiritual energy was now depleted, and it seemed he could only resort to passive defense. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a moment. Even if these plants were conjured by the abyss, they were still fundamentally plants. After a brief experiment, Meng Zhe's expression became one of incredulity. Are you really using a plant-based abyss in front of a plant-based divine abyss? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? After all, you are a member of the ancient divine church. Don't you possess any common sense? Do you not understand what a divine abyss is? A divine abyss is the authority held by deities. With a swift motion of his left hand, the once menacing vines abruptly halted and then redirected toward Lu Yang and his companions. Lu Yang was taken aback, his triangular mirror tilting. Damn it, those vines were created by me. Why can you control them too? Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it is because you are too ugly, and thus these vines disdain you. Frustrated, Lu Yang bellowed, what a divine abyss! I am a powerful figure of the Chuan realm. I can't be subdued by a mere pool realm brat. Go back. Through Lu Yang's relentless efforts, the vines ultimately ceased their advance, stopping just within a 5-meter radius of him. A knowing expression emerged in Meng Zhe's eyes. Under the suppression of the Jia Chun Tsang domain, the other party's abyss had essentially lost control over the vines, restricting them from attacking beyond a 5-meter range. In the face of Meng Zhe, Lu Yang, a formidable expert of the Chuan realm, appeared as toothless as a wild dog. A mere bark escapes from the dog, while the crowd gazes at Liang with expressions of sympathy. The 16th seat of the ancient deity's followers? Is this it? How does he resemble a mere buffoon? Or has his earlier arrogance vanished? Hongying will not let such an opportunity slip away. Armed with her flame gun, she charges forth, igniting the dense vines surrounding Liang with searing flames. Had it not been for Tu Lei and Yang Li's intervention, Liang would have likely been reduced to charred bullfrog. Hongying deftly evades the torrent unleashed by Tu Lei, casting a wary glance at the vines corroded by the deluge. A despicable scoundrel, resorting to covert attacks. Fire Phoenix Peck. From the pesticide canister behind Tu Lei, a torrent of venom surges forth, extinguishing the Fire Phoenix. Just as the venom threatens to engulf Hongying, a gravitational force pulls her back, followed by a repelling force that disperses the surrounding toxins. Honglai, wielding his halberd, steps forward. Miss Hongying, continue your roasting of bullfrogs. Leave this pesticide sprayer to me. Hongying no Gutfudi. All right, but do take care of yourself. Yang can no longer contain her fury. How dare they humiliate Liang in such a manner? It is utterly unforgivable. To death with you all. Heavenly Soundbreak. Yang the opens head gupping mai, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that forces everyone back. The piercing sound waves, mingled with a foul stench, leave the crowd dizzy and disoriented. Ugh! This is utterly shameless. Ugh! Which family possesses true damage that also carries magical burns? Goodness! Ugh! The stench is unbearable. Fatty! Quickly use your golden rod to block her mouth. Ugh! The monk's skills are lacking. He cannot seal that abyssal maw. Ugh! I just ate pig trotters. Wang Junxian throws out a calm heart talisman, alleviating the crowd's dizziness. Yu Yao pinches her delicate nose and summons a bolt of lightning. Yet, Yangli looks up and bellows. The intense sonic wave causes the air to tremble, forcing the lightning strike to veer off course. Unbelievable! It can do that? After numerous attempts, the crowd finds themselves utterly incapable of contending with Yangli. Meng Zhe's wood-based attack shatters before it even approaches, and even when Wu Hai transforms into a little golden man. Prolonged exposure to her sonic waves would leave him with internal injuries. Meng Zhe endures his nausea and dizziness, grumbling, "You monk are not pure of heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bleeding from all 7 orifices due to this toad spirit." Wu Hai wipes away his nosebleed. "What time is it? And you still have the leisure to jest?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in Wang Junxian's eyes. Pure of heart? Indeed, I have a plan. With that, he produces a talisman. "Fat monk, you just charge forward. I will first seal your hearing with this talisman and then use telekinesis to briefly block that toad spirit's throat. You just focus on taking her down." "Wu Hai Vimas, why must all the dirty work fall to me? Hurry up, no time for complaints. And while you're at it, seal my sense of smell and taste." Wang Junxian nodded and pressed a talisman against Wu Hai's forehead. He then conjured a symbol in midair, placing it on Wu Hai's ears, nose, and mouth. A flash of clear light enveloped him. Ha ha ha! The little monk can hear again. Ha ha ha! The little monk is back to life. Revitalized, Wu Hai transformed once more into the little golden figure, charging boldly towards Yangli. "Bold beast, quickly revert to your original form. Prajna Palm." As Wu Hai ran, he unleashed the Prajna Palm, compelling Yangli to unleash sonic waves in rapid succession. "Oomph! Dead monk, today I shall send you to meet the Buddha." The sonic waves howled through the air. Even with his hearing sealed, Wu Hai struggled to advance amidst the tumultuous sound. "Damn Taoist, I can't hold on any longer." Wang Junxian retrieved a golden talisman from afar. "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants power. Come fort." Empowered by the talisman, Wang Junxian's mental strength surged temporarily. With a decisive gesture, the arrogant Yangli found herself choked by an invisible force. In a flurry, she clawed at her throat. Seizing the moment, Wu Hai delivered a flying kick, then landed atop her, unleashing a flurry of blows with his chubby hands. In no time, Yangli's face was swollen like that of a pig. Exhausted, Wang Junxian collapsed to the ground. With a face bruised and purple, Yangli, under the weight of Wu Hai's adamantine palm, greedily gasped for air, emitting a roar that reverberated like a wind box, forcing Wu Hai back. Meanwhile, Tu Lei was once again hurled away by a repulsive force. Water guns and pesticide canisters lay scattered as mere fragments. He could only feebly control the remnants of a few drops of poison to mount a pitiful counterattack. Had his body not been strengthened after traversing the Chuan realm, he would have surely been dismantled by Honglai long ago. Nevertheless, Yu Yao occasionally summoned lightning, allowing him to experience the thrill of electric therapy. El Yong, his face smeared with soot, fled while extinguishing the flames on his backside. "Wang Gang, you bastard, how long must I wait?" The crowd gasped in surprise. Another ally? Upon hearing this, Hongying's expression darkened. Without hesitation, she fired a shot directly at him. Facing death, you still wish to play tricks? No sooner had she spoken than 3 tentacles shot forth from a nearby grave, swiftly ensnaring El Liang and his companions, dragging them into the depths of the tomb. Chapter 14. I detest being called a hero. Meng Zhe brandished his spear, his expression one of vigilance as he fixated on the figure emerging slowly from the tomb. "Everyone be cautious. This fellow hails from the Chuanjing." Honglai rubbed his buzz cut in frustration. When did Chuanjing become so commonplace? Clad in a black robe, Wang Gang stood at the cave's entrance, his hands clasped together in a gesture of resignation as he sighed deeply. Umitba, esteemed patrons, to kill is but a fleeting act. One must learn to show mercy. Wang Juanxian's lips curled in disdain. Fat monk, this fellow seems to be a shaven-headed rogue as well. Why not approach him and inquire which temple he belongs to? Perhaps engage in a discussion on Buddhist doctrine? The barbs of comradeship can be the most piercing. Upon hearing Wang Juanxian's jibe, Wu Hai could no longer remain composed. He bellowed in outrage, impertinent. What manner of demon monk dares to utter nonsense before me? Not only has he allied with the ancient god society in their nefarious deeds, but he also speaks recklessly in my presence. Today, I shall cleanse the Buddhist order of this filth. Prajnapalm, just as the shock wave surged forth, a thick tentacle intercepted it. Umitba, young monk, as a member of the clergy, your murderous intent seems rather excessive. Wu Hai seethed at the calmness with which his opponent uttered Umitba, along with the condescending lecture directed at him. It was enough to make his teeth grind in frustration. Demon monk, should you dare to feign the voice of the Buddhist order again, I vow to reduce you to ashes. Wu Hai remained composed. He was deliberately trying to provoke you. Meng Zhe interjected, blocking Wu Hai's path, and coldly regarded the opposing figure. As expected of a rat from the ancient god society, you all scuttle in the shadows, scheming malevolently. Wang Gang chuckled softly, removing his black hat to reveal a weathered face etched with the marks of time. Why harbor such animosity towards the ancient god society, dear Meng? I am but an old monk, the abbot of the Red Dust Temple, Wang Gang. It is a pleasure to meet all you night watchmen. Upon recognizing Wang Gang's visage, Meng shone in relief. After all, he had a kindred spirit by the name of Wang Gang in the realm of red romance. Fortunately, this Wang Gang was not the same as that Wang Gang. As a multitude of slimy tentacles emerged from beneath Wang Gang's robe, Meng Zhe's mind went blank in utter shock. What the hell is happening? Is this not the Godslaying world? How could a boss from the realm of butter appear here? Bong Gong. Have you wandered onto the wrong set? We have no magical girls here for you to perform your defeat animation. Suddenly, Meng Zhe seemed to realize something. He swiftly shielded Yu Yao and Hongying behind him, his expression tense as he fixated on the tentacle monster Wang Gang. Yu Yao, Hongying, you have both exhausted yourselves. Let us boys handle the forthcoming matters. With his wealth of experience, Hong Lai understood Meng Zhe's concerns. He stepped forward to protect the two sisters behind him. Yet, within his gaze directed at Wang Gang, there flickered a hint of envy. Zhige, leave this old rascal to me. I assure you, I will make him wish for transcendence. As Wang Gang observed Meng Zhe's anxious demeanor, an infatuated smile spread across his face. My young friend, it seems you are aware of my little indulgences. At that moment, Wu Hai could no longer contain himself and forcefully tore apart the robe. I can no longer endure this. I shall perform your exorcism right now. With that, he transformed into the little golden man and charged forward in fury. Moments later, the little golden man found himself suspended in midair by tendrils, which relentlessly lashed at Wu Hai's vulnerable spots. The usually composed Wu Hai began to falter. Oh dear! Sure, I have failed the Buddha. I cannot exorcise this demonic monk. If you have the ability, then kill me. How can this be so humiliating? Meng Zhe's eyes narrowed, and he summoned a massive bow in his hands. With a swift motion, he strung the bow and released an arrow that pierced through the tendrils, liberating Wu Hai. Sheikh, I am utterly ashamed. Please avenge me. Wang Gang tilted his head towards Meng Zhe, revealing a grin that showcased his sharp teeth. Meng benefactor, do you wish to experience the old monk's long whip? Or perhaps, he cast his gaze towards the two maidens behind Meng Zhe. Enraged, Meng Zhe immediately brandished his spear and charged forth. Demonic monk, your demise is imminent. Witness the might of my spear. A flicker of alarm crossed Wang Gang's face, reminiscent of a withering flower. Though he had been lurking in the shadows, he had witnessed Meng Zhe subduing the giant ape, prompting him to command countless tendrils to launch an assault against Meng Zhe. First form of the celestial scale spear technique. Scales of the fish. Meng Zhe's spear danced with such swiftness that it became a blur, the icy spear tip transforming into gleaming fish scales that shattered the tendrils before him. Even though Wang Gang had grown accustomed to the agony of severed tendrils, they remained a part of his being. The piercing pain felt like 1,000 arrows striking his heart, forcing a pained wail from his lips. It hurts so much. The old monk cannot endure this. Mengzi's expression darkened with fury. Damn it! The cup-wielding demon monk shall meet his end. Behold my mighty spear. Raising his spear, he leaned back to gather strength. In the next moment, the starry spear shot forth, piercing Wang Gang's chest and pinning him to the ground. Aware of his impending doom, Wang Gang pleaded for mercy. Meng benefactor, let us speak civilly. The old monk dares not. Enraged, Mengzi paid no heed to his pleas. His hands transformed into Azure Dragon arms. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Meng benefactor, I was merely jesting. You are magnanimous. Too late. Azure Dragon's claw of the heavens. No, not that. Azure Dragon's claw of the heavens. Amidst Mengzi's furious roars, the tentacle monster Wang Gang was torn into countless fragments. Yet, even then, Mengzi remained unsatisfied. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled Azure Dragon flames. Until every fragment of Wang Gang's corpse was reduced to ashes, he would not relent. Those who dare to covet my wife shall meet their demise. At this moment, within the cave, Yang Li and Tu Lei trembled in fear at the ferocity of Mengzi. Suddenly, Mengzi sensed something amiss. Where's LV Liang? Yang Li, her face swollen like a pig's head, emitted muffled sounds, directing her finger deeper into the cave. Mengzi furrowed his brow. Can't you speak properly? He unleashed 3 crescent blades, dismembering her. Tu Lei swallowed hard. Brave warrior, let us converse. Mengzi's eyes glinted with coldness. I despise being called a warrior. What? I didn't know that. Handsome sir, spare me. I have a family. I rather prefer your rebellious demeanor. Oh, is that so? Then I. Tu Lei met his end. Mengzi kicked aside the corpse before him and strode deeper into the tomb. LV Liang, what are you up to? Don't hide. I have already seen you. A few minutes later, Mengzi emerged from the tomb with an expression of displeasure. LV Liang has fled. Yu Yao stepped forward to gently wipe the dust from Mengzi's face. It's fine. If he has run away, then so be it. He poses no threat to you anyway. Mengzi gazed at the 3 jade pieces glowing in his hand, silently contemplating. How could I possibly worry about a mere wooden element cultivator posing any future threat to me? I merely lament the loss of that fragment of the essence from the Chuan realm. Half an hour later, when the members of Team 136 beheld the ravaged battlefield before them, they collectively gasped in astonishment. My goodness, initially, they thought the sight of the ghost-faced king and hundreds of ghost-faced beings in the western part of the city was already outrageous. What lay before them now was even more absurd. Deep pits, toxic pools, rocky mountains. The entire royal tomb had seemingly been turned upside down. Chunmai listened to Hongying's report, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Are you saying that after dealing with a 10-headed giant monkey, from members of the ancient divine cult from the Chuan realm emerged, including the 16th and the prospective 20th seats? Hongying nodded vigorously. Aside from the 16th seat, LV Liang, who escaped the other corpses. Oh no, the dismembered bodies are all right there. Mengzi wearily raised his hand. Captain Chun, I apologize. But in a fit of anger, I reduced Wang Gang to ashes with my dragon flames. Chun Mai's lips twitched. All right, I understand. Lao Zhao, help him to rest. Xiangnan, you come with me into the tomb. Chapter 15. Are you sneaking around with other deities behind Michael's back? Lin Xie surveyed the multitude of tomb guardians surrounding him, a wave of frustration washing over him. Mother, do you think I can handle this crisis? Foolish child, this is your divine realm. As long as you desire it, anything is achievable, his mother replied. Lin Xie's lips twitched at her words, dismissing her as merely speaking nonsense. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath and approached Mengzi, who stood a short distance away. Brother Zhe, I wish to inquire about something. Mengzi observed the serious expression on Lin Xie's face and gestured to a nearby spot. Shall we speak over there? Certainly. Here, apart from the flora and insects, there's no one else around. Please, go ahead. Brother Zhe, I seek your guidance on how to utilize the divine ruins. Why do I feel that my divine ruins are even inferior to ordinary forbidden grounds. Mengzi cast a surprised glance at Lin Xie, taken aback that he was asking such a question. Your mortal divine domain sustains the operation of the entire Cangnan. The abilities you possess stem from the impending dissolution of Cangnan. However, Mengzi opted not to articulate this, as no one had ever informed him of such matters, and explaining it would be overly complicated. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, my understanding of the divine ruins is also rather superficial. I am uncertain if what I know can assist you. Lin Xie's expression darkened, mistaking Mengzi's reluctance to elaborate as a refusal to share. Forcing a smile, he said, Brother Zhe, you must know far more than I do, given your strength. First, you must understand that the divine ruins, as a manifestation of divine power, inherently possess a strength that ordinary forbidden grounds cannot, namely divine majesty. Divine Majesty. Indeed, divine majesty is the power that enabled me to gaze upon the boundless void and break its confines. Oh, I had thought that was merely your unique ability. Divine majesty is a force inherent in every divine ruin. It can dispel simple illusions and formations, and it can also intimidate most entities below the river realm. Wow. I had no idea the divine ruins had such multifaceted applications. Indeed, these are the fundamental capabilities of the divine ruins. Did Michael not inform you of this? No. Do you not communicate regularly? How can I engage Michael in conversation? Well, typically, it is the deities who initiate contact. It seems your relationship is rather strained. Are you perhaps sneaking around with other deities behind Michael's back? Lin Xie was taken aback by this revelation. So that was why his mortal divine domain was so feeble. How could Michael, a major deity of sequence 003, be so petty as to feel jealousy like a young girl? My mother treats me well. I cannot neglect her just to curry favor with Michael. Never mind, if Michael feels jealous. So be it. After all, with the existence of mental asylums, I shall not lack for divine ruins in the future. Michael. Having reconciled these thoughts, Lin Xie turned his gaze back to Mengzi. Brother Zhe, aside from divine majesty, could you teach me about the other capabilities of the divine ruins? Mengzi's lips twitched slightly. The powers of each divine ruin vary. To uncover more of their abilities, the most prudent approach would be to consult Michael. Otherwise, one must rely on personal exploration. Lin Xie scoffed. How could the illustrious king of angels sulk like a mere high school student? Michael, God, can I reclaim the mortal divine realm from this fool? Very well, Zhe. I appreciate your insights. We are both night watchers. There is no need for such pleasantries, and besides, I haven't been of much assistance. To the capital, Yifan gazed at the report handed to him by Wu Xiangnan, his eyes igniting with a golden fury. How splendid! What a cunning stratagem! The ancient god church not only discerned Meng Zhe's identity, but could also meticulously track his movements. Left Qing, go. Within 3 days, ascertain who the informant is. Upon confirmation, execute them on the spot. Yes. Colmandadie. Meng Old Man is calling Meng Old Man is calling love it or leave it. Yifan took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and answered the phone with a forced smile. Hello, Uncle Meng. Do not attempt to get chummy with me. Is this the utmost confidentiality you promised me? You hinted at my grandson going to Cangnan, and the ancient god church followed, right behind. Uncle Meng, please allow me to explain. This situation was indeed my oversight. I assure you, it will never happen again. I do not require your assurances. Your promises are as worthless as flatulence. If your assurances had any merit, Meng Zhe would not have been attacked today. A rookie who is yet to join the Night Watchers can fall victim to a well-organized ambush by the ancient god church. What does that indicate? It signifies that the upper echelons of the Night Watchers are utterly corrupt. Uncle Meng, please calm down. 3 days. Within 3 days, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. 3 days? There is no need for that. In 3 hours, I will bring Meng Zhe back home. Uncle Meng, please don't be agitated. All right. Not only Meng Zhe, but those 4 children must also be returned safely. Yifan was suddenly alarmed. 1 divine ruin, 2 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and 2 exceptionally capable high-risk ruins. This unique team of 5 children, if they can mature, will become the Night Watcher's formidable blade against the gods. Uncle Meng, let us negotiate this matter. I have nothing to discuss with you. Uncle, please temper your anger. I have a forbidden artifact from my youth, breaking illusions, which I will give to young Zhe for protection. There is no need for Commander Yi to worry. My Meng family still possesses some wealth. I have long prepared Meng Zhe's artifact. I do not require your feigned concern, Commander Yi. Yi Fan's lips twitched. It was clear to him what the other party was implying. They clearly deemed the offerings insufficient and were preparing to demand more. Yet, given his own culpability, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Uncle Meng, I have heard that young Zhe has a childhood friend skilled in the Qi family's swordsmanship. Recently, the headquarters acquired a highly dangerous long sword capable of harnessing lunar energy, suitable for both offense and defense. You've shown a glimmer of conscience, young man. Tomorrow, I shall demand to behold those two forbidden items. Otherwise, alas, Uncle Meng, this is against the established protocol. The contributions of Meng Zhe and his associates are insufficient to warrant even a single forbidden item in exchange. The mere act of presenting this one item is merely a personal recompense for me to him. Enough of this idle chatter. My Meng family is not in need of accolades. Tomorrow, I shall return to you 2 Star Sea medals. Without allowing Yi Fan the opportunity to respond, he abruptly terminated the call. Yi Fan, observing this, chuckled and shook his head. That old man Meng is as mischievous as a child, playing such antics with me. Commander, the ultra-high-risk forbidden item, Moonlight, designated as Sequence 099, was recently acquired by the Bailey family in Nanling just last week. It may prove quite challenging to persuade them to relinquish it. A flicker of coldness passed through Yi Fan's eyes. How many troubles has Bailey Xin caused over the years? Were it not for the Bailey family's long-standing role as the steward of the Night Watcher's finances, forcing Bailey Xin to surrender Moonlight would serve as a stern warning to the Bailey family. The Great Xia can certainly accommodate both the Bailey Group and the Gongsun Group. Chapter 16. Your aunt will buy you a house. Bailey Xin shattered his phone in anger. Damn Yi Fan. How dare he threaten the Bailey family? If it weren't for the Bailey Group over the years, could Yi Fan have possibly secured the position of commander of the Night Watch? Beside him, a sweet-looking secretary swiftly cleared the shards from a desk. Pouting slightly, she gently cradled Bailey Xin's injured hand and delicately licked away the blood that flowed from it. Boss, should we send Moonlight to the underwater vault? Bailey Xin abruptly grasped the secretary's chin. If you don't deliver Moonlight to me, do you expect Zhuqing to come here personally to fetch it? I spoke out of turn, boss. Please be a bit harsher. The little one needs to be punished. A glint of brutality flashed in Bailey Xin's eyes as he forcefully pressed her down beneath the desk. Damn you, Fan. Don't let me catch you otherwise. Hiss. After a moment, the secretary covered her mouth and tearfully exited the office, her fair skin marked with distinct, swollen handprints. Once she was far away, Bailey Xin pressed a button on the side of the desk. Instantly, the entire office was enveloped in a shimmering barrier. He surveyed the room from the floor-to-ceiling windows and swiftly pulled down all the curtains. With quick strides, he approached the bookcase, inserting an ancient bronze key into an inconspicuous iron sphere on the shelf, turning it several times to the left and right. The tall bookcase silently unfolded to reveal a hidden space. Bailey Xin removed his glasses, and the aura of a businessman that he exuded evaporated, replaced by a somber demeanor as he entered the secret chamber. The bookcase promptly returned to its original state. The ancient god church, injured and trembling, Elyong knelt before the 3 statues. Lord whispering, "It is as you say. I dare not conceal anything." From the shadows of the statues emerged a man clad in a black tailcoat. "Oh, so you were saying..." The 4 of you from Hongying could not contend with a few small spirits from Qijing, and you even lost 3 of your own? Hearing the ominous tone of Lord whispering, Elyong pressed his forehead to the ground. "Please spare me, Lord. I assure you I will bring Meng Zhe back next time." Useless trash. Raise your head. Trembling, Elyong lifted his head, striving to keep his body upright. With a flick of his left index finger, Lord Whispering summoned a transparent orb that floated out from Elyong's head. Within the orb played back El Liang's memories concerning Songnan. Observing the scene where Meng Zhe's divine realm suppressed El Liang's forbidden domain, a knowing expression flickered in Lord Whispering's eyes. Upon witnessing Yang Li and Tu Lei being restrained, Lord Whispering impatiently waved his hand, thrusting the memories back into El Liang's mind. With El Liang's feeble mental capacity, should he continue watching, he would likely become mentally incapacitated. Nevertheless, Lord Whispering had grasped the sequence of events. Useless trash. Go and face punishment. From today onward, Zhang Wei will be the new 16th seat, and you will be demoted to the 20th seat. Zhang Wei. Which Zhang Wei does Lord Whispering refer to? Lord Whispering glared. What does it matter which Zhang Wei to you? Murmuring, the Lord sought atonement, and his subordinate, Lu Liang, bowed repeatedly, scrambling and crawling out of the church. The Lord furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Fool! Those two Zhang Wei have committed no offense. Their demotion to the 16th seat must pertain to the newly appointed Zhang Wei under my command. Suddenly, a gleam emanated from his suit pocket. The Lord retrieved a sparkling crystal and infused it with divine energy. In an instant, the ethereal figure of Baili Xin materialized before him. How does the busy head of the Baili family find the time to contact me? Murmur, I have provided you with all the information you requested. Not only did you fail to capture that little rascal from the Meng family, but you also caused the Baili family to suffer significant losses. Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources the Baili family has expended to elevate these individuals to the upper echelons of the Night Watch? Moreover, Yifan has already set his sights on my Baili family. A flicker of anger flashed in the Lord's eyes. The head of the Baili family has quite the temper. Rest assured, the Great Xia has more than just your family wishing to collaborate with the ancient God Church. Murmur, are you threatening me? Your incompetence has resulted in my Baili family losing a highly dangerous forbidden object, and you still have the audacity to direct your ire at me? A dangerous glimmer appeared in the Lord's eyes. You speak of intelligence? Then why do you conceal the fact that the Meng family has obtained the spirit fruit? Baili Xia Pupin Constit Instanti. How did you know? I have yet to ascertain the matter of the spirit fruit. Thus, I have not informed you. Besides, whether or not the spirit fruit exists does not affect this plan. To think you would attempt to exchange a mere 2 ships of supplies for a fruit capable of healing the summoned spirits? Zhu, Bai Li Xin, truly have a knack for calculation. Add 5 more ships of resources. I want the person alive. You can forget about the person, considering the Baili family sincerity. I may grant you a few spirit fruits later. Murmur, do you believe my Baili family will seek collaboration with Qianmo? The Lord's eyes brimmed with derision. Qianmo's appetite is not so easily satisfied. Furthermore, do you truly believe that with just a few mental-type forbidden objects by your side, you can disregard my dream, Qi? Murmur, you will regret this. Bang. The Lord's eyes were filled with contempt. Chenar. I, murmuring, do not know how to write the word regret. Baili Xin locked the communication crystal away in a heavily sealed secret box, angrily kicking over a nearby porcelain vase. Damn murmuring. Damn ancient God Church. I refuse to believe that without the help of the ancient God Church, my Baili family cannot acquire the spirit apricot. Suddenly, a statue of a Cheonchi caught Baili Xin's eye. Since the ancient God Church is unreliable, my Baili family must take matters into our own hands. Saying this, he took out a jade talisman. Minister He, I have a small favor to ask of you. The following afternoon, Meng Chongkong kicked open the door of the Merged Affairs office. Heir, the old man has come to see you. An elderly lady engaged in legal consultation was startled by the booming voice of Meng Chongkong. However, in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Cold lawyer, who is this handsome gentleman? If I am to divorce that wretched man, do introduce this charming fellow to me. Cold Xian's lips twitched slightly. Aunt son, this gentleman is the grandfather of a colleague of mine, and they are not locals. What does that matter? I have money. I can buy a property there. Cold Xian swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Meng Chongkong, without turning his head, coldly snorted, I own 6 courtyard houses in the capital. Do I need your few shabby apartments? The elderly lady became even more excited upon hearing this. Cold Shin quickly intervened. Aunt's son, you cannot go in there. That is our internal dormitory. He is here to visit his grandson. Naturally, he can enter. You say he will also be your grandson in the future? Let us first discuss your divorce. Even if you were to buy this entire building from our firm, I still cannot assist you. Meng Zhe glanced at his grandfather, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Grandfather, your charm has not diminished with age. It's a pity this lady is too old to care for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't object. Wang Junxian shook his head. Zhe, that is a misguided statement. From my observation, this lady exudes vitality. Her lifespan may be limited. If old Meng bites the bullet, you could gain several prospects. Meng Changkong promptly gave Wang Junxian a light smack on the head. You have no manners, just like your grandfather, that old ghost who is equally annoying. Hee, old Meng. I am merely planning for Zhe. Meng Changkong's irritation surged, just as he was about to reprimand the lad. Ji Weiyao hurriedly approached, wrapping her arm around Meng Zhe's shoulder and sweetly exclaimed, Grandpa Meng, why have you come personally? If you wish to see Meng Zhe, you could have just told us. We would have gone to Yunlong Mountain Villa to accompany you. Meng Changkong wore a benevolent expression. It is the thoughtful Weiyao who understands, unlike my ungrateful rascal. Meng Zhe immediately extended his hand. Hand it over. Meng Changkong feigned ignorance. Hand over what? At your age, you still have the audacity to ask me for money? Meng Zhe rolled his eyes. After such a huge incident last night, I do not believe you can let Commander Yi off easily. What good stuff did you compensate him with? Bring it out. Meng Changkong, with a hint of annoyance, poked Meng Zhe's forehead. Just like your third uncle in his youth, always cunning. He then produced a silk pouch. In the astonished gazes of those present, he retrieved a gun and knife, a spear, a pair of tiger claws, and a gourd. Chapter 17. The Dragon's Fall. Meng Changkong handed the silver spear to Meng Zhe. The weapon, known as the Forbidden Artifact Sequence 051, Dragon's Fall, contained the power of annihilation, measuring 9 feet and 7 inches 1 meters in length, and was a treasured heirloom of the Meng family. It was said to have once belonged to the third prince of the Jade Dragon. Upon receiving Dragon's Fall, a chorus of dragon roars resonated in Meng Zhe's mind, as dozens of different dragon might surged into his being. When his innate Azure Dragon bloodline responded, the once ferocious dragon might immediately softened, each leaving a trace of pure dragon energy within Meng Zhe before retreating quietly back into Dragon's Fall. Grandfather, were these dragon might? Meng Zhe asked, his curiosity piqued. A reminiscent expression crossed Meng Changkong's face, as if he were transported back to a clear morning decades ago. Father, what do these dragon might signify? Meng Shepresht. The elder, pulling his thoughts back to the present, let out a wistful sigh, gazing at Meng Zhe's youthful visage. He softly replied, These dragon might are the legacy bequeathed to the Meng family by each of our clan's patriarchs at the height of their power. Any without the blood of the dragon who touches Dragon's Fall will be gravely injured by these forces. At that moment, visions of formidable figures seemed to materialize before Meng Zhe, and the weight of Dragon's Fall felt as if it carried the heft of the world. With renewed seriousness, Meng Zhe cradled the spear in both hands and respectfully bowed his head in homage to Dragon's Fall. As the 91st descendant of the Meng lineage, he honored the ancestors of his clan. Meng Changkong, observing the grandson he had nurtured, felt a surge of emotion. Young lad, upon taking the spear, you shall become the leader of the Meng clan, bearing the heavy responsibility of our lineage's continuity. Meng Zhe's lips twitched slightly, while Ji Weiyao beside him blushed deeply. Grandfather, shouldn't this be a gradual process? We can't just jump on the train and buy the ticket afterward. True enough. The elder chuckled. When I married your grandmother, your uncle brought your father to the ceremony at a loss for words. Meng Zhe found the situation absurd. Most remarkably, the spear in his grasp emitted a series of dragon roars, as if it acknowledged Meng Changkong's words. Quickly shifting the subject, Meng Zhe exclaimed, Grandfather, this finger tiger is quite unique, composed of 4 golden Buddha heads. Meng Changkong shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic. He then picked up the Buddha head finger tiger and introduced it to the group. This is Forbidden Artifact Sequence 071, Breaking Illusion, a relic passed down through the Buddhist tradition. said to be a companion artifact of the Dao Yin monk at the time of his birth. It can breach the barriers of the forbidden void, inflicting tangible physical harm on opponents and temporarily restricting their access to the void. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes widening. Isn't this akin to a physical manifestation of the silence skill? Meng Zhe inquired with curiosity. If struck by breaking illusion, how long would the restriction on the forbidden void last? Meng Changkong pondered briefly. The old man recalled that the typical duration ranged between 5 to 10 seconds. Naturally, the stronger the prowess in the forbidden abyss, the shorter the restriction time became. As for the divine abyss, it seemed to limit one to merely 0. 5 to 2 seconds. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even a mightiest divine abyss could not evade such a fate, which was a testament to the formidable nature of this forbidden artifact. In battles among the powerful, even a fleeting 0.5 seconds could often prove fatal. The elder toyed with the breaking illusion and continued his exposition. This breaking illusion was the renowned weapon of the Night Watch commander Yi Fan in his heyday. After he reached the pinnacle of human potential, this weapon was sealed away. Had it not been for Yi Fan's unfortunate predicament this time, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Kongsheng inquired, with such formidable capabilities, why was the breaking illusion sealed? It could serve a special task force. Hongying shot him a disdainful glance. Common forbidden abysses possess area damage. Even if an ordinary person wielded the breaking illusion, they could hardly withstand the enemy's forbidden abyss and engage in close combat. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled sheepishly, conceding her point. Meng Changkong then presented the breaking illusion to Wu Hai. Young Hai originally, Commander Yi intended to bestow this breaking illusion upon you when you made significant contributions to the Great Xia. I took the liberty of requesting it in advance due to this unforeseen incident. Wu Hai solemnly accepted the breaking illusion. Thank you, Grandpa Meng. I shall not disappoint your and Commander Ye's expectations. Meng Changkong nodded approvingly. He then lifted the dark red Fong Tianhua halberd. The forbidden artifact sequence 162, Abyssal Depths, could compress the user's forbidden abyss ability into a sharp blade, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. The Abyssal Depths measured 13 feet in length and weighed 365 pounds. Adorned with exquisite engravings on its moon blade and spear tip, accompanied by the howling of malevolent spirits when wielded. It is said to have evolved from Elbu's famed halberd. This halberd is fierce and powerful, difficult for ordinary forbidden abysses to control. Ever since the decline of the Meng family's Golden Dragon lineage, this Abyssal Depths has remained sealed away. Turning to Honglai, he said, now, I entrust this Abyssal Depths to you. Honglai solemnly received the halberd with both hands. Rest assured, Grandpa Meng, I shall restore the glory of the Abyssal Depths. Meng Changkong patted Honglai on the shoulder. Do your best, but do not overstrain yourself. I have watched you grow, and I have faith in you. Suddenly, Honglai seemed to resolve himself, kneeling with the Abyssal Depths in his arms. Grandpa Meng, for half my life, I have wandered, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. If you do not forsake me, I wish to swear brotherhood with you. Before he could finish, he was kicked away by Meng Zhe. Damn it, you rascal. I treat you like a brother, and you try to outsmart me? What the hell are you thinking? Why not pledge yourself to me as a father figure? If you do not forsake me, I wish to take you, Brother Zhe, as my. Get lost with that nonsense. Ahai, hold this brat down. Today, I shall teach him why flowers bloom so brightly. Whoa, Brother Zhe, don't hit the face. I was mistaken. I shall dare again. The Shaolin demon subduing great footprint. Fat monk, remove your stinky foot from my presence. Ba, cursed servant of the 3 surnames, wreaking havoc upon this world. Hasten to depart from Hong Matzi. Otherwise, this monk shall ensure your soul is scattered. You overstep, you rotund wretch. Alai, bear with me. I shall rescue you from the clutches of that 3 surname scoundrel. Behold my crow taking flight. Sister, save me. Observing the commotion among the group, Meng Changkong shook his head with a smile. To purchase osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never akin to the youthful wanderings of one's youth. To be young again. The old gentleman gazed at the gourd beside him, resembling flawless white jade, reminiscing about his youthful days. He spoke leisurely. Forbidden item sequence 157 Jade Wine Sword Gourd, containing a hidden realm, capable of transforming fine wine into a sword of wine. The higher the quality of the wine, the mightier the sword. Junxian, your grandfather has coveted this treasure for a lifetime, and today I bestow it upon you. Is this the Jade Wine Gourd that my grandfather incessantly murmured about during my childhood? Wang Junxian gingerly accepted the Jade Wine Gourd, eyes wide in careful examination. Thank you, old Master Meng, for this precious gift. From this day forth, you shall be my dear grandfather. Ha ha ha, old gentleman. The Jade Wine Gourd you have long desired is now in my possession. I shall not be polite with your vintage wines. As he spoke, he could not resist opening the Jade Gourd. A rich aroma of wine immediately filled the entire room. The weak-drinking Xiao, Nand, and Qi Yi, having taken but a few sips, suddenly blushed. Wang Junxian curiously inquired, Grandpa Meng, what kind of wine is contained within? It is remarkably fragrant. The old man stroked his beard. That is the Meng family's ancestral Longxianzhe, containing over 3,000 jin. It should suffice for you for quite some time. Wang Junxian, cradling the Jade Gourd, could not help but take a hearty swig, then hastily capped it, fearing others would covet this exquisite wine. Chunmai and Zhao Kongcheng exchanged knowing smiles. Minister Meng, since you have come all this way, why not stay for a meal before returning? Tonight I, Chun, shall personally cook. Indeed, good wine deserves good food. I, old Zhao, shall procure a chicken and some seafood. Wang Junxian clutched the Jade Gourd tightly, warily eyeing the two. You two must not entertain any thoughts about my precious gourd. Meng Chongkong chuckled and shook his head. Very well. I shall stay to sample Captain Chun's culinary skills. Fortuitously, I have several jars of Longxianzue here. Chapter 18. Moonlight. The three playful individuals were soon captivated by the rich aroma of wine, ceasing their antics. Mengze took the wine jar from his grandfather's hands and playfully nudged the meow knife with his chin, eagerly inquiring, Grandfather, this final forbidden item is prepared for your granddaughter-in-law, isn't it? Please do introduce it. Meng Yao shyly swatted at him. Enough of that. Meng Chang Kong shukud softly. This knife is called Moonlight, classified as Forbidden Item 099 by the Bailey family. It possesses the ability to harness lunar power, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. At night, it creates flowing strands of moonlight to assist in cultivation. This moonlight is an exceptionally rare forbidden item, painstakingly acquired by the Bailey Group. Had it not been for Commander Ye's request, the Bailey Group would not have been willing to part with it. Meng Yao's face lit up with joy as she accepted the moonlight. Thank you, Grandfather Meng. Zhe, and I will be sure to honor you well in the future. Meng Chang Kong Lugedachtili. You young ones have your own pursuits to attend to. My only wish is to hold my great-grandson soon. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. Beside her, Hongying gazed on with envy. Finally, Meng Chong Kong retrieved a star knife and a star gun from his pouch. He handed the star gun to Hongying. My dear, I heard from Meng Zhe that you had your gun destroyed by the ancient god cult while assisting him yesterday. This star gun belonged to his sister previously. If you don't mind, please accept it. Hong Ying repeatedly waved her hands. Grandfather Meng, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. The standard equipment for night watchers is the star knife, and to forge a personalized star weapon, one must accumulate sufficient contribution points to apply at headquarters. To exchange for forbidden items, only those night watchers who have made significant contributions to the Great Xia have the opportunity to acquire them. Of course, families like the Mengs, being exceptional, do not lack in contribution points. The Meng family provides suitable star weapons for every member who joins the Night Watchers. Seeing Hong Ying decline, Mengze took the star gun from his grandfather and pressed it into Hong Ying's arms. My sister received a forbidden long gun shortly after joining the Phoenix Squad. This star gun has just been gathering dust at home. You can take it with confidence. Hong Ying hesitated, but this is truly too valuable. Meng Chong Kong replied with a smile, given your potential, it is only a matter of time before you exchange for star gun. Besides, possessing a suitable weapon in advance will better enable you to protect the Great Xia in Songnan, don't you think? He then turned and handed the star knife to Lin Xia. Young one, this was Commander Ye's previous blade. He has high hopes for you. Upon hearing it was a gift from Yi Fan, Lin Xie swallowed any reluctance he had. Then I shall gratefully accept it, Grandfather Meng. Please convey my thanks to Commander Yi. Although he envied the forbidden items held by Meng Zhe and the others, he understood that they were hard-won treasures, earned at the cost of their ancestors' lives. Furthermore, even if the other party truly offered it, he would dare not accept it. Hongying has been a night watchman for several years, yet he does not even possess the Starry Spear. Such a forbidden item requires immense favor to obtain. After distributing the weapons, the elder cast a knowing glance at Meng Zhe. Understanding his grandfather's intent, Meng Zhe followed him to the woods behind the office. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of onlookers, he spoke slowly. Grandfather, is there a shadow of the Bailey family behind this matter? The elder nodded gravely. It should not be mistaken. So, in the future, when you encounter members of the Bailey family, remember to be vigilant. Meng Zhe nodded in response. As a time traveler, he was naturally aware of the troublesome affairs surrounding the Bailey family. By the way, Grandfather, Commander Yi wishes for Qi Yi to establish the 5th special team. And you want me to form another special team with Yu Yao and the others, correct? The elder smiled and nodded. Have you figured it out? ISNT it plain as day. My Meng family is not lacking in Starry Blades. If Lin Qi Yi is to be my teammate in the future, then that Starry Blade would not be bestowed upon him by Commander Yi. The elder spoke with a hint of annoyance. Your words imply that I am forming cliques. Everything I do is to ensure your safety, you little rascal. The Meng family has little left, so I must bestow it all upon you. Meng Zhe forced a smile. How could I ever doubt your dedication to the great Xia? Back when Tinggu joined the Blue Rain and Yun Jie joined the Phoenix, did you not also part with numerous forbidden items? The elder's expression darkened. That child Meng Ting, alas. It is all my fault for not reaching Gao Xianyuan in time. Otherwise, realizing he had spoken too freely, Meng Zhe quickly stepped forward, gently patting his grandfather's back in comfort. Grandfather, rest assured, I will avenge Tinggu in the future. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. You must not act out of impulse. You are my only grandson. Meng Zhe jested. What era is this? How can you still favor males over females? After consuming the spirit apricot, Yunjia's health has already recovered. The elder rolled his eyes. The matter of family continuation is one you both cannot escape. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Yi Fan about suitable young talents willing to marry into the Meng family. Meng Zhe's lips twitched. As long as they are descendants of the Meng family, does it not suffice? Why must it be a marriage into the family? That won't do. The Meng family is dwindling. The children must carry the Meng surname. Otherwise, I shall never agree. Meng was momentarily speechless. Fine, as long as you're happy. Our Meng family, with such a grand heritage, indeed needs to replenish its population. At that moment, the inner Azure Dragon suddenly spoke. Young man, give the remaining spirit apricot to your grandfather. I shall impart to you the transformation dragon technique, which will enable him to break through his shackles within a year. Meng Zhe was overjoyed upon hearing this. He promptly took out the spirit apricot and handed it to the elder. Grandfather, the ancestor Azure Dragon said that you overexerted yourself in your youth, depleting considerable vital energy. This spirit ginkgo can aid in your restoration, and, combined with this technique, the Dragon Transformation Sutra, which can enhance the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, it will enable you to take that remaining half-step within a year. The old man was momentarily taken aback, a look of delight flickering across his face, but soon he donned a serious expression. No, you should keep the spirit ginkgo for your own use in case of future need. I've already gained some insights. Taking this half-step is imminent, and I have no need for this spirit ginkgo. Moreover, with my current strength, even if I were to leave that half-step behind, I would still be capable of contending with the outer deities. Observing the old man's resolute refusal, Meng Zhe felt a surge of emotion within him. How could he not comprehend his grandfather's intentions? He clearly wished for Meng Zhe to retain the spirit ginkgo, so that in the face of any future peril, he would possess an additional safeguard. As for the claim of taking that half-step being imminent, it was nothing more than earnest nonsense. If it were truly imminent, he would have taken that step more than a decade ago. Why wait until now? Is it a genuine aversion to taking a full step? Or perhaps a concern that such a leap might lead to unforeseen consequences. Or could it be that he is sentimentally attached, reluctant to part from that half-step elderly circle? Ancestors of the Azure Dragon, how might I acquire more spirit ginkgo? Given the grade of that postnatal ginkgo tree, it would naturally take about 50 years to yield a single spirit ginkgo. 50 years? Is there no quicker method? By providing a wisp of transformed essence from the Chuan realm, 3 spirit ginkgo can be produced after 1 year. 1 year? That is somewhat acceptable. If 10 wisps of Chuan essence are provided, 3 can be induced within half a day. Meng Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instantly, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 19. This is my destiny. Meng Zhe took a deep breath. Grandfather, I have a way to acquire more spiritual ginkgo nuts. The old man widened his eyes in surprise. What? Are you serious? Why would I deceive you? After a moment of contemplation, the old man furrowed his brow. 30 strands of river realm essence can catalyze 3 spiritual ginkgo nuts in a single day. Meng Zhe nodded unflinchingly. Indeed, if it were 3 strands of river realm essence, it would require a year. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, I will have your third uncle bring people over immediately to transplant that 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree to Yunlong Manor overnight. A few days later, I will inform you, Fan. If he comes to verify with you, you should triple the number of essences you disclose to him. After all, it is a divine object capable of restoring its origin, and thus not easily obtained. And remember, you must attribute the ability to refine and transform the essence to the assistance of the Azure Dragon God. It is truly a legacy of our lineage. The old man and his grandson shared a remarkably astute scheme. Azure Dragon, I told you, you are too conservative. Together, you and your grandfather barely reached tenfold. In my days at the Heavenly Court, it was often dozens, if not hundreds of times more. Meng Zhe tentatively inquired, Grandfather, is tripling the amount too excessive? Perhaps we should only double it? The old man rolled his eyes. Do you think those lethargic old fossils would allow such resources to flow into the Night Watchers? We should take this opportunity to deal them a heavy blow and then provide a special batch to the 3 elite teams for free. Meng Zhe was taken aback. Indeed, if they could leak the identity of our representative deity of the Great Xia, what else would they not dare to do? No wonder Grandfather wanted to transplant the tree at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, Grandfather, those 2 iron trees at the entrance of Hong Romantic, should you have third uncle bring them back as well? The old man was slightly taken aback. Those 2 iron trees are also a millennium-old spiritual plant? No. I saw those iron trees were astonishingly strong, so I imparted the dragon dance spear technique to them. Can iron trees really practice spear techniques? Is that even possible? And is astonishingly strong used in this context? Meng Chong Kong felt a bit overwhelmed, as if his CPU were overheating. I will go to Huaihai No, one high school, tomorrow, and demolish those 4 characters educating and nurturing at the entrance. The old man took several deep breaths, finally regaining his composure. The world is vast, filled with wonders. An iron tree capable of practicing the dragon dance spear technique, it seems our Meng family has a connection to it. What kind of place is Hong Romantic? That name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, the old man realized something and immediately erupted in anger. How dare you, at such a young age, frequent such places? Given our family's constitution, while we need not fear diseases, if our bloodline were to spill, how would I explain it to our ancestors? Meng Zhe hastily attempted to deflect the situation. But you often visit Dreamlawn residents on our neighboring street. I'm merely following in your footsteps. How audacious! You insolent wretch dare to accuse me. This year, I have not set foot in Dreamland. On the other end of the line, Meng Tinga listened to the mutual barbs exchanged between the grandfather and grandson. Feeling an immediate sense of awkwardness, so profound it was as if his toes were digging into the ground. Let all perish. Days later, Meng Zhe observed Lin Xia, burdened with various packages, and suggested with feigned benevolence, Captain Chun, the train journey takes a full day and night. Why not let Xia accompany us on a flight to Beijing the day after tomorrow? The tickets will be covered by Team 007. Chen Mai's lips twitched as he promptly pulled Xia behind him. No need. Xia is part of our Team 136. There is no need for Team 007 to incur any expenses. Meng Zhe, suppressing his laughter, replied, Well then, you should depart and return early. Lin Chia, bewildered by the exchange, said earnestly, All right, Zege, I shall head to Beijing in advance to await your arrival. Meng Zhe coughed lightly and nodded, unable to restrain the tremors in his shoulders. Once Team 136 had departed, Yu Yao playfully patted him on the back. You are quite the scoundrel. Fully aware that this year's training camp has been relocated to Tsangnan, yet you deliberately concealed it from them. Who told them to make me hide and seek for so long? Wow, you really hold a grudge. Indeed, so you must tread carefully while following me. You rogue. Who wants to follow you? Only sans mon folie. I should be beneath the car, not inside it, witnessing how, Wu Hai suddenly shoved a piece of pig's trotters into his mouth. Why did you ambush me out of nowhere? Your mouth was too idle. Have you altered the recipe? This pig's trotters taste different from usual. Not all. The one in your mouth seems to be from last week. You glutton. I shall fight you. Meng Zhe struck each of the three with the dragon pattern jade slip. I see you all are too idle. This is a treasured martial art from the Meng family, bestowed upon you by the old master. The three yellow-grade martial arts, cloud-dispelling palm, flowing rock-shattering fist, and foundation of mental energy training, appeared in their minds. The trio was momentarily stunned, then looked at Meng Zhe with grateful expressions. Boss, from this day forth, the three of us shall be your loyal subordinates. Meng Zhe smiled faintly. Ever since the old master disclosed the spirit apricot, the higher-ups of the Night Watch had been thrown into a frenzy, rushing to Yunlong Villa, delivering mysterious treasures from Hongying. The originally low-grade ginkgo tree was abruptly elevated to mid-grade by the infusion of hundreds of Hongying essence strands. The entire Yunlong Villa was enveloped in a thin mist of spiritual energy. Even the two iron trees beside the ginkgo were successfully transformed by Meng Zhe into low-grade spiritual plants. Although the fruits they bore could only alleviate rheumatism, it was entirely reasonable for the esteemed Meng family to nurture 2 pots of Hongying spiritual plants to adorn their entrance, was it not? Due to the overwhelming quantity of the mysterious items, all 108 jade slips on the dragon pattern jade slip were illuminated with a faint glow. Meng Zhe categorized the martial arts according to the principles of heaven and earth, corresponding to the essences of Klein, Wuyang, Haijing, and Hongjing. Among the mysterious items delivered by the Night Watch higher-ups, there were also several essences from Haijing. He originally intended to exchange for a profound-level cultivation technique, but was halted by the Azure Dragon. Cultivation techniques and manuals are not necessarily superior simply because they are of a higher grade. Those that can be deduced by the Dragon Pattern Jade Tablet are tailor masterpieces crafted specifically for you. The Azure Dragon suggested, I recommend that you wait until reaching the River Realm before pursuing the profound-level techniques, and so forth. Within you flows a drop of my essence blood, which will enhance your physical strength in accordance with your growing prowess. What you currently lack is mastery over plants. Thus, following the Azure Dragon's counsel, in addition to the Heavenly Scale Spear technique, he also deduced the Kanglan Formulan Sun-Chasing Arrow technique for himself. This should suffice for a year of intensive training. Yu Yao pouted, leaping in front of Meng Zhe and pointing to her forehead. I want it too. Seeing her adorable expression, Meng Zhe cupped her face and planted a kiss on her cheek. But you already have the 9-fold Thunderblade, don't you? I don't care. I am your wife, and you must give me more than anyone else. Meng Zhe affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I shall grant your wish. He then gently tapped her forehead with the Dragon Pattern Jade Tablet. Upon sensing the emergence of 3,000 thunder movements in her mind, Yu Yao beamed with satisfaction. Wrapping her arms around Meng Zhe's neck, she planted a sweet kiss on him, then playfully hung on to him, secretly feeling triumphant. Yang Hongying, while Aze only bestowed upon you the drifting dragon spear technique, he has granted me the 9-fold thunder blade in 3,000 thunder movements. Indeed, Aze loves me more. Mengsha, oblivious to the girl's subtle thoughts, simply embraced his delighted wife and shared in her joy. Chapter 20. The collapsed instructors as Lin Chia descended from the van, burdened with numerous bags. Meng Zhe approached him with a sense of thoughtfulness to lend a hand. You returned quite swiftly. Was the station crowded today? The members of Team 136 froze at his words. Hongying, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you curious as to why Chia has returned with us?" Meng zehendet bikes suitcase to Hongliya. With the new recruits camp relocated at Songnan, where else could he possibly go? Hongying was momentarily taken aback. How do you know that the recruit camp has moved at Songnan? Did someone notify you just now? Xiaonan's lips twitched. It's over. Sister Hongying is utterly beyond saving. Whenever she encountered Meng Zhe, her intellect seemed to falter. Sister Hongying, he must have known well in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us to leave early. Hongying stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. If you knew all along, why did you not inform us? Meng Shi shrugged. The information regarding the temporary relocation of the recruit camp is classified. Then how did you come by this knowledge? Commander Yu was at my home one day and, quite inebriated, inadvertently let it slip. Oh, I see now. Nearby, Xiaonan covering her face. Couldn't help but interject, Sister Hongying. The pinnacle of humanity cannot be intoxicated. Huh? Then, should I wore a look of diplomat? Meng Xiao, given our close relationship, even if you cannot disclose it beforehand, you could at least drop a hint. Meng Zhe feigned a look of grievance. I had been suggesting that Chia fly with us to the capital the day after tomorrow, but you refused. Shamai retorted, had you not emphasized that Team 007 would assist Chia in purchasing tickets, do you think I would have declined? Observing his captain's vexation, Lao Zhao stepped forward to offer comfort. Oh, it's merely a ticket, in addition to a plethora of items. You won quite a bit of money recently. Why fret over this? Shamai shot back, do not think that just because you have awakened, Ming Sheng Shan you, I cannot handle you. That evening, in the outskirts of Tsangnan, within a hastily erected camp, the military-clad Yuan gang examined the newcomer files in his hands, displaying a grimace of discomfort. No wonder that fellow Xiaopingge has been looking at me with pity lately. He seems utterly clueless about this year's recruits. Damn it, what a bizarre lineup we have this year. Being the chief instructor this year is no easy task. It seems all manner of peculiar characters have converged here. Beside him, Instructor Hong observed his superior's anxious demeanor with curiosity. Chief, how many batches of recruits have you overseen? Surely, there can't be a formation you have never encountered? Yuan Gang tossed the documents onto the table, irritably leaning back in his chair. You all take a look. I need a moment of peace. A bold instructor nearby dared to seize the documents, only to erupt with a series of exclamations. What the hell? This scene prompted the surrounding instructors to exchange bewildered glances. The entire office began to witness the phenomenon of human transmission. The young master of the Bailey Group? What on earth? Is it truly the Bailey Group, renowned as the Museum of Forbidden Objects? Indeed, it is the second largest sponsor of our Night Watchman, the Bailey family, Bailey Group. What in the world? Why is this lad, who seemingly enjoys a comfortable life, venturing into our rookie camp? Is he here to experience life? Yuan Gang, holding his forehead, wore an expression of utter despair. Not only that young master, but also the princess of the Bailey Group has been sent in by Bailey Exen. What on earth? Is the Bailey family treating our rookie camp as a nursery? Isn't this bullying the honest folk? I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. The two from the Bailey family are not even the most astounding. Turn the page. Hiss. A divine agent? Or rather, the divine agent of Michael? Is it that divine being designated as 003, the king of angels, Michael? Yuongong sighed heavily. Yes, it is indeed the Michael you are familiar with. With the two little ancestors of the Bailey family, coupled with the divine agent of Michael, this year's rookies are bound to face considerable challenges. Yuan Gang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Heh, this is merely the beginning. Continue to turn the page. There are even more thrilling revelations ahead. Instructor Hong hesitated for a moment, then snatched the documents from his colleagues' hands. Look at your timid faces. I have trained divine agents before. The one from the mass team is a rookie I have mentored. Oh, another divine agent. No wonder they can rank ahead of the Michael agent. What in the world? A Chinese divine being? The Azure Dragon. Am I still dreaming? Has a divine being manifested in our great Xia? Yuan Gong snorted disdainfully. A month ago, a divine dragon appeared over the Huaihai region. Did none of you hear about it? The relatively younger instructor Han spoke up. I heard that at that time, Both Songnan and Huaihai experienced astonishing phenomena. These two divine agents must be involved. Instructor Hong, feigning calmness, continued to peruse the documents. The Great Xia Divine Agent. This is a unique opportunity. Let me see what the name is. Mengsha. That is a fine name. But why does it sound so familiar? The surname. Meng? Azure Dragon Agent. Dragon? Suddenly, Instructor Hong seemed to realize something, his head stiffly turning towards Yuan Gang. Chief, this. Meng Zhe. Could it be? Yuan Gang closed his eyes and vigorously nodded. Yes, he is indeed the last remaining descendant of the late Minister Meng. Upon seeing Yuan Gang's affirmation, the office fell into a profound silence. After about several seconds, a stern instructor approached Yuan Gang. Report, Chief. Startled, Yuan Gang replied, Speak your mind. Chief, I just remembered my old sow is about to give birth, and my mother asked me to return home to take care of it. The corners of Yuan Gang's eyes twitched as he struggled to suppress the urge to scold, delivering a kick to the fool. Just then, a voice called out, Report. Report. Chief, my third aunt has recently entered confinement, and my third uncle has passed away. My grandfather is unable to manage alone, so I must return home. Attention, Commander, my family. Yuan Gang forcefully overturned the desk in front of him, glaring at everyone with an imposing presence. Most of you have followed me, Yuan Gang, through several cohorts of new recruits. Why is it that this time, each of you has chosen cower? Instructor Hong wore a complex expression. Commander, I fear no one else, but Meng Zhe is the darling of the old minister. In the past, when that boy scraped his knee at school, the old minister nearly ruined Captain Guanxing of Team 007. If anything were to happen to Meng Zhe under our watch, the old minister would surely dismantle us. The other instructors nodded in agreement. Only the newly joined Instructor Han looked on in confusion at the assembled group. Yuan Gang took a deep breath and scanned the room with a serious gaze. Regardless of who they are, once they enter this new recruit camp, they're my soldiers. You must treat them all equally. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. Observing the rekindled spirit among the instructors, Yuan Gang displayed a satisfied expression. Let us continue. The instructors righted the desk and resumed examining the new recruit files. There are 5 high-risk forbidden zones. 2 of them are among the top 50 most dangerous. The successor of the 8 diagrams of Upper Capital, the heir of the Qijia blade from Hedong, the descendant of the Mo family spear from Hebei, the young master of the Hongmen in East China, the little saint monk from Jingguang Temple, the minor celestial master from Laojun Mountain, and active special forces. The instructors exchanged glances, their hard-earned mental defenses crumbling once more. This cohort of instructors belongs to a high-risk profession. Why don't we all just return to our classes instead? Yuan Gang abruptly stood up and once again sent the desk flying. What? Have you forgotten what I just said so quickly? Commander, we will treat everyone equally. Excellent. Now, all of you return and prepare. Chapter 21. Dragon Spittle, My Own Saliva. After the departure of the instructors, the once formidable Yuan Gang now appeared utterly devoid of authority. He languidly leaned against the doorframe, collapsing onto the ground in a state of despondency. Unlike the hearsay of other instructors, Yuan Gang had directly served under the venerable old Master Meng. He had personally experienced the old man's tempestuous temper and formidable prowess, especially during the old man's legendary battle, where he transformed into a dragon man, piercing through the demon king of the Klein realm with a single thrust and tearing apart a formidable demon of the limitless realm with his bare hands. His dragon roar-shattering countless sea realm demon generals. At that time, Yuan Gang had only just joined the Night Watchers, utterly unaccustomed to such grand spectacles. Even now, as a mere pinnacle of the sea realm, he dared not provoke the old man's dragon whiskers. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuan Gang, and he promptly called Yi Fan. Commander Yi, Xiaoping Ji's wife is expecting their second child and has no one to care for her. He must ensure the safety of the capital and is exceedingly busy. I hereby apply to take care of his wife during her confinement. This outrageous proclamation nearly incapacitated Yi Fan's CPU. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. I understand your concerns. Proceed boldly as usual without any reservations. You must trust in old Master Meng's integrity and awareness. Meanwhile, Meng Zhe and his group of 6 had arrived at the outskirts of Songnan. Hongying gazed at Meng Zhe, hesitating to speak. Observing this, Ji Weiyao took Meng Zhe's arm reassuringly. Do not worry, Hongying. Aze, and I will take good care of Chia. The disrupted rhythm left Hongying momentarily at a loss for words. No, I actually meant to say, no, then I entrust Chia to you. Watching her friend's flustered demeanor, Xiaonan felt a pang of disappointment. That's good. Actually, Hongying, Jia wanted to ask you about the body tempering ointment. Prompted by Xiaonan's hint, Hongying quickly continued. Yes, the body tempering ointment you gave me was remarkably effective. I would like to inquire where it can be purchased. The body tempering ointment was a closely guarded secret of ancient martial families. Who would sell it? Meng Zhe observed Hongying's evasive demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The secret concoction from the Meng family was infused with the mysterious marrow of the Sea Realm, along with dragon spittle. Saying this, he produced 2 jars of the ointment and tossed them to Hongying. Old Zhao, curious, inquired, dragon spittle? Is it the kind derived from the body of a sperm whale? Meng Zhe replied with a playful smile. Not quite, it's actually my saliva from when I was a child. Hongying stared at the body tempering ointment in her hand. Her face suddenly flushed. Saliva. His saliva was in this. Does that mean that every time I apply the ointment, I am? Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling utterly flustered. Observing her friend's embarrassing predicament, Xiaonan shot a frantic glance at old Zhao. Hurry up and drive. If we don't leave soon, Hongying Jia will become utterly flustered. Old Zhao understood the unspoken cue, revving the engine and executing a graceful drift, leaving behind a trail of exhaust for the onlookers. Take care. I'll be heading back now. Lin Xie glanced at the receding taillights and then at Meng Zhe, shaking his head inwardly. Sister Hongying seems to be utterly captivated by Meng Zhe. Ji Weiyao let out a soft huff, giving Meng Zhe a playful pinch at his side. You even prepared a parting gift for him? I never noticed you were so proactive before. The group simultaneously gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Monks, why does the sun appear so round tonight? Xie, look, it seems like a ship is flying over there. Lin Xie pointed toward the thicket nearby. Zege, it feels like we're being watched. Meng Zhe was momentarily taken aback, swiftly establishing a connection with the surrounding vegetation. It wasn't merely being watched. Rather, we are surrounded. Everyone, since you have arrived, there is no need to hide. After Meng Zhe's loud proclamation, an array of fully armed soldiers surged forth. Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour? Do you expect us to believe you are here for camping? The leading officer glared, raising his rifle. Who goes camping in such a desolate place at night? Speak honestly. What are you really doing here? Yueyao couldn't help but poke Meng Zhe's head. You, what time is it? And you're still fooling around. My apologies, officer. We are the new recruits participating in this special training. Seeing the youthfulness of the group, the officer gestured for the soldiers to lower their weapons. New recruits? Where are your credentials? The group randomly fished out their identification from their pockets. The officer took Lin Xie's credential and couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Are you the agent Lin Xie of Michaela? Lin Xie nodded silently. The officer scrutinized him for a moment. This lad is indeed the fortunate one chosen by the Angel King Michaela. He certainly appears friendlier than the others. You were just notified today. How did you arrive so quickly? We're locals, and since we had nothing to do at home, we thought it best to come early and acclimatize. The officer regarded the grinning Meng Zhe with a silent label of troublemaker. With a serious demeanor, he snatched Meng Zhe's credentials and warned sternly, once you enter here, you are a soldier. Do not think that your connection with the Michaela agent grants you the liberty to, as he spoke. Upon seeing the name Meng Zhe on the credential, his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy cow, you are Meng Zhe? Ahem. Well, welcome to the recruit camp. My earlier tone may have been too loud. Please do not take offense. The officer's demeanor instantly softened. He desperately memorized the appearance of the young man before him, quickly revising the troublemaker label in his mind to national treasure. Noticing the strange expression directed at him, Meng Zhe curiously inquired, What is the matter? Is there something wrong with my credentials? The officer cleared his throat and endeavored to speak in the gentlest tone possible. No, my credentials are in order. It is my first encounter with a living agent of the Daxia deities, and I cannot help but gaze a moment longer. Mengze inquired with curiosity. Oh, have you ever seen the deceased? The instructor's lips twitched, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Hee, this young comrade is quite the joker. However, such remarks are not to be taken lightly. He hastily returned the credentials, fearing that this esteemed individual might utter some reckless words. In an attempt to regain his composure, the instructor shifted his gaze to the eldest among the 6, Honglai. All the new recruits were around 20 years old. How could there be someone in their 30s? This individual might pose a problem. Where are your credentials? Show them to me. Honglai, 17 years old. The instructor's lips twitched again. This young master of the Hong sect certainly seemed to be in a great hurry. After swiftly examining the credentials of the group, he directed the young officer Han to escort them to the new recruits' dormitory. Meanwhile, he mounted his mountain bike and hurried to relay the news of their arrival to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. At that moment, Yuan Gang was still receiving ideological guidance from Yi Fan when he suddenly heard a loud bang. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and reprimanded. How old are you? Why are you being so reckless? As instructors, shouldn't we know to knock first? The instructor, panting heavily while gripping the doorknob, exclaimed, Chief, Mengze has arrived. Yuan Gong, intending to continue his scolding, was taken aback. He then heard Yi Fan's encouraging voice over the phone. Yuan Gang, I leave these individuals in your capable hands. Do well. When Xiaopinga is promoted to minister next year, you will be the leader of Team 006. Yuan Gang paused for a moment. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill this mission. Wait, hold on. ISNT, the position of team leader in the capital reserved solely for Klein S. Night Watchman? Chapter 22. Tonight, where JK to my dormitory instructor Han guided several individuals on a tour of the camp, distributing essential supplies to each. As they proceeded further, they arrived at the dormitory area. The larger building to the left is the boys' dormitory, while the pink one on the right is designated for girls. Wu Hai gazed at the dormitories before joining his palms in gratitude towards Instructor Han. Ba, I appreciate your efforts in showing us around. But there is one matter I find perplexing. In this modern era of gender equality, why are the dormitories situated so far from the dining hall? Instruktoren förklädd lightly. My role is to guide you through the camp. As for the reason the boys' dormitory is larger than the girls', is simply due to the greater number of boys. Wait. Are you inquiring about the dormitories or the dining hall? Wang Junxian looked exasperated. The distance from the dormitory to the dining hall is to prevent you, a monk, from sneaking in for late-night snacks. Wu Hai glanced regretfully towards the dining hall and pulled out a pig's trotter, munching quietly. Instructor Han appeared somewhat helpless. Lin Xie, unable to contain himself, interjected to ease the tension. Since we are here, let us return to the dormitory and settle in. Instructor Hanudid vigorously, indeed. You arrived early and thus hold the privilege of choosing your dormitory. Each room accommodates 2 beds, and you may allocate yourselves as you wish. Honglai draped an arm over Lin Xie's shoulder. If we share a room, it should certainly offer a pleasant environment. I'll room with Xie, the leader with his wife, and the monk with the Taoist. Instructor Han nodded. It seems you share a close bond. With 6 of you, 3 rooms will suffice. Suddenly, he realized something and hastily waved his hands. No. Boys and girls cannot share rooms. Mengze displayed a look of disappointment. Instructor Han, you just said we could allocate freely. What has changed? Honglai echoed, exactly. How can such a prominent instructor go back on his word? Ji Weiyao shot them both an irritated glance, too weary to argue. Instructor Han's expression turned slightly flustered. When I said free allocation, I meant you can select your dormitory. However, boys must choose from the boys' dormitory, and girls from the girls. Lin Xie couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Instructor Han. To endure the whims of these individuals as their instructor truly is a challenge. Wu Hai clasped his hands together. Ba, in that case, I shall select the first room on the ground floor, where the morning sunlight will grace me. Wang Junxian scoffed disdainfully. Are you certain it's not because that room is closest to the dining hall? The Taoist will choose the last room on the 5th floor. I foresee that it possesses the best feng shui. Meng Zhe looked towards Chia and Honglai. How about we each choose separate rooms and see what roommates we can find? Honglai shook the dice in his hand. That is a good idea. I wager my roommate will not be as robust as I am. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Who could possibly rival your strength? Meng Zhe suddenly had a thought. I bet that Seven Knights' roommate would be a portly fellow. I wager that Seven Knights' roommate is bald. I predict that Seven Knights' roommate has pockmarked skin. Seven Knights sighed. He chuckled. Well, as long as they're a person. Yuan Gang set down his binoculars and sighed silently. Instructor Han, being young, tends to panic in critical situations. He needs more opportunities to hone his skills. Hong Hao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The commander speaks wisely. The following day, before dawn, they began their morning exercises. Meng Zhe wielded a long spear, thrusting it forth like a stream of blue koi. Honglai channeled his energy through his palms, creating gusts of wind. Yu Yao's swordplay was light and graceful, drawing forth flashes of lightning. Wu Hai held a tiger claw in his right hand and a pig's trotter in his left, his seemingly slow movements producing sonic booms. Yun Xian set Godslaying, surrounded by hundreds of steel needles. Seven Knight exerted himself to swing his weapon 1,000 times, suddenly feeling somewhat out of place. Watching his diligent companions, he displayed an envious expression. Alas, you all practice so impressively, it makes me seem rather foolish. It wasn't only Lin, Seven Knight. Even the instructors were left speechless. This truly embodies the family's heritage, indeed terrifying. Seven Knight's demeanor and movements were naturally noted by Meng Zhe. During breakfast, Seven Knight gazed at Meng Zhe, who was sipping porridge across from him, hesitating several times to speak. The others could certainly guess Seven Knight's thoughts, yet they all looked to Meng Zhe for guidance. As he remained silent, they feigned ignorance. Ultimately, as everyone exited the dining hall, Seven Knight finally mustered the courage to speak. Zhang, I know my request may be a bit excessive, but I still wish to ask you to teach me how to become stronger. Meng Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile. Brother, I have been waiting for you to say that. This is a rookie camp. Why do you come to me instead of seeking out an instructor? The words of Li Yifei echoed in Seven Knight's ears. Seven Knight, you are the agent of the divine, destined to become the target of the ancient god cult. If you wish to protect yourself and your family, you must grow stronger, as powerful as a monster. And ordinary people cannot teach you how to become a monster. Taking a deep breath, he continued, though those instructors are strong, I know they cannot compare to you. You easily defeated Chuan Jing upon your awakening. Your participation in this rookie training is merely to fulfill the necessary steps of joining the Night Watch. At this point, Seven Knight paused, then fixed his determined gaze upon Meng Zhe. The instructors can only teach me how to be a qualified Night Watchman, but I want to be a monster like you. Meng Zhe glanced at the instructors who were discreetly observing. His expression suggested approval. It seems you have attained a certain level of understanding. What would you like to learn? I wish to learn sword techniques. Team leader Chun said, I am suited for dual-wielding swords. Meng Zhe mused, but I specialize in firearms. I'm not particularly skilled in swordplay. Seven Knight glanced at the others. In my usual practice, I engage with everyone. Yet today, as training was distinctly different from the past. I find it hard to believe that a basic training camp could encompass such profound concepts. Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're quite the observant one, young lad. He remarked, I implore you, Zhe Gu, to enlighten me. I yearn to grow stronger swiftly. Meng Zhe patted Qi Yi on the shoulder. The duality of the double-handed blade emphasizes the balance of rigidity and flexibility. The righteous blade claims lives, while the reverse blade soothes souls. How about I impart to you the layered wave blade technique? Upon hearing these words, Qi Yi felt an inexplicable sense of understanding. He murmured, the righteous blade claims lives. The reverse blade soothes souls. Zego, I believe I'm beginning to grasp it. Meng Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth. You understand? What exactly do you comprehend? What nonsense is this? I was merely boasting, and you suddenly have an epiphany? Truly, the chosen ones of the realms are the most insufferable. He then asked with a hint of irritation, so, will you learn the layered wave blade technique or not? Yes. Good. Then tonight, come to my room dressed in your JK uniform. Lin Jiye. LOL. Half an hour later, under Yu Yao's rational persuasion, Qi Yi successfully acquired the training method for the layered wave blade technique. Meanwhile, Meng, in a bid to safeguard his third leg, decisively contributed Sister Cannon's ultimate technique. Electromagnetic Cannon. The gazes of Honglai and others towards Meng were tinged with a hint of wariness. Meng Zhe scoffed. Humph, you know nothing of Qi Ye's cross-dressing. Even if you donned women's attire, I wouldn't spare you a second glance. Ji Yu Yao proclaimed, with a might of thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. Observing the playful banter among the group, Yuan Gang wore a long-forgotten smile. Ultimately, they're just a bunch of children. Yuan Gang, you can do this. With that thought, he stretched his neck and turned to a nearby sandbag emblazoned with Xiao Ping Ji's visage, energetically delivering a series of military punches. Feeling invigorated, he exited the office. Hong Hao, send me 5 more sandbags. Chapter 23. 7 Nights, Do You Want a Wife? Early the next morning, a cacophony of wails erupted from the boys' dormitory. Who are you? Why are you in my bed? The commotion roused everyone from their slumber. Among the first to arrive were Meng Zhe and Qi Yi from the same floor. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Hong Lai, curled up in a corner with a blanket, his expression a portrait of terror as he gazed at the hulking figure standing beside the bed. Meng Zhe paused for a brief moment. Is this really Hong Lai's roommate? He appears to be an exaggerated version of Hong Lai. What on earth has he been consuming? 2 pounds of protein powder with every meal? Coughing lightly, he remarked, a lie. I'm not criticizing you. But Haven Tea, you always yearned for a peer stronger than yourself? Now that you've encountered one, why do you seem displeased? On lui ressemblait à ronge du bride. Who in their right mind would climb into my bed in the middle of the night? Had I not awakened early, I dread to think what might have transpired. Sobi. The large man wore an awkward expression. Please do not misunderstand. I returned late last night, and didn't receive a blanket for my bed. So I merely rested on yours for a moment. I swear by all that is sacred, I did not touch you. Suddenly, a thunderous storm approached. The furious Yu Yao arrived with the force of 3,000 thunderclaps, seizing Qi Yi and turning him over for inspection. Jie, has that beast Meng Zhe laid a hand on you? Fear not. I shall seek justice on your behalf. Prepare to face the consequences, Meng Zhe. Qi Yi twitched at the corner of his mouth and pointed toward the room. Sister Yao, please calm down. I am fine. The one in trouble is Alai. Yu Yao looked at Meng Zhe incredulously. You are truly ravenous. Able to consume anything now. Alai has been your close friend since childhood. How could you stoop so low? If you can't contain yourself any longer, you can confide in me. We could discuss it. Meng Zhe's expression fell. Enough. Please stop fabricating stories and take a look inside the room. Yu Yao eyed the interior suspiciously. Oh my. There they beheld Hong Lai, tearful and desperately cocooning himself in the blanket, questioning Shimin Shui phone with a face full of fear. Then why was I in your arms when I woke up? Whoa, waking up in your arms? Is this how wild things have become in the boys' dormitory? Shimin Shui phone blinked, slightly taken aback. I might have mistaken you for my Tibers. At that moment, Yu Yao suddenly felt a darkness envelop her, a shadow looming over her. The group turned to see a female version of a large man, sporting twin ponytails, standing behind her. Then, to the horror of all present, the girl spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. Brother, I took your Tibers last night. The tardy Wu Hai and Jun Xian were instantly petrified. Alas, I must still be dreaming. This must be a delirium. As they gazed at the ponytailed giantess pulling out a metallic bear larger than Qi Yi, the group found themselves rendered speechless. Who am I? Where am I? They were not the only ones left in disbelief. In the distance, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao, peering through a telescope, were equally astonished. This batch of recruits truly possesses exceptional talent. Shimin Shui Feng glanced at the Tibers in his sister's hand, casting an apologetic look towards Hong Lai. It turned out that the Tibers had been taken by Xiao Shui. Sigh, since the deed has been done. I shall take full responsibility. Hong Lai's face turned pale with fear. Hey, don't say such things. Who said you had to take responsibility? Meng Zhe cleared his throat twice. Well, since it has come to this, let us confront reality. Everyone should head to training. Yeah. Could you assist Hong Lai in purchasing some comforting trousers? After all, it is his first time. Yu Yao cast a sympathetic glance at Honglai. Sigh Honglai, don't move around too much. I will fetch you some medicine, and later, let Meng Zhe help you apply it. Meng Zhe froze, taken aback. No, I. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qi swiftly grabbed the monk, and the Taoist fled. I believe I have grasped the essence of the turbulent wave slash. I would appreciate your assistance in testing it. Honglai, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Sister Yu Yao, I am perfectly fine. My clothes are still on. Huh? You didn't take off your clothes? That seems rather harsh. Meng Zhe gently patted Yu Yao's little head, urging, let us go. It's time to cultivate. Huh? Aren't we buying comforting trousers for Honglai? I was joking. Are you truly going to buy them for him? After a moment, two robust figures appeared on the playground. Shimin Shui Feng effortlessly slung the solid tibers over his shoulder. Hello, everyone. I am Shimin Shui Feng. And this is my sister, Shimin Shui Hua. We have come from the capital. Shimin Shui Hua carried two massive meteor hammers. Her face filled with apologies as she looked at the group. My apologies. My brother can be rather clumsy and has caused you trouble. The group blinked in disbelief, attempting to overlook the unusual physique of the newcomers. Such a sweet voice must belong to an adorable little girl. Surely, something is amiss with my vision. Suddenly, Honglai felt a jolt, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, Shimin Shui Feng? Shimin Shui Hua? They are from the capital. Could they possibly be from the Shimin family, renowned for their expertise in Baguazhang? The two siblings nodded. Yes, have you heard of us? Meng Zhe and the others seemed to grasp the situation simultaneously, transforming into the visage of astonished elders. Honglai's vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, Xiaohua. She's actually Xiaohua. Cough, cough. Qi curiously asked, Zege, do you know them? Meng Zhe cast a sympathetic glance at the despairing Hong lie sprawled on the ground. Yes, indeed, we played together in our childhood. Back then, Honglai vowed to marry Xiaohua when they grew up. Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. So, they're childhood sweethearts? You could say that. Shimin Shui Hua also appeared taken aback. You're Honglai, right? Honglai, it's me, Xiaohua. Don't you remember me? Honglai lay sprawled on the ground, trembling as he raised his hand. Please, don't come any closer. Jun Xian, seemingly from nowhere, produced a pipa and played a hauntingly melancholic melody. Each vibrant note rippled through the heart like gentle waves of azure. Wu Hai adjusted his ragged robe and cleared his throat, then broke into a smile reminiscent of a doting ant. From Dear Sounds In, we'll sing now again, Ba. Lie, red, pick up the garment buried in the dust. Jun Xian took a deep breath. His eyes filled with sorrow as he passionately responded. Hey, always. The gaze changed as Qi Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. The one true love? Or is it the Cantonese version? Wu Hai approached slowly, placing his left hand gently on the pipa while gesturing to Jun Xian with his right hand. Listen, my dear, the notes flow. 8,000 twists together. Floating ceased suddenly. Honglai sprang up as if resurrected, executing a move called flowing water and flowing clouds with both hands, sending the two onlookers, along with the pipa, flying through the air. Sing, sing, sing. What on earth are you singing about? One monk, one Taoist, always neglecting their duties. Sing, sing, sing. Are you two planning to debut as a band? What a disgrace. Yu Yao pressed her lips together, contemplating seriously. If they were to debut with such an image, it would indeed be quite irresponsible towards the audience. Qi interjected, Sister, is that really the main point? They are about to fly out of the training camp. Hey, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao adjusted their binoculars, following the trajectory of the two. Commander, should we send someone to rescue them? Yuan Gang chuckled and shook his head. They can manage on their own. Trust me, given their resilience, they won't be harmed. Listening to the two cry out for help in midair, the kind-hearted Meng could only sigh in resignation, casually conjuring a vine net in the air. Wang Junxian used his telekinetic powers to create a cushioning parachute, safely landing within the net. Few save weight. Where's my pipa? That scoundrel Honglai, you owe me my pipa. How can I live without it? Unfortunately, Wu Hai was not as fortunate. After transforming into a little golden man, the increased weight altered his trajectory from a graceful arc to a direct vertical drop, perfectly missing the net and crashing into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. Shimin Xiao Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Honglai. Wow, brother Honglai is amazing. Only Pokemid. If I have committed a crime, let the law punish me. Shimin Shui, foam, suddenly clenched his fist. Xiaohua, I just remembered an ancient family secret of the Shimin clan that has been lost for ages. What secret technique? The flying man from the sky. Mengze twitched his mouth. Hey, this clearly does not sound like a legitimate technique. Cough, cough. Chue foam, Xiaohua, this is Mengze. Shimin Chue Hua exclaimed. Oh, brother Mengze, it's been 10 years. How have you become so thin? Mengze nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What normal person would grow like you two siblings? Cough, cough, cough. I recall that you have a younger brother named Shimin Chue Shui, correct? Shimin Chue foam scratched his head. Brother? Mengze, are you mistaken? Shimin Chue Shui is my sister. Shimin Chue Hua, with a serious expression, added, Shimin Chue Shui is my second sister, and we have a younger sister named Shimin Chue Yu. Mengze could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Good heavens! What a remarkable wind, flower, snow, and moon. How is it that your Shimin family possesses 4 such gems? What sins did your family commit in the last life to deserve such misfortune? Suddenly, an idea struck Mengze. He swiftly wrapped his arm around Qi. Jie, do you desire a wife? Qi instantly discerned his intentions and began to struggle vigorously. Shekha, my humble family cannot dare to covet the esteemed daughters of a Shimin family. At that moment, Honglai seemed rejuvenated, rushing forward to hold Qi in place. Indeed, Qi, we are brothers. As long as you speak the word, I shall cover all the bridal gifts. Mengze nodded in agreement. I will even gift you a property in the prestigious Huaihai School District. Qi looked helplessly at Yu Yao beside him. Sister-in-law, please help me. After a struggle with her thoughts, Yu Yao resolutely declared, since you call me sister-in-law, I shall grit my teeth and get you a car. Jie exclaimed it. You must be devils. Zhao Lan chimed in. I can hardly contain my coffin lid. Chapter 24. Laozi's Indomitable Spirit. After a series of scuffles, Honglai found himself reluctantly accepting the reality of having Big Brother as his roommate. As more recruits arrived at the training camp, Mengze and his companions also acquired their respective roommates. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mengze encountered a strikingly handsome youth clad in black attire, busily organizing the bed opposite his. The youth paused momentarily before introducing himself. I am Mo Chiyu, the 16th descendant of the Hebei Mo family of spear practitioners. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mengze felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Well, it seems we have a rather pretentious fellow here. Huaihai, Mengze, he replied succinctly. The 4 simple words resonated in Mo Chiyu's ears like a thunderclap. Excitedly, he rushed forward. The Huaihai Meng family? Are you from the renowned Meng family of Yunlong Mountain Villa? A slight smile graced Mengze's lips. Ah, so, Navi, you still have much to learn about pretentiousness. Indeed. Might I inquire as to your intentions? Mo Chiyu took a deep breath, filled with exuberance. How fortunate I am. I never anticipated that, by choosing a random dormitory, I would encounter such a delightful surprise. Mengze regarded his excitement with a puzzled expression. It seems you hold me in high esteem. I recall not being part of any boy band or the like. Mo Chiyu, slightly embarrassed, replied, I beg your pardon. I have diligently practiced the Mo family spear for 15 years. Yearning for the day when I could duel with the Meng family's renowned Yulong spear. Meng schmurked. Ow. So you're a martial arts enthusiast. How amusing. With that, he turned to walk toward his bed. Mo Chiyu swiftly assembled his long spear and stood by Mengze's bedside, saluting him with a formal gesture. I humbly request your guidance. Why do you desire to compete with me? Mengze asked. The Yulong spear is legendary, the foremost spear in the realm. Every practitioner in the Great Xia yearns for a chance to duel with it. I must decline. Please, I implore you for just one bout. I'm about to take my afternoon rest. Kindly refrain from bothering me. Meanwhile, Wu Hai observed his roommate, who was seated cross-legged and chanting scriptures, as he discreetly concealed a roasted pig's trotter within his patchwork robe. Ahem, so you two are a practitioner of the monastic life? Chao Yuan, with a serious demeanor, joined his hands in prayer. Amit Ba, I am Chao Yuan from Jiuhuang Mountain, honored to meet the master. Amiba, I am Wu Hai from Jingguang Temple. I am not worthy of such a title. As Wu Hai noticed Chao Yuan's greasy hands and inhaled the savory aroma of the roasted pig's trotter, a look of perplexity crossed Chao Yuan's face. Wu Hai from Jingguang Temple, is this rotund monk truly the contemporary Buddha's son, as described by my master? What kind of disciple indulges to such an extent? However, as both fell into silence, a rumble emanated from Chao Yuan's stomach. Wu Hai fleshed agrin, producing a freshly roasted pig's trotter from his robes. This is from my recent roasting on the back mountain. Enjoy it while it's hot, it's quite delectable. Chao Yuan reached out to take it, but upon noticing the bite marks on the trotter, his hand froze mid-air. Wu Hai took a wadili, then swiftly retrieved another one from his robe. My apologies. Chao Yuan cast a curious glance at Wu Hai's bulging patchwork robe. How many pig's trotters could possibly be concealed within? Jun Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, silently cultivating the fundamentals of mental power, completely disregarding the scrutinizing gazes and discussions of the four individuals before him. Brother Shun, doesn't this Taoist disregard us by not acknowledging our presence? Shen Qingzhu playfully slapped his younger brother Deng Wei. Keep your voice down. What if he takes an interest in us and casts a curse? The other two twin brothers, Li Jia and Li Liang, exchanged glances and softly corrected him. Brother Shun, casting a curse is witchcraft. What this Taoist performs is known as casting down the head. Wang Junxian interjected. So you two are somewhat educated, albeit not extensively. Unable to contain himself, he added, casting down the head refers to Southeast Asian practitioners. While we Taoists only employ the technique of sticking small people, the four collectively inhaled sharply. Sticking small people? Is that the same as what the concubines in the palace do on television? Alas, it is said that such practices can not only cause death but can also render one crippled or impotent. Oh dear, my grandmother feared that above all. She always warned me not to provoke beggars. That's why I urged you to treat our master with utmost respect. Wang Junxian said apologetically. My esteemed master, I must apologize for my brother's ignorance. If you have grievances, please direct them towards me and spare them. Brother Shun, they chorused. Wang Junxian observed Shen Qingzhu's loyal expression, gritting his teeth in exasperation. I do not engage in such sinister sorcery. Deng Wei looked skeptical. Who places so many needles on their bed without ill intentions? If you claim otherwise, who would believe you? The Li twins peeked over. Brother Shun, there must be over 100 needles here. Wang Junxian realized that these brothers belonged to the same limited cultural society. These 3,000 flying needles are tools for my cultivation. Deng Wei, with a serious expression, raised his fingers. 3,000. We four could each have over 500. Fool! That would mean each of us is pierced by over 600. Their banter nearly shattered Wang Junxian's resolve. Unable to endure any longer, he stood and bellowed. Silence. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall turn you all into a beehive. As he spoke, the 3,000 flying needles took flight. Wang Junxian intended to intimidate them. However, Shen Qingzhu became furious, snapping his fingers, unleashing a powerful pressure that scattered the flying needles. Presumptuous! Even if you are a vile sorcerer, you shall not harm my brothers. You all leave. I shall deal with this sorcerer. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Junxian's eyes. The Forbidden Sequence 068, Chimin. I never expected to encounter such a high-risk individual. Yet my flying needles are not so easily thwarted. He then manipulated 2 needles, which began to advance slowly towards the 4, rotating under the immense pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe normally. Yet for Wang Junxian, the increase in atmospheric pressure felt akin to adding weight to a flying needle, ultimately proving to be quite beneficial for his cultivation. It seems he inadvertently stumbled upon a commendable roommate. At that moment, a sudden whirring of propellers resonated from outside the dormitory. Curiosity piqued, everyone leaned over the railing. Shen Qingzhu observed his 3 subordinates, their faces flushed and purple from exertion. Demon, let us conclude our business for today. Should you seek trouble, I shall gladly accompany you. Wang Junxian replied lazily, shrugging his shoulders. Very well. I shall refrain from holding a grudge today, however. Let us engage in earnest practice from now on. Shen Qingzhu retorted proudly. Your demonic arts are restrained by my prowess. What can you possibly do to me? A subtle smirk graced Wang Juanxian's lips. Oh, is that so? Before Shen Qingzhu, a transparent spiritual flying dagger materialized. This dagger was impervious to the atmospheric pressure, gracefully circling above his head before, with a fleeting glance of apprehension, vanishing without a trace. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, dissipating the surrounding intense pressure. How intriguing. Is this your true demonic technique? Wang Junxian could not help but facepalm. This is my path's forbidden void, mind control. Such feats are beyond the realm of mere sorcery. By the way, I am Wang Junxian. Refrain from incessantly calling me demon. Shen Qingzhu huffed lightly. I am Shen Qingzhu. These three are my subordinates. If you dare to harm them, I shall fight you with all my might. I am Deng. Deng Wei began, only to be interrupted by Shen Qingzhu's swift hand. Are you a fool? Do you dare to disclose your name? What if he curses you? Then, Brother Shen, did you not also reveal your name? My fate is far sturdier than yours. Wang Junxian exclaimed, by the heavens. Upon my return to the dojo, I must seek my junior master to learn a few forbidden techniques. Chapitre 25. Agika outfit plus à med costume. Goodness gracious. You lot, be a tad more careful. These are all delightful gifts, specially prepared for my dear comrades. Should anything be damaged, how could I possibly maintain friendships? A plump little fellow was the first to leap from the helicopter, directing a group of suited men as they unloaded the cargo. Simultaneously, a girl clad in a pink Lolita outfit bounced down from the helicopter. Oni Aichan, the little fellow, eagerly instructed his bodyguard to hold an umbrella. It's quite sunny outside. Muyin, why don't you return to the helicopter and rest a bit longer? Once they finish, I will call for you. My father, truly, while allowing me to hone my skills, must he also make you endure this? The girl curiously surveyed her surroundings. Wow, that pink building over there must be the girls' dormitory. The little fellow nodded. Indeed, knowing you were coming to stay, Dad had it painted pink overnight. That old man shows a hint of conscience. Mengze watched the exuberant little fellow with a playful smile. Xiao Qi, it seems your roommate has arrived. Although Qi Yi had a similar intuition, he stubbornly retorted, not necessarily. Our building has more than just my dormitory with vacant spots. Shall we make a wager? A sense of foreboding washed over Qi Yi. On what? If he selects another dormitory, I shall gift you a set of wind blade techniques. Qi's breath caught momentarily. What if he truly is my roommate? Mengsha schmirked mischievously. The last JK outfit, plus a maid costume. Qi's eyes widened in terror. Sister Yu Yao. Mengze cleared his ears. Cease your shouting. The sound of the propeller drowns out your voice. Yu Yao cannot hear you. What do you think? With the left hand wielding the wind blade and the right hand executing the overlapping waves, it would undoubtedly be frightfully powerful. Moreover, your ability to accelerate at night would significantly enhance the wind blade's might. Listening to Meng Ze's devilish whispers, Qi Yi swallowed hard. How infuriating! I desire it so much. After a fierce internal struggle, he took a deep breath and made a decision he would regret for a lifetime. Regardless of whether that chubby fellow is my roommate, I must have the wind blade techniques. Mengze glanced at Qi Yi in surprise. Oh, why didn't he expect you to be so clever? Here, the techniques are yours, but remember to keep your feet under the covers while sleeping. He then implanted the wind blade techniques into Qi Yi's mind, leaving behind a piece of advice before departing. Oh dear, it is said that when Qi dresses as a girl, he resembles Nyx immensely. I must capture several photos for him to admire once he ascends to divinity, so this is the joy of Long Xian. Long Xian, you perverted scoundrel. Don't come near me. Just then, a figure blocked Meng Ze's path. Meng, I request a duel. Meng Ze twitched his eye. Do not compel me to slap you at the most joyous moment. Mochi Yu wore a look of delight. All right. Meng Ze covered his face. Damn it. Had I known I would be sharing a dorm with them. Just then, Shimin Chue Feng and Honglai approached. Oi, little brat, what are you trying to do by blocking my brother? Two large double-door refrigerators instantly blocked the corridor. Under the shadow, Mochi Yu swallowed nervously and turned to explain to the fearsome duo, I want to compete with Brother Meng in marksmanship. Honglai scoffed disdainfully. You think you can compare marksmanship with my boss? Do you believe I could take you down with a single strike? Shimin Chue Feng frowned slightly. Marksmanship? That's not my forte. But I excel in palm techniques and bear techniques. Mo Chiyu was momentarily taken aback. I know about palm techniques, but what is bear technique? Is it perhaps bear fist? Shimin Chue Feng grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and gently knocked against the railing with Tibers. Tibers is my little bear, and the dance moves I created for her are naturally called bear techniques. Mo Chiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. That thing must weigh 300 to 400 pounds. Shimin Chue Feng opened his mouth again, revealing his high beams, 439.9 kilograms. When he uttered 439.9, everyone bore expressions that seemed to say I suspected as much. After all, those who could become night watchmen were not ordinary individuals. 300 to 400 pounds was within an acceptable range. However, upon hearing the word kilograms, everyone simultaneously shuddered. Even Meng Zhe and Hong Lai were startled. Meng Zhe patted Hong Lai on the shoulder. Brother, you are truly fortunate. Little Hua can lift an 800 or 900-pound Tibers. She will easily carry you up 10 flights in the future. Hong Lai felt as though the world had turned black. He could already envision a future where he was being ripped apart by Little Hua. No. Tu Meng Zhe was slightly taken aback. Who else is screaming besides Hong Lai? Turning back, he saw Chi Yi firmly blocking the dormitory door. This classmate, I grind my teeth, fart, snore, and even talk in my sleep, not to mention I occasionally sleepwalk. Would you like to reconsider your dorm choice? The chubby one declared generously. It's all good. I'm here to experience life. These are mere trifles. The bodyguard with a hoarse face scowled darkly. Knowing you have issues, why not move out quickly? This dormitory has caught our young master's eye. So hurry up and pack your things, or else don't blame me for being rude. Bai Li Tuming kicked him over with a swift motion. You little brat. How dare you threaten my adorable roommate? I see you have a death wish. I detest bullies like you. The horse-faced bodyguard crawled to Bai Li Tuming's feet, slapping himself twice in gratitude. Young master is right. I deserve to be taught a lesson. Bai Li Tuming impatiently kicked him again. Get lost. Don't disturb my efforts to make friends. After receiving another kick, the horse-faced bodyguard ignored the disdainful looks from his fellow bodyguards and gratefully knelt away. Bai Li Tuming looked at Qi Yi with a beaming smile. This brother. Greetings, I am Bai Li Tuming. Admittedly, my name may sound a bit cumbersome. You may also call me Tuming or simply Fatty. Observing the overly enthusiastic demeanor of the other party, Qi Yi couldn't help but take a step back. Yet, the thought of donning women's attire caused him to resolutely block the doorway. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi Yi. This dormitory has become rather untidy under my care, and someone of your refined background might find it quite displeasing. Perhaps you should consider changing to another room. Alas, this statement is misguided. I am merely an ordinary child hailing from commonplace family. Moreover, I feel an immediate camaraderie with Brother Qi Yi and am confident that we shall forge a friendship as steadfast as gold in the future. With that, he turned around and retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from a small hill of belongings behind him, silently encouraging himself. Come on, Bai Li Tuming. This is the first person you have encountered today. Establishing a friendship with him will mark the first step in your quest for companionship. Bai Li Tuming beamed widely, displaying his gleaming white teeth as he presented the gift box to Qi Yi. Clearing his throat, he spoke in clear Mandarin. This is a local specialty I brought from my hometown. It is not of great value, so I hope you do not find it lacking. Due to the peculiar nature of the mortal realm, nothing within a 10-meter radius could escape his perception. Qi merely scanned with his mental energy and immediately discerned a neat row of Rolex watches within the box. Pray tell, dear Fatty, does your family deal in Rolexes? Fatty appeared momentarily taken aback, then, slightly embarrassed, replied, Our family's business is quite eclectic. We dabble in a bit of everything. Do you not fancy Rolex? I also have Patek Philippe, Cartier, Breguet. Surely there's a style that suits you. Qi Yi forced a smile. With your eloquence, you would be quite suited for sales at a counter. However, I must politely decline this gift. Fatty grew anxious. I assure you, these are truly of little value. Merely a token of my goodwill. Qi Yi resolutely shook his head, firmly refusing. I do not like receiving gifts. Just as Fatty was becoming increasingly flustered, Mengze took the box of Rolexes and retrieved a green submariner from within. I shall accept this gift on his behalf. Qi, why are you still blocking the way? Allow our guest to enter and rest. He has journeyed all the way from Guangshan and must be quite weary. Chapter 26, Why Not Take a Sip and See? Chia stood outside the door, gazing at the mountains of local specialties piled high in the dormitory. Given your family's circumstances, you should be well acquainted with this green water ghost, shouldn't you? Is it that you yearn to see me in women's attire? Mengze nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Chia gritted his teeth, casting a glare at Mengze. You rascal. Mengze wrapped his arm around Chia's shoulder and whispered a secret. Wearing women's clothing can enhance one's spiritual strength. You know? Chia looked at him with disdain. Are you certain you're speaking human language? Inside the room, a bodyguard tidied up while grumbling. Sannan is indeed economically backward. Its environment cannot compare to that of Guangzhou or Shenzhen. TSK. Look at this house. Oh dear, the plaster peels off in large chunks. Young master, perhaps we should head back. You and the young lady shouldn't have to endure such hardships. The stout bodyguard, hands on his hips, glared. Damn it. I'm here to face hardships. Spare me your chatter and hurry up with the cleaning. He then turned to the other bodyguards. What are you all doing standing there? Welcoming guests? This is a special training camp. Is this your home? Move it, all of you. Anyone unaware would think I'm one of those entitled young masters who bully others. The captain of the bodyguards sighed in resignation. Young master, the young lady's quarters have been arranged. We shall take our leave now. But rest assured, our station is nearby. Should you or the young lady send a signal, we will rush over immediately. The stout one grew anxious. This is a military zone. You intend to station yourselves nearby? What for? Are we plotting rebellion? The captain, wearing a troubled expression, replied, But if we are not present, who will ensure your safety along with the young ladies? Fuming, the stout bodyguard retorted, This is a military camp. A military camp. Do you understand what that means? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Which fool dares to cause trouble here? Get lost. Go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Otherwise, I'll have you all dismissed right now. Ultimately, under the stout one's relentless orders, the bodyguards reluctantly vacated the camp. As soon as the bodyguards left, the stout one donned a broad smile and approached. Brother, thank you for helping me out just now. A small token of appreciation for you. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing dozens of luxury watches on his arms. Although Mengze had already grasped the nature of the stout one's friendships through monetary means from his past life, he couldn't help but ask, Are you at odds with money? The stout one queried in confusion. I have no enmity with money. I merely wish to make more friends. Mengze, uninterested, replied, All right then, since you become Chia's roommate, enjoy your little world together. He then prepared to seek Wuhai for some roasted pig trotters. The stout one quickly called out, Hey friend, at least choose a better time to leave. Without looking back, Mengze flicked his wrist, showcasing his green water ghost watch. One is sufficient. I am yet to learn your name. 7 Knights said with a forlorn expression. His name is Mengze. After speaking, he sulkily laid down on his bed. It's all your fault for insisting on sharing a dorm with me, forcing me to dress as a girl for that pervert. Just as 7 Knights closed his eyes, Wily Fatty stealthily approached, gently opening a gift box to add another green water ghost inside. Feeling this was insufficient, he proceeded to shove several more gift boxes beneath 7 Knights' bed. Witnessing the spectacle, 7 Knights could no longer restrain himself and barked, What are you doing? If it weren't for you, the fatso, I would have snagged a free copy of Swiftblade Technique. Now I just want some peace and quiet, yet you insist on cramming inexplicable items under my bed. Abalone and shark fin are one thing, but what does sending me a holy grail mean? And why are there 2 sets of sailor uniforms? Fatty was so startled by 7 Knights' sudden outburst that he trembled and fell to the ground, his large head filled with anxiety. Oh, well, you. 7 Knights, your feet smell wonderful. This unexpected compliment left 7 Knights momentarily speechless. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, revealing 2 heads. Don't just smell, try taking a bite. It might just have a unique flavor. Fatty hesitated for a moment before genuinely leaning closer to 7 Knights' feet. Mengsha, I shall kill you. On the top floor of the command building, Yuan Gang put down his binoculars, his expression difficult to describe. Is this what you call an emergency situation? Honghao looked aggrieved. Chief, those three are the most dangerous recruits in our entire training camp. I worry that their gathering may trigger a chain reaction of peril. Yuan Gang removed his leather boots and angrily threw one at him. Chief, let us discuss this. A gentleman speaks rather than acts. Yuan Gang promptly tossed him down the stairs. Go prepare for tomorrow's induction ceremony. Ah, thud. Ouch, my behind. Watching Honghao limping away, Yuan Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, no matter their status, these young ones are all equally immature. On the girls' dormitory side, Shimin Chuehua moved in with Yue Yao. From then on, there was also a dual-door presence behind Yue Yao. Wherever they went, they were the brightest stars on the entire street. After all, a female version of the dual-door large refrigerator is a rarity in the world. And the extraordinarily talented Shimin family produced 3 at once. Meanwhile, Bai Li Muyun, by a fortuitous coincidence, became roommates with a girl named Molly. Bai Li Muyun naturally inherited the fine tradition of the Bai Li family, going door to door to gift every girl in the building a set of 5-figure Helena gift boxes. Bai Li Muyun, with her sweet appearance and sincere approach to friendship, quickly gathered a group of girls around her. When Yue Yao and Xiao Hua politely declined Bai Li Muyun's kind gesture, she was somewhat taken aback. To her surprise, apart from her roommate, there were others who had swiftly rejected her small gift. It appeared that these two, like Molly, were not to be underestimated. As the carefully nurtured successor of Bai Li Exine, she certainly would not be as foolish as Bai Li Tumming. She adeptly leveraged her charm and resources to win hearts or achieve certain objectives. Observing the figures of Yue Yao and Xiao Hua, she curiously inquired, "Who is that young lady?" Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also has a strong companion serving as her bodyguard. How impressive! I wonder, perhaps she is a wealthy heiress visiting from an affluent family. Despite Bai Li Muyun's kind gesture, the girl not only declined her gift, but also refused to disclose her name. Furthermore, she was intrigued by the prowess of the bodyguard. It was astonishing to realize that such girls existed in the world. Meanwhile, Molly, who was sharpening her sword, couldn't help but smirk at the idle chatter. She interjected, "Shimin Chuehua is merely robust. She is not Jai Weio's bodyguard." Upon realizing that Molly was acquainted with them, Bai Li Muyun bounced over and sweetly asked, "Sister Molly, do you know these two ladies?" Molly glanced at her and replied, "Though I acknowledge your distinguished background, I advise you to steer clear of them." "Oh, why is that?" Jai Weio is the little princess of the Hudong Ji family, while Shimin Chuehua is the young lady of the prestigious Shimin family in the capital. Bai Li Muyun quickly rummaged through her memory and recalled their identities. So, she was Jai Weio. If she could get closer to her, it would provide an opportunity to approach Mengzi. Chapter 27. When did a sunflower grow here? The following morning, as several individuals returned to their dormitory after their morning exercises, they discovered a bustling scene beneath the boys' dormitory. A throng of excited people had gathered, blocking the stairway completely. "Dear comrades, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown for everyone. I hope you won't find them lacking." "Oh dear. Hey, over there, don't snatch. Everyone get to share." Observing the chubby figure standing atop a pile of gifts, distributing welcome presents to the crowd, Mengzi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Was this fellow perhaps struck by wealth in a previous life? With such an heir in the Bai Li family, one could only wonder whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the great Xia. Shimin Xiaohua could not help but comment, as expected of the siblings. Yesterday, Bai Li Miyun distributed cosmetics at the girls' dormitory, while her brother Bai Li Tumming handed out Rolex watches. Mengzi was momentarily taken aback. "Bai Li Muyun? Siblings? Bai Li Tumming has a sister?" Yu Yao nodded. "Did you not know? Bai Li Xian has one son and one daughter, with a 1-year difference between them." Mengzi furrowed his brow slightly. The original text did not mention that Bai Li Xian had a daughter. He only knew that Bai Li Jing was the biological child of Bai Li Xian and his wife, while Bai Li Tumming was merely a Fade. It remained uncertain whether Bai Li Muyun was genuinely their daughter or akin to Bai Li Tumming. "Yu Yao, what is the reputation of Bai Li Muyun?" Yu Yao regarded Mengzi with a hint of confusion. Why the sudden curiosity? Does Meng Xiao have thoughts on this? Mengzi rolled his eyes and whispered in Yu Yao's ear, "The attack a few days ago had traces of the Bai Li family behind it. Grandpa advised us to be cautious of their people. Yu Yao's expression turned serious as she inquired softly. So, does this mean the Bai Li siblings have come to the training camp, possibly targeting you? Is the Bai Li family after Ling Xing? Meng Shen nodded slightly. This is merely speculation. We must not make it known and refrain from displaying hostility. Bai Li Tuming is likely just a decoy. Bai Li Muyun may pose a genuine threat, so keep an eye on her. Yu Yao appeared puzzled as she glanced at the extravagant Bai Li Tuming. How can you be certain about Bai Li Tuming? Well, Bai Li Xian certainly wouldn't allow this foolish son to execute such plans. From their interactions yesterday, it seemed that Bai Li Muyun was not as simple as she appeared. Although she, like Bai Li Tuming, was generous with gifts, she was adept at winning hearts. Over half of the girls in the training camp had essentially been swayed by her. A flicker of intrigue crossed Meng Zai's eyes. It seemed Bai Li Muyun was indeed of Bai Li Xian's blood. Please keep her under surveillance for me. Yu Yao, oblivious to Meng Zai's deeper implications, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Meng Zai affectionately ruffled Yu Yao's hair. Once you master the electromagnetic cannon and lightning blade, I will teach you other lightning techniques. A's, you're truly wonderful. With the 3 double doors, you capture attention wherever you go. Bai Li Tuming quickly noticed Meng Zai and his companions and approached them with enthusiasm. Good morning, Meng Zai and Qi Yi. This must be your sister-in-law, right? A small token of appreciation, he said, placing a box of Cartier into Meng Zai's hands. Subsequently, Honglai and the others each received a box, and even the Shi Min siblings were not overlooked. The group turned their curious gazes towards Meng Zai. Casting a glance at the eager and rotund figure, and considering the individual's background, Meng Zai reluctantly nodded. Let's accept them. This lad's intentions are not ill, and we may as well forge a good relationship. Once Meng Zai had spoken, everyone complied. Wu Hai produced a roasted pig trotter and handed it over. Since the boss deems you a fine person, I shall accept you as a friend. Here, have you had breakfast yet? Bai Li Pang took the pig trotter, momentarily taken aback. Master Wu Hai is indeed one of a kind. He then took a bite and scampered over Qi Yi. When I woke up this morning, I noticed your bed was empty. While heading to the restroom, I saw you all practicing in the training grounds. Call me along for your morning exercises tomorrow. I have trained in Baji Quan. Qi Yi twitched at the corner of his mouth. Keep your greasy hands away from me. Eating that first thing in the morning? Aren't you disgusted? Ah, this is a gift from the master. Wouldn't it be disrespectful to the Buddha not to partake? Although it is indeed a bit rich. By the way, does the master have any wine? The group turned their collective gaze towards Wang Junxian. Wang Yunxian tsioked awkwardly. Ha! Why does everyone look at me? I am someone who abstains from alcohol. A chorus of disdainful sighs erupted from the crowd. Wang Junxian sighed in resignation, reluctantly resting his hand on the jade gourd at his waist. All right, little fatty, open your mouth. Bai Li Bang Buzlet. Open his mouth. Suddenly, the jade gourd at Wang Junxian's waist quietly opened, and a fragrant stream of dragon saliva, under the control of his mental force, gracefully flowed into Bai Li Pang's mouth. Wow, such fragrant wine. Indeed, meat is best paired with wine. This feels delightful. Wait, isn't this the Meng family's Jiangyu? Qi exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Pang, let me ask you, what is Meng Zai's surname? Bai Li Pang scratched his head. Of course, Meng Zai's surname is Meng. What else would it be? What does this have to do with Jiangyu? Just as the group was feeling concerned about Bai Li Tuming's intellect, a sweet voice rang out from behind them. Silly older brother. This Meng Zai must be the grandson of the esteemed Meng Chong Kong. Bai Li Pang's eyes widened in realization as he slapped his forehead. So that's it. Meng Zai, you've concealed this from me quite well. You are indeed the grandson of the venerable Minister Meng. Qi Yi, face-palming in exasperation, thought, when did he ever hide this from you? You simply never asked. Meng subtly glanced at Bai Li Muyun, realizing that she was indeed as Yu Yao had described, sweet in appearance but remarkably astute. As the dawn approaches, since Pang wishes to join in the morning exercises, you should call him tomorrow morning. Observing that the crowd at the stairway had dispersed, Meng Zai gently brushed his fingers against Yu Yao's delicate nose. Yeah, we shall return to the dormitory now. You, and Xiao Hua should also rest. Bai Li Mu Yun, noticing Meng Zhe's intent to leave, felt a rush of urgency. Having finally managed to engage with him, Meng Zhe Gege, Ihert. Meng Zhe, please grant me a duel. Mo Chi Yu descended from the third floor like a celestial warrior, landing before them. Yu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Zhe, your roommate is chasing after you again. Perhaps you should grant him a defeat to avoid disrupting our afternoon training. Meng Zhe regarded the battle-hungry Mo Chi Yu, letting out an exasperated sigh, knowing he could not persist in his refusals. I shall only use one shot. Mo Chi Yu, invigorated by the statement, immediately brandished his spear, focusing intently on Meng Zhe. The 16th generation of the Hebei Mo family spear, dragon seeking the moon. Meng Zhe swiftly transformed his elbow into a spear, instantly closing the distance to Mo Chi Yu. In the latter's incredulous gaze, a dragon-shaped force shattered the spear shaft, slicing past his cheek and shattering a window over 10 meters away. Impressive so fast. Mo Chi Yu swallowed hard, trembling as he uttered those 3 words. The Bailey siblings stared at Meng Zhe, wide-eyed. Goodnish, Meng Shehehe is formidable. Meng Zhe patted Mo Chi Yu on the shoulder. The art of the spear emphasizes intent over form. A technique devoid of purpose is as fragile as a flower. Practice diligently. When you grasp the breaking formation intent of the Mo family spear, come find me. Monta ki yu nudit mechanically. Compared to others, his years of spear training made him acutely aware of the terror embodied in that single move. At the moment of the shot, it felt as though he were adrift, observing the vast ocean. No wonder grandfather always says the Meng family is a collection of prodigies. At that moment, from the shattered window of the male dormitory, 2 startled young men burst forth. Not good. We're under attack. Meng Shi. Yu Yao displayed a look of disdain. Oh, they're just little beans. Meng Zhe hurriedly covered her eyes. Young ladies should not gaze indiscriminately. Realizing the situation, Shimen Shui Feng and Bai Li Pang Pang simultaneously shielded their sister's eyes. The girls' dormitory is just next door. You 2 perverts quickly put on some clothes. Atop the male dormitory, Shun Qingzhu leaned coolly against the railing, observing Meng Zhe below. Impressive. Is this the friend of that enigmatic practitioner? This training camp is becoming increasingly intriguing. The 3 underlings beside him looked on with discontent. No matter how swift he was, it would be futile against Shun Ji's formidable presence. Shin Qingzhu delivered a light smack to Dang Wei's head. Do not be overly arrogant, or you shall face consequences in the future. Xinggu, do not strike the head. It will make one foolish. My stomach is not that large. Grandmother often says that misfortune is a blessing. Shun Qingzhu. In the 2nd floor of the girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl named Mo Li exhibited a glimmer of battle spirit in her eyes. Mengsha. He actually defeated Mo Chi Yu in a single move. He truly lives up to the reputation of the current dragon of the Meng family. Bailey Muyun pushed aside Bailey Tumming's chubby hand. Brother Mingza, you are so formidable. Could you possibly teach? Before the words could fully escape, a harsh reprimand from Hong Hao interrupted. What on earth are you doing? Do you think this is a marketplace? Should I summon a girl group to entertain you? Hong Hao approached, accompanied by several instructors, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon seeing this, Bailey Fatty immediately hid behind Chi Yi, crouching low to the ground, muttering to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Bailey Muyun and Lin Shi Yi quickly covered their faces, distancing themselves from the crouched Bailey Tumming. Meng's fingers twitched, and a radiant sunflower materialized beside Fatty. A wooden sign sprouted from the sunflower's chest, reading, "No public urination." Hong Hao's features contorted in rage, nearly grinding his molars to dust, while the instructors behind him turned crimson, stifling their laughter. Ahem. Do not presume that just because the training hasn't officially commenced, you can behave recklessly, he admonished. Let me make it clear. Once you pass through this door, you belong to me. This is your one warning. I will let you off this time. Should there be any more disturbances, I have plenty of methods to ensure you'll regret it. With a cold glare, Hong Hao surveyed the group before bellowing. Do you all understand? The scattered responses were faint. Hong Hao huffed in annoyance. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, all will gather at the training grounds. Is that clear? I mean, everyone. With that, he departed the dormitory area alongside the instructors. Bailey Miyun disdainfully poked Bailey Fatty with a twig. Hey, the instructors are gone. Only then did Bailey Fatty scramble to his feet, sighing with relief. Phew, I'm glad I hit quickly and wasn't spotted. Wait, what did a sunflower grow here? No public urination? Who would even do that here? Foolish brother, it was already here. Really? I have no recollection of it. Mungza chuckled and shook his head. Well, everyone should return and prepare. Each training camp organizes an unforgettable opening ceremony for the recruits. I trust this year's will be no exception. Chapter 28. The mass squad on the training platform. Dozens of instructors stood tall and proud in a line. Yuongong, positioned at the center of the stage, looked down upon the chaotic new recruits below, his eyes narrowing slightly. The seasoned instructors behind him immediately sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Yuangang. In unison, they issued a thunderous command. Stand at attention. Feeling the palpable hostility from the instructors, all the new recruits fell silent, their rebellious gazes directed defiantly at the few instructors, a hint of provocation evident in their eyes. Meng Zhe and his group stood on the left side of the formation. Honglai whispered, "They're all battle-hardened veterans and even hold officer ranks. This special training camp seems rather impressive. However," he mused, "such a display of authority might not be enough to intimidate them." Xiao Hua discreetly stepped on Honglai's foot. "Stop talking. The instructor is looking over. Only is fast flushed crimson." Ouch, that hurts. Yuan Gang snorted in displeasure. "I acknowledge that you are all talented individuals from various regions of the Great Xia. But at this moment, you bear only one identity. You are recruits. To ordinary people, you might seem noteworthy. But to me, you're nothing more than a bunch of worthless amateurs. Should you find yourselves on the battlefield one day, you will merely be a liability to your comrades. What? Are you still unconvinced? If you encounter a true powerhouse, you fools won't even manage to escape." "Oh, is that so? I don't believe it," came a voice from among the crowd. The onlookers turned to see a youth clad in military attire, his cap worn backward, lazily raising his hand while chewing gum, disdain evident in his eyes. "What is your name, recruit?" "Shun Zhuqing." "Good. Who else finds this unacceptable?" "I do. And I. Hey, by Montag, Azure Dragon." With Shun Zhuqing leading the charge, more rebellious spirits began to surface. Amid the crowd, Bali Pangs poked Lin Chia. "Chia, do you find this acceptable?" "I do." "Huh? Why?" "Because what he said is not wrong." "All right then, what about you, Zego?" Meng Zhe's eyes glimmered with amusement. "Rather than that question, I find myself more intrigued by the performance that is to follow." Bali Mu Yun inquired curiously, "What performance?" "Brother Meng Zhe?" Meng Zhe subtly distanced himself from her. "In the sky. In the sky? Hey, boss, what is up there?" Wang Junxian squinted his eyes. "There are airplanes. Only is Liebstweets. Should we have Wang Daolong bring one down for us?" Wang Junxian ignored Hong Lai's remark and smiled at Meng Zhe. "I never expected that your mental acuity could reach such heights." Wu Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked skyward again. "Wow, there really are planes. How did you notice that, boss?" Meng Zhe replied nonchalantly, "It's all just a matter of experience." Beside them, Yao rolled her eyes so far back it seemed they might disappear. Meng Zhe kissed a fleeting glance. "What? Do you doubt me? In a couple of days, I shall teach you a technique called Mind Web, and then you shall comprehend." Mo Yao regarded Meng Zhe with suspicion. Although her partner often spoke fancifully, his proficiency in developing forbidden realms was undeniably impressive. After all, he had conceived absurd skills like Railgun and Thunderstrike. Take Railgun, for instance. Even though she was merely at the intermediate level of the Pool realm, her execution of the Railgun could easily breach the mysterious defenses of the River realm. With a stroke of fortune, she might even eliminate a River realm mystery in a single blow. What was even more terrifying was that the energy consumption of Railgun was remarkably low. Under normal circumstances, with her current mental strength in the Pool realm, she could unleash the Railgun 31 times in succession. This was sufficient to turn any River realm mystery into a sieve. The other skill, Thunderstrike, was equally outrageous, enhancing melee capabilities and possessing remarkable versatility. As the crowd exchanged whispers, Yuan Gang produced a walkie-talkie. It's time for the next act. He then tossed the device nonchalantly to Hong Hao, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, resembling a general confident of victory. The audience followed Yuan Gang's gaze. Goodness, look, someone is falling from the sky. A tall individual, who had previously served as a paratrooper, proudly explained, a bunch of amateurs. This is called an airborne troop. When an aircraft reaches the target area, these paratroopers will jump from an altitude of 10,000 meters, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. Wait, that's not right. They don't seem to have parachutes on their backs. Upon hearing this, the paratrooper was instantly displeased. Nonsense. At such a height, if they don't have parachutes, they would surely splatter upon impact. You must be mistaken. Impossible. My forbidden realm is sequence 996-foot far sight, capable of discerning objects thousands of meters away. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even in the specialized training camp, not everyone possessed a forbidden realm, and even auxiliary ones were highly coveted. Wow, incredible, brother. You actually possess the legendary eye of 1,000 miles? Fool, what eye of 1,000 miles? It's at best an eye of a kilometer, akin to having a built-in 8-fold magnifier. This remark elicited a chorus of murmurs from those nearby. Such long-range vision may have been remarkable in ancient times, but in this era of technological explosion, it was hardly astonishing. Ah, but what is that gray material they wear? The eye of 1,000 miles shot an irritated glance at the paratrooper who had dubbed him eye of a kilometer. That is a cloak. A cloak? The night watchman's cloak? Aren't they supposed to be dark red? How could they be gray? I don't know. Perhaps they dyed it themselves? Fool. They must be a special squad. Only special squads can possess cloaks of unique colors. Gray cloaks? I see. They're the masked squad. Goodness. One of the 4 extraordinary teams, the masked squad? How exhilarating. I never anticipated that participating in the training camp would allow me to encounter the legendary masked squad. On the training platform, Yuan Gang gazed at the 7 figures soaring in the sky, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, I merely mentioned it casually, and these fellows are actually leaping? They are far more dedicated than the Phoenix Squad." In the sky, the 7 figures descended rapidly. A man adorned with a swirling mask flailed his limbs wildly, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Oh, help me." Voice cracking, "Oh, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Beside him, a woman wearing a rose mask impatiently cursed, "Swirl, can you not act like a man and keep it down? My ears are about to go deaf." "Rose, don't just stand there and criticize. Your legs are trembling too." The captain retorted, "Why should we jump just because Yuan Gang said so? What if we fall to our deaths? We would become the first special team in history to perish from a jump. That would immortalize our masked squad." The man at the bottom, donning a king mask, spoke with indifference. "I've heard this year's recruits are exceptionally talented. Even Old Ming's grandson is among them. If we don't make a spectacular entrance, how will we command their respect?" Beside him, a man with a balanced mask crossed his arms and, with a teasing tone, glanced at the Swirl. "With me around, it would be quite a feat for you to die from a fall." Swirl expressed doubt. "Are you reliable? I've gained several pounds recently. Are you certain you could support me?" "Goodness. Captain, can I accelerate his fall?" "Absolutely not." "Shift. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint." The King Masked Man sighed, casting a resigned glance at Swirl, and said in a calm tone, "Lower your voice. We're about to touch down. If the recruits hear us, the reputation of our masked squad will be tarnished." Swirl quickly covered his mouth. "Well, I will try to be quieter." As the crowd gasped, the 7 members of the masked squad plummeted swiftly. The man with the balanced mask slowly raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers into the air. Instantly, the gravity acting on the 7 vanished, allowing them to float down gracefully onto the training platform like feathers. Honglai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, gravity? Quite intriguing." Mengze couldn't help but smile at the thought of what was about to unfold. Chapter 29, Conquer Them. As the masked 7 descended, their gray cloaks billowed in the wind, exuding an unparalleled aura that instantly overwhelmed the new recruits. Wang Mian stood at the edge of the training platform, calmly surveying the crowd. The phrase calm and composed was embodied perfectly in his demeanor at that moment. "Greetings, we are the masked." Before Wang Mian could finish with the word team, the nearby vortex suddenly staggered, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees with a resounding thud. Wang Mian. Vortex. Oh no. Oh no. Why must my legs betray me at such a crucial moment? The masked crew. He must die. I want him dead. Yuan Gang. Damn it, where's my knife? The new recruits gaped in astonishment. What in the world? They had barely begun, and such a grand spectacle awaited them. This was going to catch them completely off guard. The scene froze, plunging the entire training camp into an unprecedented silence. Meng Zhe couldn't help but chuckle at the vibrant expressions hidden beneath the masks of the masked team. They were far more amusing than he had anticipated. Yu Yao gently nudged him. Be serious. We're in a meeting. Meng Zhe feigned innocence. He was the one who made me laugh first. Meanwhile, Vortex knelt on the ground, his brain racing at unprecedented speed. The masked team Vortex here, wishing you all an early Happy New Year, he exclaimed, springing to his feet and aligning himself with the others, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Beside him, Rose clenched her fists. Vortex, once we finish with the new recruits, I'll help you loosen up. Vortex shuddered, nearly collapsing once more, but fortunately, Tian Ping caught him in time, allowing him to stabilize himself. Are you trying to kneel again? Vortex managed a wry smile. Well, if you would let me explain. Bailey Muyin looked on in confusion. Oni-chan, is this the legendary masked team? Bailey Pang Pang maintained his skepticism. I doubt it. Perhaps the new recruit camp is short on funds and hired impersonators. Besides, special teams are usually too busy to come to a new recruit camp. Chia shook his head. No, it must be real. The leader is Shun Su. Bailey Pong Pong's expression turned incredulous as he turned to Meng Zhe with a questioning gaze. Shiha, could it really be? Meng Zhe dug at his ear. It's indeed real. Their auras are formidable. All 7 have reached the Sea Realm. Bailey Pong Pong's face fell into uncertainty. Wow, it really is the masked team? Should we return the gesture and bow back? Meng Zhe. Sensing 2 divine presences probing their surroundings, Wang Mian, as a fellow divine agent, quickly caught the attention of Meng Zhe and Lin Chia. The contrast between Meng Zhe's nonchalant demeanor and Lin Chia's serious expression was striking. 2 divine agents. It seemed they would need to showcase some genuine prowess. Wang Mian took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an imposing authority. We are the masked special team. Despite the recent unexpected turn of events, the new recruits could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing their adversaries announce themselves. Goodness, it truly is the mask. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a Dragon King. Since you refuse to concede, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your own limitations. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock this evening, you 249 recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the masked team. Should you succeed, I will personally ensure your graduation tomorrow. However, if you fail to achieve this by 9 o'clock, or if the masked team annihilates you, then you shall cast aside your trivial pride. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. This is unjust. We are all at the Zhan level, while they are at the Chuan level. How can we possibly compete? Yuan Gang's expression revealed a hint of disdain. On the battlefield, your enemy will pay no heed to your respective realms. True sentinels, even when faced with foes far superior in strength, possess the valor to draw their blades. But today, I shall show mercy, for you are merely a collection of weaklings. In this battle, I will allow them to suppress their strength to the Zhan level. With 249 against 7, do you dare to take on challenge? The new recruits buzzed with excitement at the prospect. If we are all at the Zhan level, even the renowned masked team with only 7 members can be overwhelmed by our sheer numbers. All right, it is settled. Just then, under Meng Zhe's signal, Honglai interjected, I disagree. This is not fair. Yuan Gang frowned slightly. Unfair? I have already allowed the masked team to suppress their strength to the Zhan level. What more could you desire? Are you suggesting surrender? Honglai rolled his neck. All 6 of us have attained the Qi level. This is unjust for the masked team. Influenced by Meng Zhe, Qi had also advanced to the Qi level ahead of schedule. Yuan Gang burst into laughter. So, it seems you have great confidence in your own abilities. In that case, when they battle against you, they shall elevate their strength to the Qi level. Will that suffice? Honglai scratched his buzz cut and grinned. All right then, Listening to Hong Lai's boastful remarks, the new recruits exchanged glances, some rolling their eyes. TCH, what a fool. We could simply wear them down with our numbers instead of putting on this charade. They thought, considering such individuals to be utterly foolish. No matter, as the mask team will only utilize their chi level strength against us. Yes, as long as those 6 do not interfere, our 243 can surely outlast the mask. Observing the spirited enthusiasm of the recruits, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Meng Zhe and the others. Then, with a cold demeanor, he remarked, "There is no need for 7. We shall send only 5, and we will utterly crush you all." Upon hearing this, the new recruits erupted in astonishment. What audacity! I can't hold back any longer. I will be the first to charge in. Indeed, my brother, and I shall accompany you. Bai Li wide-eyed exclaimed. Such arrogance! Before Qi Yi could respond, Wang Junxian could not help but click his tongue in admiration. What a clever tactic of retreating to advance. It appears as though they are yielding to us. Yet in truth, they are safeguarding those 2 who are less adept in combat. Boss, I am but a support. Perhaps I should merely observe from the sidelines. Wu Hai quickly interjected. Boss, I am merely a tank. Allow me to cheer you on from the side, and perhaps roast a few pig shrouders for you. Meng Zhe rolled his eyes. Huh, you wish to be a mere backdrop? Perhaps in your next life. If anyone dares to hold back in today's battle, I shall ensure they face the consequences tomorrow. Monk, after accumulating so much fat, it is high time to expend some of it. Boss, leave the gravity controller to me. It is the perfect opportunity to test out the new techniques you taught me. Wang Junxian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In that case, I shall choose the one with the headbanging ability. Meng Zhe glanced at her. Are you certain? The Vortex's powers are not as simple as they may appear. Wang Junxian smiled faintly. My telekinetic foundation has seen slight improvement, and I require someone to assist in the testing. Wu Hai scratched his head. Then I shall select the one with the ghostly mask. Yu Yao, observing the only female among the 5, rose, expressed her lack of interest. I shall take on the remaining woman. As the 4 prepared to engage, Meng Zhe raised a hand to halt them. Do not rush. Let us allow those newcomers to witness some experience, and we may also gain insight into the abilities of the masked ones. He then turned to Lin Qi Yi and inquired, shall we find a vantage point to observe? Would you like to join us? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi Yi decisively shook his head. No, I wish to personally experience the strength of this special team. On the martial arts platform, Yuan Gang whispered a caution. Do not underestimate them. Meng Zhe, the grandson of old Meng, has inherited the formidable talents of the Meng family. Since becoming the Qinglong's proxy a month ago, he has already slain 4 mysterious beings from the Chuan region and 3 followers of the ancient god cult. Had the 16th seat, LV Liang, not fled swiftly, he too would have fallen to Meng Zhe's gun. Wang Mian smiled with confidence. Fear not. I am certain I can suppress him. For us in the god ruins, battling beyond one's level is merely standard practice. Lin Qi, your insults are quite filthy. Yuan Gang continued in a hushed tone, when necessary. We may utilize the strength of the Chuan region. These are the exact words of Commander Yi. Wang Mian froze momentarily. Are you not concerned that old Meng will seek retribution upon learning of this? Yuan Gang remained unfazed. When trouble arises, it is the tall ones who bear the brunt. We merely execute the orders from above. Wang cast a subtle glance at Meng Zhe and silently nodded. He placed his right hand on the hilt of Yuan and spoke calmly. Let's take action. Annihilate them. Chapter 30. He.S. playing you the figures of the 4 members of the masked squad vanished from the training platform in an instant. The fiery-tempered Rose was the first to strike. She withdrew a petite pink hammer from her waist. In the eyes of the bewildered recruits, the hammer swiftly transformed into a colossal war hammer. Rose hoisted the pink weapon onto her shoulder, spinning it in the air to gather momentum, then brought it crashing down with a resounding boom, creating a half-meter deep impression in the training ground. Several recruits were thrown back by the force. What the hell? Why are you suddenly attacking? Rose snorted disdainfully, swiftly incapacitating the noisy recruit with a powerful blow. Umph. I deteste Ludman. Did you really expect the enemy and the mysterious to notify you before they attacked? Do you think the Night Watchers are merely playing house? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with realization. In a flash, she charged towards a female soldier. Wow, this little sister looks delightful. If you can withstand my big hammer, I shall surely fall madly in love with you. In the next moment, the slender female soldier was sent flying dozens of meters away. Oh dear, such a pity. I hadn't even begun to get serious, and she couldn't handle my big hammer and fainted. Tianping flicked his finger. The surrounding recruits instantly lost their gravity, panicking as they floated in midair. Help! Get us down. We demand to be returned to the ground. Coward! Let us face off one-on-one. A flicker of disdain appeared in Tianping's eyes. I too detest loudmouths. Since you wish to return to the ground, allow me to oblige. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a powerful gravitational force that slammed the floating recruits onto the grass, rendering them immobile. The recruits soon retaliated. A myriad of colorful attacks surged towards the two. At that moment, several violet spatial vortices materialized around them, engulfing the incoming assaults entirely. Shortly thereafter, additional spatial vortices appeared above the recruits, hurling back the very attacks that had been absorbed, teaching the recruits a lesson in self-sufficiency. The vortices wobbled slightly. Hey, what do you mean by detesting loudmouths? This is verbal bullying. Do you understand? Such divisive words must never be uttered again. With their mocking tone and playful gestures, the two habitually chose to ignore the vortices. Compared to the other three, Yuegue's methods were considerably gentler. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously throughout the training ground, silently taking down one recruit after another before swiftly vanishing to seek his next victim. In the span of mere breaths, nearly a third of the recruits had been swiftly dealt with by the four. Faced with the onslaught of the masked squad, the unarmed recruits recognized their futility in resistance. Swiftly retreating from the training grounds, they made their way to the dormitory and warehouse. First, they would retrieve their weapons, then, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, they would launch a surprise attack on the masked squad. Lin Chia dashed towards the warehouse without hesitation. Bai Li Pang promptly followed suit, not forgetting to pull his sister Bai Li Muyun along. Brother, I feel it's safer to stay with Meng Zhe and the others, she protested. Fool! Zhe is far too strong. He is certainly a primary target for the masked. It will be much safer to stick with my dear Chia. Bai Li Muyun remained silent. Meng Zhe raised his hand with a flourish, causing a towering treehouse to rise from the ground. The group sat atop the treehouse on wooden chairs, leisurely sipping tea while observing the fierce battle below. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Li Pang exchanged a knowing look with Bai Li Muyun, as if to say, "Look at that." Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, thinking this guy is far too arrogant. Wang Mian was equally speechless at Meng Zhe's display. Well, since he wishes to enjoy the show, let him watch. First, let us deal with these minor foes before confronting them. However, he was unwilling to allow such leisure. With that, he slowly drew his blade, the king, unleashing a blade of light that sliced towards the base of the treehouse. Xian Yuan gasped dramatically, wow. The captain is making a move so soon, and it's a lethal strike right off the bat. How terrifying. Chang Wei shot him an exasperated glare. Instead of showing off here, you should focus on taking down these new recruits. With that, she hurled a handful of gravel, magnifying it hundreds of times in the air, causing it to rain down upon the new recruits like a meteor shower, sending them sprawling. Just as the blade of light was about to strike the treehouse, a massive metal bear crashed down with a thunderous boom, intercepting the attack. Shimin Shuifeng hefted the tibers and called out, Hey, ambushes are not a good habit. The members of the masked squad gazed in shock at the pit created by tibers. They gasped in astonishment. Is this metal bear solid? This creature must be a monster. With such exaggerated muscles, a single punch could leave me seeing stars. They marveled at its imposing physique, contrasting it with the frail forms of their own group. Seeing that the blade had been blocked, Wang Mian sheathed and Shimin Shuifeng, noticing Wang Mian had ceased his attack, hoisted tibers onto his shoulder. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk like a guardian deity. You all continue sipping your tea. I shall guard this place. No one shall disturb you easily. The members of Masked cast tentative glances at their captain. Upon seeing Wang Mian shake his head, they swiftly pursued the other new recruits. Chang Wei leaped onto the rooftop, heading straight for the warehouse. Xin Yuan also set his sights on a defensive-type, forbidden void ability user struggling in the training grounds. This ability user, brandishing a mysterious wooden shield, glared warily at Xin Yuan. Others may fear you, but I, Chun Eru, do not. You may target aggressive voids, but such tactics are futile against my defensive void. The vortex tilted its head and casually perched upon a nearby stone. Oh, is that so? You have discerned my intentions. Chun Eru grinned with self-satisfaction. Indeed, prior to becoming a sentinel, I was the most perceptive security guard in our factory. Since you cannot do anything to me, why not allow me to leave? The vortex rested its chin on one hand. With so many witnesses present, if I were to let you go openly, the captain would hold me accountable. Chun Eru's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Let me tell you, this wooden shield of mine can withstand armor-piercing bullets from sniper rifle. So I advise you not to waste your efforts. The vortex feigned a troubled expression, scratching its head. This is quite vexing. How about this? If you can withstand one of my attacks, I shall permit your departure. This way, I will also have an explanation for the captain. Chun Eru's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Thank you, my brother. Should you encounter any issues in Chang'an City, simply mention my name, Chun Eru. Oh. He was so engrossed in his words that he failed to notice the sudden appearance of a purple vortex beneath him. However, even if he had noticed, it would have been of no avail. Caught off guard, Chun Eru, along with his shield, plunged directly into the void. A glint of amusement flickered in the vortex's eyes. Oh dear, my apologies. Allow me to release you. As it spoke, another spatial vortex opened above, connecting to the previous one. The recently vanished Chun Eru tumbled out from the upper vortex. Your move is quite ruthless, but thank. Before he could finish his expression of gratitude, he fell straight back into the lower vortex, and once again emerged from the upper vortex. Damn, you are lacking in martial ethics. Release me. At this moment, even the shrewd Chun Eru realized he was being toyed with. Thus, he began to retaliate with colorful language. However, as he continued to traverse between the two spatial vortices, his descent accelerated. Damn it! The vortex pressed its palm against its ear, tilting its head to carefully listen. Huh? What did you say? Could you speak in a more connected manner? Your fragmented sentences are truly perplexing. Oh dear, you haven't finished that statement, and now you're off again? Gazing at the vortex's impudent demeanor, Chun Eru, already plummeting into the abyss, succumbed to anger and fainted. Ultimately, it was the nearby balance that could no longer bear to watch. With a flick of a finger, it rescued Chun Eru. There is no need to mock him. A fatal blow is enough. The vortex shrugged. His defenses can withstand armor-piercing rounds. As a wielder of spatial abilities, what can I do? I can't just open a wormhole on him to scare him senseless, can I? Balance. Chapter 31. My father did not assign all the forbidden ruins to my brother alone. At this moment, Lin Xie and the Bailey siblings had arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Gazing at the imposing solid iron door, Lin Xie couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Pang Pang, do you have a way to open this door? This door seems a bit troublesome. Wait a moment while I search. Bailey Pang Pang muttered, rummaging through various forbidden items from his free space. Just as he was engrossed in his search, a melodious reprimand echoed from behind. Everyone, step aside. Turning around, they beheld a striking woman with a high ponytail of crimson hair, her demeanor as frosty as the winter's breath. With a delicate, fair hand, she pressed against the dark iron door. In the next instant, the formerly immovable door began to tremble violently. Molly's eyes sparkled with determination as she executed a swift kick, shattering the door into a myriad of fragments. Even Lin Xie could not help but cast a sidelong glance, astonished. Heavens, this girl is remarkably strong. Bailey Pang Pang was utterly mesmerized, his gaze fixated on the enchanting figure of the red-haired beauty. She is so beautiful. Bailey Miyun observed her brother's infatuation with a hint of disdain, yet proceeded to introduce him. Brother, this stunning red-haired enchantress is my roommate, Molly. She's incredibly formidable, possessing a forbidden ruin of the extremely high-risk sequence 076, known as Myriad Phenomena Resonance. Bailey Pang Pang quickly wiped his drool away and approached her with a flattering demeanor. "Hello, Miss Molly, I am Bailey Tumming, but you can call me Pang." Molly shot him a disdainful glance. "Keep your distance. I detest young masters like you the most." With that, she entered the warehouse, her gaze sweeping across the array of weapons adorning the walls. Ultimately, she ventured into a corner, extracting a massive sword. After testing its weight, she hoisted it onto her shoulder, ready to confront the masked foe. Misinterpreted, Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "Miss Molly, let me explain. I am merely a child from an ordinary family in Guangshan City. I am not a young master." Molly narrowed her beautiful eyes. "I warn you, keep your distance. Otherwise," Bailey Miyun quickly intervened, wrapping her arms around Molly. "Sister Molly, please don't be angry. My brother is a good person. Aside from being a bit extravagant, he never engages in bullying others." Molly scoffed. "Extravagance is equally detestable. For Miyun's sake, I shall not pursue this further. But do not provoke me." With that, she strode toward the exit of the warehouse, just as Bailey Pang Pang intended to chase after her. He found Lin Xie had already surged ahead. "Hey, Xie, what are you doing?" Molly, mistaking Lin Xie's approach as an attempt to defend the young master, felt her distaste deepen. "I knew that none of you young masters are worth trusting, having long indulged in tyranny over men and women alike." This female hero resolved to teach a lesson today. With both hands gripping her blade, she assumed a poised stance for a counterattack. Little did she know, Lin Xie swiftly passed her by, and in the astonishment reflected in her eyes, he struck a nearby empty space with his sword. A resounding clang echoed as Lin Xie's Tang horizontal sword met a blurred, translucent short sword. A man adorned with a crescent mask materialized quietly, gazing at Lin Xie with mild surprise. "Can you see me?" Merely a stroke of luck. The moon ghost, observing Lin Xie's golden eyes, soon revealed a look of realization. "Ah, I see. You are the agent of Michael. You possess a divine aura akin to that of the captain." Beside them, Molly's face flushed with rage. Had it not been for Lin Xie's timely intervention that deflected the earlier strike, she might have faced an unjust elimination. Fury surged within her, causing her great sword to tremble violently under the influence of myriad movements, emitting a series of sharp, piercing shrieks. Lin Xie sensed Molly's transformation and swiftly distanced himself from the moon ghost. With a furious expression, Molly fiercely swung her great sword downwards. A strike formed from high-frequency vibrations shot forth from the blade, leaving a crack on the ground as it grazed the moon ghost's right arm, penetrating the entire wall of the warehouse. Lin Xie and the Bailey siblings stared wide-eyed at this terrifying display of power. How frightening! Is this the destructive force of high danger? Molly rested the great sword on her shoulder and casually addressed Lin Xie. "Thank you. Are you from the Divine Ruins?" Lin Xie nodded and quietly advised Bailey Pang Pang. "This girl is too strong. You cannot handle her. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider." Bailey Pang Pang shook his head. "Lin Xie, do you not find her impressive?" Lin Xie replied with a shake of his head, turning to Molly to caution, "Be careful. That fellow remains unharmed." As the smoke dissipated, the moon ghost, wielding the short sword, appeared before them unscathed. Molly's pupils constricted. "I clearly severed his right arm. Could it be rapid regeneration?" Lin Xie shook his head. With his absolute perception, he had observed every move of the moon ghost with clarity. At the moment your attack made contact, he transformed into Moonlight. The moon ghost surveyed the surrounding ruins. Such a terrifying forbidden ruin. With that, he vanished from view once more. Bailey Pang Pang promptly shielded his sister behind him and swiftly donned Eye of True Sight to locate their opponent. "Yes, over there," Pang Pang shouted, pointing at a nearby weapon rack. Molly leaped and struck downward, demolishing the entire wall behind the moon ghost. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. "It's futile. He is transformed entirely into Moonlight, completely evading your blade. What a troublesome, forbidden ruin." Molly angrily shook her great sword. The moon ghost gradually emerged from the smoke, glancing at Pong Pong's monocle with a slight twitch of his lips. The forbidden sequence 315, known as the Eye of True Vision, a divine relic capable of piercing invisibility, paired with an exploration-type forbidden item, has indeed brought me misfortune. Concealment was futile, so the Moon Demon decided to relinquish his invisibility. At this moment, several new recruits had arrived, swiftly rushing into the warehouse to select their preferred weapons. Immediately surrounding the Moon Demon, Lin Xie, employing his mental prowess, surveyed the surroundings and declared that there were no other members of the masked present. Seizing this opportunity, they resolved to eliminate him collectively. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Suddenly, the Moon Demon recalled something, tilting his head to regard Lin Xie with a somber expression. According to the game's rules, I shall suppress my strength to match yours. If that Pool Realm individual were present, though he did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear to all. Consequently, Molly gently urged, Lin Xie, leave this one to us. You focus on intercepting the other masked members. Li Pang brandished his ancestral greatsword. Xie, take a breather. It's my turn to unleash my prowess. You scoundrel, how dare you ambush my goddess Molly? This is utterly unforgivable. Brothers and sisters, let us bring him down. With Bai Li's furious roar, the new recruits surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the Moon Demon. After all, who among them had not benefited from the Bai Li siblings? Molly, I haven't. Now was the perfect opportunity for everyone to shine. For Rolex and Helena, charge forth. The Moon Demon promptly activated the Forbidden Ruins, vanishing in an instant and reappearing several dozen meters away. The weapons of the crowd struck nothing but air. However, Li Pang, equipped with the eye of true vision, swiftly located the Moon Demon's new position. He's at the 3 o'clock position. Everyone be cautious of surprise attacks. Prepare to meet your end. Witness the might of my one transforming into 3,000. With that, he hurled his great sword into the air, then formed a sword gesture with his fingers, flipping his palms and gently pressing downward. Instantly, the one transforming into 3,000 manifested countless flying swords in the sky, resembling a tempest as they surged toward the Moon Demon's location. The Moon Demon swallowed hard, gazing at the multitude of flying swords above him, and promptly teleported several dozen meters away. His previous position was now riddled with dozens of flying swords. Baili Pang Skufa, these Daimfuli. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. With a flick of his fingers, the remaining thousands of flying swords in the air came to an abrupt halt, converging into a formidable sword python, turning to pursue the Moon Demon's new location. The Moon Demon could only rely on virtualization to evade the onslaught of flying swords while utilizing teleportation. Finally, as the last flying sword passed through his virtualized form and embedded itself into a rock behind him, the Moon Demon collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as if he had survived a calamity. Observing this, Molly's eyes narrowed. Prepare to perish, you scoundrel. She leaped into the air, her katana resonating with a chorus of blade cries. Boom! The figure of the Moon Demon was instantly shrouded in dust and smoke. Alas, mere smoke cannot inflict harm. Lin Xie, bearing the Tang Hung Dao, squatted by a nearby utility pole, shaking his head in resignation. It is futile, he mused. Unless you can prevent him from transforming his body into Moonlight, he remains impervious to injury. Bai Li Muyun, standing beneath the utility pole, rested her chin thoughtfully in her hand. Brother Xie, do you think other forms of light can harm Moonlight? Lin Xie replied matter-of-factly, of course. Light and moonlight are of the same elemental nature, and naturally, they can collide and cause damage. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Muyun nodded in understanding and began to walk forward slowly. Lin Xie hastily called out, Min, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Bai Li Muyun shukla. Don't worry, Brother Xie. My family patriarch hasn't entrusted all the forbidden items to just one person. As she spoke, she gently shook her left hand, revealing 7 bracelets that shimmered like rainbows. Bai Li Muyun selected the orange bracelet and, with a gentle toss, called out, Come forth, little spirit. Chapter 32. I am about to enter the bridal chamber with Molly. As the sweet voice of Bai Li Muyun resonated, the orange bracelet emitted a soft glow, which swiftly transformed into a butterfly-shaped entity, a mysterious being. At the neck of this butterfly-like mystery, an orange collar was elegantly adorned. Several seasoned recruits recognized the identity of this butterfly-shaped mystery. Isn't this the spirit light butterfly? Legends say it is the messenger of the sun. It is said that the spirit light butterfly is one of the most benevolent mysteries toward humanity in the world. Wait, wasn't the spirit light butterfly a mystery from the Hongying? Why does this one possess only the strength of a Hongying? Bali Muyin softly called out, "Brother, Sister Molly, please hold on for a moment. Allow me to give it a try." Bai li bank blinked in surprise. Muyin, why did you release Little Ling? Quickly put away. This place is perilous. Bali Muyin cast an annoyed glance at Pang Pang. Foolish brother, Little Ling is not merely my pet. It was once a source of great trouble for the night watchers in Guangshan. At this moment, Molly, having lost her target, returned with a displeased expression. Young master, where has that scoundrel hidden away again? Wait, is that not the spirit light butterfly? How did it appear here? Hee, Sister Molly, this is my battle beast. Bali Muyin waved her small hand. The spirit light butterfly immediately fluttered its wings, dispersing the surrounding dust. Moreover, as it flapped its wings, countless glimmering pollen, resembling stars, emerged and fell upon the moon ghost, stripping it of its cloaking advantage. The moon ghost, masked and caught off guard, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was supposed to be the one among the masked team, aside from the captain, who left enemies at a loss. Yet today, he found himself continually thwarted. Was it simply bad luck for him today? Just when he thought his misfortune had reached its peak, the spirit light butterfly's antennae suddenly shimmered. In the next moment, 2 beams of laser shot forth. The moon ghost instinctively turned his body into Moonlight, but alas, his arm and side were still scorched by the 2 lasers. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Molly, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Mu Yun and planted a fervent kiss upon her, eliciting a look of envy from Pang Pang. Oh my, Mu Yun, you are truly magnificent. Even Lin Chi-yi, perched atop a utility pole, regarded Mu Yun with newfound admiration. The moon ghost, staring at his wounds and feeling the sharp pangs of pain coursing through him, widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? I have been injured by a group of recruits? Bai Li Mu Yun, brimming with exhilaration, proclaimed, "Invisible monster, prepare to meet your demise. Spirit light butterfly, let us amplify the power of our lasers this time." At her command, the spirit light butterfly's antennae gleamed once more. However, this time, the lasers did not shoot out directly. Instead, they radiated an even more dazzling light. Having battled mysteries for years, the moon ghost could not fail to recognize this obvious charging process. The laser that will be unleashed shortly is bound to be even more terrifying than before. Damn it. What a stroke of bad luck. How could it be so difficult today? It was supposed to be an easy game, yet here I am struggling. How could a mere little girl possess such troublesome mysteries? With that thought, she swiftly teleported, narrowly evading 2 powerful laser beams. Glancing at the melted craters on the ground, Mu Yin pouted in dissatisfaction. How annoying. How could you have dodged that? The chubby one offered random consolation. Don't worry, brother will help you. Transforming into thousands. From afar, atop a tree tower, Meng Zhe and his companions watched the fleeing Yu Gue with sympathetic gazes. They never anticipated that such a formidable obstacle would reduce the Bai Li siblings to such dire straits. Is this the power of monetary investment? Wu Hai sprinkled chopped green onions over a pig-ass trotter. It seems there is no need for the monk to intervene. This practitioner is bound to be eliminated soon. Wang Junxian took a sip of Long Xian Zue. That may not be the case. Look, his teammate has arrived. In the warehouse area, holding a pink warhammer, Rose observed the frantic escape of Yu Gue. What on earth? Yu Gue, what are you doing? Practicing parkour? Yu Gue executed a front roll, barely dodging the laser fire, then quickly transformed into Moonlight to evade dozens of flying swords. Rose, please help. I can barely hold on. Seeing this, Rose shook her head helplessly. Just as she was about to jump in to assist, she was blocked by Molly and a group of new recruits. If you want to aid that invisible creature, you must first pass through us. Rose's mouth twitched. What have you done, Yu Gue, to provoke such hatred from these new recruits? Suddenly, Rose S eyes lit up. "Oh, this lady is quite stunning. May I ask your name?" Molly pressed her katana against Rose's warhammer. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" Feeling the force transmitted through her hammer, Rose grew increasingly fond of the red-haired beauty before her. Quite impressive. She possesses strength, beauty, figure, and personality. Simply perfect. "Ahem, my name is Rose. And what might yours be, lovely lady?" Molly's katana trembled, forcing Rose back. "Molly." Rose's eyes sparkled brighter upon hearing the name. "Wow, what a lovely name. Rose and Molly. Sounds like a perfect match." Molly regarded the inexplicably excited Rose with a perplexed expression. This woman seems a bit off. At that moment, other recruits charged in. "Prepare to meet your end. Accomplice of the invisible creature. Unable to reach the invisible beast. We shall make you bear the consequences. Prepare to perish. Witness my tornado obliterate the parking lot." Rose, who had been immersed in her fantasy, was jolted awake by the raucous shouts. Fury ignited within her. "I was about to share an intimate moment with Molly, and you ruffians dare to interrupt me. To hell with you all." Molly. Furious, Rose raised her war hammer high above her head. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the pink war hammer in hand transformed into a colossal behemoth. Towering hundreds of meters high, Molly gazed at the shadow above her, unable to suppress a gulp. Was this the true power of the masked one? At this moment, the new recruits were enveloped entirely by shadows and dread. This was it. They were truly doomed. In the underground monitoring room, a group of instructors stared at the enormous hammer displayed on the screen, their teeth gritting in discomfort. Goodness, these new recruits are in for quite a trial. Should the commander send someone to intervene? Hongying shook his head. If dozens of individuals could not withstand a single strike from the Rose, then these recruits would be better off returning home to embrace their children rather than attempting to become night watchmen. On the tree tower, several individuals straightened their postures as they beheld the formidable display of the Rose. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Yu Yao's eyes. It seemed she possessed formidable strength. Just the opportunity to test my new technique. As the pink giant hammer descended, the new recruits unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. Each of them activated their barriers, desperately bracing against the thunderous impact of the colossal hammer. Naturally, Molly joined in, pushing the manifestation of all things to its zenith, causing the katana in her hand to emit explosive bursts of sound. After a violent tremor shook the ground, the new recruits surrounding the warehouse were nearly all eliminated, leaving only a handful barely standing. Among them, aside from Molly, the others had largely lost their combat capabilities. The Bailey siblings also paused their pursuit of Yu, transfixed by this awe-inspiring scene. "Brother, can your radiant light withstand such a blow?" At that moment, Bailey Pang's gaze was solely fixed on the red-haired figure wielding the katana, completely disregarding Mu Yun's question. "My Molly is so powerful. She actually managed to withstand such a terrifying strike." Mu Yun couldn't help but cover her face. It was over. Her brother was infatuated, and the Bailey family was utterly doomed. Panting with satisfaction, Yu sprawled on the ground in an undignified manner, directing a soul-stirring inquiry at the Bailey siblings. "Am I the only masked one in this entire recruit camp? Why do you persistently pursue me?" Bailey Pong's face was filled with fury. "Who told you to ambush my Molly right from the start?" "Yu." Mu Yun huffed in anger. "Daring to attack my future sister-in-law. Perverse fiend, you shall perish." Yu swiftly dodged with a flash. Hey, let us clarify things. I didn't touch your sister-in-law. You, pervert, have already drawn that wicked short sword and still wish to feign innocence." Yu nearly choked on his words. Hey, little sister. While food can be carelessly consumed, words cannot be carelessly uttered. Listening to Mu Yun, Bailey Pong's fury reached its peak. "Perish, you twisted fiend," transforming into 1,000. Yu gritted his teeth, rising from the ground. "In this training camp, no recruit could defeat me." Moonshadow Rampage. Chapter 33. The Moon Demon with a shattered heart in an instant. The Moon Demon transformed into a streak of light, deftly weaving between the flying swords and lasers, charging directly towards the Bai siblings. Observing this, Mu Yun remained entirely unfazed. He casually removed a yellow bracelet and tossed it aside. Block him. Xiaojin, a robust, upright golden retriever, positioned itself before the moon demon. The moon demon hurled 2 short swords with disdain. Who dares to obstruct me? Just because you stand tall, I want to see you as anything but a golden retriever. However, when the Hongying dog shattered the 2 short swords with a single bite, the moon demon's eyes widened in disbelief, his upper body leaning back in a tactical retreat. What the hell? This dog has such strong teeth? Yet when the Hongying dog swung its fist, as large as a basketball, the moon demon did not dare to confront it head-on. He promptly phased out and cast a relieved glance at the large pit behind him. Foolish dog, to strike me, perhaps in your next life. He then flashed into the air, leading the relentless sword python upwards. As the moon demon's figure was devoured by the torrent of flying swords, Lynch suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly drew his Tanghung knife and leapt from the utility pole. Be careful, fatty. His target is your sister. Huh? Chia, why are you cursing? At this moment, Chia was too preoccupied to argue. The moon demon had stealthily appeared behind Mu Yun. Fatty instinctively shielded Mu Yun with his own body, intercepting the short sword held by the moon demon. A flicker of reluctance crossed the moon demon's eyes, yet he plunged the blade down without hesitation. The game is over, little ones. Please don't hate me. Just as the moon demon gritted his teeth and thrust the short sword downward with all his might, a golden barrier manifested, causing the moon demon to freeze momentarily. What the? Upon the collision of the short sword and the barrier, a resounding clang echoed, and the sword shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the moon demon's heart was shattered. The moon demon remained poised to strike, his entire being frozen in shock. Damn! First the Eye of Truth, then one becomes 3,000, and now Shaking Light. Are you running a wholesale of forbidden artifacts? Could you two possibly be the bi-siblings? Fatty proclaimed with pride. I am but a child born to an ordinary family in Guangshan. Just as the moon demon prepared to retaliate, he was blasted away by a laser. Lin Xie also halted, standing in stunned silence. He had finally encountered someone even more extravagantly reckless than Zhige. Meanwhile, in the training ground, a whirlpool surrounded a new recruit seated in meditation. Why aren't you running? Chao Yuan clasped his hands together. The master says my sins are profound. No matter how I flee, I cannot escape this worldly dust. The whirlpool tilted its head, looking at its captain. Captain, how do we deal with this guy? Wang Mian was equally at a loss. Don't underestimate him. He possesses a highly dangerous forbidden ruin. Sequence 031, Black King's Annihilation. To my astonishment, the most formidable owner of the sacred ruins beneath the divine realm is, in fact, a rather eccentric individual. At that moment, a wooden sword hurtled forth, embedding itself into the ground before Chao Yuan with a sharp thud. The swirling figure theatrically leaped back, exclaiming, "Wow, how terrifying! I nearly got pierced by that wooden blade." Wang Mian turned to glance at Meng Zhe above the tree tower. "What is this? Have you finally succumbed to the urge to strike?" Meng Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, if you wish to engage, I shall gladly oblige." Wang Mian shrugged in response. "Never mind. I think I will save you for last. After all, you are the foremost proxy of the great Xia deity, and I fear that eliminating you two early might tarnish their reputation." Meng Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. You seem quite confident, don't you? An overwhelming dragon's might suddenly erupted, enveloping the three below in an instant. Wang Mian met Meng Zhe's gaze, and the temporal marauder unfurled silently, shielding the two behind him while contending with the dragon's aura. Meng Zhe scoffed derisively, and the Jia Chunt Song domain unfolded abruptly, with the ethereal essence of surrounding plants coalescing into a phantom of a green dragon, which charged directly into the domain of the temporal marauder. Wang Mian involuntarily stepped back, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. In this fleeting clash of might, the deity of time found himself at a disadvantage. The figure beside him, swirling, also displayed a grave expression. "Captain, are you all right?" Wang Mian waved his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming with delight as he regarded Meng Zhe. "Mefine. The leader of the four saints is indeed extraordinary. Allow me to first deal with the agent of the seraph." and then I shall contend with you." Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. "Just be wary. Don't trip over your own feet. That lad is not to be underestimated. Beware he doesn't summon his mother to deal with you." With that, Meng Zhe's gaze shifted past Wang Mian, landing on the meditating Chao Yuan. "Draw your sword, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Lin Xie." Upon hearing the name Lin Xie, Chao Yuan's eyes snapped open. 2 trees stand tall. 8 gods converge into one, 10 years into the night. Lin Xie, where is he? Draw your sword, and I shall tell you. No. Once the sword is drawn, I might lose control. I do not wish to commit further acts of slaughter. Before Meng Zhe could respond, the swirling figure could no longer contain himself. "Goodness, lad, do you even hear what you're saying? You dare utter such words in front of Wang Mian while in the mass team? Have you no regard for your own standing?" Chao Yuan appeared unfazed. "I merely speak the truth. Esteemed one, please inform me of Lin Xie's whereabouts. It is of utmost importance to me. Draw your sword, strike them down, or you shall never see him again." Chao Yuan gazed at the wooden sword before him, his heart in turmoil. Wu Hai let out a soft sigh. "Amiba, foolish child, draw your sword. How can one attain enlightenment without confronting their inner demons?" Upon hearing these words, Chao Yuan trembled, raising his head sharply to look at Wu Hai, then resolutely reached for the sword's hilt. "Master Wu Hai, you are a saint of the Buddhist path. I place my faith in you." Just as Chao Yuan's fingers brushed the wooden sword, an overwhelming aura of dread began to permeate the air. Even Wang Mian, standing nearby, displayed a serious demeanor. As Chao Yuan slowly drew the wooden sword, black flames erupted forth, engulfing both man and weapon. The searing black fire incinerated everything in its vicinity. Subsequently, the malevolent entity of black flames launched an assault towards the nearest Wang Mian. A blade of black flame surged forth, prompting the vortex to swiftly leap into the purple whirlpool behind it. Goodness, how did this fellow suddenly transform as if possessed? As the vortex disappeared, the black flame specter emitted a chilling shriek and charged towards Wang Mian. Wang Mian, observing the approaching black flame specter, rested his hand upon the yuan. Childish. I never expected the esteemed agent of the Azure Dragon to resort to such underhanded tactics. Slash. A sharp arc of light cleaved through the black flame abyss surrounding Chao Yuan, subsequently severing the wooden sword in his grasp and sending him flying. Wu Hai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is this the terrifying might of the divine abyss? Has the abyss of sequence 031 been so effortlessly cleaved? Does that mean the little monk of sequence 032 would meet the same fate? Menk zes lips tvichet. Master Wu Hai, a monk must not speak frivolously. Amiba, my apologies. It was unbecoming of me. Honglai rolled his eyes. You indulge in meat and drink without issue, yet here you are posturing over a mere expletive. Oh, your words are misguided. Meng Zhe, exasperated, interrupted their banter. Enough with the frivolities. The reason Wang Mian's strike was so formidable primarily relied upon the black blade, Yuan, in his hand. Although Yuan ranks at sequence 301 among forbidden items, it has the capacity to convert speed into sword energy. The faster the swing, the stronger the sword energy. Moreover, Wang Mian's Chrono Rebel perfectly amplifies the power of Yuan to its utmost potential. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of realization. Shimen Xiaohuan nodded in understanding. No wonder grandfather always said that a compatible forbidden item can exponentially enhance a guardian's combat prowess. Just then, Wang Mian suddenly turned, casting a meaningful glance at Meng Zhe. I wish you an enjoyable time. A sense of foreboding washed over Meng Zhe. As he anticipated, the vortex opened a spatial whirlpool, waved at Meng Zhe, and then vanished with Wang Mian from the training ground. Goodness, has your masked team abandoned all semblance of decorum? However, the only response to Meng Zhe was the anguished roar of the black flame specter. Roar. Chapter 34. Hebei Imo Chi Yu returns. In the dormitory area, the balance slowly descended upon the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. Casting a glance towards the warehouse, he noticed the astonishing giant hammer. Has Rose truly become serious? However, Such a level of assault seems somewhat beyond the scope for the likes of Hongying. In the next moment, the rooftop erupted with a resounding bang. The balance, at the heart of the explosion, was instantly engulfed by flames. Shen Qingzhu peered through the shattered floorboards at the inferno above, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this the legendary mask? Yet, in response, he was met with a barrage of debris akin to a machine gun's fire. Shen Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding air pressure intensified instantaneously. The extraordinary density of the air significantly slowing the velocity of the flying bricks. Nevertheless, a few unfortunate souls were still struck down, including his subordinate, Deng Wei. Shen Qingzhu glared furiously at the figure, drifting slowly from the flames. That damn scoundrel! How dare he harm my people? The balance offered no reply, merely surveying the surroundings. Ah, it seems everyone is gathered here. How convenient, saving me from wandering aimlessly. With a flick of his fingertip, a state of weightlessness enveloped the area within a radius of several dozen meters. Immediately, strands of rebar converged around the balance. With a snap of his index finger, these rebars shot forth with precision, striking down one rookie after another. As he witnessed his comrades fall around him, the explosions of air, influenced by gravity, failed to harm the balance in the slightest. Shen Qingzhu, both furious and exasperated, was just about to unleash his mutual destruction technique, when a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Hey, the Mo family's gone from eBay. Mo Qiyu is here. This drew the attention of all. There stood Mo Qiyu, clad in combat attire, brandishing a long spear as he charged from a distance. Several rookies hurriedly warned, shouting, "Be careful. Don't act rashly. The gravity is unbalanced here." Yet, Mo Qiyu paid no heed, continuing his reckless sprint without a hint of hesitation. The onlookers could only sigh in resignation. Here comes another reckless fool. Just as the rookies felt hopeless, Mo Qiyu, entering the weightless zone, suddenly stepped onto a nearby doorframe, and to everyone's astonishment, he flipped over. Utilizing the overhead beams and surrounding doorways, he propelled himself rapidly towards the balance. Hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Wow, brother, impressive. You're amazing, my dude. Go for it. Defeat that mask. Amidst the cheers and encouragement, Mo Qiyu's eyes gleamed with determination. When he was less than 10 meters away from the balance, he elegantly leaped, his spear raised high, aiming directly at the mask on the balance's face. Prepare to meet your end, mask. Even Shen Qingzhu found himself silently rooting for him. However, the balance remained remarkably composed, standing still with no intention of evasion whatsoever. With his head tilted and an amused expression, he gazed at the so-called last hope of the village. "Young man, did you not pay attention in class?" he remarked, mimicking Shen Qingzhu's spellcasting gesture and snapping his fingers. In the next moment, gravity was restored. Caught off guard, Mo Qiyu let out a yelp as he fell to the ground. Damn it! The pained Mo Qiyu struggled to prop himself up with his spear, preparing to charge forth for love once again. However, another snap of fingers from Tianping unleashed a sudden tripling of gravity, forcing everyone back down to the ground. Yet, to Tianping's surprise, the long-trained Mo Qiyu, possessing a physique far superior to the average person, staggered to his feet. Tianping sighed softly and pointed his index finger, increasing Mo Qiyu's surrounding weight to 5 times. How infuriating. If you have the skill, face me one-on-one. Pressed firmly against the ground, Mo Qiyu turned his face sideways and glared at Tianping. Tianping crouched down and poked Mo Qiyu's head. As a night watchman, it's not just about fervor. One must also possess wits. You bastard. If you dare kill me. Just then, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers. Don't waste your effort. Your explosion is utterly futile. Before he could finish, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation forced Tianping to silence himself. Flustered, he gestured frantically. I swear, you lack martial ethics. He then silently increased Shen Qingzhu's gravity to 10 times. Shen Qingzhu's eyes widened. You insulted us first. If it comes to it, we'll perish together. Who doesn't have a forbidden domain? The two locked eyes, each refusing to back down, as they prepared for a fierce showdown. The other recruits, bore the brunt of the situation. Under the dual burden of extreme gravity and a vacuum environment, they rolled their eyes, faces turning red, on the brink of total collapse. Finally, Tianping made a gesture indicating you win, promptly lifting the gravity suppression. Shen Qingzhu also restored the surrounding air. The recruits were instantly moved to tears. They had survived, although they had all retained their lives. The ordeal had rendered them nearly devoid of combat ability. Each sprawled on the ground like dead fish. In the training ground, Shimin Chuefeng wielded Tibers, pushing back the black flame demon. Damn it, this fellow is utterly irrational. After a brief skirmish, although Shimin Chuefeng managed to exert some dominance through strength, he bore several burns from the residual black flames. Meng Zhe placed a hand on Shimin Chuefeng's shoulder, instantly healing his injuries. Afeng, leave the rest to us. Roaring, the black flame demon erupted in a torrent of black flames, scorching the surroundings into a vacuum, as if sensing Meng Zhe and his companion's arrival. Wu Hai shook his head helplessly. Fool, awaken quickly. With that, he transformed into a little golden figure, swiftly stepping forward to grasp the broken blade from Chao Yuan's hand. With a clenched fist, breaking delusion struck Chao Yuan squarely in the face. The Black King slash was forcibly repressed back into Chao Yuan's body, and the surrounding black flames dissipated in an instant. Wu Hai crushed the wooden sword in his grasp, supporting the unconscious Chao Yuan, and turned to Meng Zhe inquiringly. Boss, what shall we do with this fellow? Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. You carry him for now. Once we've dealt with the masked one, return to the dormitory. Why must it be me who carries him? Wu Hai that. Because he is your roommate. Just as Wu Hai was about to hoist Chao Yuan onto his back, he felt a lightness in his hands. Shimin Chuefeng effortlessly lifted Chao Yuan onto his shoulder. Leave him to me. Master still has to confront the masked one later. Wu Hai was deeply moved. Ba. Thank you, Master Shimin. I'm immensely grateful. In the warehouse district, the moon demon was still fleeing, pursued by the Bailey siblings. Do not be so overbearing. Which family possesses a lantern realm that can continuously emit such laser beams? The moon demon protested. Oh, if your lantern realm has utilized the forbidden void for so long, how do you possess such an abundance of mental energy? Muyun retorted. Young lady, one should show mercy when possible. The moon demon countered. You stealthy fiend. How dare you covet my sister-in-law? Today, I shall resolve this matter with you once and for all. The rotund figure fumed upon hearing this. You dare to covet my goddess Molly. Prepare to meet your end, stealthy fiend. Thunderstorm. Suddenly, a portal of violet space materialized, causing everyone to pause. Wang Mian and Vortex slowly emerged from this portal. Tianping also flew over from the dormitory area. Not far behind, a pursuer named Shen Qingzhu followed. Do not run. Let us settle this once and for all. The moon demon hastily retreated behind his captain. Boss, you have finally arrived. The two young ones from the Bailey family have gone too far. Together, they possess at least a dozen forbidden items. Rose cast a reluctant glance at Molly before joining her teammates. Just give me 1 more hour, no, 2 hours. I will definitely win over my dear Molly. The moon demon sighed in exasperation. At a time like this, you are still thinking about chasing girls. Chapter 35. When does your master intend to ascend the throne? Lin Xie stepped forward slowly, his gaze fixed on Wang Mian, brimming with combativeness. The Bai siblings and Molly positioned themselves behind Xie, confronting the members of Masked. The hastily arrived Shen Qingzhu remained silent, yet joined the four in solidarity. Wang Mian regarded the group before him, admiration flickering in his eyes. Indeed, he had not anticipated such a plethora of talents emerging among this new cohort. Tianping, with a look of expectation, spoke softly, suggesting that the Great Xia was soon to welcome its 5th special team. Wang Mian shook his head. No, it was highly likely that 2 special teams would emerge simultaneously this time. As he spoke, he turned to glance at the tardy Meng Zhe and his entourage. The members of Mask collectively inhaled sharply. The simultaneous emergence of 2 special teams was an unprecedented occurrence since the founding of the Night Watchers. Meng Zhe prodded Chao Yuan's bald head. Hey, wake up, how long are you going to pretend? Lin Xie is right over there. At this, Chao Yuan immediately straightened up, struggling to slide down from Shimin Chue Feng's shoulder along his biceps. Where is he? Where is Lin Chia? Upon hearing his name called, Lin Chia slowly raised his hand. I am Lin Chia. Are you looking for me? He cast a questioning glance at Meng Zhe, wondering who this person was. Before Meng Zhe could respond, Chao Yuan hurried over, respectfully joining his hands in front of Chia. I am Chao Yuan. Honored to meet you, Lin Chia. Lin Chia's lips twitched. Heh. Even if your emperor is to select a consort, at least find him a woman. Are you not afraid of retribution for merely selecting a man as a placeholder? Chao Yuan blinked in confusion, then quickly clarified. No. It's not that. The master sent me down the mountain to find someone named Lin Chia. Bili Pang Pang couldn't help but interject, a smirk forming. When does your esteemed master plan to claim the throne? Chao Yuan was completely bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Understanding the situation, Meng Zhe and the others erupted in laughter. Wu Hai, with a solemn expression, explained. This benefactor Chao has committed a grave sin, and the master of Jua Mountain has instructed him to seek out a person named Lin Chia to atone for his transgressions, thereby achieving enlightenment. Lin Chia then understood, nodding in realization. I see. Master Wu Hai, how can I assist him in atoning for his sins? Wu Hai was momentarily at a loss for words. This, I'm afraid I don't know. Perhaps you should discuss it with Chia yourself, Benefactor Chao. Chao Yuan scratched his head. I'm not sure either. The master didn't specify. Lin Chia thought to himself, smiley face. I feel as though you are playing with me, yet I lack evidence. Meng Zhe had a sudden spark of inspiration. I believe you could attempt to use your charms to persuade him, urging him to abandon the blade and attain enlightenment. Lin Chia shot a fierce glare at Meng Zhe. Silence. I didn't ask you. Yu Yao poked Meng Zhe on the head. Even at such a moment, you still have the mind to tease Chia? Meng Zhe cleared his throat lightly. Cough. Well, the sun is about to set. Should I go first or you? Lin Chia glared at Meng Zhe with frustration. I will go first. You wait in line behind me. With that, she drew her Tang Dao and approached Wang Mian. Wang Mian placed his hand on Buin and calmly addressed the members of Zhejian. Do not concern yourselves with Meng Zhe and the others. Focus on eliminating the rest. The four from Zhejian nodded in agreement, exchanging glances before each selecting their desired opponent. Tianping took the initiative, manipulating a multitude of stones to bombard several individuals. Mu Yun immediately commanded the high defense Kuanjin dog to withstand the barrage, while directing the Lingguang butterfly to counterattack. Meanwhile, Xiang Wei eagerly charged toward Molly with her warhammer. Molly dear, shall we continue? Pang Pang hurled his enormous sword, relentlessly pursuing Yue Gui. Yue Gui, gritting his teeth, shot a glance at the Yaoguang, hanging around Pong Pong's neck and reluctantly turned to flee. Xuanhua glanced at Chao Yuan and then at Shen Qingzhu. Resolutely, he positioned himself behind the injured Shen Qingzhu, opening a portal and preparing to eliminate the latter. Apologies, little brother, but that madman is not someone I can provoke. You will have to be the first sacrifice. A flicker of anger flashed in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. What gives you the impression that I am easy to handle? With a snap of his fingers, the once certain victory for Xuanhua was abruptly disrupted by a burst of flames that sent him flying. Xuanhua executed a 365-degree Thomas spin in midair before crashing down next to Yue Gui. Fortunately, the Night Watcher's hood provided some protection. Otherwise, Xuanhua would not merely have been left with a soiled appearance. He and Yue Gui exchanged glances, both proposing in unison, shall we join forces? Agreed. At that moment, a multitude of flying swords formed a sword python, surging towards them. Xuanhua swiftly opened a portal, transporting the sword python several kilometers away. Watching thousands of swords swallowed by the portal and Yue Gui fleeing from Ihua Sanxian in panic brought tears of joy to Xuanhua's eyes. Brother Xuanhua, I adore you. He then turned to mock Bili Pang Pang. Ha ha, little fatty, without Ihua Sanxian, what will you fight us with? That broken broom in your hand? Pang Pang displayed a naive grin. Since you insisted so strongly, I cannot hold back. He raised the broom high and swung it fiercely at the two. The once ordinary broom stirred a fierce wind, which crackled with violent lightning. A tempest of thunderous winds surged towards them. Xuanhua immediately cursed Damn it. You egg away, you fool. You knew he was the young master of the Bailey family. Why provoke him unnecessarily? He hastily opened a portal and jumped inside. Uegwe glanced back at the disastrous scene and promptly followed suit. The furious thunderstorm obliterated the entire area. Affected, Molly turned and shouted angrily, "You fatso, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the plump figure shivered, and the excess flesh quivered in unison. "My apologies. A misfire. Allow me to stow it away. You may continue." In a flurry, he hastily retracted the thunderstorm into the free space. Upon witnessing this, both Moon Ghost and Vortex felt a surge of joy, but as they opened their mouths to mock, they were sent flying by a burst of flames. "Have you two forgotten about me?" Shen Qingzhu limped over. The plump figure swiftly supported his companion. "Wow, brother, you are truly formidable. Come, let us give them another snap. Teach them a lesson." The Shimin siblings exchanged glances, greeted Meng Zhe, and joined the fray. Shimin Shuefeng charged towards the balance, wielding Tiberius, while Xiaohua rushed to assist Molly. Thanks to his considerable weight, Shimin Shuefeng thrived in this weightless environment, deftly maneuvering as if he were in his element. The Tiberius in his grasp sliced through the air, leaving an afterimage. As Shimin Shuefeng and Kuan Jinquan, the two hefty figures, drew ever closer, Balance had no choice but to cast a gravity buff upon them, forcing these titans to remain grounded. He then continued to manipulate the stone tiles, suspending them around himself to deflect the incessant barrage of lasers. Although the intricacies of gravity control posed no challenge for Balance, the strain it placed on his current Zen state mental energy was catastrophic. The intense mental strain left his calves trembling. On the other side, Rose found herself in a stalemate. Initially, she had managed to handle Molly with ease, teasing the red-haired enchantress with words and actions. However, Xiaohua's mid-battle entrance turned the tide, presenting an unexpected challenge, particularly with Xiaohua's imposing physique and the two watermelon-sized meteor hammers. She emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. "I may be fond of women, but I am not indiscriminate. Please do not approach me." In the underground monitoring room, the instructors watched the mask team entrenched in a deadlock, their expressions tinged with concern. "Chief, do you think Mask might actually lose?" Yuan Gang maintained a stern demeanor. "Do not fret. As long as Wang Mian intervenes, all will be well." Hong Hao could not help but interject. Yet, Meng Zhe and his quartet had yet to make a move. "Chief, your teacup keeps spilling water." Yuan Gang's expression darkened. "Do you think I am unaware? Must you point it out? I have always preferred to wash my hands with tea. Is that unacceptable?" Hong Hao offered an awkward smile. "Please do not be upset, Chief. We are merely discussing matters." Yuan Gang huffed in irritation. "Have the other recruits been relocated?" Instructor Han immediately stood to report. "Report. Aside from these 12, all other recruits have been eliminated and transferred to the field medical camp." Yuan Gong nodded. "Very well. With just these few youngsters remaining, it will be much easier to manage. If it comes to it, I may have to put my reputation on the line." Chapter 36. Molly, you smell divine. As Wang Mian observed his comrades embroiled in fierce combat, he resolved to conclude the confrontation swiftly. With decisive action, he drew forth Yuan and aimed to strike at Lin Xie. "Prepare yourself, young one," he declared, unleashing a blade aura as thick as a finger. Lin Xie hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow that cleaved a nearby utility pole in half. A cold sweat broke out on Xie's brow. Had he been struck, losing limbs would have been a mere triviality. Undeterred, he retaliated with a flurry of attacks. Gale thrust, triple wave slash. His dual Tang sabers clashed against Yuan. Sensing the layers of hidden energy coursing through the blade, Wang Mian's expression turned grave. "Rapid charging and multiple strikes? Is this the prowess of your divine realm?" Lin Xie shook his head. "This is the ancestral sword technique bestowed upon me by Brother Zhe. My mortal realm merely possesses the ability for reconnaissance." To him, these techniques were the legacies of the Meng family ancestors, and revealing them was of little consequence. Wang Mian's pupille contracted sword technique. Such mastery had never before been seen in the Great Xia, comparable to the Forbidden Realms. Before he could ponder further, Lin Xie's figure shifted again. Gale flash, wave slash. Wang Mian activated time acceleration, evading Chia's strikes, and repositioned himself behind the ladder. Forgive me, young one. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, an enigmatic glow flickered around Chia. Instantly, his reaction speed surged. 5-wave slash. Horizontal wind slash. Wang Mian tilted his head to evade the wind blade, swiftly distancing himself from Chia. How has your speed increased so dramatically? A smirk played on Chia's lips. Because it is now dark. My mother said to return home. Windsurfing slash. Wang Mian, perplexed yet increasingly serious, launched into a rapid strike. Having gained preliminary insight into Chia's abilities, he ceased holding back, unleashing a wall of impenetrable blade aura with tenfold acceleration. Lin Chia's pupils dilated. Is this the true strength of Captain Mask? If the boundary was already this formidable, what would happen if he unleashed his full power? At that moment, there was no time for contemplation. He maximized the insight of Mortal Realm, calculating the trajectory and angle of each blade aura, then deftly maneuvered through the gaps with textbook precision. Witnessing Chia's increasingly intricate evasive maneuvers, Mengze could not help but raise an eyebrow. Truly, he was the child of fortune. In just 3 days, he had mastered the wave blade technique to a significant degree, even grasping the fundamentals of the gale blade technique. However, at that moment, a furious roar shattered the standoff in the warehouse district. Once again transformed into the Black Flame Demon, Chao Yuan pursued Pang Pang and Shen Qingzhu with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, Yu Guwei and Xian were wisely retreated to higher ground to observe the spectacle. As Pang Pang and Shen Qingzhu fled, the others were not spared from the ensuing chaos. Mali and Xiao Hua were sent flying by the irrational Chao Yuan, while Shimin Shuifeng and Lingguang Dai suffered injuries from the sudden onslaught of fiery blades. The originally suppressed quartet of masks seized an opportunity to escape the fray with remarkable swiftness. The furious six from Mali, however, were left with no choice but to launch a siege against Chao Yuan. Yet, regardless of Shen Qingzhu's explosions or the laser and flying sword attacks from the Bailey siblings, none could inflict any harm upon the Black Flame Ghost King. Even Mali's super frequency slash and the Shimin siblings' heavy strikes could merely force him to retreat. Shen Qingzhu's face was filled with indignation. What is wrong with this guy? After using the Forbidden Ruins, how does he fail to distinguish friend from foe? Shimin Shuifeng wore a grave expression. This fellow is named Chao Yuan. He possesses the extremely dangerous sequence 031, Black King slash Annihilation. The moment he unsheathes his sword, he succumbs to madness. Molly furrowed her brows and inquired, who prompted him to draw his sword? The chubby one timidly raised his hand. I did. He asked for a sword, wanted to showcase himself before Chia. Molly shot a fierce glare at the chubby one. Did he request it? And you just obliged? He insisted, so you simply complied? The chubby one shrank his neck. I didn't foresee that this guy would go berserk upon touching the sword, unable to differentiate between allies and enemies. Muyin glared at the chubby one in exasperation, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, let us first find a way to subdue this guy. Brother, do you have the sealing scroll? Ido. The chubby one immediately pulled out a scroll encased in plastic. Minutes later, the bound Chao Yuan, resembling a caterpillar, writhed on the ground. In order to subdue him, Shimin Shuifeng and Kuan Jinxiu endured the scorching flames while employing the sealing scroll to restrain him. The chubby one plopped down on Chao Yuan. You little rascal. Weren't you quite fierce when chasing after me with your blade? Wah. Muyin withdrew Kuan Jinxiu and Lingguang Dai. Brother, he has reverted. Should we not free his mouth? The chubby one resolutely shook his head. No way. Just hearing his voice annoys me. This scoundrel not only competes with me for Chia, but has also caused me to be reprimanded by the goddess Mali. Letting him live is already a generous act. Seeing this, Muyin chose not to speak further. After Chao Yuan's commotion, everyone lacked the strength to continue battling masks. Thus, both sides tacitly opted for a truce, turning their attention to the duel between Wang Mian and Chia. At this moment, the clash between Wang Mian and Chia had reached a fever pitch. Wang Mian's Yuan was already smoking, while Chia flickered amidst countless blade auras, leaving behind afterimages. It felt as if a full layer of sheep knives met the butterfly blade, one with an exceptionally high attack speed, the other with infinite evasion. Neither could gain the upper hand. Observing this, the teammates from both sides rallied behind their captains and future captains. Vortex, Captain! Strike him, strike him! Chubby! Chia! Rush in and stab him in the kidneys. The crowd discreetly distanced themselves from these two lively characters. Even the cocooned Chao Yuan twisted his body, fervently cheering for Chia. The chubby one, noticing his disobedience, kicked him. Stay still. Don't disrupt my Chia's performance. Suddenly, Fatty came to a realization. He abruptly lowered his gaze toward Chao Yuan. Oh no, to be precise, he was staring at the chastity belt-adorning Chao Yuan. Sister, what if I were to throw the sealing scroll to Chia before Fatty could finish his thought? He was firmly restrained by both Moon Ghost and Vortex. Don't even think about it. One-on-one duel, no external assistance permitted. Exactly. Since we have already declared a truce, let us behave like proper spectators. Hey. You're choking me. Perverted invisible creature, release my chest. Muyin couldn't help but cover her face. My foolish brother. You could have subtly hinted to my brother instead of stating it out right now. Look, they're watching you closely. You can't even suggest anything now. Even the Shiman siblings, standing nearby, sighed helplessly. Mo Li and Shen Qingzhu rolled their eyes and turned back to watch the battle. At this moment, the clash between Wang Mian and Chia reached its zenith. Wang Mian's eyes widened as he unleashed the temporal outlaw to its fullest extent. Time endless slash. Chia's eyes erupted with dazzling golden light. Ninefold whirlwind layered slash. 3 torrents of divine might surged forth, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Except for Meng Zhe, everyone present felt a hint of suffocation. Fatty couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow, their blades haven't even clashed yet, and it's already this intense? Rose, linking arms with Mo Li, languidly explained, this is the clash of the deities behind them. This storm is the result of their divine might colliding. Montakli, you smell delightful. Fatty. Not only those present, but even the instructors in the monitoring room were sweating nervously. Yuan Gang clenched his jaw tightly. Wang Mian, you must not falter. He had initially thought Wang Mian would struggle against Meng Zhe, but he was taken aback by the surprise Chia had brought him. Moon Yao grasped Meng Zhe's hand and inquired, Zhe, who do you think will win? Meng Zhe slightly squinted his eyes. I don't know, although in the original story, Lin Chia narrowly triumphed. That was under the condition of Yuan being sealed. This battle, however, is utterly unpredictable. What astonished him even more was Lin Chia had managed to intuitively merge 2 sword techniques, employing the wind and wave combined sword technique. At this moment, in Meng Zhe's eyes, Wang Mian stood upon a colossal pocket watch composed of countless gears, the god of time, Kronos, holding this watch aloft across the heavens. Opposite the god of time stood 2 equally imposing figures, the king of angels, Michael, and the goddess of night, Nyx. Chapter 37. Do not rejoice too soon. Under the dual empowerment of Michael and Nyx, the god of time, Kronos, ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. As the 2 Tang Dao clashed with Yuan, a surge of divine might simultaneously flooded into the divine ruins of the temporal marauder. Wang Mian emitted a muffled grunt, retreating a half-step with his left foot. Are the youngsters today this formidable? This is the 2nd time I've seen the divine ruins breach today. The plump figure immediately leaped up in excitement. Wow, Chi Yi has won. The expressions of Molly and the others were filled with astonishment. Now, if Lin Chi Yi could tear off Wang Mian's mask, the victory would belong to the new recruits. The members of the mask team wore expressions of despondency. Yuan Gang and the instructors looked especially grim. This batch of new recruits was already impressive. If they were to win this game, they would likely become even more unruly. However, at that moment, a sudden crack echoed through the previously silent warehouse area. A fissure appeared on Chia's right-hand Tang Dao. Almost immediately, the crack rapidly spread, encompassing the entire blade. Even the fracture extended to the other Tang Dao, with the sound of ice shattering reverberating through the warehouse. The 2 overburdened Tang Dao shattered into countless fragments. This unexpected turn of events rendered Qi Ye's once certain victory suddenly uncertain. All present were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated such a sudden occurrence. Lin Qi stood dazed in place. Why now of all times? It's my fault for not returning to the dormitory. For not taking the Star Blade, gifted by Commander Yi. I had ample time. Why didn't I go back? Damn it. So close. Just a little more. How frustrating. The Bailey siblings frantically searched their bodies for forbidden weapons. Molly decisively tossed her katana. Lin Jie, take my sword and continue the fight. The members of Chong Wei intended to intervene, but found themselves a loss for words. Their hands that sought to reach out ultimately fell back down. However, just as the katana was about to reach Lin Qiyi, a figure clad in a military cloak suddenly appeared. Seizing the katana, Yuan Gang's expression was stern as he addressed the crowd. You few have already been eliminated and are not qualified to interfere in others' battles. The outcome of this fight has been decided. Do not let your emotions lead you to disrupt the rules of the competition. Yuan Gang's words ignited the fury of several individuals. Lin Qiyi clearly suffered due to the quality of the weapons you provided. Otherwise, we would have already won. Exactly. When have we been eliminated? Yeah. What gives you the right to say we lack qualifications? Do you believe I won't dismantle this new recruits camp? Don't think that just because you're the chief instructor you can play favorites. Get out of my way. Meanwhile, the four members of the mask team either gazed at the stars or stared at the ants beneath them. After all, this battle was indeed won in a rather unsightly manner. Wang Mian awkwardly stepped forward and patted Qi on the shoulder. I apologize. We both know that, in truth, you emerged victorious in this contest. However, I have my reasons for not being able to concede defeat. Consider this a favor owed to you. Qi shook his head. A loss is a loss. Once we step onto the battlefield, even if weapons shatter, the enemy will not relent. Next time, I shall surely triumph over you. Observing the fervent spirit of Lin Qiyi, a flicker of guilt within Wang Mian transformed into admiration, and he laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. Very well, but next time, I shall get my all. Qi took a deep breath to steady his emotions and gestured towards Meng Zai's direction. But don't celebrate too soon. Zaigu is far stronger than I am. Wang Mian froze, his expression beneath the mask a tapestry of vivid emotions. I may have gotten a bit carried away. Almost forgot about that troublesome fellow. What should I do? Must I truly resort to the strength of Chuanjing? Wouldn't that be somewhat unfair? As the plump companions simmered with indignation, Qi approached slowly. Everyone, please calm down. It's all right. A loss is merely a loss. We can reclaim victory next time. Moreover, those 5 opponents haven't even made their move yet. The group began to cool down, though they cast displeased glares at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang, with a complex expression, looked at Wang Mian with questioning eyes. Are you confident? Wang Mian replied, I'm not certain. Let us give a try. Yuan Gang despairingly closed his eyes. As for Lin Qiyi, he could still brazenly impose his decisions. After all, the lad's weapon had shattered, rendering him unable to continue the fight. But what about that Meng Zai? What was to be done? Was he truly considering resorting to underhanded tactics? If so, these youngsters would surely turn the entire camp upside down. Sigh, perhaps it is best to abandon this post. As chief instructor, my head is throbbing. Meng Zai snapped his fingers, and countless green light particles surged forth from the surrounding flora, swiftly entering the bodies of those present. A surge of life-infused energy rapidly healed their wounds. Not only Qi Yi and his companions, but even the members of the mask team were conveniently healed. Wang Mian cast a complex glance at Meng Zai and softly remarked, Thank you. However, I shall not go easy on you in the forthcoming battle. Meng Zai glanced at the green water ghost in his hand. It is now 7:10. We have ample time. You may take an hour to rest. Upon hearing Meng Zai's words, the mask members froze in unison. You little rascal. Even with the Daxia divine ruins at your disposal, you are rather presumptuous. Oomph. We shall unleash our full strength in this match. Make sure you don't end up in tears. No, I can't hold back any longer. Don't stop me. Meng Shi shrugged. All right, your spirits are quite high. It seems you truly do not require rest. In that case, let us conclude this swiftly. Time is of the essence, and I must have dinner at 8. Honglai slowly advanced, cracking his neck. Since the leader has spoken, Allow me to take the initiative and set an example for everyone. With that, I brandished Ling Yuan and charged ahead. Gazing at the low-flying Hong Lai, Yu Gui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wow, a flight-type forbidden realm. Indeed a practical ability. Tian Ping shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed with utmost seriousness on Hong Lai. No, this is not an ordinary flight, forbidden realm. I sense fluctuations in gravity. It must be akin to my balance disrupted. Yurongong interjected. This lad is Hong Lai, the young master of the Hongmen, possessing the high-risk forbidden realm sequence 108 Qi Jiao, capable of manipulating both gravitational and repulsive forces. A hint of surprise flickered in Chong Wei's eyes. Oh, that truly is a formidable ability. Let's leave this specialized task to the specialists, and I entrust this lad to you. Vice Captain, Tian Ping drew forth the Starblade, a renewed battle fervor igniting within his gaze. It is a rare occasion to encounter a forbidden realm of similar nature. Even if you do not speak, he is mine. With that, he propelled himself into the fray. Xin Yuan leaned back, limbs flailing in exaggerated astonishment. Goodness, who would have thought our usually composed vice captain possessed such a combative side? Today is truly an eye-opener. Wang Mian observed Meng Zhe and the others from a distance. After all, in the realm of literature there is no first, and in martial prowess, no second. When practitioners of similar abilities meet, a contest is inevitable. Hundreds of stone bricks hurtled toward Hong Lai. With a flick of Ling Yuan, a domineering wave of repulsion shattered every brick into fragments. The esteemed vice captain of the mask team surely has more than mere tricks up his sleeve, does he not? Well then, prepare yourself. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Tian Ping's eyes. Instantly, a formidable force of gravity pressed down on Hong Lai, forcing him toward the ground. Hong Lai hastily amplified the repulsion beneath him, stabilizing his stance, yet the intensifying gravity was decidedly displeasing. Come here. Universal attraction. Suspended in midair, Tian Ping was unexpectedly pulled toward Hong Lai. Having battled against powerful and mysterious foes for years, they had encountered all manner of unforeseen circumstances. A spark of admiration flashed in Tian Ping's eyes as he swiftly adjusted his center of gravity, employing anti-gravity to effortlessly counteract Hong Lai's pull. Meanwhile, Hong Lai gripped Ling Yuan tightly, continuously augmenting the gravitational force, as if he were determined to draw Tian Ping closer. Tian Ping persistently enhanced his own anti-gravity. A game of tug-of-war? Truly, what a childish brat. Oomph. You wish to pull me over. Perhaps in your next life. As the gravitational and anti-gravitational forces intensified, a unique magnetic field formed between the two, causing everything around them to shatter into chaos. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Hong Lai's eyes, and the thought of his impending actions caused the corners of his mouth to curl slightly. Are you ready to say goodbye? What goodbye? Wait, what are you planning to do? A foreboding sensation washed over Tian Ping. First form of the cloud-piercing palm. Flowing water, flowing clouds. The gravitational force Hong Lai had been amplifying suddenly transformed into repulsion. The repulsion and anti-gravity combined instantaneously, resulting in a geometric surge in power. The sudden change. The balance was utterly unprepared to respond. The entire figure was propelled outward in an explosive manner. The rapid ascent of the balance even generated a series of sonic booms. Chapter 38. The machinations of mechanics, a collective gasp, escaped the lips of the onlookers. My goodness, is the heart of those who delve into mechanics so tainted? It is fortunate that Tian Ping possesses the robust physique of a formidable sea realm expert, enabling him to withstand such subsonic flight. Had it been someone from the river realm, they might not only perish but be rendered incapacitated. As Tian Ping soared through the air at breakneck speed, he observed the rapidly shifting surroundings and instinctively devised a countermeasure. He immediately expanded the balance disruption to its utmost limits, striving to establish gravitational attraction with everything around him to reduce his flight velocity. Once his speed diminished, he cautiously employed gravitational repulsion to bring himself to a complete halt. Should he have used the anti-gravity propulsion too soon, the opposing forces would undoubtedly have crushed him into oblivion. Once Tianping stabilized his form, he realized he had already ventured far beyond the camp's perimeter. If he continued, he might well fly out of the Cangnan territory. Reflecting on the thrilling and perilous flight, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Goodness, that fellow was indeed ruthless. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have required the captain to employ time reversal to rescue me. The anti-gravity environment, the superimposed repulsion, creating subsonic velocities. That kid truly is a genius. However, I must reclaim my honor. With a fierce resolve, Tianping flew back, while Hongying and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Upon his return, Tianping, still haunted by the recent events, dared not hover in the air any longer and firmly planted his feet on the ground. "You rascal! You nearly got me killed." Honglai displayed an expression of surprise. "I never anticipated you would return so swiftly." The visage beneath Tianping's mask darkened ominously. "What? Are you intending to eliminate me while you can?" "On lit shekel de quardli." "Haha, nothing of the sort. I merely wish for you to experience some hardships." Tianping glared at Honglai, teeth gritted. "You little rascal. You come here too. What else with the urgency?" "Avalanche. Oof. Come down, you." Gravity well. Under the oppressive weight of their confrontation, the surroundings became mere instruments of their assault. The warehouse, already reduced to ruins, had its foundation leveled. Observing the ever-changing terrain before them, Chia and the others felt their teeth ache. It was a pity that these two had not pursued careers in demolition. The round-faced individual furrowed his brow, resembling an elder from the subway. "Goodness, even with my protective aura, I cannot endure such devastation." Molly too frowned. "This is merely the pool realm. If it were the river realm, or even the sea realm, the entire rookie camp would be insufficient for their play." Shen Qingzhu and the Shimin siblings nodded in unison. Chao Yuan lamented, "Woe is me." Yue Gui drew two short swords. "Rarely has the deputy captain exhibited such vigor today. I must rise to the occasion." With that, she vanished from the sight of the others. Mengze quickly sensed the feedback from the surrounding lawn. He cast a brief glance to the left front. "Ahai, prepare for service." Wu Hai stuffed the remaining pig trotter into his mouth, suddenly raising his left hand to firmly grasp the flying short sword between his fingers. At that moment, Yu Gui felt an ominous premonition. "It seems today is not my lucky day. Having attempted ambushes countless times, none have ever succeeded." Wu Hai spat out the bone from his mouth. "Amiba, good sir, to harm with a hidden blade is not the conduct of a gentleman." Yu Gui gradually emerged from the shadows nearby. "Little monk, can you enlighten me on how you discover my presence?" Strangely enough, as Yu Gui posed his question, he unconsciously added the word again. Wu Hai's entire body was gradually enveloped in gold. With a tremor of his left hand, he snapped the short sword in two. Although the young monk could not see the good sir, he could discern the direction of the incoming wind with his keen ears. A twitch appeared at the corner of Yu Gui's mouth. "Damn it, what sort of monsters have I encountered today?" "Amiba, little monk is a man of the cloth. The term monster is truly beyond my humble station." "You little bald donkey." Just as Wu Hai intended to correct Yu Gui's choice of words, a resounding clang echoed from behind him as he felt a sudden impact. With his hands pressed together, Wu Hai declared, "Good sir, I possess an indestructible body. Ordinary weapons cannot harm me." Yu Gui, momentarily stunned, was caught off guard. In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Hai's eyes. He swiftly turned, seizing the short sword in a reverse grip, and delivered a powerful punch to Yu Gui's face. Yu Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this little bald donkey resort to an ambush as well? Anyone witnessing a 300-pound man executing a fluid and swift counterattack would surely be taken aback. However, the next moment, Yu Gui's eyes bulged as he sensed a grave issue. He realized he was not only visible, but also unable to teleport, and even the void within him had vanished without a trace. A tremor laced Yu Gui's voice. "What have you done to me? Why can I no longer sense the void?" "Wu Hai Guin, do not panic, good sir. It is but a minor trick, and it shall soon pass." With that, he stepped forward and unleashed the flowing rock-shattering fist, his fists creating afterimages as they rained down upon Yu Gui relentlessly. Ugh! Stop. As Wu Hai completed a series of Wing Chun strikes, Yu Gue, with his face swollen like a pig's head, finally noticed the Buddha head finger tiger on Wu Hai's right hand. Ugh, wax like Po Wong? Is that the Void Breaker? Since you have recognized this item, would you care to concede? Thunder. Swoosh. No way. Ah, if that is the case, I can only impose upon you further. Wu Hai bound Yu Gue with a hemp rope, pressing the Void Breaker against his back, effectively suppressing his void. After some contemplation, still feeling uneasy, he decided to sit directly upon Yu Gue. Apostle Lu. Huang, Gui. Damn bald donkey. Let me go. Wu Hai lifted a corner of his mask and stuffed a pig trotter into Yu Gue's mouth. Please remain calm, my friend. Once they have dealt with your companions, I shall release you, the monk assured. Ah, this is truly delightful. You should try it as well. This pig's trotter is a secret recipe of mine. Moon Ghost whimpered in distress. Nearby, Wang Junxian twitched his lips and posed a question that lingered in everyone's mind. Monk, from whom did you learn that tortoise-shell binding technique? Wu Hai cleared his throat. Why does a Taoist ask so many questions? UNT have any use for it anyway. Ahem, don't worry, I'll discreetly hand you the manual later. I guarantee you will master it at first glance. Meng Zhe beamed with joy. Excellent. This plump monk is reliable. Yu Yao pinched the soft flesh at Meng Zhe's waist. Ach Zhe, I warn you. You must not learn such nonsensical things. Meng Zhe whispered to Yu Yao. Oh, rest assured, I would never use it on others. Yu Yao replied, that's not the point. As they watched Moon Ghost being captured, a heaviness settled in everyone's hearts. When the captor lifted the mask from Moon Ghost's face, their anxiety peaked. Fortunately, Wu Hai merely stuffed a pig's trotter into his mouth, finding him bothersome. Well, that's a relief. As long as he didn't remove the mask, it's of little consequence. Xuanhua took a deep breath, his hands delving into the spatial vortex to retrieve 2 daggers. Roses, join me. You must restrain the others as best as you can while I find an opportunity to rescue Moon Ghost. With that, he leaned back and vanished into the spatial whirlpool. In the next moment, a portal appeared above Wu Hai. The vortex surged forth, hurling the daggers at him. Unfazed, Wu Hai remained seated, gnawing on the pig's trotter. At that instant, the 2 speeding daggers suddenly froze mid-air. Xuanhua's pupils contracted as he swiftly opened a portal behind him and leapt inside, narrowly escaping a barrage of steel needles. Wang Junxian approached through the air. Infinite heavenly sovereign. This friend of mine, is it a bit too brazen to snatch someone right before my eyes, disregarding my presence? Xuanhua emerged from a nearby portal. Little Taoist, since you are a monk, I shall let you off this time. But if you dare obstruct me again, do not blame me for being impolite. A glimmer flashed in Wang Junxian's eyes. Impolite? I am quite eager to see how you intend to be impolite. A wine sword shot forth from the jade flask, slicing through the dagger that Xuanhua had stealthily retrieved. Chapter 39. The Electromagnetic Cannon. The vortex narrowed his eyes, fixating on the jade gourd at Wang Junxian's waist. A forbidden object? Wang Junxian lifted the jade gourd, and amidst the vortex's astonished gaze, took a swig of dragon saliva liquor. It ultimately depends on the perspective of the practitioner. In my humble opinion, this is merely a vessel for wine. Should the practitioner remain obstinate, it could very well become a lethal weapon. The corner of the vortex's eye twitched. Such cryptic words. I shall see what skills this Taoist truly possesses. Dozens of small spatial vortices encircled Wang Junxian, sealing him in from all directions. The vortex's right hand grasped the air. Hundreds of daggers erupted from the spatial whirlpools. Wang Junxian's eyes widened. All the daggers halted midair. Then, to the vortex's incredulity, these daggers simultaneously turned their tips and shot back toward him. The vortex swiftly opened a spatial door, devouring all the daggers. Before he could catch his breath, 100 steel needles launched at him from his sides. The vortex leapt into the spatial door, narrowly escaping becoming a pincushion. Yet, to his astonishment, the steel needles pursued him through the door. With no other option, the vortex erected a spatial barrier, trapping the needles in the fissures of space. Just as he reemerged, thousands of steel needles came rushing at him once more. The vortex feigned retreat, thereby distracting Wang Junxian while continuously laying spatial traps to deplete the number of needles. Meanwhile, a spatial door quietly opened in the sky not far from the Sea of Enlightenment. Rose, wielding a war hammer, leapt forth from the spatial portal. As the pink hammer descended, the Sea of Enlightenment remained unperturbed, as if it had surrendered to fate. Just as the moon ghost's eyes gleamed with delight, a crackling sound of electricity resonated. Following that, a beam of arc-encircled crimson laser surged forth. Boom! Rose's warhammer was unexpectedly blasted away by the sudden laser. The onlookers followed the trajectory of the laser, witnessing Moon Yao, with one eye closed, diligently adjusting her aim, preparing to target Rose anew. Wang Mian's eyes twitched. What sort of forbidden realm does this young instructor possess? Yuan Gang felt a prickling sensation at his scalp, with his sea realm prowess. How could he not recognize the power of that laser? A super high-risk forbidden realm. Sequence 055, Thunderous Radiance. Wang Mian's expression had grown somewhat numb. Another super high risk. 2 divine realms, 5 super high risks. This batch of recruits is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Wang Mian realized something. He turned sharply to Yuan Gang. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, Thunderous Radiance is not the most formidable lightning-type forbidden realm. How could it emit a laser? Moreover, the power of that laser could rival a full-force strike from the River Realm, could it not? A girl from the Pool Realm, awakened merely 3 months ago, wielding an attack of such magnitude, and her stance suggests she is poised to unleash another. Is the esteemed instructor Yuan not going to offer me an explanation? Yuan Gang's lips twitched. Regarding this matter, I am rather uncertain. Perhaps I can inquire after the game concludes? Wang Mian chuckled awkwardly. Thank you. If such favorable circumstances arise again, you might want to reach out to the Phoenix team. Wait a moment. Since you are aware of the challenges posed by this year's newcomers, why not summon the Phoenix team as well? Yuan Gang, of course, could not disclose that he had already contacted the Phoenix team, only to receive a refusal under the pretense of being on leave. Thus, he offered an awkward smile. Well, primarily, Meng Zhe's sister, Meng Jinyun, is part of the Phoenix team, and I worry they might intentionally go easy on us. So, you understand? Wang Mian observed Yuan Gang's clumsy defense with a resigned sigh. He was well aware of the Phoenix team's tendencies. They were either seeking to shirk responsibility and avoid participation, or perhaps they felt he had not offered sufficient incentives, leading to their refusal to engage without compensation. Rosa watched as Yu Yao made a motion with her right hand, preparing to snap her fingers, without a moment's hesitation to retrieve her pink warhammer. She deftly drew another blue hammer from her waist, which instantly transformed into a delicate azure weapon. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Yu Yao tossed a coin with her left hand. The currents emanating from her body swiftly converged towards her right hand, drawn by the electromagnetic force. The coin spun and flew towards Yu Yao's right hand. In the next instant, Yu Yao's elegant fingers snapped. The gathered current surged into the coin, causing it to heat up rapidly and glow crimson. In the following moment, the red coin, enveloped in a powerful electric current, shot forth like a meteor, striking Rosa's blue warhammer with astonishing precision. This time, Rosa was prepared. She swung her warhammer forcefully forward. With a resounding boom, she braced herself against the impact of the electromagnetic cannon. However, the immense force propelled Rosa's feet, carving a trench over 10 meters long into the ground. Both Wang Mian and Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment. A coin? How could it be a coin? If Njiu were present, he might have been able to enlighten them. Among those gathered, only Lin Chiye discerned a hint of the underlying mechanics. By harnessing the conductivity of the metal, she cyclically concentrated a small electric current, thereby forming an electromagnetic field that could unleash a formidable shockwave. Yet, how she achieved the complex conversion between electromagnetism and electricity with her bare hands remained a mystery. The others, though unsure, sensed the profundity of her actions. The plump figure beamed with pride, proclaiming, "My friend Xia is quite knowledgeable." Meanwhile, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, offering a lecture to the group. The Forbidden Realm transcended conventional understanding. As long as one possessed creativity and ingenuity, they could often unleash powers that science struggled to explain or replicate. Rosa cast a wary glance at the coin in Yu Yao's hand, observing the lingering expression on Yu Yao's face. None could fathom just how many more times this girl could unleash her prowess. Lacking long-range capabilities, she could only engage in close combat to thwart her adversary's relentless assault. Otherwise, her defeat would be inevitable. With a thunderous roar, she commanded, "Vortex, open the portal." Years of teamwork made Vortex instantly comprehend her intent. After evading the pursuit of the steel needles, he promptly opened a spatial gateway for Rose. As Vortex successfully aided his companion, a flicker of anger sparked in Wang Junxian's eyes. "You bastard! How dare you lend your mind to others? It seems you truly look down upon this humble monk." With a swift thought, he unleashed his mind dagger. Vortex felt an alarm bell ring in his mind. Although his eyes failed to detect any imminent threat, he trusted his sixth sense and unhesitatingly opened a spatial door before him, attempting to block the unseen attack. Yet, mere seconds later, the unease in his heart intensified. The mind dagger, a weapon forged from concentrated mental energy, was inherently more agile than ordinary weapons, extending Wang Junxian's reach. Just as Vortex opened the portal, the mind dagger elegantly executed a mid-air maneuver, deftly circumventing the gateway, and continued its assault toward Vortex. Vortex's eyelids twitched. What manner of ability is this? A spatial labyrinth. He then leaned back, plunging into a myriad of spatial doors. As the mind dagger pursued him through the spatial corridor, Vortex's figure had already vanished, leaving only 3 distinct exit points. Wang Junxian pondered briefly before decisively directing the mind dagger into the central passage. The next moment, it materialized hundreds of miles away. Due to the vast distance, the mind dagger swiftly dissipated. "Oomph! A cunning heir has 3 burrows? You escaped just in time." Meanwhile, Vortex, in a disheveled state, reappeared several dozen meters away. Before he could utter a word, Wang Junxian seized the opportunity to strike again. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its might. Weapon. With a flick of his fingers, he drew an invisible sword. Sensing the impending peril, Vortex instinctively recoiled, watching a leaf slice through the air before him, severing the strands of hair on his forehead. His pupils contracted as he hastily traversed through a spatial door, creating a safe distance of over 100 meters from Wang Junxian, finally feeling a semblance of relief. Wine swords, steel needles, daggers, leaves, and those invisible projectiles. Is this Taoist sorcery or some peculiar forbidden domain? Yuan Gang, not far behind, elucidated this is not Taoist magic. The 3 Qing talisman from Laojun Mountain merely amplifies and dispels illusions. This is the ability of Forbidden Domain Sequence 222, Mind over Air. Vortex furrowed his brow. Impossible. The limitations of mind over air are considerable. It can only manipulate objects within 5 to 10 meters. That leaf was right beneath me, at least 20 meters away from him. Moreover, Nian Yakong exhibits a feeble and soft control over the pool's domain. His ability to manipulate objects is not only formidable, but also possesses the capacity to reverse the trajectory of the weapons I hurl. If Nian Yakong were truly so powerful, how could he possibly be relegated to position 222? Yuangong sighed helplessly. I understand that it may be difficult for you to believe at first, but his forbidden domain is indeed Nian Yakong. Chapter 40. I can endure this. At this moment, Rose had also traversed through the portal, rushing to stand before Yu Yao. Without hesitation, Yu Yao drew her spear and met the hammer's fierce strike head-on, as an immense force transmitted through the blade. Yu Yao furrowed her brow slightly and summoned the thunderous radiance. With a piercing avian cry, a surge of violent thunder enveloped the spear, causing Rose, who was continuously exerting her strength, to feel a tingling sensation. Goodness, this little vixen is actually shocking me. Well, I must admit, it does feel quite pleasant seeing the expression of enjoyment on Rose's face. Yu Yao's displeasure grew. Oomph. It seems you possess a penchant for pain. Since you relish it so much, I shall intensify the experience for you. Lightning strike. A bolt of thunder descended with ferocity, reducing Rose to a charred figure. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, Rose emerged, her face blackened, wild hair standing on end, exhaling a puff of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. My dear lady, do we truly need to be so ruthless upon our first encounter? Yao scoffed. Don't think I'm unaware. You're quite the flirt. Even with that mask, your restless eyes betray you. Rose widened her eyes. Wow, you're remarkably perceptive. How about we give it a try? I've never had the chance to indulge in a silver-haired seductress before. Just thinking about it excites me. Rest assured, I'm gentle. And I don't mind if you have a boyfriend. Yao gritted her teeth. My boyfriend would mind. With that, she unleashed her strength, sending Rose flying. Rose wiped the soot from her face. What a petty man. If it comes to that, I might as well bring him along. To fill the void of a silver-haired enchantress, I can endure a little sacrifice. Yu Yao found herself rendered speechless by Rose's brazen words. She had thought her sister was wild enough, but it seemed there were always greater extremes to discover. My mind is tainted. I shall strike you down. With a flash of lightning, Yu Yao instantly reappeared behind Rose, bringing down her blade. Hey, I merely mentioned it in passing. There is no need to be so furious. I was willing to let your boyfriend. Yu Yao's eyes crackled with arcs of electricity. Fivefold thunder slash. Fueled by her ignited fury, Yu Yao unleashed the might of the ninefold thunderblade, magnifying the power of her strike. With a fierce downward slash of her spear, she propelled herself forward with an electromagnetic force. After being momentarily stunned by the electric shock, Rose, along with her hammer, was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the dining hall. Despite this, Yu Yao showed no signs of relenting. As she witnessed Rose emerging from the rubble, she raised her blade skyward, proclaiming, "Judgment of thunder." A halo of electric light gathered swiftly, forming a storm cloud above. Rose gasped sharply, her breath caught in disbelief. Must it be so merciless? Do you not believe that I do not wish for your man to touch me? Help! 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 A relentless barrage of 81 bolts of thunder relentlessly struck the fleeing Rose. After inflicting such torment, Yue Yao still felt unsatisfied. You insolent lily, how dare you covet my husband? Prepare to meet your demise. Thunder armor. 3,000 thunder movements. Bathed in lightning, Yue Yao, wielding a silver blade, resembled a divine Valkyrie. With a single stroke of the fivefold thunderblade, she sent Rose flying, her figure flashing with blinding speed. Each time, she appeared just in time around Rose's landing spot, striking again to send her soaring. Witnessing Rose's plight, the onlookers swallowed hard, silently adding Ji Weiyao to their list of untouchables. Especially her man. This woman fiercely guards her territory. After once again hurling Rose into the ruins, Yue Yao's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly flung a coin. Super electromagnetic cannon. Wang Mian's expression shifted. Not good. Stop. He vanished, appearing above Rose. At this moment, Rose was in disarray. Her mask cracked, her cloak tattered, and even the blue war hammer in her grasp bore numerous gashes. Woe is me. Captain, you have finally arrived. Wang Mian sighed. What were you thinking? Teasing her was one thing, but why must you covet her man? Rose's eyes brimmed with grievance. Who covets that wretched man? My actions were sacrifices made for her sake. Woe is me. It would be one thing if she were ungrateful, but she resorted to violence on account of that man. Wang Mian, exasperated, did not know what to say, only swinging Yuan to shatter over a dozen super electromagnetic cannons. Upon seeing this, Yue Yao sheathed her blade, now riddled with dents, and grasped the hilt of Yuehua. Just then, a large hand pressed down on her right hand. Enough. You have done more than enough. Let me take over now. Yue Yao glanced at her handsome husband, pouting in dissatisfaction. If anyone dares to fight me for you, I shall not hold back. Meng Zhe affectionately pulled her into his embrace. There, my dear, it's yours. No one will compete with you. You have already lost your coins. Go rest a while, and watch your husband display his prowess. Yue Yao shot a glare at Rose before sulking over to Shimin Xiaohua. The others quickly made space for the young lady. Xiaohua took out a bottle of electrolyte water. Yue Yao, here. Rehydrate. Xiaohua is the best. Rest assured, should anyone try to take Hong Lai from you, I will stand by your side. Shimin Xiaohua blushed slightly. Ahem. Sister Yue Yao, that doesn't really count. Our parents haven't agreed yet. Yao patted Xiao Hua's strong bicep. No worries, after the special training graduation, I will have Hong Lai propose to your family. Xiao Hua shyly lowered her head. Bailey Pang Pang cast a glance at the tall and mighty Shiman Xiao Hua, exchanging a knowing look with Lin Chia and Shun Qingzhu. Together, they observed a moment of silence for Hong Lai. Meanwhile, Molly's gaze remained fixated on the blade known as Yuehua behind Yu Yao. Yu Yao, that knife is a forbidden item, isn't it? Yu Yao nodded slightly. Indeed, it was given to me by Grandfather Meng. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, for everyone present, except Shun Qingzhu, understood the significance of the name Grandfather Meng. Suddenly, Bailey Muyu nudged Pang Pang, pointing at Yuehua. Brother, isn't that the Yuehua that our old man has been yearning for? Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Wait, is it really Yuehua? Yuan Gang, standing nearby, was also astonished. The high-risk forbidden item, the one classified as Sequence 099, Yuehua? Muyun's eyes widened in disbelief. I had requested it from my father for a long time, yet he was reluctant to part with it. I recall it was taken by Commander Yi. How could it end up in Sister Yu Yao's possession? Yuan Gang's lips twitched. What else could it be? If old Master Meng were to speak, would Commander Yi dare to refuse? After all, Commander Yi was once nurtured by old Master Meng himself. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Following that, a powerful circular shockwave surged forth, engulfing everything in its path, creating a terrifying storm that swept across the entire new recruit camp. Chapter 41, Banishment of Time. Yuan Gang immediately unleashed a golden barrier, fully activating the aura of the sea realm to shield everyone from the oncoming force of the storm, providing steadfast protection behind him. Subsequently, Yuan Gang leapt into action, drawing forth the star blade to tear through the force field at the epicenter of the explosion, charging directly inside. Upon witnessing the unconscious Hong Lai on the ground and Tian Ping, who was half-kneeling a short distance away, supporting himself with the star blade, Yuan Gang felt a profound darkness enveloping his mind. With a resigned sigh, he hoisted the unconscious Hong Lai under his arm and assisted the somewhat exhausted Tian Ping, gradually making his way out of the eye of the storm. With Yuan Gang's intervention, the tempest's ferocity swiftly diminished, eventually dissipating entirely. As he surveyed the barren ruins surrounding him, a wave of frustration washed over Yuan Gang. The entire heavy-duty brigade had taken 3 days to establish this training camp, and yet within less than an hour, the two of them had laid waste to it. They were right. With such reckless abandon, it would indeed be a tragedy if they were not engaged in demolition work. Tian Ping, summoning his strength, remarked, Instructor Yuan, this cannot be blamed solely on me. That kid was simply too reckless. Yuan Gang could not suppress a cold laugh. You mean to say that he is irresponsible, yet you two lack judgment? As the vice captain of a special squad, how could you follow a rookie into such chaos? Moreover, you are a master of the sea realm. How did you allow the situation to unravel like this? A flicker of trepidation crossed Tian Ping's face. That kid was wildly manipulating gravity and repulsion, disrupting my control. I don't know how it escalated, but the force field erupted, and despite employing my psychic abilities from the river realm to contain it, my efforts were like a cow sinking into the sea, only exacerbating the turmoil. If I had continued using my sea realm psychic force, the situation would have been far worse. Yuan Gang rolled his eyes. So, should I thank you for leaving our rookie camp with all its members intact? Tian Ping offered an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, it's not as bad as that. However, that kid is indeed full of ideas and possesses great audacity, willing to try anything. Yuan Gang gazed at the unconscious Hong Lai, shaking his head with a smile. If it were me, I would dare to act recklessly as well. Encountering a senior of similar caliber is a rare opportunity, and should one not seize the moment, who knows when such a chance will arise again? Tian Ping scratched his head. The issue is that this kid is too disruptive. I can hardly endure such turbulence. Yuan Gang raised his knee, lifting Hong Lai slightly. Hey, this kid is surprisingly robust. The synergy of your barriers is capable of exponentially amplifying power. I must report this to Commander Yi. Tian Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, covered his face. Indeed, the power can be significantly enhanced, but the problem lies in its uncontrollability. However, this very gesture of covering his face caused the already fractured mask upon his visage to shatter completely. In an instant, both men stood frozen, staring blankly at the broken remnants of the mask on the ground. The first to regain composure, Hongying pointed at the fragments with fervent excitement, exclaiming, "Pick up the mask! Retrieve the mask!" As he spoke, he hurriedly glanced around, ensuring that no one was observing him, before he finally exhaled with some relief. If the new recruits had caught sight of me, even my attempts at subterfuge would be futile. Tianping regarded the flustered Hongying with a hint of exasperation. With a flick of his finger, the half-mask returned to his face, seamlessly aligning with the upper portion, leaving no trace of seam visible. "You are merely deceiving yourself. The Moon Demon has already been captured alive. If their sole intention was victory, would they still be waiting at this juncture?" Hongying poked Tianping on the forehead. "Is it not due to your own overconfidence? As a member of an elite special squad, to be bested by a group of newcomers? I feel embarrassed for you." Tianping dismissed the concern nonchalantly. "And so what? This signifies the growing strength of the great Xia. The old waves must yield to the new. Someone, throw Tianping out." Meng Zhe cast a glance at Honglai, who had been rescued by Hongying, feeling a slight sense of relief. This fellow is far too reckless. He nearly brought ruin upon himself. Beside him, Wang displayed a look of admiration. "Youngsters ought to dare to take risks. Even if they misstep, I can still bring them back." Meng Zhe turned his gaze toward Wang. The ability to reshape time is indeed an insurmountable power. Their battles had largely concluded, and now it was our turn. Wang observed the spiraling vortex of escape, the weakened Tianping, the charred rose, and the writhing tortoise shell. Recalling the moment when the vortex had greeted the new recruits, his vision darkened in succession. Let destruction reign. The image of the masked squad lay in utter shambles. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions and forcibly lower his blood pressure. With a complex expression, he looked at Meng Zhe. "In truth, regardless of who emerges victorious between us, you have already won this game." Meng Zhe shook his head. "As long as you defeat me, the victory remains yours." Wang appeared slightly taken aback. "Are you not afraid of my full strength?" Meng Zhe's eyes ignited with fierce determination. "Just as I desire, I too wish to ascertain the extent of the gap that now lies between us." The ethereal domain unfolded instantaneously. From the barren ground, visibly, tender shoots began to sprout. Wang's expression gradually turned serious. "Merely by manifesting your domain, you can influence the growth of plants. Truly, the divine ruins possess remarkable power." Temporal Marauder. The two forces collided once more, causing the heavens to shift. The already dim sky darkened ominously, and a fierce wind began to howl. Wang slowly drew forth the winged kite. "I realize that at equal strength, I may not stand a chance against you, which is why Commander Yi has granted me permission to unleash my power from the river realm." Meng Zhe's lips twitched. "The river realm? Are you jesting? In your quest for victory, you would forego your dignity? At least put on a semblance of a performance. There is no choice. The masked cannot afford to lose. For otherwise, the instructors will be unable to reign in this group of new recruits." Meng Zhe retrieved Dragonfall, transforming his arms into Azure Dragon arms. Azure Dragon's Claw. Lightspeed slash. The collision between the crescent blade and the knife's aura stirred up a cloud of dust. In that fleeting moment of smoke, both figures vanished from their positions simultaneously. In Wang Mian's grasp, the Yuan unleashed a phantom strike. Time's eternal slash. The spear tip of Long Yun transformed into countless starry glimmers, forming a colossal blue koi fish. Empowered by the annihilation ability of Long Yun, the blue koi surged forth, breaking through the vast net created by the knife's aura, opening its mouth wide to bite at Wang Mian. Wang Mian's eyes narrowed. Time exile, 3 years. The koi, having fought through numerous obstacles, could only dissolve in a fleeting mist before the laws of time. Meng Zhe's lips twitched. 3 years? Is it truly that ruthless? Can the Chuanjing act with impunity? A glint of brilliance flickered in Wang Mian's eyes. The Hongying serves as a watershed, and the majority of the Forbidden Ruins can only unleash their true power beyond the Hongying. Time slowed. Meng Zhe suddenly felt an inexplicable hindrance, as if he had plunged into a quagmire. Apart from thought and perception, all other actions became exceedingly sluggish. Even speech and heartbeat fell victim to this lethargy. As Yuan, his rapid strike approached, Meng Zhe's heart screamed in fury. Death blow! Move now! With Meng Zhe's furious cry, the ancient dragon's might erupted, momentarily shattering the surrounding space-time. This granted Meng Zhe several inches of movement freedom. To Wang Mian's astonishment, the silver spear, Long Yun, successfully intercepted the black blade, Yuan. Chapter 42. Your time cannot limit me. Meng Zhe gasped heavily, his entire being enveloped by a menacing dragon shadow. Huh, is this the strength of your Hongying? Truly astonishing in its unreasonable might. Wang Mian's expression remained one of profound astonishment. You are the first to escape my temporal constraints while in the pool realm. You are indeed exceptional, and I believe that with your talent, you will surpass me in 10 years. However, for now, I must ask you to concede. Time confinement. In an instant, Meng Zhe and the surrounding space solidified. Wang Mian exhaled softly. It is now 7:50. For the remaining hour, I trust you will remain here obediently. Beside them, Yuan Gang could no longer contain his excitement. Well done. As expected of the masked captain, truly impressive. The members of the 7 Knights displayed expressions of concern. Yu Yao, gripping Yue Hua, charged forward. You scoundrel, release A's electromagnetic cannon. Rose immediately intervened, her pink warhammer deflecting the electromagnetic cannon. Xiaoyin, give up. You stand no chance against the captain. You cannot fathom the terror of the laws of time. Yu Yao gritted her teeth. Get lost, you dead lily. 3,000 thunder movements. 5-fold thunderstorm moon slash. A beam of moonlight descended, forming a brilliant silver armor around Yu Yao. She raised Yue Hua high and unleashed a moon blade infused with multiple thunderous energies. When Rose's warhammer collided with the splendid moon blade, a tremendous explosion ensued. Rose's weapon shattered, the hammerhead flying away. Yu Yao transformed into a silver moon valkyrie. Her, Yue Hua, channeling the raging thunder as it surged towards Wang Mian. 3,000 thunder movements. Raging thunder moon slash. Wu Hai and Jun Xian simultaneously abandoned their opponents and charged towards Wang Mian. Today, I shall experience the prowess of the masked captain, Wu Ai wielded Wing. Enveloping himself in the illusion of the Buddha, sprinting with an agility that belied his form, channeling his inner strength into his right hand, and striking at Wang Mian's back. Mauni Botmahum. Flowing water, shattered rock, exploding bones. Limitless heaven and earth, the universe in my grasp. Weapon. 7-fold sword of wine, thought. Jun Xian stood atop an enlarged Jiangang Yu, forming a hand gesture of enhancement, controlling 7 flying swords infused with psychic energy, which hurtled towards Wang Mian at great speed. As the vortex attempted to intervene, it was struck into disarray by Jun Xian's psychic hammer. Goodness, this Taoist lacks martial ethics. Yuan Gang nervously clenched his fists, troubled by his predicament. Unbeknownst to him, a mutiny was quietly unfolding behind him. Chao Yuan's clandestine packaging had been half undone. Simultaneously, the 7 Knights and Shun Qingzhu launched their assault, seizing the opportunity while Yuan Gang was distracted, ensnaring him with a chastity belt. The plump figure brandished a greatsword, pressing it against Yuan Gang's waist. Instructor Yuan, I advise you to remain calm. Should my hand slip, your future happiness may indeed be jeopardized. Yuan Gang's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Hey, you all, exercise some restraint. Assaulting an instructor is a severe offense. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Chia's eyes. Nonsense. You are the one abusing your authority first. As the chief supervisor, you cannot even uphold basic fairness. We are merely rectifying the chaos. Pang indeed. Uphold justice in the name of the heavens. Chue Feng, restore the Ming dynasty. Chao Yuan, reinstate the Han. Qingzhu, establish dominance over the mountains. The girls. Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Is this how you use idioms? Chia sighed inwardly. In any case, it is you, Instructor Yuan, who acted unjustly first. Do not blame us for raising the banner of righteousness. Pang pang. It is you who have forced us into this predicament. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Muyin swiftly covered Pang Pang's mouth. Brother, while we may not emphasize cultural refinement, we still need to maintain some semblance of dignity. Please hush. Xiaohua and Mo Li also intervened, restraining the rows. We agreed to battle on equal footing. Your captain has resorted to using powers from the river realm. You shall not meddle in the ensuing fight. Yu Gui writhed like a caterpillar. Woo, Captain, I am here to assist you. Wang Mian gazed at the three assailants approaching from different directions, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It seems you have a group of delightful teammates. The first mission of Mask was to hunt a three-headed serpent from the sea realm, and they too recklessly charged in to aid me back then. Time Swamp. With this, he snapped his left fingers. A wave of divine energy radiated outward, ensnaring the three in an instant within the Time Swamp, where time would be indefinitely delayed. The deeper they sank, the more they would become immobilized. Thunderblade, Valkyrie, Radiant Moonblade, Jade Gourd, Wine Sword Immortal, Transparent Flying Sword. Wang Mian could not help but steal a few more glances. A perfect piece of art. As he turned to appreciate the resplendent golden form of Buddha, he noticed Wu Hai, bathed in the radiance of enlightenment, charging towards him with broken delusion, still in hand. Wang Mian's pupils constricted. The ultra-high-risk swastika release of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 032, combined with the suppression abilities of broken delusion? No wonder he could shatter the barriers of the Time Swamp. In that case, Time Cage. As the temporal divine energy converged around him, Wu Hai could move no longer. The dual pressure of strength and the divine ruins left him with no room for resistance. Wu Hai clenched his teeth and roared in fury. Damn it! Had I known you would disregard the rules so blatantly, I should have unmasked that little thief at the first opportunity. Futile. Even if you unveil the mask, Wang Mian can still reverse time. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai's eyes revealed a glimmer of reluctance. Is this what my master meant by the weight of worldly authority corrupting the hearts of men? Damn it, I am unwilling. Wait, who is speaking? It seems to be the voice of the leader. The leader? Still enveloped in resentment and indignation, Wu Hai suddenly turned to gaze at Meng Zhe. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Zhe had already shattered the confines of time. At this moment, he donned a robe adorned with azure fish scales, a dragon-patterned jade tablet atop his head, and wielded the dragon's fall, his countenance radiating satisfaction as he regarded the others. Yet, none noticed that 3 of the jade fragments on the dragon-patterned jade tablet had already extinguished. Wang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you escape? This time confinement is a divine technique that can ensnare even deities. Meng Zhe smiled enigmatically, his dragon's fall emitting a series of gunfire sounds. Release them. Let us continue. They shall remain unharmed, but I am eager to learn how you managed to break free. Wang Mian glared intensely, unleashing the full might of the temporal rebel. Time trap, time barrier, time labyrinth. A seamless combination of maneuvers once again ensnared Meng Zhe within the grasp of time control. However, as the 9 jade fragments on the dragon-patterned jade tablet extinguished one after another, Meng Zhe reappeared behind Wang Mian. Yield! Your time cannot constrain me. Chapter 43. The Lion's Roar. Wang Mian felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He promptly cast a temporal buff upon himself, swiftly distancing from Meng Zhe. It seemed, you have mastered a certain ability to escape the constraints of time. Is it the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Ruins, or? Wang Mian's gaze quickly fixated on the dragon-patterned jade slip, hovering above Meng Zhe's head. There was no denying it. Anyone with a jade artifact floating above them would undoubtedly attract a plethora of curious gazes. Moreover, the dragon-patterned jade slip not only revolved in midair, but also emanated an unusual glow, indicating it was anything but ordinary. What could it be? A forbidden artifact? Meng Zhe looked up at the dragon-patterned jade slip. It is merely an unremarkable family heirloom. Wang Mian's lips curled in disbelief. Unremarkable? Pray tell. How ordinary could something be for the Meng family to consider it an heirloom? The last item deemed a family treasure by the Meng family was that formidable dragon meteor in your hand, which is renowned as a bane of defenses. It appears that this jade artifact has granted Meng Zai the ability to elude temporal control. As Wang Mian retreated, the temporal mire surrounding Yu Yao and Jun Xian swiftly dissipated. The first to escape, Yu Yao, excitedly dashed into Meng Zai's embrace. "Boo-hoo, seeing you so motionless truly frightened me." Meng Zai gently ruffled her flowing hair. "It was merely a competition. Do not overthink it." "Oomph. That martial robe suits you well. Is this a new ability you've crafted? I've not seen you wear before." Meng Zai proudly showcased the attire. "This is the dragon scale armor of the Honglangman Clan. Does it not look splendid?" Yu Yao puffed out her cheeks in playful pride. "It's decent, but your armor pales in comparison to mine." Meng Zai playfully flicked her forehead. "Away with you. I am in the midst of a competition here. Be serious." Yu Yao made a silly face before transforming into a bolt of lightning, zipping to Xiao Hua's side and perching on her broad shoulder, happily swinging her long, slender legs. Let the show begin. Beside them, Chong Wei stared in astonishment. Mo Li, annoyed, gave her a playful smack. "Wipe that drool. You are a member of a special team. Could you not embarrass us so?" Chong Wei offered an awkward smile. "Hee Mo Li, do not be jealous. You hold a special place in my heart." Mo Li, dash. Pang Pang clapped excitedly at the sight of Chong Wei being sent flying by a punch. "Well done, Mo Li. This rogue not only flirts with my dear Mo Li, but also has her eyes on Zai Ji's woman. Now she knows who is formidable." Chia and the others silently gave Mo Li a thumbs up. Eradicating threats for the people. A true heroine, in contrast to the merriment of the new recruits, Yuan Gang, bound by the virtue belt, could only sigh helplessly. This fellow is truly abnormal. Even a power as absolute as temporal control cannot restrain him. Commanderie, you have truly presented me with a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, on the other side, with his mobility restored, Jun Xian shot a glare at Wang Mian. As dinner time approaches, the leader declares, "I must first deal with the one who bows to the ground." With a fervent incantation, the universe is boundless. The heavens and earth lend their power. Engage. He promptly bestows upon himself a physical enhancement, stepping upon the ethereal jade flask, and surrounded by 7 wine swords. He intensifies his pursuit of the vortex with fervor. Meng Zai chuckles and shakes his head, realizing that being swiftly controlled by Wang Mian has irked Jun Xian immensely. He gestures toward the nearby, cloaked figure, the caterpillar. "Ahai! Prevent that fellow from roaming freely. My newly sprouted grass has already suffered at his hands." Wu Hai nods in understanding. "Do not worry, boss. I shall apprehend him at once." He swiftly turns, following the flattened, tender shoots, and seizes the concealed Yu Gui. "Pray tell, where do you intend to go?" He delivers a punch to Yu Gui's abdomen. Woo-woo. "Release me, you foul monk." Meanwhile, Wang Mian finds himself questioning his existence, neglecting the 2 unfortunate souls. Inwardly, he compares himself to Meng Zai. Regarding weaponry, the blade's aura of Yuan offers no resistance against the obliterating force of Dragonfall. In terms of the divine realm, the pride of the temporal marauder lies in its mastery over time, now rendered ineffective against Meng Zai. When it comes to physical prowess, comparing himself to the Meng clan is nothing short of humiliation. Any awakened member of the Meng family possesses the ability to transform into a dragon, akin to a pure humanoid behemoth. Just from their brief exchange, his knees are bruised. In close combat, the Meng family spear techniques are unparalleled in the Great Xia. Indeed, it seems that apart from mental strength, he faces utter defeat. This marks the most helpless moment for Wang Mian since awakening as a temporal marauder. Even when confronted with the enigmatic Klein realm, he never felt so powerless. Now, even if someone urged him to unleash his full power of the Sea realm, he could not assure that he could subdue Meng Zai. What on earth is that object hovering above his head? It even defies the control of time. Meng Lao, how could you allow such a precious heirloom to be wielded so freely by a child? Wang Mian closes his eyes and lets out a deep sigh. Enough of this. There is no point in wasting time. I truly cannot contend with you. He slowly raises his hand, intending to remove his mask. Meng Zhe interjects, "No need. Such matters are better left to those accustomed to embarrassment." He then turns to Wang Junxian, exclaiming, "Junxian, cease your pursuit. Simply remove that fellow's mask for me." The vortex exclaims, "What does this mean? Remove my mask directly? Is that not a tad disrespectful?" The next moment, the vortex feels a chill across its face as a bewildered countenance emerges before the eyes of the onlookers. "Who am I? Where am I?" Almost immediately, Wang Junxian exerts his power, using his will to manipulate the belt around the vortex, securing it tightly and swinging it in midair. Panic spreads across the vortex's fair visage. "Hey, let me down quickly. Stop joking around." Wang Junxian revealed a hint of relief. "I have tolerated you for quite some time. If it weren't for the desire to test the limits of mental prowess, I would not have allowed your insolence to continue." As the situation became clear, the members of Chia erupted into cheers. Yuan Gang's face was filled with helplessness. After a deep sigh, he slowly approached Meng Zhe. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Zhe interjected, 12 forbidden items. The wager is void. We concede this round." Yuan Gang was taken aback, his mind buzzing in disbelief. "How many? What did you say?" Meng Zhe calmly reiterated, 12. Just 12. I haven't asked for much. At least everyone present should have their share, right? Yuan Gang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do you think forbidden items are as plentiful as cabbages on the street? You can't just demand however many you want. Even if I sold my entire new recruits camp, I couldn't gather 12 forbidden items." The suspended vortex timidly raised his hand and asked, "Brother, do I get a share?" Yuan Gang turned and bellowed, "Shut up." Vortex chuckled awkwardly, retracting his head. Wang Mian and the others covered their faces. "This guy is not one of our masked brethren." The members of Chia secretly gave Meng Zhe a thumbs up. "Brother, your sense of righteousness is commendable. It truly is you." Yuan Gang took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. "Meng Zhe, we can negotiate any requests you have. You can't just come in demanding exorbitant prices right off the bat." Meng Zhe sheathed Jiachen Sangyu and slung Long Yun over his shoulder. "My demands are not unreasonable. Since a hush money is in order, at the very least, everyone should receive their share." The members of Qian nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. "No seats." Chapter 44. Have more children. Muyin delivered an elbow jab to her older brother. "You foolish brother, why are you causing such a ruckus? You certainly do not lack these 2 forbidden items. Furthermore, do you have any idea how many forbidden items remain at the Night Watch headquarters? If we agree to this, it would mean that a significant portion must come from our family." Her brother's round eyes widened in disbelief. "What gives them the right to demand this?" Muyin rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Though the Bailey family appears prosperous, in essence, we are merely the financial supporters of the Night Watch. When necessary, we must unconditionally serve them. This is the reason the Bailey family has stood strong for centuries." Sighing silently within, Mu Yun lamented, "Alas, it is unfortunate that my father remains blind to this reality, obscured by the power and wealth of the Bailey family, believing that financial authority can counterbalance the Night Watch. Yet, in the face of absolute power, the Bailey family has no room for resistance." The reason she consented to Bailey Xian's plan to approach Meng Zhe was to leverage the strength and connections of the Meng family, hoping to secure a shield for the Bailey family. After all, Bailey Xian and Bailey Jing have been recklessly testing the limits of the Great Xia's tolerance in recent years. Should anything go awry, it could lead to a calamity for their entire clan. As for Bailey Xian's obsession with the spirit apricot tree in her eyes, it was nothing but a delusion. Even a fool could discern that the emergence of the spirit apricot tree was entirely due to Meng Zhe's divine ruins and the Azure Dragon deity behind him. Ordinary botanical forbidden ruins or items lacked such capabilities. Even if they acquired the spirit apricot tree, they would be unable to cultivate it. "Mu Yun," her brother asked softly, "if that is the case, should we not simply refuse? It would save Zhe Ge from unnecessary trouble." Mu Yun rolled her eyes again and reproached him quietly. "Are you foolish? Our family may not lack forbidden items, but what about them? If we refuse outright, what will others think? Do you want to offend everyone? Be careful, or Sister Mo Li will dislike you even more." Stay out of this and listen to me. Upon hearing that he might incur Mo Lee's disdain, her brother sheepishly scratched his head. All right. I'll follow your lead. Yuan Gang took a deep breath and forced a smile. Little Meng, to be honest, I was once a soldier under old Meng's command. Back in my day, Meng Zhe interrupted directly, no need for sentimental appeals. My grandfather said that anyone who tries to get close to me in his name is not to be trusted. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. With the old man having already made his position clear, what could he possibly say? Noticing the silence from his counterpart, Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. Do you understand that to help you maintain this facade, we have betrayed the entire new recruits? Do you have any idea what kind of pressure we are under? Yuan Gang's facial muscles twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Do you even realize what you are saying? At that moment, Yifan's call came through. Yuan Gang felt as if a refreshing rain had fallen, eagerly answering the call and putting it on speaker. Yuan Gang, how is the new recruits induction ceremony going? Yuan Gang promptly provided a concise and clear account of the situation. Upon hearing this, Yifan was momentarily taken aback. You mean, Wang Mian is unable to handle that young rascal Meng Zhe? When did the Meng family acquire such a treasured heirloom? After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, Young Meng, Uncle Yi finds your request rather excessive. Just a few days ago, I compensated you with 2 forbidden items. And yesterday your grandfather came to me seeking to take away a firearm as well. There are hardly any forbidden items left at the headquarters of the Night Watch. And now your grandfather and grandson duo have nearly emptied our reserves. Mengsha replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall not press you unduly. We will adhere to Commander Yuan's promise and allow everyone to graduate early, thus alleviating the shortage of Night Watch personnel across various regions. Yuan Gang was immediately taken aback. Wait, when did I ever make such a promise? That was merely a customary phrase during the induction ceremony. It cannot be taken literally. Yifan could not help but sigh. It appeared that this insufferable young man would not relent until he achieved his goal. Well, these youngsters represent the future of the Night Watch. The stronger their talents, the safer the great Xia will be. I suppose I can make another call to Baili Exen. Ahem, how about this? Since you defeated 4 members of the masked team, I shall grant you 4 forbidden items. Honglai had fallen into a coma, having been defeated by the scales. Mengze was somewhat taken aback. He had initially aimed to extort only 1 or 2 forbidden items, but Yifan was being exceedingly generous. A miscalculation. It seemed he had aimed too low. Nevertheless, he still sought the opinions of the others. What do you all think? Yu Yao and her companions were, of course, inclined to make their own decisions. Shen Qingzhu calmly stated 6 words. I did not win. I do not need it. Mo Li and the Shimin siblings exchanged glances. We did not win either. Mu Yin quickly pulled the plump one along, nodding in agreement. Jia Shuruk, I am in the same boat. At that moment, Yifan interjected. As for Lin Shiye's match, it was indeed due to the new recruit camp's inadequate arrangements. We will additionally compensate you with 1 forbidden item. Young Meng, are you satisfied now? Meng Shen nodded. Commander Yi, you are magnanimous. I have a request. I desire a forbidden item that can control water. Yifan hesitated for a moment. A forbidden item for water manipulation typically possesses relatively weak offensive capabilities. You should think this through. That is of no concern, as long as I can control the flow of water. With the parties having reached a consensus, the induction ceremony for the new recruits was officially concluded. Wang Mian utilized the Temporal Marauder to restore the new recruit camp. Lin Shi Yi also learned from Wang Mian that each divine agent had specific tasks assigned to them. However, Michael did not give me any tasks. Wang Mian was slightly taken aback. Tasks serve as the link between divine agents and deities. How could you possibly have no task assigned to you? Shi looked at Meng Zhe with some confusion. Brother Zhe, did the Azure Dragon deity assign you any tasks? Meng Zhe pondered for a moment. I will go ask. Wang Mian, this can be inquired about? I seriously suspect you're playing tricks on me, but I have no evidence. Lin Shi, I truly envy those of you who can communicate normally with deities. After a few breaths, Meng Zhe appeared as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Wang Mian promptly spoke up. It is prudent to keep divine tasks shrouded in secrecy. After all, even deities possess their own privacy. Meng Zhe cast a meaningful glance at Qi. Alas, there is little that cannot be divulged. The ancestral Qinglong has urged me to bear more children. Wang Mian and Qi exchanged incredulous looks. More children? Are the deities of our great Xia truly so understanding? In the bustling heart of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, Baili Xin forcefully kicked his secretary from beneath the desk. Get out! The secretary, blushing and wiping the remnants of yogurt from the corner of his mouth, hastily donned his shirt, now missing buttons, and fled the office, looking utterly dejected. Baili Xin swiftly secured the office door and strode into the hidden chamber with a dark expression. "You, what do you want from me?" 3 days hence, the ancient god church plans an operation in Huaihai. You must find a way to draw Meng Chong Kong out of Huaihai. Baili Xin, in a fit of rage, shattered an antique. Are you jesting? The Baili family is not your dog to command. If you wish to divert Meng Chong Kong, you shall devise your own methods. EU's projection remained unfazed, fixing a steady gaze upon Baili Xin. I have heard your daughter aspires to become a beast tamer, a rare artifact capable of facilitating the merging of mysteries. Baili Xin mauvais fantôme. To divert Meng Chong Kong would be no simple task. It could very well cost him a significant pawn. You foot dismissive. Deliver 10 ships' worth of supplies to Hokkaido, and I shall grant you an additional fan. Without awaiting Baili Xin's response, EU abruptly severed the communication. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in Baili Xin's eyes. Damn you, EU. The Baili family is not to be trifled with. Once our zodiac of the 12 signs is perfected, the ancient god church and the night watchers shall be trampled beneath the feet of the Baili family. Chapter 45. I want to lick you. The following day, at 3 in the morning, a sharp whistle pierced the stillness. The new recruits scrambled out of their dormitories in a state of disarray. The plump one hurriedly donned his shoes while trailing behind Chia. Chia, wait for me. As the drowsy crowd gathered downstairs, Hong Hao let out a soft hum. 8 minutes and 9 seconds. Had this been a battlefield, each of you would have been reduced to ashes by now. Why does the head count seem off? Instrukturan. Take some men and throw them out. Several instructors immediately rushed into the dormitory. At this moment, the new recruits, slightly more awake, began to sense something amiss. Why can't I feel the forbidden ruins? Hey, me too. What's going on? Where's my forbidden ruins? Upon hearing the murmurs of confusion, Chie paused slightly, perplexed. How can one not perceive the forbidden ruins? I just descended the stairs using Starry Night Dancer. However, he soon realized that both Starry Night Dancer and Mortal Realm were subtly suppressed, their effective range significantly diminished. Chie turned to Meng Zhe and the others, inquiring, Zhe, have you noticed any changes in your forbidden ruins? Meng Shi shrugged. Not much has changed. Yu Yao frowned and replied, the sensing is quite low, but still barely usable, albeit with less than 1/10 of its power. Wu Hai and Jun Xian chimed in. Same here. Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. I'm uncertain if I can still sense it. Perhaps I should try with a knife? The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. Among them, only Honglai shook his head gravely, his expression serious. Like the other recruits, he too could not sense the existence of the forbidden ruins. Meng Zhe and Chia exchanged a knowing glance. It must be an object capable of broadly suppressing the forbidden ruins. The low-risk forbidden ruins have likely been completely isolated, while even the high-risk ones are reduced to a weakened state. It seems Jun Xian can barely sense mind over matter. Due to his training in foundations of telekinesis, this highlights the strategic significance of such an object, as several new recruits were unceremoniously tossed down from the upper levels by the instructors. Their physical training for the day officially commenced. The plump one followed behind the others, a pained expression on his face. Observing the leisurely demeanor of Wu Hai, the plump one couldn't help but ask in confusion, Master, despite your greater weight, you've already run 5 or 6 laps, and yet appear so relaxed. How is that possible? Wu Hai leisurely played with the prayer beads in his hand. This is far easier than fetching water up the mountain for a monk. Baili, your physique truly needs more training. Wang Yun Xian, Pensing, Inta monk. Lend me a hand. I'm out of strength. Wu Hai shook his head in resignation and tossed the prayer beads towards him. Then you better hold on tight. The plump one watched with envy, while Shimin Shui Feng generously offered his assistance. Plump one, grab onto Tibbers. I'll pull you along. The plump one gazed at Min Shui Feng's sincere smile, and upon contemplating Tibbers' weight, his face contorted into a grimace that resembled more of a cry than a smile. Enough with the wind. I believe I can still hold on. Ah, no. Just a little longer. Kao yuan aprurochit jie. Jie, come. I will carry you. Jie se lipstaichit. What are you trying to do? Chow Yuan grinned, revealing a row of pearly whites. I want to lick you. Lin Chi. After an exhausting morning of physical training, everyone trembled as they made their way to the cafeteria. Upon seeing the raw beef and plain buns on the table, they were momentarily stunned. A rookie slammed his hand on the table. What is this? I came for special training, not to survive in the wilderness. The surrounding rookies began to stir, voicing their discontent. At that moment, a sudden burst of gunfire rang out, startling the rowdy rookies, who quickly ducked under the table. Hong Hao, with a fierce expression, shouted, "What are you all making noise for? Do you think this is some sort of kindergarten? If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then starve. Don't say I didn't warn you. For the next few months, this will be your daily fare." With that, he surveyed the room and then left, shouldering a heavy machine gun. The rookies exchanged glances, while only Zheng Zhong, a veteran from the Special Forces, unabashedly tore into a chunk of raw beef. Pang Pang looked on, visibly distressed. Jie, do we really have to eat this? Jie nodded. It seems so. Taking a deep breath, he slowly brought the raw beef to his mouth, fervently preparing himself mentally. At that moment, Wu Hai unexpectedly produced a grill from somewhere. Taoist, light it up. Wang Junxian rolled his eyes, tossing a yellow talisman that ignited the charcoal. Yu Yao waved her hand, effortlessly slicing the raw beef into 1-inch thick steaks for everyone. Wu Hai placed the steaks on the grill, took out various seasonings, and hummed a tune while using his merciless iron hands to flip the steaks. Grilled chicken wings, my favorite, the scent wafted around, causing the rookies to salivate uncontrollably. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately dragged Mo Li over. Sister Yu Yao, can we join too? Yu Yao initially intended to refuse, but relented upon seeing Mo Li being tugged along. After Mu Yun received a plate of steak, she promptly pushed half of it towards Pang Pang. Silly brother, stop staring and eat up. Pang Pang was touched. Wu Hai shook his head, casually pulling the raw beef back towards him. There's enough for everyone. It's only fair that I help you grill your beef as well. Chi looked eagerly at Wu Hai, with Chow Yuan's voice chiming in. Master, I want some too. Wu Hai hesitated slightly. Gao Dit Xin. This is a rare opportunity for training. Are you certain you wish to forego it? Lin Jie se lipstaichit. If this is indeed training, then why is everyone cooking it? At that moment, the cafeteria door swung open and the masked team entered. The elder son in the cafeteria greeted them with a beaming smile. At long last, you have all arrived. The dishes are nearly cold, so please take a seat while I serve you. Looking at the kindly face of Old Son, the group bowed respectfully. Old Son, please do not trouble yourself. We are content to eat the same as the new recruits. Old Son resolutely shook his head. That will not do. It is a rare occasion for you to return, and I must prepare a sumptuous feast. With that, he hurried into the inner room and emerged with 9 dishes and a soup. The new recruits looked on, salivating in anticipation. One new recruit abruptly flipped over the raw beef before him. Why should they enjoy the best while we are left with these? Old Son snorted disdainfully. Once you leave the new recruit camp, I will prepare a grand table for you upon your next return. The recruit seemed poised to protest further, but was swiftly silenced by a companion. Wang Mian observed Meng Zhe and the others at the self-service barbecue. Would you like some more? Meng Zhe chuckled and shook his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Jun Xian. The latter opened a jade gourd, and 7 streams of liquid flew into the cups of the masked team. Enjoy your meal. This round is on me. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the dragon saliva wine, the masked team exchanged smiles before raising their cups toward Meng Zhe and his companions. Make the most of this year. We shall be waiting for you ahead. Meng Zhe and his friends lifted their cups in response. Just be careful. Don't let us surpass you too quickly. Ha! You have not changed a bit. Still so brash. The new recruits looked on with eager eyes. I want to eat too. I want to drink. Only Old Son could not help but wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. These reckless young lads, always clamoring to venture out. Little do they realize that this new recruit camp is the place they should cherish the most. Chapter 46. Missing his little boyfriend the following day. As the new recruits excitedly boarded the bus, a sense of exhilaration filled the air. At last, an opportunity to venture out. This is the taste of freedom. Listening to the shouts of the new recruits, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of the instructors. Freedom? Let us hope you can still laugh tonight. Chia furrowed his brow, contemplatively gazing in the direction the bus was headed. Was that towards Jinan Mountain? Pang, observing Chia's pensive expression, curiously inquired, "What is on your mind? Chia, are you troubled?" In the front row, Mengzi leaned against Yu Weiyao's fragrant shoulder and casually interjected, "Perhaps he is missing that little boyfriend named him." The group perked up, eagerly eavesdropping. Even the typically aloof Molly and Shun Xingzhu were no exception. Chia immediately erupted in frustration. "Mengzi, if you dare to utter another word, I swear I will tear you apart." Mengzi yawned nonchalantly. "Can you honestly claim there is no connection between you and that lad?" Chia was rendered speechless. Pang, with a curious expression, remarked, "So, Chia, you really do have a fondness for men?" After a moment of silence, Chao Yuan pulled back his shirt shoulder. "Chia, if you desire." Chia completely lost his composure, grabbing Mengzi by the neck from behind. "D. Just D." Unfazed, Mengzi retorted, "Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have?" Yu Weiyao watched the playful scuffle among them, a sweet smile gracing her lips. How wonderful it would be if they could remain like this forever. In Huaihai City, amidst the Yunlong Mountains, Meng Chongkong received a call from an old comrade. "Old commander, it has been a decade since we last shared a drink together. The brothers miss you dearly. You should come out and unwind." Meng Chongkong hesitated slightly. "But if I go out, who'll take care of the house?" "Oh, come on. My old commander, you've raised your child, and now that he is out in the world, why confine yourself at home? Just give me the nod, and I'll send a guard to pick you up at Yunlong Mountain Villa." After over a decade of staying at home, it's hard to break the habit. "Let us settle on this, old commander. I'll dispatch a guard to arrange for a helicopter. You'll be at Yunlong Mountain Villa by noon. Prepare yourself. We must give you a proper welcome this time." Sigh. "Very well, I shall not refuse." Once the call ended, Meng Chongkong's expression darkened. Observing this, Meng Tinga quickly inquired, "What troubles you, father?" "Isn't it just a bunch of comrades inviting you for a drink? Why the sudden change in demeanor?" The old man shot him a glance. "No good deed goes unpunished. Why wait until now to suddenly remember me?" Meng Tinga quickly caught on. "You mean they are after the spiritual apricots?" The old man nodded, a glint of shrewdness appearing in his eyes. "Let us hope those old fellows merely wish to procure a few spiritual apricots from me. Otherwise." Meng Tinga clenched his fists resolutely. "Rest assured, after replenishing my vitality, I have already regained my strength to the sea realm." A flicker of helplessness crossed the old man's eyes. "Once, his youngest son was a renowned prodigy. Third son, our family is not lacking in spiritual apricots. Why not consume a few more? Perhaps it might help." Tian Good chuckled and shook his head. "It's futile, father. I am well aware of my own body. There is no need to waste spiritual apricots." The old man clenched his fists beneath his robes, his aged eyes tinged with a hint of red. When the group of new recruits disembarked, they surveyed the dense forest before them, momentarily bewildered. Where have we been brought? An isolated wilderness? Are we expected to survive in the wild? Survive in the wild? Given the way those instructors are tormenting us, it might just be a survival game. What? A survival game? Don't scare me. I can't even sense the forbidden ruins now, and anyone could easily take me down with a handgun. Erhu, one cannot solely rely on the forbidden ruins. Step aside. The forbidden ruins are, of course, irrelevant. Listening to the discussions around him, Qi gazed at the thick forest and realized it was indeed the Jinan Mountain, the only primeval forest in the entirety of Songnan. This must be your territory, right? Mengzi stretched lazily. Territory or not, I'm merely an ordinary person suppressed by the forbidden ruins now. This remark elicited eye rolls from the others. We may not know, but we certainly do know you. Yao poked Mengzi's head in annoyance. You, why must you always act so foolish? If you're ordinary, then we might as well just be crushed by tofu. Hey, Dare you bite me? Meng Zhe laughed, releasing his grip. Alai, how about you? Can you adapt? Only no did. Last night, I broke through to the third layer of cloud-piercing palm. I can now sense the forbidden ruins, but I can only use repulsion. Shimin Chue foam slung an arm around Hong Lai's shoulder. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my brother-in-law. Xiaohua blushed deeply. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? She punctuated her words by playfully hitting a nearby tree with her tiny fists, which promptly snapped in two. The sky is a grayish-white. The others exchanged sympathetic glances, including a few girls. Meng Zhe briefly communicated with the surrounding flora, revealing a peculiar smile. Upon noticing this, Jun Xian curiously performed a calculation, his expression growing somewhat strange. Wu Hai observed the two with a look of deep contemplation, anxiously scratching his head. What's going on? Could you enlighten me? Your expressions are rather unsettling. The others, too, gazed at them with curiosity. Jun Xian sighed dramatically. This place is shrouded in dense woods, concealing an ominous aura. We are likely to encounter numerous dangers ahead. The chubby one widened his eyes and respectfully offered a gold coin. What difficulties? Master, could you kindly elaborate? Jun Xian stroked his non-existent beard. There are scoundrels at work here, setting up a vast array of deception, trying to disrupt my mind and cause chaos. Hong Lai's eye twitched. Speak plainly. Displeased by the interruption of his spell casting, Jun Xian cast a discontented glance at him and accepted the gold coins from the plum man's hand. This, as they say, is akin to encountering an inexplicable barrier. 1 gold coin is worth several thousand in divination currency. One must engage in more conversation. The plump man shuddered visibly and promptly produced several more gold coins, offering them forth. Master, I beseech you to cast your spell to dispel malevolence and turn misfortune into fortune. Mengzi could no longer endure the scene and snatched the coins away. The barrier here is man-made. Simply follow my lead later. Wang Junxian raised an eyebrow. Boss, let us split it 50-50. I've been negotiating for quite some time. Before long, the instructors began to elucidate the rules and distributed the burdens and tactical daggers, temporarily confiscating several items from the participants. However, under Mengzi's insistence, all confiscated items were entrusted to Hong Hao for safekeeping. After all, among the instructors, there were 3 traitors. Unsettled, Mengzi wrapped an iron wire vine around the confiscated items, ensuring he could always ascertain their location. Shimin Chuefeng jostled the large backpack on his back. Instructor, do you have anything heavier? A mere 500 pounds feels insignificant. Hong Hao's expression darkened. I would gladly load you with more, but the tactical backpack simply cannot bear it. He then tossed a 100-pound burden to the rear, where it landed near Chao Yuan, and casually handed him a tactical dagger. Upon realizing it was Chao Yuan, he recoiled abruptly, retracting the dagger and instead offering a metal spoon. Chao Yuan remarked, "Is this for me to eat with?" Observing Chao Yuan's immobility, Hong Hao begrudgingly provided him with another spoon. As the drones ascended into the sky, the recruits rushed into Jinan Mountain, seeking to utilize the terrain and thick forest to evade the drones' pursuit, swiftly traversing towards the valley. Yet Mengzi chose a contrary path, leading everyone directly towards the peak of Jinan Mountain. The newly appointed instructors wore expressions of confusion. Were they attempting to challenge their limits? Hong Hao glanced at Yuan Gong. Chief, that lad seems to have discerned your strategy. Yuan Gang's expression was complex. I'm not blind. Adjust the terrain map to change every half hour. Hong Hao gasped. Chief, isn't that a bit too harsh? If an outsider inadvertently steps onto Jinan Mountain, they are surely doomed. Yuan Gong snorted coldly. The entire Jinan Mountain has been comprehensively sealed off by the military. Anyone who disregards the warnings and sneaks in is merely courting death. Chapter 47. Young Master Jing, spare me. Shimin Chuefeng bore the burdens of Pang Pang and Jun Xian on his back. If you two truly cannot endure it, I can carry you as well. Pong Pong's face lit up with gratitude. Chuefeng, you are such a good person. How fortunate Hong Lai is to have a brother-in-law like you. He must have accumulated great fortune in his past life. Jun Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you that envious? Fortunately, Brother Chuefeng has 2 younger sisters at home. You still have a chance. Pang Pang momentarily paused, casting a timid glance at Chuefeng. Shimin Shuifeng flashed a bright smile. Indeed, both Xiao Xue and Xiaoya are as adorable as Xiaohua. At this, Pongpong's eye twitched. As adorable as Xiaohua? Are you certain that is what we call adorable? Before Jun Xian could further dig his grave, Pang Pang hastily rejected the notion. I'm sorry, Brother Chuefeng, but my father arranged a marriage for me when I was young, so... Shimin Chuefeng expressed a tinge of regret. It's all right. I understand. I actually have high hopes for you. Just as Pang Pang began to smile in relief, the goddess Molly scoffed from the side. You have a fiancé, and still lack self-restraint. You truly are the type of spoiled young master that people find detestable. Pang Pang was instantly on the verge of tears. Goddess Molly, let me explain. Mu Yin shook his head. No need to explain. Your words will only make things worse. Amidst their banter, a high-frequency buzzing sound echoed from the sky behind them. Chia promptly warned, not good. A swarm of drones is approaching. Pang Pang hurriedly quickened his pace. These instructors are utterly insane. There are only a dozen of us. Do they really need to deploy hundreds of drones? Chao Yuan wore a look of solemnity. Chia, you all run ahead. I'll draw the drones away. Just as Chia was about to refuse, Pang Pang interjected with over 100 drones. How many can you divert by yourself? Stop being melodramatic and hurry. Chao Yuan stood speechless. Mengzi chuckled and shook his head. It's fine. No need to worry. Chia seemingly anticipated Mengzi's thoughts. If you attack the drones, you will be eliminated. Don't act recklessly. Mengzi gazed innocently at the surrounding trees. Am I that kind of person? I merely wish to provide the drone operators with an opportunity for self-improvement. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. The trees around them began to grow wildly, swiftly forming a canopy above the group. The drone's shooting trajectories were completely obstructed by the dense leaves and branches. Now, the drones could neither pursue nor even maintain a visual on their targets. Of course, Mengzi left a few sizable gaps for the drones to attempt extreme maneuvers. The drone team immediately reported the situation to Yuan Gang. Gazing at the glaring entrance to the trap on the screen, Yuan Gang couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Are you confident? A technical officer solemnly shook his head. We cannot ascertain the internal situation at all. Once the drone swarm penetrates deep, it is highly likely they will not return. Yuan Gang rubbed his temples, resigning to the fact that the drone swarm was a crucial asset for the military and should not be wasted. Listen, he instructed, first focus on addressing the other recruits, and then let all the drones converge to hunt down these few rascals. Yes, at that moment, Meng Zhe and a few others were gathered together. Chef Wu Hai was leisurely roasting a few wild rabbits. Qi felt a bit sheepish. Zegu, is it really appropriate for us to be this lazy? Meng Zhe pulled out a case of soda. The entire terrain of Jinan Mountain is constantly shifting, making it impossible to ascertain our exact position. Once I decipher the patterns of these changes, we can continue our journey. Chubby looked on with curiosity. Zegu, wasn't your forbidden item stored away? Where did this case of soda come from? Meng Zhe began distributing the soda. This is a capability inherent to the Qinglong Divine Ruins. I can't very well store the ruins themselves, can I? Qi Yi exhibited a look of envy. Does the Divine Ruins possess so many capabilities? My ruins seem a bit subpar in comparison. Perhaps the foreign Divine Ruins don't adapt well to the environment of Xia, Qi Yi remarked. Do you even hear yourself? Uhai in does it? Can something like this really be incompatible with the environment? When that foreign deity entered our land, did it fall ill or something? Disinterested, Wu Hai sprinkled a handful of soul cumin onto the meat. Ah, perfect. As they feasted on roasted rabbit and sipped soda, Yu Yao playfully wrinkled her nose. We've had too much barbecue lately. How about some vegetables? Perhaps a hot pot? A blond man emerged from Huaihai Airport under the gaze of onlookers. Since the fog had descended, foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes had become a rarity within Xia. When someone inquired about the man's nationality, he replied in broken Chinese, "Oh, I'm an ethnic minority, not a foreigner." The crowd was incredulous. Given his level of Chinese and his peculiar attire, who would believe he was an ethnic minority? Some alert citizens promptly reported the matter. By the time the police arrived, the blond man had already been hastily taken away by a group of individuals clad in black. This incident quickly reached the ears of the 007 team. Faced with such a suspicious character, The cautious Guang Qingsheng arranged for night watchmen to assist the Huaihai police in locating the man. According to information provided by the airport, he had traveled in first class on Bailey Airlines from Guangshan to Huaihai. They immediately contacted Bailey Airlines to request passenger information. When the CEO of Bailey Airlines reported this to Bailey Xian, he was equally perplexed. What? Are you saying this foreigner provided no valid information? And you don't even know his name, yet you allowed him to fly on a Bailey Group plane directly to Huaihai? The CEO looked helpless. This was personally instructed by young Master Jing. I didn't dare to intervene. Furious, Bailey Xian smashed a crystal cup over the CEO's head. Why was I not informed of such a significant matter? Even with blood streaming down his head, the CEO dared not evade. In a desperate bid to retain his position, he could only endure the scorn and abuse from Bai Lisan. During the meeting, you emphasized that young Master Jing would henceforth represent you entirely. His words would henceforth be your own. In a violent outburst, Bai Lisan kicked the CEO out of the office, seizing the secretary's flowing locks. Moments later, the secretary emerged from the office, her cheeks swollen and covering her mouth, trembling as she leaned against the wall. With a fearful glance at the general manager's office not far away, she swallowed the sourness in her throat and made her way over. She knocked gently on the door and spoke softly to the young man seated in the center of the office. Young Master Jing, the master requests your presence. Bai Lijing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly rose to his feet. As he approached, the secretary's delicate form trembled uncontrollably. Bai Lijing grasped her by the throat, inquiring, "It seems you are quite afraid of me?" With a quivering voice, the secretary pleaded for mercy. "Young Master Jing, please spare me. The master is still waiting for you." A wicked smile crept across Bai Lijing's lips. "Then let him wait," he retorted, dragging her by the neck into the office and forcefully shutting the door behind them. Several minutes later, the door to the general manager's office swung open once more. Bai Lijing smoothed down his sleeves and fastened his buttons, emerging with a refreshed demeanor as he strode towards Bai Lisan's office. Inside, the secretary lay in tatters, her body bruised and sprawled on the ground. A recently extinguished cigarette, but still precariously balanced on her chest. Chapter 48. The Essence of Loyalty in a Dog. As Bai Lijing pushed open the door to the chairman's office, he was met with Bai Xian's furious roar. "Bai Lijing, that is my dog. You may play with it, but should you dare to harm it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Unfazed, Bai Lijing casually zipped up his pants. "Father, it's merely a mutt. I could easily bring you 10 more attractive ones." Bai Lisan's gulp. TCH. The most fundamental trait of a dog is loyalty. Those creatures are at best mere toys. How dare they be compared to my mutt? Bai Lijing paused momentarily before letting out a cold laugh. "You are indeed correct. Bai Lisan etjana nawingelang." Understanding the silent cue, Bai Lijing ensured no one was in the corridor before shutting the door behind him. "Father, what do you need from me? Who is the foreigner flying first class to Huaihai today?" Bai Lijing was taken aback by the direct question. "What foreigner?" Bai Lisan Thawen Sly. "Did you not go to Bailey Airlines yesterday and request them to arrange a green channel for a foreigner to fly first class?" Bai Lijing remained perplexed. "No, I was at the dock overseeing the 10 shipments yesterday. I didn't go to the airline at all." Bai Lisan et badao fudao. "Are you certain?" Bai Lijing nudda bigurusli. They held each other's gaze for 10 seconds. Bai Xian closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. "You may carry on with your business. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Remember to return home for dinner with your mother tonight." "Understood, father." Once Bai Lijing left, Bai Xian began to form a hypothesis. He retrieved a communicator from a hidden compartment beneath the desk. "In 3 minutes, I want to know every detail of Xiao Jing's whereabouts yesterday." "Understood, boss." Soon, a suited bodyguard presented Bai Lijing's itinerary on the table. After reviewing the documents and photographs, Bai Xian's expression darkened. "University town, dock, yacht. It appears the lad truly had no time to visit the airline yesterday." "Very well, you may leave." After the bodyguard departed, Bai Xian scrutinized the surveillance footage from the airline, a glint of cold fury evident in his eyes. Enraged, he stormed into the secure room to activate the communicator. "You, what exactly are you planning?" You impersonate Bai Lijing without so much as a greeting. sending your people to Huaihai. Do you truly believe I wouldn't discover it? As Yu's projection materialized, Bali Xian roared in accusation. Huh, I advise you to recognize your place. Should you dare to speak to me in such a tone again, I assure you, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. Hearing Yu's blatant threat, Bali Xian struggled to suppress his fury. You must provide me with an explanation. What explanation? Do I need to justify my actions to you? A glint of menace flashed in Bali Xian's eyes. If you do not offer me a satisfactory answer, I will immediately notify the Watchers. Yu's gaze turned icy, reflecting a chilling intensity. What? Have you grown wings now? Do you wish to sever ties with me? Do not forget, the stronghold of the ancient God Church is not located in the Great Xia. Moreover, how clean do you think the Bai family's reputation truly is? Bali Xian, who had long been seething with pent-up frustration, showed no mercy towards the ramblings. He laid everything bare, ready to overturn the table. It matters not. At worst, I will sacrifice a few forbidden items and offer a scapegoat. The Bai family will still remain a top-tier financial conglomerate in the Great Xia. Any force that dares to collaborate with your ancient God Church shall be eradicated one by one. I shall ensure that your ancient God Church finds it impossible to move within the Great Xia. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Yu's eyes. Yet considering the Bai family's utility and the subsequent needs of the ancient God Church, he chose to endure for now. The days ahead are long. Bali Xian, I hope you can continue in your arrogance. Fufu. Even your father, Bali Shun, would not have dared to speak to me in such a manner back in the day. It seems that particular item has granted you a sense of invincibility. Bali Xian's pupils constricted. What item? I know not of what you speak. Ha! Your denial matters not. I only hope you can bear the cost of that item. Fufu. Bali Xian's face was filled with apprehension. Damn it. All those who participated in that operation have been exterminated and silenced. How does this bastard know? Has the Zodiac been infiltrated as well? He took a deep breath, deciding to end this verbal sparring and probing. Let's get to the point. Did you send someone to Huaihai in pursuit of the spirit apricot? You did not deny it. And if so, perhaps we could collaborate. Once you acquire the spirit tree, the Bai family can provide you with 5 different types of botanical forbidden domains. Do you truly believe that mere botanical forbidden domains can catalyze spiritual fruits? If botanical forbidden domains possess such capabilities, do you think the Night Watchers could remain idle? Bali Xian's left eye narrowed, conjuring a terrifying suspicion. Could that foreigner be a botanical deity? Yu leaned slightly forward, half of his face shrouded in shadow. The upward curve of his lips twisting his face into a grotesque triangle, exuding an aura of terror that imposed a powerful visual oppression upon Bali Xian. Though Yu spoke not a word, Bali Xian had nearly confirmed it. He took a deep breath. The botanical deity. Truly a grand scheme. One must understand that the power systems of deities differ across nations. What can be achieved by the deities of the Great Xia may not be attainable by foreign gods. Yu's eyes ignited with a crimson brilliance. Then let be destroyed. The ancient God Church shall not possess it, nor shall the Night Watchers ever lay claim to it. Bai Li Xin Chemba, you have lost your mind. If the spirit tree is destroyed, Meng Chong Kong will surely go mad, and Yi Fan will seize the opportunity to purge the high ranks of the Great Xia. He let out a chilling laugh. Fufu, the ancient God Church has no need for worthless objects. This statement was a double entendre, referring both to the spirit tree and those forces collaborating with the ancient God Church. Bali Xian was taken aback by the madness of his counterpart. You madman, you will regret this. With that, he abruptly ended the communication. He must prepare early, striving to extricate the Bailey family from this predicament, for he is reluctant to confront the furious Meng Chongkong. Fortunately, he possesses evidence that absolves Bailey Jing of any wrongdoing. As for the true perpetrator, it is the Night Watchers of Guangshan who will investigate. Moreover, in recent years, the erratic behavior of the Whisperer has escalated. He must devise a plan post-haste. In the ancient God sect, the Whisperer cast a communication stone into an iron tray, summoning another stone effortlessly. Mere seconds later, Bailey Jing's projection materialized. The Whisperer donned a benevolent facade. This time you performed admirably, old Bailey Xian. believing that I was impersonating you to arrange the itinerary for block. Bailey Jing wore a sycophantic smile. Thanks to Lord Whisperer's arrangement of the transformation into a Forbidden Realm dweller, this plan has gone remarkably smoothly. Lord Whisperer, regarding the matter of the divine ruin. The Whisperer gazed at Bailey Jing with an expression of appreciation. In contrast to that fool Bailey Xian, I hold you in higher regard. Rest assured, once the sect acquires the spirit tree, you shall become the first divine agent of the Bailey family. Bailey Jing was elated. Thank you, Lord Whisperer. I shall serve you with even greater loyalty than my godfather. The Whisperer made a couple of deliberately casual remarks before terminating the communication. Oh, godfather? Do you truly believe I cannot perceive the unmistakable scent of the Bailey family's pure foolishness emanating from you? How amusing it is. Recalling how Bailey Xian once foolishly concealed his dealings from Bailey Shun, secretly contacting me. Truly delightful. The entire hall resonated with the Whisperer's maniacal laughter. Chapter 49. The irate Yuan gang. After 2 hours of rest, Meng Zhe had begun to comprehend the intricate dynamics of Jinan Mountain. He led the group towards the true destination, listening to the broadcast detailing the humiliating fates of the eliminated recruits. Everyone secretly felt fortunate to be following Zhe Gu. Otherwise, the unsightly secrets, once exposed, would render them unable to face anyone in the recruit camp again. Approximately half an hour later, Meng Zhe came to a halt. Jie, curious, asked, why has Zhe Gu stopped? Is there an issue ahead? Meng Zhe shook his head. The terrain is shifting again. I am waiting for the map to update. Pang Pang's lips twitched. Damn, Jinan Mountain is so vast and already has a complex terrain. Do they expect it to change every half an hour? How can anyone survive this? Indeed, becoming a night watchman required more than mere physical prowess. It demanded keen insight and a calm, analytical mind to navigate the mysterious events that could arise unexpectedly. Apart from Qi, who nodded in agreement, the others wore expressions of incredulity. The entire Jinan Mountain was immense, and with such frequent topographical changes, who, other than someone with an extraordinary map, could possibly detect such bizarre occurrences? Lin Qi chimed in. By nightfall, I could manage to notice them too. At that moment, a familiar name crackled through the broadcast. I admire Brother Shen the most. Shen Qingzhu? Why? In our first year of high school, my brother Li Jia and I were deceived, which led to trouble with some local thugs. It was Brother Shun who intervened, sending those 4 ruffians to the hospital. He was expelled from school and missed the college entrance exams because of it. From that day on, we vowed to follow Brother Shun for life. Meng Shi smirked. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Isn't that our Brother Shun? The group turned to follow Meng Zhe's gaze, spotting Shun Qingzhu in a nearby thicket, evading drones while carrying Deng Wei on his back. Seeing this, Jun Xian jogged ahead, creating a telekinetic barrier to shield the two from the paintball fire from behind. Oh, isn't that my wildly reckless roommate? Shun Qingzhu frowned. Who asked you, you meddlesome sorcerer, to intervene? Jun Xian raised an eyebrow. Shall I amplify the intensity of my assistance? Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened. He was well aware of Wang Jun Xian's capabilities. No need for that. Deng Wei, injured, looked at Jun Xian with gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Wang. It was nothing. Jun Xian waved dismissively, turning back to Meng Zhe to inquire if Shun Qingzhu could accompany them. Upon receiving Meng Zhe's nod of approval, he extended the invitation. Deng Wei is injured. It would be prudent for him to have support. Shun Qingzhu hesitated, but Deng Wei quickly shook his head. I'm injured and can't run far. Brother Shun, you should go with them. Shun Qingzhu, of course, refused. A green glow enveloped Deng Wei's leg, swiftly healing his wound. Shun Qingzhu paused for a moment, then quietly murmured, Thank you. Wu Hai produced 2 roasted wild rabbits he had been secretly hoarding. Gulme, gulme, gulme. Enjoy it while it's hot. The young monk has just finished roasting, and there's plenty more if needed. Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, while Deng Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jun Xian telekinetically offered 2 bottles of joy-inducing beverage. Yuan Gang gazed at the screen, observing the harmonious and serene atmosphere among the group, which incited a burning frustration within him. I summoned you here for special training, not for a vacation. While we're left with cold leftovers, they are relishing exotic delicacies and sipping joy water. This is utterly outrageous. Oh no, did you not confiscate all their contraband? Where did they acquire these items? Honghao scratched his head. It appears they possess some form of storage capability, and the detector did not register any other prohibited items. As for that jade slip, it's far too valuable. You know how temperamental Elder Meng is, and I dare not demand it back. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. How many new recruits have been eliminated already? Report, sir, over 200 have been eliminated, with only around 30 remaining. Yuan Gang's eyes ignited with fervor. Excellent. Assign 3 drones to each of the remaining recruits to continue the pursuit, and surround this group of rascals with all available drones. The officer from the technical department hesitated. Sir, that's over 900 drones. Doesn't that seem excessive? Yuan Gong snorted coldly. Not a chance. I cannot bear to see these rascals living comfortably. The technical officer nodded in resignation. Understood. Soon, nearly 1,000 drones converged upon the south-central region of Jinan Mountain like a swarm of bees. Qi gazed upon the gray mist of the drone cluster, his brow furrowing slightly. Ziege, it seems our visitors are not benign. Mengze had not anticipated Yuan Gang's ruthless approach. Since you are so merciless, do not blame me for being heartless. The realm of trees descended. The surrounding trees began to grow wildly and ferociously. Originally 10-meter-tall trees surged to over 30 meters, their countless branches intertwining to form vast nets. The soldiers of the technical department stared at the wooden nets below, feeling a wave of unease. What should we do, sir? The technical officer glanced at Yuan Gang, whose face was dark as thunder. Yuan Gang slammed his palm on the table. Under the suppression of the Jinshu monument, it can still reach such levels. This Kid-S divine void is far beyond expectations. Deploy 4 destroyers and blast open this turtle shell. Today, come hell or high water, we'll catch up with these rascals. With Yuan Gang's command, 4 drone-sized machines ascended from the tops of 4 buses. Their massive cannons blasted several large holes in the wooden net. The 1,000 drones surged forth. Mengze's eye twitched. This fellow plays dirty. But catching us 1 be so simple. Just as Mengze had anticipated, shortly after entering, dozens of drones attempting to navigate through were ensnared by the branches and rendered immobile. A slight smile crept across Mengze's lips. The terrain is still shifting. Let's enjoy this little game with them. Jun Xian increased the intensity for these guys. With a mischievous grin, Wang Daoshang deftly manipulated several drones using telekinesis, causing them to collide with one another and plummet to the ground. Yet, this was not enough for him. He twisted the drone's weaponry and unleashed a barrage of paintballs upon the surrounding machines indiscriminately. In the already confined space, compounded by the betrayal of companions, the drones successively lost their operational abilities. Yuan Gang, witnessing the incessant flashing of malfunction indicators, clenched his fists tightly. These audacious little rascals dared to assault the drones. Heaven forbid I catch you. The destroyers advance. The officer, resigned, nodded slightly. The turrets of 4 destroyers rotated, transforming from cannons into flamethrowers. The treetops above them ignited in a rapid blaze. Mengze stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. What on earth? Has Yuan Gang gone mad? Setting the mountain ablaze? What is he attempting? Yu Yao snorted lightly, raising her hand to activate tremendous thunder, directly severing the power supply to the 4 destroyers. In the control room, the screen before the technical officer fizzled into static. Yuan Hong exclaimed, Mengshe! Without the interference of the destroyers, the remaining drones found themselves ensnared within the dense forest. As night fell, Yuan Gang gazed at the few individuals approaching the finish line, skewers in hand. Instructor Yuan, we kept you waiting. This outdoor weight-bearing course is exceedingly challenging. Isn't it? Just look at how the others haven't even arrived yet. Yuan Gang's face darkened. First, wipe the grease off your mouths. Later that evening, after everyone had indulged in a medicinal bath and returned to the dormitory, Mengze was just about to lie down to rest when he heard the voice of the Azure Dragon. Get up. There's a presence of another deity. Startled, Mengze quickly gathered himself. Ah, it seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Casting a glance at the exhausted and slumbering Emochiyu, he slipped out of the dormitory through the window. Chapter 50. Fear not. I shall treat Chie as my own. Deneo, is this your divine realm? Lin Chie, taken aback by Nix's inquiry, was momentarily at a loss. He contemplated denying it, but upon reflecting on his mother's current mental state, he chose not to linger on the matter. Indeed, this was his divine realm. Do you know how to sustain it? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Chie turned to see Meng Zhe, having appeared unnoticed. He was briefly stunned, then introduced him to Nix. Mother, this is my friend, Meng Zhe. Zhe, what brings you here? Nix remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Meng Zhe, or more precisely, on the remnants of the Azure Dragon above his head. Meng Zhe tentatively waved his hand, yet she continued to gaze at him without uttering a word. Chie quickly clarified, My mother has not been herself lately. Please do not take offense, eh? A look of regret flickered in Meng Zhe's eyes. It seemed that Nix's mental state was still far from normal, and extracting a solution to the issues plaguing Songnan would likely prove arduous. His visit today had two primary purposes: to glimpse the night goddess Nix, who possessed the power of extraordinary procreation, and to inquire if she had any means to salvage Songnan's fate, given his uncle's predicament. It's nothing. I was merely asking. Before he could finish, a thunderous voice interrupted. What business do you have in our daxia? The three turned to see Hongying, wielding the star blade and enveloped in a shimmering golden light, approaching swiftly. Upon noticing that both Meng Zhe and Lin Chie were present, his tension escalated. Instructor Yuan, what brings you here? Hongying did not respond to Chie, instead regarding Nix with evident trepidation. If you have matters to discuss, direct them at me. There is no need to involve these two children. Nix, regaining her composure, cast a calm glance at Hongying before turning her attention back to Meng Zhe. This question is best directed at Deneo. At her words, Meng Zhe felt a sinking sensation, or perhaps the one within you. Upon hearing Nix's next remark, his pupils dilated. Was it not the Azure Dragon ancestor dwelling within him? Hongying, witnessing their complete disregard for him, felt perspiration forming in his palms. By the time Chun Fuzi arrived, it would likely be too late. To ensure the safety of these two reckless youths, it seemed he would have to act first. Thus, Hongying pivoted his blade, golden luminescence enveloping his form as he unleashed the full extent of his prowess at the sea realm. Leaping forward, he aimed a powerful strike at Nix. Instructor Yuan, wait. No. Both Meng Zhe and Chie simultaneously interjected, attempting to dissuade Hongying from his rashness. Unbeknownst to them, Hongying misconstrued their actions as a signal to flee. Fear not. Chun Fuzi is on his way. I will hold her off while you two make your escape. At that moment, Hongying's forbidden realm was thrust to its utmost limit. In his hand, the star blade erupted with a brilliant radiance, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Nix furrowed his brow. Are you a subordinate of Danidus? While there may be a semblance of loyalty, you dare to defy Danidus's divine decree. With a flick of his right hand, the golden light enveloping Hongying instantly dissipated, propelling him backwards. Mother, no. At the sound of Chie's plea, Nix finally halted. Should you ever defy Danidus's divine command again, I shall show you no mercy. He then turned to Chie with a gentle expression. Rest assured, Danidus, I am merely administering a reprimand to my subordinate. After all, this is your divine realm, and he must adhere to your will. Chie, held tenderly by her mother, softly reassured her, It's all right, mother. I am still quite weak and need their assistance to grow stronger. Nix wore a look of satisfaction. At that moment, Hongying felt as if his entire being had shattered. This is the power of the divine. Indeed, it is terrifying. Just a casual wave of the hand, and I nearly lost my life. Mengzi chuckled and shook his head. Old Yuan, one must heed counsel. Why did you insist on coming here to suffer such a fate? As he spoke, he began to heal Hongying. Hongying, observing Chie being embraced by Nix, seemed to realize that there was no malice in the other party. What on earth is going on, you little rascal? Mengzi raised an eyebrow. He sees Chie resembling his own son and insists on bestowing divine power upon her. They were having a lovely chat, and you came charging in with a sword. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. You could have given me a heads up. I told you to wait, but you completely ignored me. If you weren't laughing, I would be more inclined to believe you. At that moment, Nyx approached slowly, entirely disregarding the anxious Yuan Gang, and gazed amicably at Mengzi. Since you are a friend of Danada's and a descendant of the Azure Dragon, this is a fortuitous gift, a token of our first meeting. As he spoke, he materialized an egg resembling dark jade in his hand. Mengzi paused momentarily. Ah, is this egg one you just laid? Truly impressive. The Azure Dragon within him rolled its eyes. Fool, this is the crystal core of the dark vein Earth Dragon. Essentially, it's dragon egg. Mengzi blinked in surprise before accepting the dragon egg. Thank you, Lady Nyx. Nyx smiled and affectionately ruffled Mengzi's hair. Danada's has spoken of you, mentioning how you have always cared for him and helped him. This little dragon shall serve as your steed. I have infused a trace of night divine power within. You need only to inject a bit of dragon essence to hatch it. Tears of envy welled at the corners of Mengzi's eyes. This is a dark vein Earth Dragon. Once mature, it will reach the pinnacle of the Klein realm, and it has been gifted to me. Who wouldn't want a mother like this? He immediately embraced it. Rest assured, I will treat Chie as my own, and I shall never fail you. Lin Chie, with a swift kick, exclaimed, Mengzi, how dare you take advantage of this opportunity? Prepare to face the consequences. As she gazed at the two engaged in playful antics, Nyx revealed a radiant smile. A breathtaking expression that left Yuan Gang utterly mesmerized. However, Nyx's gaze turned icy, and Yuan was sent flying once more. Observing this, Chie ceased his mischief and hurriedly returned to take Nyx's hand. Mother, it's getting late. Perhaps you should return to rest, and we can enjoy an outing another time. Nyx nodded slightly, caressing Chie's cheek. Very well. Dantis has grown, showing concern for his mother. I shall visit the divine realm of Dantis next time. She said this while giving Mengzi a slight nod before vanishing from sight. Chie hesitated momentarily, looking towards Mengzi, who waved a hand dismissively. Say nothing, I understand. In light of the dragon egg, let us forego the maid outfit, shall we? JK is not acceptable, not at all. Chie's eyes twitched in annoyance. Who mentioned anything about cross-dressing? I merely want you to keep my mother's matters confidential. Mengzi regarded Chie with a benevolent expression. Very well, Dantis. Chie. Mengzi then turned to the struggling Yuan. Old Yuan need a hand? Yuan Gang's face darkened. If you laugh again, both of you will face double training tomorrow. Mengzi smirked. Come on, Dantis. This one cannot take a joke. At the headquarters of the Night Watch in the capital, Yifan fell silent upon hearing Yuan Gang's report. Are you suggesting that the goddess of night, Nyx, has chosen Chie as her divine proxy simply because he resembles her son? Indeed, Commander Yi. Yifan's lips twitched. Yuan Gang, do I resemble your father? Yuan Gang? In the new recruits' barracks, Mengzi and Chie returned to the lobby of their dormitory. Jaife, thank you for accompanying me in front of my mother tonight. Mengzi sighed softly, his words laden with meaning. That was no mere act. Besides, I shall keep this matter confidential, but the maid outfit is unavoidable. Chie, Mengzi. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the girls' dormitory above. What were you two doing at this hour? Hearing the unfriendly tone of Yu Yao, Mengzi began to break into a cold sweat. I was out for a late-night snack with Chie. Chie, not missing a beat, exposed the truth. Sister Yu Yao, he forced me to wear a maid outfit. Woo-woo. A murderous intent began to emanate from Yu Yao. Mengzi, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Yu Yao, let me explain. Just put the knife down for now, okay? Chie flashed a triumphant smile, ready to turn back to the dormitory when he noticed a throng of people clustered at the railing of the dorm. The chubby one on the third floor lamented, Chie, if you want to wear a maid outfit, you could do so in the dormitory. Why must it be just for Zeech? Lin Chie retorted, Bailey, tumming. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 51. Rising from the flower pot. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the new recruits camp, an unwelcome group of visitors descended upon the Huaihai Yunlong villa. A contingent of fully armed mercenaries stealthily approached the estate. As they neared the entrance, several swift strikes severed the rifles from their grasp, inciting chaos among the mercenaries. Who did this? Show yourself. I am Brother Dao from Huaihai Pengcheng. Dare you face me in combat? Not far behind the mercenaries Several figures cloaked in black exchanged wary glances. Lord of the 14th seat, did you see that? The 14th seat, Ma Tianyi and the blonde man beside him fixated their gaze upon two iron trees at the entrance of the villa. They were an unprecedented species, likely transformed from the mystical QNGL in God ruins. Lord Brock, can you manage this? The tree speaker, Brock, smirked disdainfully. It is merely a matter of animating the trees. My divine power can compel them to rise. Deep down, he envied the tree speaker's prowess, which could indeed transmute plants into tree-like warriors, granting them mobility and the ability to take root. Yet it fell short of bestowing them with intelligence or the capabilities akin to forbidden entities. Brock had resolved to not only study that spiritual tree, but also to take those iron trees capable of striking back for further examination. At that moment, a cool male voice resonated from within the villa. Heir, do not hold back. Eliminate them. As the mercenaries paused in confusion, the two iron trees shuddered, and leaves imbued with lethal intent pierced the hearts of the intruders with uncanny precision. Ma Tianyi summoned a stone wall from the ground with a wave of his hand, deflecting the onslaught of foliage. Come fort, Ming Tianji. I know you are inside. The grand doors of Yunlong Villa creaked open, revealing Meng Tiange, wielding a colossal brush. Oh, how did you know it was me? A mocking glint flickered in Ma Tianyi's eyes. That old fellow, Meng Chongkong, is currently reveling at the Eastern District Command, while Meng Zhe is in Songnan. The only one left within Yunlong Villa must be you, Meng Tiange. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Meng Tiange's eyes. Just as his father had surmised, their adversaries sought the spiritual apricot tree, and their intentions extended beyond merely acquiring a few fruits. It appeared that every movement of the Meng family had been meticulously observed by them. Pray tell, who are you? Ma Tianyi replied with an air of arrogance. I am of the 14th seat of the ancient divine church. I advise you not to resist stubbornly. The three of you from the Chuan realm are no match for us. Hand over the spiritual tree, and you may yet avoid suffering. With that, he exuded a hint of formidable power from the sea realm, while several Chuan realm followers stepped forward, gazing at Meng Tiange with brazen confidence. Adu remarked, Third Master, what shall we do? We cannot contend with him. Heir added, we might hold our ground against the Chuan realm weaklings for a moment, but that sea realm fellow. Listening to the exchange relayed by the iron trees, Meng Tiange merely smiled and shook his head. Leave this person to me. You two handle the others. With a flourish of his enormous brush, a stroke of ink forced back 5 followers from the Chuanjing sect. Indeed, you pests of the ancient god cult wish to run rampant in my Yunlong manor. First, you must pass through me. Matiniesse pupils constricted. How could you, having been trapped in the Chuanjing for a decade, suddenly break into the Haijing? Meng Tiange's expression darkened. What concern is this of yours? Ink Tiger, the purple gold wolf hair, in his hand surged forth with copious amounts of spiritual ink, coalescing in the air into a fearsome giant tiger. The immense tiger let out a roar that shook the mountains, leaping towards Ma Tianyi. Ma Tianyi conjured dozens of stone pillars with a wave of his hand, successfully thwarting the ink tiger's assault and imprisoning it. You, take Lord Brolock and seek the spirit tree. Meng Tiange is mine. Rock shatter. Just as the ink tiger broke free from its stone prison, Ma Tianyi hurriedly struck it back. Several cloaked figures swiftly escorted Brolock, seizing the opportunity to charge towards Yunlong Manor. Ada, heir, immediately interveni. Brolock, feeling a sense of talent preservation, raised his hand to halt the actions of several followers. Instead, he spoke gently to Ada and heir in the language of trees, staying in this wretched place. You can only serve as watchdogs. Why not join me and venture boldly into the world? Ada and heir exchanged glances, considering Brolock's demeanor somewhat foolish. Simultaneously, they launched an attack against him. Unperturbed, Brolock continued to persuade. Very well, I shall first grant you the ability to act. You will follow me from now on. As he spoke, he activated the tree speaker. To the astonishment of onlookers, 2 iron trees sprouted heads and limbs, slowly rising from their large pots. Ma Tianyi's heart soared with joy. He hadn't expected this foreigner to possess such skill. It seemed the mission would be completed successfully. At that moment, Ada and heir were equally astonished and delighted. Hey, this golden-haired fellow is quite impressive. He actually made us stand. Brolock beamed a radiant smile. As long as you two are willing to follow me, I shall petition my god to greatly enhance your powers. Heir looked to Ada brother. This man is merely spinning tales for us. Ada smacked heir on the shoulder. Golden-haired one, though you've made us rise, a loyal subject serves but one master. Withdraw for now, my brother, and I shall not harm you today. Brolock sought to continue his persuasion when Ma Tiny, sent flying by the ink tiger, roared. Brolock, what are you waiting for? Hurry and find a spirit tree. Otherwise, if Lord EU holds you accountable, none can bear the consequences. The newly awakened Ada and heir were taken aback. So you are after the old silver. We cannot allow you to pass. Brolock, recalling EU's methods, trembled in fear and, raising his hand, used divine power to shake off the two iron tree men, charging into Yunlong Manor. He instructed the followers behind him, capture these two tree men for me. Remember, they must be alive. The followers exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an indescribable sorrow. These two trees were already formidable adversaries, and now you've transformed them into treants and still expect us to capture them alive? Before you depart, you ought to revert them back to their flowerpot forms. The 5 acolytes exchanged glances, immediately revealing their respective domains. One transformed into a metallic being, another into a lobster spirit, while the remaining 3 conjured wood-based domains, striving to restrain the 2 treants. Meng Tiange, ever the spectator relishing chaos, casually conjured 2 long spears and tossed them over. Ada heir catch the spears. Armed with these weapons, the power of the 2 iron trees surged exponentially. Were it not for the fear of incurring the wrath of the Whisper, the 5 acolytes would have surely fled by now. Damn it, this life is unbearable. Each of them bestowing buffs upon these 2 trees, amplifying our troubles. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Yunlong mountain range, Team 007 gazed warily at the 3 individuals before them. The leader, clad in a tailcoat, addressed them with gentlemanly decorum. I implore you to pause, for this is the ancient God Church's whisper. Chapter 52, The Power of Spirit Painting and its connection to my Ink Dragon Ode, with the unexpected intrusion of Block. Ada and heir were suddenly thrown into a state of disarray. This is disastrous. If the old master discovers that we neglected our duty, it is likely we won't be treated to a drink for at least a month. Their resentment towards the ancient god sect surged dramatically. 2 ink guns were aimed at the 5 devotees, ready to charge at any moment. Leading the charge was the metallic figure Zhao Meng, who shouted towards a nearby lobster spirit, Tian-ao, follow me in. I'll take the front, you cover my back. A bing, you 3 focus on wearing them down. Understood, Brother Meng. Zhao Meng roared, tearing apart the upper half of his robe, his fists pounding against his chest like a bronze hammer. Oomph. A mere piece of wood dares to act ferocious before me. Zhao Meng, watch as I crush you. With that, he charged forward. Observing Zhao Meng's powerful fists, Ada and heir dared not confront him directly and instead positioned their guns defensively. The 2 ink guns passed beneath Zhao Meng's arms, effectively restraining him. However, Zhao Meng, true to his name, was a formidable force. Despite being over a meter shorter than the 2 tree beings, he relentlessly forced them back several steps. Ada and heir raised their guns, simultaneously delivering a kick that toppled the unsuspecting Zhao Meng, the gun tips plunging downwards, sparking against his chest. Just in time, Tian-ao rushed forward, clamping down on the 2 ink guns with his massive pincers. Zhao Meng executed a swift maneuver, lunging forward and locking his arms around the legs of the 2 tree beings. A bing! Now, the 3 behind acted decisively. A bing hurled 2 massive cacti that crashed heavily onto Ada and heir. With Zhao Meng gripping their legs, the 2 tree beings lost their balance and fell. Immediately, a whistling sound pierced the air as dozens of sharp maple leaves shot forth, slicing through the iron leaves on their chests and revealing their comically wooden faces. Heir opened his mouth wide, but before he could utter a sound, several chestnuts struck their faces. The resulting explosions blackened their wooden visages. Heir spat out a singed tooth. Ada, have you ever heard of exploding chestnuts? No. Oh no, get away. Damn. This heavy contraption beneath my feet is impossible to move. Unable to escape Zhao Meng's grip, the two tree beings had no choice but to turn sideways, hugging their heads and raising their backsides to shield vulnerable areas from the impending blasts. After another series of explosions, Tian Ao discarded the ink gun, his pincers beginning to prune the two beings. It was evident they were being reduced to mere featherless chickens. Third Master, help! Th. Cough cough. A few exploding chestnuts interrupted the cries for assistance from the two trees. Even as Meng Tiange pressed down on Ma Tianyi, he couldn't help but be amused by the antics of these two miscreants. Observing the cactus vines ensnaring the lower halves of the tree beings, he casually sketched an eagle. The ink eagle, soaring from the pinnacle of the river realm, let out a cry and seized Tian Ao with its talons, soaring skyward. Struggling fiercely in the grip of the ink eagle, Tian Ao flailed his pincers desperately. Help! I am utterly terrified of heights. Is there anyone who can rescue me? The black eagle circles in the sky, eyeing Tian Ao as if he were mere flesh. Oh no, it resembles a shrimp projectile, hurtling directly towards the three wood element followers. Upon witnessing this, a being immediately transforms into a cactus, burrowing into the ground. The female follower wielding maypole leaves disperses into countless leaves, only to reassemble several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, the follower known as Explosive Chestnut, lacking any evasion skills, can only conjure a gigantic chestnut shell, crouching down to bravely withstand the impact of the flesh projectile. A sharp crack resounds as lobster shell and chestnut shell shatter into fragments. The two followers perish on the spot, their shrimp flesh and chestnut flesh splattered everywhere. Witnessing the tragic demise of their comrades, the remaining followers inevitably feel a sense of shared sorrow, their eyes filled with fear as they gaze at the black eagle. Fortunately, after dispatching the two followers, the black eagle turns its attention to Ma Tianyi. The three followers finally breathe a sigh of relief. The two treants swiftly break free from their restraints, engaging in a futile skirmish with the three followers. At this moment, within Yunlong Manor, Block has arrived before the spirit apricot tree, the offspring tree. The offspring tree, nurtured from the branches of the spirit apricot tree, has grown nearly as large as its mother tree, its power elevated to the level of the Chuan realm due to an abundance of mysterious flesh and blood nourishment. However, the ginkgo fruits it bears lack the efficacy of the spirit apricot, though they can still serve as healing spiritual fruits. This is more than sufficient for the Meng family, as the purpose of the offspring tree is to act as a substitute for the mother tree. Sensing the vibrant life force within the spirit apricot tree, drool spills from the corners of his mouth. It is simply perfect, a magnificent gift from nature. Yet, he soon realizes something is amiss. Unlike the two trees that possess consciousness, this one before him does not. This is illogical. After all, according to the intel obtained from the ancient god church, Meng Zai's Jiechen Sangyu has the ability to enlighten certain advanced plants. Ma Tianyi conjures a colossal rock python to ensnare the black tiger. He hurls dozens of rock explosive bombs, engulfing the black eagle in a cloud of ink. A glint of apprehension flashes in Ma Tianyi's eyes. He never anticipated that upon advancing to the sea realm, you would possess such formidable combat prowess. He shifts his gaze towards the giant brush in Meng Tiange's hand. To his surprise, this purple gold wolf hair has fallen into your possession. Meng Tiange executes an ink slash. What? Do you intend to concede? I believe the retreat house would serve as a splendid retirement home. A flicker of anger emerges in Ma Tianyi's eyes. Do you truly think I fear you? The Shura rock arms. A pair of 100-meter-long giant rock arms extend from the mountainside behind him, each with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, hovering above Ma Tianyi's head, encircling him for protection. Ma Tianyi gasps for breath. The Shura rock arms are my ultimate weapon, developed over 3 years. Even the boundless mysteries must shy away from its edge. With that, Ma Tianyi clenches his right fist, gathering energy. The massive rock Shura arms above also assume an offensive posture in unison. Ma Tianyi roars, swinging his right fist forward. With a swift and powerful strike, the Shura rock arm slammed down, reducing the initial stage ink tiger to a puddle of ink. Meng Tiange raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the prowess of the 14th seat. Indeed, there was a measure of strength there. However, maintaining such a state must not be easy for you, I presume. As he spoke, the purple gold wolf hair in his hand elegantly sketched a grand tableau of 100 tigers descending the mountain. Over 100 ink tigers leaped forth from the painting, charging towards Ma Tianyi. Ma Tianyi's eyes twitched in disbelief. Damn it! Were it not for that purple gold wolf hair, with your mental strength, it would be impossible to conjure so many spiritual inks out of thin air. Indeed, a suitable forbidden item feels akin to wielding a cheat. He quickly summoned a rocky armor upon his body and plunged into the throng of tigers, wielding his Shura arms to relentlessly strike down every ink tiger within a 100-meter radius, reducing them all to ink. As the number of ink tigers dwindled rapidly, the ground around them became littered with punch craters and ink. When the last ink tiger was vanquished, Ma Tianyi leaned on his knees, panting. Huh, Meng Tiange, your little kitty has been crushed. Do you have any tricks left? At that moment, Meng Tiange felt a pang of fatigue in his mind. It was his first time controlling such a multitude of ink tigers, and despite the assistance of the purple gold wolf hair, it was no trivial feat yet. Fortunately, his strategy had been laid out perfectly. A subtle smile crept across his lips. Such formidable abilities indeed, but it seems this is where it ends. Skynet. With a thunderous command from Meng Tiange, the puddles of ink on the ground transformed into hundreds of ink flood dragons, swiftly ensnaring Ma Tianyi's Shura arms in an unyielding grip. Ma Tianyi's face turned frantic. Damn it! How can you manipulate spiritual ink from a distance? This defies logic. A glimmer of triumph shone in Meng Tiange's eyes. What you understand as spirit painting is merely the forbidden realm of the purple gold wolf hair, not the power of my ink dragon invocation. Chapter 53. The Castle of a Night Lord stands tall. Meng Tiange's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. Hundreds of ink flood dragons surged forth, shattering the boulders into fragments. Ma Tianyi, succumbing to the backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood. How infuriating! At that moment, a towering treant, several hundred meters in height, abruptly rose from the ground. In the gaze of the onlookers, filled with terror, it crushed the Meng family's grand entrance with a single step. Meng Tiange furrowed his brow, a flicker of wrath flashing in his eyes. Outrageous! The plaque upon that door was inscribed by the First Night Watcher's Supreme Commander, Nie Jinshan, specifically for the Meng family. Though the Meng family possessed 3 such plaques, the most precious of which was penned by the illustrious Hua Tsubing himself, the entrance symbolized the family's honor. The audacity of this abomination to trample upon the Meng family's dignity was utterly unforgivable. Meng Tiange unleashed the full potential of the Ink Dragon Ode. The Ink Dragon ascended. The spiritual ink from the ground soared swiftly into the sky, coalescing into a 1,000-meter-long divine ink dragon. The ink dragon coiled and lashed its tail in the air, emitting a thunderous roar. The 3 disciples of the river realm were directly stunned, their ears and noses bleeding. Meng Tiange recognized at a glance that this towering treant lord before him was none other than the offspring of the spirit apricot. He glared furiously at Brock. How dare you, vile rodent, trespass upon the Meng family, steal our sacred tree, and shatter our entrance? You shall pay with your life. The ink dragon let out a furious roar and charged directly towards Brock, who was perched atop the treant lord. Brock was taken aback. Though he was the divine agent of the sea realm, he was ultimately just a support figure. The deity he represented was the Greek god of plants, Adonis, who was at best a minor deity. His combat prowess left much to be desired. He hastily commanded the treant lord to intercept the ink dragon's onslaught. Meng Tiange's brow furrowed further. To be honest, although the offspring tree was under the opponent's control, it was still a product of the spirit apricot, a personal possession of the Meng family. The ginkgo fruits it bore were rare medicinal herbs for healing, and he was reluctant to see it destroyed. But now, there was no time for such considerations. The ink dragon exhaled a plume of ink flame, igniting the Treant Lord's right arm. Brock felt the pain transmitted from the Treant Lord and was filled with both shock and fury. It seemed this tree was indeed not the sacred tree, for otherwise the Meng family would never allow it to be harmed. He closed his eyes and unleashed the tree speaker to its fullest extent. Moments later, countless trees in the vicinity of Yunlong Mountain Villa sprang to life. These trees, nourished by the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit apricot, had undergone transformation, each possessing the vitality of the pool realm. However, lacking spiritual resonance and intelligence, they became fodder for Brock's schemes. These treants, akin to beasts, would only follow simple commands or instinctively attack nearby beings. Meng Tiange gazed upon the vast army of treants and revealed a solemn expression. Casting a glance at the severely injured Ma Tianyi and the three disciples, he issued a command to the Ink Dragon to eliminate Brock. Adda, Ayr, join me in thwarting these tree folk, he exclaimed, leaping into the heart of the tree soldiers. With the purple gold wolf hair in hand, he unleashed a flurry of ink strikes, decimating the tree beings within a considerable radius. Ada and heir seized their ink spears, employing the dragon dance spear technique to pierce and shatter the surrounding foes. As Meng Tiange continued his relentless assault, the number of tree warriors dwindled at a visible rate. However, the intense combat had depleted the spiritual ink within the purple gold wolf hair. Its bristles began to turn pale, transitioning swiftly from black to white. Meng Tiange was acutely aware of this, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. Should the army of tree folk breach the Yunlong Villa, even with the protective scenery laid by Master Chun, their presence would likely be detected. This spiritual apricot was a legacy left by Xiao Zhe for the descendants of the Meng family. He would risk his life to safeguard it. Half an hour later, as the final ink strike was executed, the purple gold wolf hair had turned entirely white. Meng Tiange slung it over his shoulder and snatched the ink spear from Ada's grasp, charging at the remaining thousands of tree warriors. Below him, the tree lord was on the brink of collapse. The ink dragon, which had been continuously utilizing ink flames, was now reduced to less than 100 meters. Ada and heir lay exhausted on the ground. Ma Tianyi gazed in admiration towards Meng Tiange, his injuries and mental fatigue beginning to recuperate. He stumbled to his feet, ready to assist Block in delivering the final blow to the ink dragon. Outside the Yunlong Mountains, Team 007 watched the myriad strange phenomena emerging from the direction of Yunlong Villa, their hearts racing with anxiety. Rock giants, the hunter tigers roaring in the forest, towering arms reaching for the heavens, celestial nets, and now ancient trees and thunderous dragons, not to mention the formidable army of tree folk. They wondered how old Master Meng would react upon his return. Sister Qing's foresight was commendable. Meng Tiange, usually so reticent, possessed such remarkable strength. Truly a Meng family member. And King Old Has, her anxiety palpable. Stop jabbering and think of a way to break through the illusion laid by EU. I fear Tiange might not hold on alone. Guang Qingsheng shattered a giant serpent conjured by EU. Xiao Qing is right. We must expedite our support. If we delay, Tiange might exhaust his stamina. EU suddenly appeared, repelling Guang Qingsheng with a single palm. You wish to assist others? Focus on your own survival first. With that, he manipulated dreams to control 2 night watchers from the Chuan realm, ordering them to backstab their fellow sentinels. Zhu said Yu, let on. Lin, wake up. Let us incapacitate those 2 first. Yu glanced towards Yunlong Villa, murmuring to himself. I never anticipated that Meng Tiange would break through to the sea realm, and his combat prowess is astonishing. Even Ma Tianyi and Block have exceeded my expectations. However, my followers from the ancient divine sect are not easily vanquished. In a 1-to-2 confrontation, Meng Tiange, you have every reason to take pride in yourself. The aftermath of the Huaihai battle has already unsettled several surrounding cities. The night watch teams from nearby towns have been calling headquarters, inquiring whether they should proceed to provide assistance. Originally intending to support the new recruit camp, Chen Fuzi, upon learning that Nikes had departed, was preparing to return to the retreat when he received an urgent directive to aid Huaihai. Chen Fuzi sighed deeply. lamenting his age and the necessity of further travels, while expressing disdain for the bothersome pests of the ancient god sect. My lord, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. If Meng Laotu learns that you are not going to help, he will certainly seek you out for a fight. Upon hearing this, Chun Fuzi covered his head in exasperation. Oh dear, please cease your words. Just hearing that ruffian-s name gives me a headache. I've heard that his son is no easy character either. On the third day, at the new recruit camp, he led a group to confront the masked leader. And I hear they shattered the mask. The driver, a shepherd, twitched his lips. My lord, what did you hear? Such wild tales. It was clearly Meng Zhe and the agent Michael who besieged the masked Captain Wang Mian. A Yunlongvile. Meng Tiange drove the barrel of his gun into the head of Treeman, panting heavily as he sat upon the severed limb of Ada. Ada, Ayir, are you still alive? Ada replied, Third Master, you're sitting on my shoulder. A heir lamented, Third Master. Woe is me, my backside. My backside hurts. Meng Tiange cast a disapproving glance at Ada. It will grow back eventually. Sitting for a moment is a sign of respect. He then turned to the half-remaining heir, offering consolation by patting his shoulder. It's all right, heir, your backside is in the tree. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ada, surveying the surrounding treemen, furrowed his brow and inquired, Third Master, which backside is actually my little brother's? I shall go retrieve it. Meng Tiange grimaced. How should I know which backside is his? Can't you tell I'm trying to console him? What an aggravating fellow. Suddenly, the entire Yunlong villa began to tremble. At some point, Ma Tianyi had entered an ancient stone fortress belonging to the Meng family. Under his forbidden ruin ability, this massive stone structure from the Ming dynasty quivered incessantly, and to the disbelief of onlookers, it began to take human form. Meng Tiange's eyelids twitched. What in the world? Are you all addicted to piloting mech today? Is the Meng family your dreamland? Ada's eyes sparkled as he nudged the wailing heir beside him. Yeah. Forget about your backside for now. Look, the knight's castle has risen. Chapter 54. The Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The arrogant voice of Ma Tianyi echoed from the head of the fortress giant. Meng Tiange, your spiritual ink must be exhausted by now, along with your mental energy, right? You can't dance around anymore, can you? Meng Tiange's gaze darkened as he turned to observe the periphery of the Yunlong mountain range. The prolonged absence of reinforcements suggested they had encountered difficulties. Ma Tianyi cackled, Stop looking, with Lord Yu personally intervening. It is impossible for the 007 squad to come to your aid. Upon hearing Ma Tianyi's words, Meng Tiange let out a sigh. You pests of the ancient deity sect have been pummeled by my Meng family for over a century. Do you truly lack any progress or memory? Ma Tianyi was taken aback. What do you mean? Meng Tiange tore away the tattered remnants of his robe and slowly rose, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the fortress giant. Did you think that just because you possess a body of stone, I would be powerless against you? A sense of foreboding washed over Ma Tianyi. What are you trying to say? You've expended your spiritual ink and mental energy. What will you fight me with? A slight smile crept onto Meng Tiange's lips as he stretched his body, loosening his limbs. Can you guess what my Meng family is renowned for? And why? Despite the recent battle with the trance that shattered weapons, I remain unscathed? Ma Tianyi's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, how could I have forgotten the Meng family's draconic attributes? Meng Tiange cracked his neck. Are you ready to say your last words? At that moment, fine. Dark dragon scales enveloped Meng Tiange's entire body. Two menacing black dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. His hands transformed into sharp claws, and even his pupils morphed into diamond-shaped slits. A profound dragon might erupted from him. In the distance, the block CPU had already burned out. What kind of divine ruin is he? How can he be so powerful? He had just battled on equal footing, and not even the army of tens of thousands of treants could overwhelm him? Now you tell me he can still fight? Are you sure? Ma Tianyi felt a shiver run down his spine, but still transmitted a message to Block. No need to be astonished. This is a unique ability of the Meng family. You could also interpret it as draconic ruin. In addition to possessing the abilities of the Forbidden Ruins, they also have the power to transform into dragons. Block's features contorted in disbelief. Are you implying that this family possesses the bloodline of a wicked dragon, thus making their physical form extraordinarily robust? Oh my god, How can such a perverse family exist in the Great Xia? Thankfully, this wicked dragon lineage is on the brink of extinction. Ma Qianni took a deep breath. Even if the Meng family is forged of iron, I shall shatter you today. The hundreds of meters tall fortress statue raised its colossal fist and struck down fiercely towards Meng Tiange. An heir exclaimed in alarm. Third master, quickly dodge. Meng Tiange remained unfazed, gazing calmly at the fortress statue. This structure was constructed by the Meng family during the late Ming dynasty to fend off the incursions of the barbarian cavalry. If the elder were to return and witness this, he would surely be driven to a fit of rage, his blood pressure soaring. As he spoke, he raised his left hand. With a tremendous stone fist, accompanied by a fierce gale, it came crashing down. The ground around was instantly shattered by the force of the punch, sending fragments of trees swirling amidst a cloud of dust, creating a circular shockwave that radiated outward. Even Ada and heir were directly swept away by the residual force. Third master, a look of delight spread across Bullock's face. At this moment, even if he were a malevolent dragon, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Unfortunately, he could not see the expression of despair that clouded Ma Tianni's face within the fortress statue. Minutes later, as the residual waves dissipated and the dust settled, a massive crater slowly emerged before the onlookers. To their astonishment, at the center of the pit stood a dark stone pillar. Meng Tiange was poised at its summit, one long arm firmly bracing against the colossal stone fist. The stark contrast of this scene was profoundly striking. Meng Tiange gradually opened his eyes. What else can you do besides throw sand in my face? Is that all the power contained in your 100-meter frame? Bullock and the three acolytes were left speechless from shock. Ada and heir, having shifted from initial trepidation to exhilaration. A flicker of despair crossed Ma Tianni's gaze. Through the colossal stone fist, he understood better than anyone the terrifying strength concealed within Meng Tiange's seemingly frail body. Even amidst the mysteries of the sea realm, few could rival him. As the atmosphere grew thick with silence, Meng Tiange retaliated against the stone fist with a right punch. You hit me, so I shall return the favor. This seemingly unremarkable punch shattered the massive stone fist in half. It was utterly insane. Upon witnessing Meng Tiange's terrifying strength, Ma Tianni decisively fled towards the outskirts of the Yunlong Mountains. Yet Meng Tiange would not grant him such an opportunity. He transformed into a shadow of a dark dragon, soaring to the fractured shoulder of the fortress statue. With a single punch, he obliterated the statue's head. Now the elder will certainly return and berate me. As he mused, he became like a can opener, furiously chipping away at the interior of the statue. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Yunlong Mountains, Team 007 and the ancient God sect had ceased their battle, all eyes fixed on the humanoid Tyrannosaurus that was recklessly dismantling the tower. Wow, is Tiange really that strong? Sister Qing, did you know about this all along? Han Qing shook her head in confusion. I had no idea. No one ever told me. Guang Qingsheng, who was privy to some insider information, felt a mix of joy and a tinge of disappointment. The heavens are envious of exceptional talents. On the other side, the expression of the murmuring figure darkened significantly. Ma Tianni, that useless wretch, was actually being pursued and beaten by someone who had been incapacitated for a decade. Simultaneously, he sensed that the illusionary realm he had woven around Huaihai was triggered by a top-tier powerhouse. This was not good. The venerable Chun has arrived. Swiftly seizing the nearby Lu Liang and Zhang Wei, they charged towards Yunlong Mountain Villa. Guangqingsheng, sensing the urgency, hastily pursued them. At this moment, Ma Qianni had been extricated from the stone statue by Meng Tiange, resembling a lifeless dog, held aloft by Meng Tiange. Do you have any last words? Ma Qianni gazed at the approaching Yu, a smirk of triumph gracing his features. Although you have won, you cannot kill me. Cough, cough. Meng Tiange, of course, noticed Yu's presence. In a decisive moment, amidst the incredulous gazes of Yu and Ma Tianni, he swiftly snapped Ma Tianni's neck. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Yu's eyes. Meng Tiange, are you so eager to court death? Dare you take a life before my very eyes? Do you truly believe I lack the courage to eliminate you? Meng Tiange paid no heed to Yu's threat. Instead, he approached Brock. Golden-haired one, your abilities are commendable. Would you consider forsaking the shadows for the light? My Meng family can spare your life. Brock regarded Meng Tiange with the eyes of a madman. Are you attempting to recruit me in front of you? Who is truly mad, you or I? Meng Tiange smiled faintly. This is the Meng family. If one can enter below the sea realm, it signifies the inadequacy of the descendants. If one can breach above the sea realm, it is tantamount to slapping the ancestor's face. Chapter 55. The Wrath of Yi Fan. Upon hearing the words, Brock immediately displayed a look of confusion. The next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the Meng family's ancestral hall, and a crimson dragon shadow surged forth. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Meng family? Get lost. The crimson dragon shadow charged directly towards the swiftly approaching Yu. Yu promptly concealed himself within the dream realm, narrowly evading the fiery breath of the red dragon. At that moment, several dragon roars echoed within the ancestral hall. Baoyan, can you handle this? If not, allow me to demonstrate. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Baoyan, you have only been reincarnated for a little over a century. Let us elder ones take this opportunity instead. The dragon shadow, known as Baoyan, was instantly filled with indignation. I've long since reincarnated. Why must you old fools meddle in my affairs? Yu, witnessing the scene, inwardly cursed. These old bastards from the Meng family can't find peace even in death. With that, he cast a resentful glare at Meng Tiange. Today, I shall let you off the hook. With a flourish of his tailcoat, he enveloped the 3 surviving disciples in the dream realm before departing without a backward glance. The dragon shadow, named Bao Yin, let out a furious roar. Damn rodents! How dare you escape like this? They'll surely mock me upon my return. Ignoring Meng Tiange's respectful bow, he executed a swift tail sweep and returned to the ancestral hall. Meng Tiange couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bao Yin, the ancestor, still retained his generous temperament. Before long, the members of Team 007 and Master Chen's carriage arrived in succession. Upon observing the dilapidated state of Yunlong Manor, Master Chen instinctively considered fleeing. Meng Tiange hurriedly spoke up. Master Chen, do take your time. At least stay for a cup of tea. Master Chen's lips twitched. I believe I shall forego the tea. Otherwise, when that unreasonable old fellow returns, he will undoubtedly seek trouble with me. Youngster, hurry and leave. Guang Qingsheng couldn't help but remind Master Chen. There's a golden-haired member of the ancient god sect here. Why not take him to the penitentiary? Master Chen immediately dove into the carriage. The penitentiary only holds criminals that threaten the safety of the Great Xia. This fellow was merely an auxiliary sent by the ancient god sect. Having only breached the Meng family's gates, he doesn't meet the criteria for imprisonment. After a brief exchange, Master Chen quickly discerned that this tree speaker was an indispensable asset for the Meng family at this juncture. Even if he were incarcerated in the penitentiary, Meng Laogui would likely retrieve him for use. It would be wiser to directly entrust him to the Meng family, thus granting Meng Laogui a favor. Given the current scarcity of personnel in the Meng family, they indeed required some tree folk to guard their abode. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital, Yi Fan, after receiving Guang Qingsheng's report, declared, "Thank you for your efforts. Leave the matter of the tree speaker to Meng Lao." Understood. Commandadie. Before Meng Lao returns, I will ensure Han Qing stays behind to accompany Tiange in guarding Yunlong Manor. Very well. Upon ending the call, a surge of fury ignited in Yi Fan's eyes. Very well indeed. Not only the Night Watchman, but even the military command has been compromised. Zhuo Qing furrowed his brow. Commander, this incident seems inextricably linked to the Bai Li family. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. The Bai Li family cannot be touched just yet. The leader fears that taking action against them might destabilize the society of the Great Xia. Besides, Bai Li Jing does indeed have an alibi. Zhuo Qing hesitated slightly. How should we handle this matter? Should we impose some costs on the Bai Li family, as we did last time, and then pressure the upper echelons of the department? Yi Fan, feeling a headache coming on, massaged his temples again. The Bai Li family is so financially depleted that any cost imposed upon them would be utterly inconsequential. You should personally visit the Forbidden Object Museum and select 5 suitable forbidden items for those youngsters. Additionally, for this missed exploration, let the Bailey family send 6 individuals proficient in forbidden items with a C realm cultivation level or higher. Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock. Ordinary people without access to the forbidden ruins would face a perilous fate once the mist penetrates their bodies. A glint of coldness flashed in Yifan's eyes. The Bailey family has been anything but obedient in recent years, cultivating so many artificial powerhouses. What does it matter if a few are lost? Zhuqing instantly grasped y fanès intention. Understood. I will ensure that those 6 forbidden items are returned intact. Yifan nodded. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of the military commanders who invited Old Meng for drinks. Once we have solid evidence, we will submit the case directly to the military court. Initially, we intended to arrange for them to continue serving the nation after their injuries. Yet they formed factions and even covertly collaborated with the ancient god cult. Do they truly believe that I, as their commander, am inconsequential? Zhuqing nodded heavily. In a military compound, Meng Chongkong listened to his son's report, his eyes betraying a simmering anger. Keep a close watch on the tree speaker and deal with him once Zaire returns. As for the destruction of the Zishu, it is what it is. After issuing these commands, he turned to glance at his old comrades who were merrily drinking. A flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Continue your revelry. There is a matter at home that requires my attention. With that, he transformed into a dragon shadow and flew towards Huaihai, completely ignoring the pleas and condolences from those behind him. The following day, at the new recruit camp, those who had engaged in morning exercises gathered in the training ground. Mysterious abilities are varied and peculiar, and their personalities diverge greatly. What do we, the Night Watchmen, rely on to combat these anomalies? On the martial arts platform, Instructor Chui, just flown in from the capital headquarters, looked sternly at everyone. Shen Qingzhu yawned and lazily raised her hand. Reporting in, we rely on the formidable Forbidden Ruins. Instructor Chui couldn't help but scoff. The Forbidden Ruins are indeed a vital force in humanity's struggle against the mysterious, but they are not everything. Over-reliance on them will only expose your own vulnerabilities. Unless you possess the strength to eliminate the mysterious with a mere flick of your finger. But, can you? A hint of amusement appeared on Shen Qingzhu's face. Flicking my finger might be a stretch, but I can certainly snap my fingers snapping your fingers. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Sequence 068, Chi Min Instructor Chui. Instructor Chui took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and gazed at the others. Is there anyone else with alternative answers? A plump individual in the crowd raised his hand, swinging the large gold chain on his arm. Report. It relies on money. Instructor qui fait atterli, disait Artend. The previous speaker who mentioned relying on Forbidden Ruins was somewhat understandable. After all, that individual was a high-risk case, possessing the audacity to back it up. But you, little chubby one, dare to claim that money is the answer? Money? Pray tell, how do you fight with money? Are you suggesting one can crush the mysterious with wealth? I could just as easily assert that I can suppress the mysterious with sheer integrity. At this moment, a slender youth in the audience raised his hand. Report. Yes, indeed. Instructor Chui nearly strained his back. Yes, indeed. In our illustrious history, the scholars of Great Xia have always fought the mysterious with their righteous spirit. The corner of Instructor Chui's mouth twitched as he feigned ignorance of the response. In battling the mysterious, aside from Forbidden Ruins, we also require a robust physique and exceptional combat skills. Below, Honglai raised an eyebrow. Zay, why don't you say a word? Ming, Zay shot him a glance. What should I say? That we rely on hand-to-hand combat? Do you believe this instructor would shut down right here? At that moment, Instructor Chui stood on stage, enthusiastically elucidating various knowledge about cold weapons. It is well known that among the Night Watchers, barring a few exceptional cases, the majority wield standardized star knives. As he spoke, he drew a star knife, demonstrating while explaining to the audience. Many new recruits listened intently, some even taking notes in their notebooks. However, Meng Zhe and his companions, including Qi Yi, found it rather tedious. They had all been tutored by various martial arts masters and were no strangers to rigorous training. Even their elders often employed low-tier mysteries for practical exercises. Qi, too, had learned through both words and deeds from Chun Mai, regularly participating in live combat. As for the Bailey siblings, they were entirely uninterested in close combat. Ridiculous. Did their family have so many forbidden objects merely for display? Instructor Han had wrapped up his lecture. Now, I will invite a few new recruits to demonstrate. With that, he returned the star knife to its rack and picked up 2 wooden swords. The one who claimed to defeat the mysterious with money. Come up here and show everyone. Chapter 56, Meng Zhe. Instructor, I have never learned swordsmanship. The plump individual glanced around, pointing at himself. Me? Are you certain? Instructor qui nodded affirmatively. As fellow martial arts instructors, Han was about to step in with a cautionary word, but was swiftly pulled away by other instructors. You must trust Instructor Chui's professional expertise and grant him ample opportunity to showcase his skills, Han remarked, his lips twitching in disbelief. Showcase? What could Chui Renfu's skill possibly do against the formidable presence of Bailey Tumming? Would it merely amplify his humiliation? At that moment, Hong Hao turned, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the situation. Such matters are best left to you martial arts instructors. It should either be Instructor Chui or Instructor Han. Han's eyes widened in astonishment, and he declared his unwavering support. Instructor Chui's prowess surpasses mine. He should indeed take the lead. Hong Hao nodded in satisfaction. As the plump individual clumsily ascended the stage, Instructor Chui shook his head in dismay. Individuals like you, merely serving as night watchmen, are regarded as mere snacks in the eyes of the mysterious. The plump one accepted a wooden sword from Instructor Chui. Well, I can be bait as well. Bringing glory to the team, can I? Hee. Instructor Chui rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you prepared? The plump individual grasped the wooden sword with both hands, standing upright before him. Instructor Chui, eyeing the blade aimed at him, resolved to impart a lasting lesson, hoping to motivate this chubby fellow to diligently train and shed at least a few dozen pounds before anything else. With a slight advance, he executed a swift horizontal slash with one hand. A golden barrier appeared, and the wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Chui was left speechless. The instructors backstage struggled to stifle their laughter. The plump one quickly removed the charms adorning his chest, apologizing profusely. My apologies, instructor. I forgot to stow away my protective gear. One moment, please. He hurriedly removed rings, bracelets, belts, and various flamboyant talismans, all of which he stored in his free space. He sheepishly scratched his head. Instructor, shall we continue? Taking a deep breath, Instructor Chui once again grasped a wooden sword, this time wielding it with both hands, aiming a fierce strike at the plump one's chubby wrist, intending to disarm him and demonstrate his superior swordsmanship. This time, as the wooden sword approached, it was not hindered by any golden barrier. A flicker of confidence appeared on Chui's face, yet this confidence dissipated almost instantaneously. Just as the sword was about to make contact with the plump one, it spontaneously ignited. In less than half a second, all that remained of the wooden sword was the handle. Instructor Chui was left dumbfounded. Hong Hao and the other instructors, don't laugh. Han and several instructors with low thresholds for humor turned away, their shoulders trembling, betraying their amusement. Suddenly, the plump one recalled something important. He hastily rolled up his pant legs and removed a string of beads. My sincerest apologies. I forgot to deactivate the automatic firewalls. Iem me truly sorry, Instructor Chui. Let us start over. This time, get out of here. This time, I assure you. Leave. Very well. Instructor Chui discarded the burning hilt and rubbed his temples, casting a glance at the smirking Instructor Han. You sly Han. You're undoubtedly envious of my continual superiority, deliberately hoping to see me embarrassed. He massaged his throbbing temples and pointed at the plump figure beside him, saying, You come up? All right. Once Chia ascended the stage, Instructor Chui cautiously inquired, You are not carrying any prohibited items, are you? Chia shook his head. No. Good. Now, let us demonstrate for everyone. Rest assured, I shall not use excessive force. He then executed a cunning diagonal slash, which Chia effortlessly countered with a lift of his right hand. Instructor Chui was taken aback. This new recruit's reflexes are remarkably swift. Let me showcase something more challenging. He swiftly unleashed a series of 3 slicing thrusts, all of which Xia blocked with ease. Observing the increasingly skeptical expressions of the recruits, Instructor Chui felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Excellent. This recruit has completely mastered the techniques and essentials of wielding a knife. With diligent practice, he will undoubtedly become a master. He cleared his throat. Next, I want you to attempt an attack like mine. Xia hesitated. Instructor Chui, this might not be appropriate. Instructor Chui, brimming with confidence, urged, come. I must guide you thoroughly. Otherwise, when you encounter the mysterious in the future, you will be at a loss. With a slight closure of his eyes, Xia's expression turned serious. If that is the case, I humbly request your guidance. With a leap, he charged toward Instructor Chui's left side. To Instructor Chui's astonishment, Xia swung a knife towards his neck. He swiftly leaned back to evade, but Xia seized the opportunity, flipping his right hand and striking at Chui's lower back with a wooden sword. Instructor Chui hastily raised his weapon in defense, narrowly saving his waist. Just as he was about to call for a halt, Xia thrust again. Instructor Chui quickly crossed his sword to block. Yet at the moment their wooden blades were about to clash, Xia sank low and slid into a kneel, delivering a strike to Instructor Chui's chest. The martial arts champion of the Beijing military district was forced back several steps in front of onlookers. And all that filled Instructor Chui's mind was a singular thought. Thank goodness it's a wooden sword. Xia regarded the retreating Instructor Chui and glanced at the wooden sword in his hand. Isn't this instructor a martial arts champion? How could he be so weak? I haven't even begun to go all out, and yet he... Is it possible he was intentionally holding back? Instructor Chui grimaced, rubbing his chest. Have you studied knife techniques with anyone before? Xia nodded. I practiced for a month with Captain Shanmai of Team 136. Instructor Cuyese lips twitched. This recruit possesses considerable skill. It seems we have several talents among this year's newcomers. All right, you may step down. The girl with the red hair. Please come up. Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. I hope Molly will show mercy. Meanwhile, several instructors backstage were already laughing uncontrollably. Hanli clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "It's truly you, the martial arts champion of our military district. Your discerning eye for opponents is unparalleled, as you always manage to select the most suitable contender." When Molly stepped onto the stage, Instructor Chui was struck by an ominous premonition upon witnessing her impeccable salute with the sword. Have you trained in swordsmanship before? You are the contemporary heir of the Mo family sword. All right, you may step down now. Instructor Chui inhaled deeply, striving to bolster his own spirits. It's all right, Chui Renfu. These are mere, trifling incidents on the journey of life. You are exceptional. You can surely overcome this. At that moment, he caught sight of Meng Zhe, who was grinning broadly, revealing 2 prominent teeth. With a serious demeanor, he called out, the rookie who was laughing the hardest. Come up here. Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious glance at Instructor Chui. Are you certain? Xia, unable to contain his amusement, buried his face in his hands. Why choose him of all people? Why pick this oddity? Feigning difficulty, Meng Zhe ascended the stage, fumbling to catch the wooden sword thrown by the instructor. Although he appeared to lack any formal training, he cautiously inquired, "Have you ever trained with a sword?" Meng Zhe shook his head. "I've never learned. As a child, I just played around aimlessly." Upon hearing this, Instructor Chui let out a sigh of relief. "It's fortunate that you haven't trained. That's exactly what we need. After all, what little boy hasn't wielded a stick in childish play?" Clearing his throat, he declared, "Today, I shall teach you the art of swordsmanship." The instructors backstage could hardly bear to watch. "Oh dear, Instructor Chui, your perception is truly remarkable." Instructor Han probed tentatively. "Shall we intervene?" Hong Hao shook his head resolutely. "That would be inappropriate. If we step in now, it would undermine Instructor Chui's authority. Let's observe how this unfolds." Instructor Undermarkid. If you maintain that serious expression any longer, I might just believe your absurd assertions. Chapter 57. The Collapse of Chui Renfu. Meng Zhe swung his wooden sword and looked earnestly at Instructor Chui. "How shall we engage, Instructor Chui?" With an air of pride, Instructor Chui replied, "You merely need to defend. This will facilitate my demonstration for everyone. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Meng Zhang nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Instructor Chui charged forth. New recruits, remember this. The element of surprise will never grant you time to prepare. Then, the wooden sword in Chui's hand was firmly parried by Meng Zhe. He was unwilling to accept this as mere coincidence. Thus, he gathered his strength for a spinning strike. Observing this, Meng Zhe's lips curled slightly upward. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he channeled a concealed energy, causing his wooden sword to emit an almost imperceptible tremor. Upon their swords colliding, Instructor Chui felt a jolt of numbness shoot through his hand. Almost immediately, another wave of concealed energy surged through the blade, rendering his right hand incapable of maintaining its grip. Before he could use his other hand to secure the sword, it slipped from his grasp and soared through the air. A sudden uproar erupted in the training ground. Goodness, this lad truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest of our cohort. He disarmed the instructor with a wooden sword. Exclaimed one, "Heavens, if only I possessed such skills, my mother would wake from her dreams laughing." Molly and Chi, among others adept with cold weapons, quickly discerned that Meng Zhe employed a remarkable technique, their eyes glimmering with desire. Just as Hong Hao was about to rise and shout, "Boss, you're incredible," he was abruptly pulled down by Yu Yao. Let us not add to the commotion. The instructor is already pitiable enough. Xiaohua agreed with a nod. Though the instructor's martial skills may need refinement, his ability to read opponents is commendable. The other instructors were left dumbfounded, realizing that Meng Zhe was indeed a formidable opponent. However, they did not anticipate just how swiftly Instructor Chui would be bested. A complete surprise. Before the instructors could voice their thoughts, Hong Hao waved his hand. This moment serves as an excellent test of Instructor Chui's adaptability. On the demonstration platform, Instructor Chui was beginning to question his very existence. "Did you not claim you had never trained with a sword?" "Indeed, I have only practiced with firearms under my grandfather's guidance. He forbade me from wielding a sword." The corners of Chui's eyes twitched. "Then this disarming technique was also taught to you by your grandfather?" "Oh, this is called vibrating the sword. It's a defensive technique I developed while experimenting with my spear. I never anticipated it could be effective with a sword as well." Chui's expression flickered. "So, if you were armed with a spear, would my defeat be even swifter?" Meng Zhe shook his head. "Whether I wield a weapon or not, the outcome remains unchanged." Chui, gritting his teeth, inquired, "What is your name?" "Meng Shu." Chui was taken aback. "Wait, you're the grandson of Meng Lao." Meng Shu shrugged, a light scoff indicating his acknowledgement. At this moment, a flurry of expletives raced through Chui's mind. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Instructor Han stepped forward from backstage and patted Chui on the shoulder. "Meng Zhe, you may leave now." "All right, Lao Chui, do not lose heart. This batch of new recruits is indeed filled with prodigies. As long as you fulfill your duties and ensure that the majority of ordinary recruits possess a modicum of self-defense in the face of the unknown, that will suffice." Instructor Chui took a deep breath. "It's fine. You may return. I can manage on my own." With that, he cast another glance at the group of new recruits. To reclaim his dignity, he felt compelled to demonstrate the correct approach. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Yuan sitting cross-legged in meditation. Thus, he decisively called out, "You, the buzz-cut fellow holding the prayer beads, come up." Instructor Han, who was about to retreat backstage, was startled and hurriedly turned back to dissuade him. "Brother, choose someone else. You cannot provoke this individual." Instructor Chui furrowed his brow, puzzled. "I cannot provoke him? Is he from some martial arts family?" Instructor Han shook his head. "No, he has not practiced martial arts, but he is extremely hazardous. Instructor Quiscode. So what? With the town ceiling steel present, an unarmed high-risk individual cannot possibly pose a threat to me. I have finally found a soft target. Do not impede me." Instructor Han could only sigh. "You will regret this," Instructor Chui declared. "I am the chief martial arts instructor." Instructor Han then waved his sleeve and departed. It is futile to advise a fool. Hong Hao and the other instructors wore expressions of exasperation. "Well, since Instructor Chui insists, let us prepare to step in at any moment to salvage the situation." After Chao Yuan took the stage, he gazed hesitantly at Shui Renfu. Instructor Kui. I cannot handle a blade. The moment I do, I lose control. Shui Renfu regarded him with disbelief, dismissing it as mere cowardice. New recruit, muster your courage. It is merely a wooden sword. Do not frighten yourself. Wielding a weapon is an essential skill for every night watchman. Kulme, pick up the sword and attack me. Gao Duan Hestita. Instructor, I truly cannot grasp a sword. Otherwise, it will lead to carnage. Shui Renfu was becoming impatient. Hurry up. If you are a man, take up the sword. With me here today, even if you go mad, I will be able to restrain you in time. Seeing that the other party remained resolute, Chao Yuan reluctantly picked up the sword. In that instant, the Black Flame Demon King re-emerged. Kui Renfu. Roar. A black flame slash swept over Shui Renfu's head, knocking off his military cap. Shui Renfu's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Black King slash annihilation? Li, you scoundrel. Why didn't you warn me sooner? You did this on purpose. Li looked aggrieved. Brother, I have been advising you not to choose him. But you wouldn't listen. I told you he was extremely hazardous. Yet you did not mention it was Black King slash annihilation. Hong Hao and the fully armed instructors rushed out only to be hurled away by the Black Flame Moonblade. Damn, with the town sealing steel here, I cannot use my forbidden sealing. Quickly contact the commander, or the situation will spiral out of control. At that moment, Meng Zhe swiftly seized the broken delusion from Wu Hai's hands, racing onto the martial stage before Qi Yi could intervene. Adorned in the Azure Dragon-patterned martial robe, he shattered the surrounding searing black flames with a single punch to Chao Yuan's face. The effect of broken delusion was triggered, instantly suppressing the Black King's slash. In an instant, the black flames dissipated into nothingness. Chao Yuan stood on the stage, bewildered, gazing at the wooden sword in his hands, his expression transforming into one of excitement. I can wield a sword now? Meng Zhe's lips twitched as he delivered another punch to the fellow. Hurry and discard that sword. Observing the chaos around him, Chao Yuan could easily deduce what had transpired. However, he was somewhat reluctant to relinquish the sword in his grasp. Tentatively, he inquired, Zhe, could you give me a few more punches? I wish to savor the sensation of holding a sword. Wow, I've never heard such an outrageous request. Very well, I shall indulge you today. Flowing fragmented wind fist. Aura, 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 aura. Chao Yuan exclaimed. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? It was rare for someone to make such a bizarre request. How could he not oblige? Bigwood, Bigwood, Bigwood. Hong Hao patted the dejected Shui Renfu on the back. Instructor Shui, do not lose heart. Your swordsmanship and martial arts have garnered Commander Ye's approval, which is why you are urgently dispatched to teach this group of prodigies. The emergence of so many exceptional talents has caught all of us instructors off guard. But upon reflection, this is indeed a tremendous boon for the entire Great Xia and its people. Furthermore, being the martial arts mentor to such gifted individuals, do you not see it as a matter of great honor? Cui renfuore a despondent expression. But I feel as though I have nothing to teach them. Hong Hao gently encouraged him. Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. Let me share a secret with you. While Meng Zhe and Lin Qi excel in close combat, they share a common flaw, an absence of range capabilities. Targets beyond 50 meters are generally out of reach for them. As he listened to Hong Hao's insights, a renewed spark of confidence ignited in Shui Renfu's eyes. In the ancient divine church, Yu stood before 3 statues. Zhang Wei, summoned the 11th, 13th, 15th seats and the Serpent Lady. The 16th and 18th seats exchanged glances. Lord Yu, which of us should go? Yu responded with a glare. Chapter 58. Dividing the treasures. Yuan Gang gazed at Meng Zhe and the others with an expression of helplessness. So, I suppose I should thank you for stabilizing the unexpected situation at the training camp? Meng chagrined. Not at all. It was merely our duty. Yuan Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Then how do you account for deliberately making things difficult for the instructor and disrupting the order of his lectures? With a serious demeanor, Meng Zhe protested. That's a baseless accusation. Am I that kind of person? Instructor Yuan, you mustn't listen to their slander. It's merely their one-sided story. Yuan Gang rubbed his temples and raised his hand to halt Meng Zhe's lament. All right. The reason I called you here is not to settle scores, but to inform you that the 5 forbidden items I promised you have arrived. The group brightened at this news, especially Qi Yi, as this would be his very first forbidden item. Yuan Gang retrieved 4 black boxes and a leather briefcase from behind the cabinet. Upon seeing the size of the boxes and the briefcase, everyone deduced that they likely contained no weapon class forbidden items. Yet curiosity piqued as to what each person's forbidden item might be. Noticing the absence of weaponry, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Qi Ye's eyes. With a smile, Yuan Gang addressed the eager crowd. I know you can hardly wait, so let me introduce each item individually. He opened the first black box, marked with a droplet, revealing a pale blue orb inside. This is the water control forbidden item, Qingmiao, which possesses the Forbidden Ruins sequence 377, Yushui Hucking. It allows the wielder to manipulate surrounding water sources and even water molecules according to their will. Though Qingmiao offers detailed and sensitive control over liquids, its efficacy greatly depends on the surrounding environment. Its power diminishes in arid locations. Meng Zhe jested. Can Qingmiao trigger a tsunami? Yuan Gang rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Even a Sea Realm expert wielding Qingmiao could only manipulate waves up to several dozen meters high, merely capable of capsizing small to medium fishing vessels. To create a large-scale tsunami, even a Klein Realm practitioner with Qingmiao would be unable to succeed. Hence, this forbidden item does not possess significant lethality. It is merely suitable for water supply or as a means to disrupt opponents. Curious, Qi Yi inquired, can it control the water within a human body? Yuan Gong shrugged. There have been tests. Qingmiao can indeed manipulate the water content of the human body, but it is primarily effective only on beings below the pool realm. Meng Zhe grimaced. Its capabilities are rather underwhelming. No wonder it ranks 377 in the Forbidden Ruins, nearly bordering on low-risk status. Feigning to retract the black box, Yuan Gang said, don't want it? If not, it will be returned to headquarters. Meng Zhe hastily reached out, exclaiming, I want it. As long as I can control the flow of water, that's sufficient. Worst case, I could learn from Shun Qingzhu and drown someone with water. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. All right then, you truly are a living embodiment of the underworld. To even conceive such an obscure form of punishment, in truth, Meisha hadn't spoken entirely honestly. The reason he sought this forbidden object was to encourage Yu Yao to attempt the development of a laser akin to Storm Escape, one that could be freely controlled in both direction and power. Yuan Gang smiled as he handed the box to him, then opened a second black box adorned with numerous silver dots. The onlookers turned their gaze toward the beast-patterned silver coins within, subsequently focusing on Yu Yao. She accepted the black box and inquired curiously, Commander Yuan, what is this forbidden object? This is Forbidden Item Sequence 648, Patterned Silver. It is a coin capable of infinite replication, historically referred to as a treasure trove before the founding of our nation. It is said to be the prized possession of the wealthy merchant Shun Wansan from the Ming dynasty, with the Taotai beast pattern intricately carved by royal artisans. Yuan Gang explained. Wu Hai couldn't help but interject, isn't this the genuine article for bludgeoning someone to death with money? Yuan Gong chuckled lightly. When the 139 Special Biological Response Team was first established, our predecessors relied on selling replicated, patterned silver coins to make a living. This nearly caused a collapse in silver prices, which is why patterned silver was subsequently sealed away. While others may see it merely as a treasure trove, for you, Jiu Yao, it serves as an armory. Moreover, pure silver coins possess greater conductivity than ordinary metal coins. Yu Yao smiled radiantly. Thank you, Commander Yuan. You're welcome. You all deserve this. And it is fitting for a young lady to exhibit politeness, unlike certain rascals, he remarked, casting a glance at Meng Zhe, who feigned deafness. Suddenly, Yuan Gang recalled Commander Ye's instructions and quickly admonished, by the way, you must not circulate or sell large quantities of silver coins within the realm of Daxia. Otherwise, the headquarters will have no choice but to reclaim them forcibly. Yu Yao responded earnestly, rest assured, I would never do such a thing. Yuan Gang nodded with a smile. Do not be so tense. If you need to use a few in emergencies, no one will be concerned. This third item is Forbidden Ruin Sequence 288, Spirit Probe. It can enhance the strength and influence range of mental power. Wang Junxian, this was personally selected for you by Commander Yi. Junxian received the black box and delightedly toyed with the obsidian ring. Fear not, I shall not disgrace this forbidden object. This is Forbidden Item Sequence 278, Azure Heart. Possessing the Forbidden Realm, Azure Guardian, capable of withstanding the majority of mental attacks. Chia eagerly accepted the box, extracting the Azure Diamond Crystal and examining it closely. Yuan Gang looked at the group before him with hopeful anticipation. These forbidden objects have been meticulously chosen for you based on your combat records against the facades. Wu Hai raised his chubby hand. Commander Yuan, what about me? What is my forbidden object? Yuan Gang slapped his forehead and chuckled as he opened a black leather case. My apologies, I almost forgot yours. Wu Hai gazed at Yuan Gang with a mournful expression, inwardly grumbling, I'm not blind just because I have small eyes. Upon seeing the black cassock stacked within the case, his heart raced. Wu Hai's small eyes widened in astonishment. The black fabric adorned with golden inscriptions. Could this possibly be the legendary Prajnar robe? Yuan Gang glanced at Wu Hai with a hint of surprise. Oh, it seems that your discerning eye, despite being a wine and meat monk, is rather impressive. I assenti it. The forbidden item, Sequence 202, Prajna, is impervious to water and fire, capable of dispelling evil and warding off calamity. It can also serve as a formidable defense against foes and even block the tides and shifting sands. With each word, Wu Hai's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. It is said that the scriptures inscribed upon this Prajna robe were personally penned by the eminent Zen master, Huaining, of the Tang dynasty. This robe is indeed one of the most treasured relics of Buddhism. Junxian teased. Haven't you always boasted that your patched robe is the prized possession of your temple? Wu Hai vigorously rubbed his hands together. He had just reached into the leather case. But after a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his hand. Ultimately, he reverently lifted the black leather case containing the Prajna robe. The patched robe he wore was but a flickering firefly compared to the resplendent moon of the Prajna robe. Observing Wu Hai's cautious demeanor, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Ahai, when you acquired the breaking delusion, you weren't nearly as excited. Wu Hai decisively shook his head and replied earnestly, It's different. It's different. While breaking delusion is powerful, it is merely a tool for the Arhut to subdue demons. However, the Prajna robe holds profound significance in Buddhism. Once I don this robe, my standing in the Buddhist community will surpass even that of my master. Mengzi inquired curiously, when you return to Jingguang Temple next time, will your master have to bow to you? Wu Hai nodded repeatedly, a proud look on his face. Certainly, if my master dares not to bow, my granduncle will surely chase him with a broom. The group exchanged amused glances. In the ancient god church, a spectral figure clad in a Zhongshan suit appeared. He nodded slightly upon seeing this. Lord Yuehua, this mission is of utmost importance to our ancient god church. In addition to the snake woman, I shall send another deity to support our followers. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Yu's eyes. Then allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of the followers. Lord Yuehua, we all serve our God. There is no need for such formalities between us. In time, the banner of the ancient god church will surely be entrusted to you. You find hesitation. However, Qianma, you need not worry about Qianma. I have other plans for him. Chapter 59. I shall bear 10 sons to repay you. As several individuals departed from the command center with the forbidden items, Chia seized Mengzi's arm. Brother Zhe, I wish to learn the Zhendao. Mengzi smiled faintly, contemplating an exchange for another set of Lolita attire. However, Weiyao interjected, I want to learn as well. Mengzi affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I will teach you privately. Meanwhile, Honglai, Molly, and the Shiman siblings, who had been waiting downstairs, eagerly approached. Brother Zhe, we want to learn too. A twitch appeared at the corner of Mengzi's mouth. Fine. I'll teach. Everyone, Chia secretly rejoiced. With so many eager learners, he could hardly make any more bizarre requests of me. After Mengzi's explanation, the group, possessing martial arts foundations, swiftly grasped the basics of Zhendao, blocking in just one afternoon. With continued practice, they would undoubtedly master this skill soon. When Mengzi offered Qingmian to Yue Yao, she resolutely declined. I cannot accept this. You have already helped me immensely. This Qingmian is a forbidden item you specifically sought. It must be of great use to you, so please keep it, dear. Mengzi playfully pinched her delicate nose. Silly girl, this forbidden item was chosen for you. I anticipated that most of the compensation items would be of ordinary danger levels, which are of little benefit to me. Hence, I selected this for you. Yue Yao remained hesitant. You are of the dragon lineage and a wood-type deity. Surely you are far more suited to this forbidden item than I am. Mengzi gently grasped her small hand and placed Qingmian into her palm. Am I to use Qingmian for watering plants? I chose it so you could master a remarkable technique. What brilliant ideas do you have? Listen to me, he continued. First, control a sphere of water as you would with electromagnetic cannon, but this time, inject it with lightning power and then manipulate that sphere of lightning-infused water. Yue Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my A's, how did you conceive such a brilliant idea? Would indeed. She turned and embraced Mengzi, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Mengzi wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Becoming a night watcher is fraught with peril. I hope you will always remain by my side. Yue Yao nestled against him. All right, I have decided. I shall bear 10 sons to repay you. Mengzi was momentarily taken aback. 10? Might that not be a bit excessive? At this, Yue Yao remained unfazed, while the spirit of the Azure Dragon within her roared in indignation. In this time of dwindling dragon kin, your bloodline is the purest in all of Daxia. Do you dare to consider 10 too many? Are you itching for trouble? Do not speak of 10. Even if it were 100, what of it? Mengzi sheepishly retracted his head. Esteemed ancestor, please do not be angry. I merely worry about my ability to provide for them. With so many enterprises under the Meng family, even if you were to have 1,000, it would be more than sufficient. Indeed, you speak true, esteemed ancestor. Thus, he embraced the young lady in his arms. Let it be settled then. 10 it shall be, no less. To expedite the plan, we shall commence next year. If we reckon a few every 2 years, we shall have a full 10 before you reach the age of 38. Yue Yao's cheeks flushed. What if we have a daughter? A daughter would be even better. However, she cannot be included in that count. You must continue to bear more. Would it not be more advantageous to bear me a set of twins? An excellent idea. Hongying, having witnessed Mengzi's prodigious talent in weaponry, promptly appointed him as a martial arts assistant instructor. Although Mengzi initially intended to decline, Hongying, lacking in martial ethics, directly contacted the elder. You rascal, accept the role of assistant instructor and fulfill your duties. It is customary for the descendants of the Meng family to serve as martial arts instructors for new recruits. Your father and his brothers did so in their time. This will refine your marksmanship and essence. Rest assured, you need not worry about anything else. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. With the elder's decree, Mengzi acquiesced. Thus, before the new recruits could acclimate to the rhythm set by the martial arts instructors Chui and Han, the formidable Mengzi made his official entrance. Under Mengzi's rigorous training and guidance, the close combat skills of the new recruits soared at an astonishing pace. Even the two instructors greatly benefited. With Mengzi's deliberate intervention, the recruits, already possessing a martial arts foundation, began to explore their own path and intent. Mengzi and his companions successively perfected their martial arts techniques, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Naturally, Mengzi did not neglect the development of his wood-based abilities. With the aid of his past life's memories and the Dragon Pattern Jade Tablet, he rapidly developed over a dozen wood-based techniques within a few short months. As he gazed at the jade pieces of the Dragon Pattern Jade Tablet that continued to extinguish, his curiosity regarding this dragon clan treasure deepened. Did the Azure Dragon ancestor not say that this was merely a treasure that carried the martial arts of myriad clans? Why then, does it possess such a multitude of functions? It can enlighten and awaken spiritual plants, exchange martial arts from myriad realms, and even disrupt the temporal control of the royal face. After testing, the Dragon Pattern Jade Tablet also exhibited capabilities for mental defense. Now, it could even aid him in comprehending techniques. The abilities of this Dragon Clan treasure seem exceedingly comprehensive, do they not? However, he refrained from seeking verification from the Azure Dragon, for the latter had not previously mentioned it, indicating a desire to withhold further knowledge for the time being. As autumn gave way to winter, in the office of the chief instructor of the new recruits training camp, Hongying glared at Chunmai with evident fury. Since the establishment of the new recruits special training camp, there had never been a precedent for granting the new recruits leave for the new year. Chunmai, do not push your luck. Chunmai calmly sipped his tea. It was in the capital, the domain of Xiaopingge. In Songnan, I hold the reins. Hongying slammed his palm on the table. Abandon all hope. I shall never consent. They cannot leave until their graduation. Even if Xiaopingge were to come, I would never allow them to depart. Chunmai set down his teacup. The tea is delightful. It seems that people from your grand city truly appreciate the finer things. As he spoke, he leisurely produced a classified document. Hongying shot a wary glance at him. Opening the envelope, upon seeing the contents, his pupils abruptly contracted. After repeatedly confirming Yifan's signature, his fury dissipated. Alas, so it seems the ancient divine church has already set its sights on the new recruits? Chunmai nodded slightly. For the past 2 months, Songnan has witnessed the emergence of dozens of mice. Although we have captured a few, they are clearly mere insignificant pests. Hongying gently set down the classified document. I still believe the new recruits camp is far safer. It is well guarded by an entire heavy armored brigade, undoubtedly more secure than Songnan. Chunmai shrugged. No, sometimes a larger number does not equate to safety. Otherwise, the news regarding the dual deities agent, Lin Xie, would not have leaked. Hongying's expression hardened. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among my ranks? As for the news regarding the dual deities agent, aside from reporting it to Commander Yi, he had only mentioned it to a few instructors, and he had originally thought that Chunmai had learned it from Commander Yi. Now it appears that the situation is far more complicated than he had envisioned. After all, wealth can corrupt the heart. Do you know that the bounty for Bailey Tumming has reached 800 million? How many would be driven mad by such a sum? Moreover, the ancient divine church excels at manipulating hearts. One dual deities agent, one representative of the great Xia deity, and a young lord. The ancient divine church would never let such an opportunity slip by. Listening to Chunmai's analysis, Hongying's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Provide me with the confirmed intelligence, and I shall cooperate fully with the operations of your Team 136 as per Commander Ye's directives. Observing Hongying's menacing demeanor, Chunmai understood that he intended to purge his ranks. He nodded in agreement and handed over a statement. Upon seeing the names of 2 instructors mentioned in the statement, Hongying couldn't help but clench his fists. Chapter 60, The Assault. That afternoon, after 5 months of rigorous physical training, the recruits finally anticipated a 4-day holiday. Upon hearing the news, they erupted in exuberant cheers, oblivious to the flicker of concern that shadowed Hongying's eyes. Chi observed the instructor distributing the star blade to everyone, his curiosity intensifying. Zego, what is going on? Weren't we told we were on break? Why are we being handed weapons? Meng Zay's expression, usually carefree, had taken on a rare seriousness. He was acutely aware of the impending events in Songnan, yet he could not divulge the truth. He simply shook his head. I'm not sure. This holiday may not be as straightforward as it seems. Everyone be cautious. Never let go of your weapons. Seeing Meng Zay's grave demeanor, the others nodded in agreement. As the bus carrying the recruits gradually left the confines of the training camp, Meng Zay's vigilance heightened. The further they traveled from the camp, the more palpable the tension became. Suddenly, shouts of astonishment erupted from the recruits, startling the ever-watchful Meng Zay. I did it. I've broken through. Wow. I've entered the pool realm. Me too. Me too. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, the accompanying instructor chuckled softly. This is precisely one of the reasons you endured months of grueling practice under the pressure of the town ruins monument. Gee is Sigid. I was so close to breaking into the stream realm. What about you, Zege? Meng Zay and his companions nodded in unison. Transitioning from the pool realm to the stream realm was indeed a significant transformation, not easily achieved. Before Meng could finish his thought, a new recruit from the Long Vision unit having just attained a broader line of sight, could not resist peering into the distance. His face paled in terror as he shouted, "Holy cow! There are missiles approaching from 2 kilometers away." The group turned in the direction of his voice. Although they could not see the missiles, the ominous trails of smoke streaking across the distant sky were proof enough. The missiles were hurtling towards the bus. Panic ensued among the recruits. "Instructor, what is happening? It really seems like they're aimed at us." The instructor, unable to respond to the recruits, shouted to the driver. A bang informed the convoy to accelerate and steer clear of the missile strike zone. A bang was drenched in sweat. "It's futile. The smoke trails indicate they're homing missiles. Unless we intercept them mid-air, there's no way to evade them." The instructor immediately contacted Yuan Gang. "Sir, urgent situation." At 9 o'clock, over 10 missiles are approaching, estimated to be less than 2 kilometers away. "Please disperse the convoy quickly." "What? Missile? How could there be missiles in the Great Xia territory? This mountainous path is too narrow to turn around. Dispersing the bus is utterly impractical." "Damn it! What is Jiang Huaying of the Heavy Armored Brigade doing?" Upon witnessing the missiles, Mengze inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, it has come. He decisively shattered the window, gripping the frame as he vaulted onto the roof of the bus. The remaining individuals, upon witnessing the situation, also emerged. "Hey, everyone, remain calm. The commander has instructed the comrades from the Heavy Armored Brigade to devise a means to intercept these missiles. The vehicles are accelerating. It will be perilous for you to rush out." Yet, the group paid no heed to the instructor's warnings. Chi Yi let out a sigh. The main forces of the Heavy Armored Brigade were still 10 kilometers away at the training camp, far too distant for timely rescue. "Our only course of action now is self-rescue." With that, he climbed atop the vehicle. Mengze conjured a massive bough of mulberry wood, his gaze sharpening. He placed a short iron spear on the bowstring. Soaring daylight. With a swift whoosh, the iron spear shot forth. The arrowhead transformed into a large blue goose, soaring high into the sky. As everyone held their breath, anxiously watching, it struck a missile with precision, detonating it mid-air. Without delay, he readied another arrow, aiming at a different missile. The recruits erupted into cheers. "Fantastic, we are saved. Truly, Mengshi is our formidable powerhouse." Indeed, it should be Assistant Instructor Meng. Inside the vehicle, Molly clutched the black box, gazing at the distant fireworks of explosions in the sky, reflecting on her growth under Meng's tutelage. Her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "Grandma, it seems I have encountered the heroic figure you spoke of in your tales. But he already has someone he cares for." As yet another missile was struck down by Mengze, Yu Yao produced a handful of gluttonous silver coins, employing the electromagnetic cannon to intercept the missiles alongside him. Soon, through their seamless collaboration, all 16 missiles were successfully detonated. The recruits had just begun to celebrate when an unexpected turn of events transpired. The last 2 missiles turned out to be the infamous cluster bombs. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the spectators gazed into the sky, where thousands of small warheads hovered ominously, their hearts sinking. Mengze decisively took action once more. This time, he abandoned aiming entirely, simultaneously conjuring 3 arrows and furiously drawing back the bowstring. In mere moments, he unleashed a barrage of over 100 arrows. Yu Yao swiftly summoned Qing Miao, forming a water sphere that rapidly coalesced, followed by a crackle of lightning as the water sphere dispersed into hundreds of liquid lasers, swiftly targeting the small warheads. Jun Xian brandished Jiang Jiang Yuhu, unleashing a flurry of wine swords. Through the joint efforts of the trio, the thousands of small warheads were detonated in the blink of an eye. However, over 100 warheads still breached their dense defensive line, hurtling toward the convoy. Wu Hai exclaimed, "Amit Ba," as he removed the treasured Prajna robe from his shoulders, preparing to summon Prajna to block this final wave of missile bombardment. Qi unsheathed 2 starry daggers, ready to activate Darkest Abyss for interception. At that moment, Honglai patted the shoulders of the two. Hey, you two, step aside a bit. Don't obstruct my upcoming moment of grandeur." With that, he flew directly toward the swarm of small missiles, prompting the instructor to urgently intervene. Honglai refrained from recklessness, That is a seismic bomb. Even a formidable warrior from the Chuan realm could be obliterated with a mere misstep. Mengze sheathed his colossal bow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, instructor. Allah is exceptionally strong. This prolonged suppression over the past few months has left him yearning for release. Let him unleash himself freely, with me around. There will be no danger. The female soldiers, captivated by Meng Ze's authoritative words, gazed at him with stars twinkling in their eyes. As Honglai soared into the sky, nearing the missiles by less than 100 meters, he thrust both palms forward with immense force, unleashing a thunderous cry, Xing La Tian Sai. A colossal wave of repulsion erupted forth from his hands, resembling an invisible circular barrier that instantaneously intercepted and detonated the multitude of small warheads. Under the influence of the repulsive field, the flames and debris from the explosions were forcefully ejected outward. However, the aftershocks generated by the detonation of over 100 seismic bombs inflicted some internal injury upon Honglai, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. As the peril was averted, the new recruits erupted in victorious cheers. Woo! We survived. We finally survived. Brother Lai is formidable. Brother Lai is majestic. Brother Lai, I want to bear your children. Little Hua's expression shifted. You lot, with your frail frames, dare to propose bearing children from my ally? The female soldiers shrank back at the fierce countenance of Shimin Xiaohua. With your robust stature, you might just crush Brother Lai. Honglai wiped the blood from his lips and slowly descended upon the roof of the bus. Mengze stepped forward, placing a reassuring arm around Honglai's shoulder while discreetly infusing a healing green light into him. Well done, lad. You've even employed the divine heavenly strike. When will you execute a celestial obstruction star for me? Onlyes liebstweetst. Please, spare me, brother. My current gravitational range barely allows me to pull a stone from that mountain over there. You wish for me to capture meteors from the cosmos? There's no need for concern. I believe in your capabilities. Honglai chuckled, shaking his head. At that moment, Yuangang rushed over from the lead vehicle, his gaze fixed angrily upon the scattered remnants of the missiles. His fury had reached its zenith. Those damned scoundrels dare to lay hands on the new recruits. Beside him, Hong Hao furrowed his brow. Commander, we have completely lost contact with Missile Base 39. I've dispatched the 18th Company to investigate. Yuangang took a deep breath. Instruct them to remain on standby. Missile Base 39 has likely fallen, and there is no need for them to venture into danger. You shall personally lead a team to assess the situation. It is imperative to thoroughly investigate the location information of Missile Base 39. It is classified. Hong Hao's expression darkened, discerning the underlying implications in Yuangang's words. Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure that those traitors are brought to justice. Meanwhile, in the underground control room of Missile Base 39, a bewitching woman gazed at the satellite monitoring screen displaying dozens of intact buses. Enraged, she plunged the dagger in her hand into a nearby statue, which bore a terrified expression. Damn it, who dares to thwart my plans? At this moment, Lu Yang, clad in a green suit, embraced the woman from behind, gently kissing her cheek. My dear, do not be upset. They may evade the initial onslaught, but they cannot escape the inevitable. Sooner or later, they shall meet their demise at our hands. The woman pouted, exclaiming, That little brat had the audacity to leave you in such a predicament. I shall avenge you. Lu Yang tenderly caressed her, yet an abrupt voice shattered their moment of intimacy. Serpent woman, do not forget Lord Yuehuai's orders. Mengze holds great value for our deity and must be captured alive. Not far from them, a stooped green-haired man reminded in a deep voice. Several control panels around them were methodically executing a certain operation, as if countless invisible hands were orchestrating everything. Upon hearing the green-haired man's voice, Lu Yang involuntarily trembled with fear. The serpent woman, however, scoffed disdainfully. Mind your own affairs, you repugnant old man. With that, she pulled Lu Yang along, swaying her hips as she exited the control room first. The green-haired man, after confirming the self-destruct sequence was initiated, leisurely rose, donning his hat to conceal his square visage within his purple robe. Cough, cough, the great Xia deity. Cough, cough, what a magnificent existence. The mere thought of it sends shivers through my very core. Chapter 61. Turmoil at Missile Base Number 39. As Hong Hao arrived, accompanied by several instructors from the Hongying region, they were instantly taken aback by the sight before them. A veritable hell on earth. The underground space was filled with dismembered limbs, grotesque stone statues, and desiccated corpses entwined with vines. Pools of blood gathered in various operational rooms, forming terrifying serpent-like eyes. Hong Hao picked up an eyeball, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he hoarsely shouted, "Cult of the Ancient Gods, Agent of Medusa, the Serpent Woman, Seat 16, Lu Yong." At that moment, a missile technician rushed out from the main control room in a frenzy. "This is bad. Run. They've activated the self-destruct system. In just a minute and a half, the entire base will explode." Hong Lai's pupils contracted. "Everyone evacuate immediately." The instructors cast a glance at the remains of their comrades, filled with rage, before turning to leave. As dozens of buses entered Songnan, the forces already under the control of the cult of the ancient gods sprang into action. Countless eyes fixated on the movements of each bus. Mengze sensed the feedback from the surrounding plants, his brow furrowing. "It seems Songnan is far more chaotic than we imagined." "Jia Gospit, Zegu, are you suggesting that Songnan is currently dangerous?" Meng Shen nodded. "This is bad. Auntie and Xiao Jin are in peril." Chia's face paled with panic. Meng Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth. "Your aunt is protected by Yang Jian and the howling celestial hound, making it safer than our rookie camp. Nevertheless, he rationally advised, it will be best if you do not return home. You, I, and Fatty are their primary targets. If you go back now, it will only endanger your family further." After all, Chi was still just a teenager. In such dire circumstances, it was inevitable for him to feel anxious. He bit his lip and tugged at his hair in distress. "Zegu, I can't let anything happen to them. You must have a way, right?" Meng Zhe patted his shoulder. "Here's the plan. Jun Xian, you go stake out near Chi's home." Jun Xian nodded in agreement. Meng Zhe assigned Jun Xian to help guard Chi's residence while also retrieving the forbidden item from Sequence 209, blood boiling. Chi expressed his gratitude, well aware of Jun Xian's capabilities. Even among the strong of Chuanjing, it would be challenging to guard against that elusive telekinetic dagger. Then, Meng Zhe turned his gaze to Fatty. "Fatty, I just heard from my third uncle that your price on the black market has skyrocketed to 8 small targets. How about we strike a deal? You make a sacrifice and let the brothers live a life of luxury?" Fatty's eyes widened in horror as he shrank against the window. "Wow, Zegu, you can't be serious. Your Meng family doesn't seem to lack a few billion, does it? All the assets are in my grandfather's hands. I have no money." He whimpered no please. Yao pinched Meng Zhe's cheek with annoyance. "What time is it? And you're still fooling around? Quickly share the plan." You dog, stop biting me." Meng Zhe wore a proud expression as he made a playful face at his wife. He then turned to Wu Hai and Hong Lai, stating that although there would undoubtedly be instructors secretly safeguarding the plump one, it was prudent for both of them to accompany him as well. Chao Yuan raised his hand, declaring that he would stick with Qi Yi, and if anyone dared to attack Qi Yi, he would unleash the Black King to deal with them. However, upon imagining the ruthless transformation of his adversary, Qi Yi decisively shook his head. "You should accompany the plump one, even if things spiral out of control. Wu Hai and the sealing scroll will be able to subdue you." Disheartened, Chao Yuan lowered his head. Qi patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. Song Nan is my stronghold. It will not be easy for them to capture me. Moreover, the members of Team 136 will certainly protect me well. You can safely follow the plump one, and I shall come to find you later." Reluctantly, Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Meng Zhe harbored no concerns regarding Qi Ye's safety. If she truly found herself in peril, she would simply invoke her mother's spirit for assistance. At that moment, Bai Li Muyan also raised her hand. Zegu, I have been offered a bounty of 100 million as well. Who will protect me?" The plump one responded with a sense of superiority. "A mere 100 million. Just follow closely behind me. They will certainly prioritize attacking me first." Observing the self-satisfied demeanor of the plump one, Meng Zhe could not help but sigh inwardly. Silly child. Among that 800 million bounty, at least 600 million originates from the Bai Li family itself. The inflated nature of such a bounty is evident. Meanwhile, the 100 million on her head is entirely legitimate. If she were to discover that her bounty had been deliberately inflated by the Bailey family, one wonders how she would feel. Muy bautid, sistre Moli. Why don't you protect me instead? Emoli shook her head. I shall accompany Meng Zhe. He is the primary target and cannot be without protection. Yu Yao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Wait, this girl, who usually keeps to herself and is so reserved, what is she planning today? What do you mean there's no one to guard? Can't you see I'm a fully grown person? Not only Yu Yao, but even Meng Zhe looked at Emoli with astonishment. Makauliisa tax flushekrimsun. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to repay the favor of having taught me how to wield the blade. The blush on the young girl's face spoke volumes. The gazes of the onlookers towards Emoli and Meng Zhe grew increasingly peculiar. Well, when did our esteemed leader manage to win the heart of the Ice Princess from our new recruits? It's not that we're criticizing you, but keeping this from your brothers is rather inconsiderate. How could you conceal this from us? Yu Yao's eyes twitched. Oh no, this wave is directed at me. The plump one felt a pang in his heart. My goddess Emoli is slipping away from me, Meng Zhe cleared his throat twice. Very well, it's fine for you to accompany us. Observing her brother's sorrowful expression, Mu Yin was about to speak when she was embraced by Shimin Xiaohua. Mu Yin, do not worry. I will be with your brother, ensuring we protect you both. Feng Xiao nodded with a smile. This is acceptable. It just so happens that my brother-in-law can join us. Only shukuld oquadli. Well, Jun Xian, how about we switch places? I could guard the Seven Knights residence, or I could accompany you as well. It will be quite lonely for you to be alone during the new year. Yun Xian resolutely declined. Rest assured, I can manage on my own. You should relish your time with your sister-in-law. Chu Feng patted Hong Lai on the shoulder. Oh, brother-in-law, we've spent so much time together. Why are you still shy? Don't worry. I've already mentioned your affair with Xiao Hua to our parents over the phone, and they are quite supportive. Hong Lai, I oppose this marriage. I oppose. Meng Zhe selectively ignored Hong Lai's pleading gaze. Now, my elder brother has one in each arm, embracing two beauties. Wait. My elder brother is struggling to take care of himself. You should just wish for the best. Shen Qingzhu observed the lively group, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. However, he possessed his own pride and would never cling to others. Moreover, he had 3 adorable younger brothers. After safely escorting the new recruits to their destination, Yuan Gang left over 30 instructors to ensure the safety of the recruits while he returned to the new recruit camp. According to the report from the heavy armored brigade commander, Jiang Huaying, shortly after the recruits departed, the special training camp also fell victim to a missile attack. Although most missiles were successfully intercepted by anti-aircraft artillery, 3 still struck the new recruit camp, obliterating half of it. Tragically, 7 instructors perished on the spot, and over 10 were injured. Upon Yuan Gang's return, he beheld the devastated new recruit camp, his internal fury reaching a boiling point. The ancient divine church. Yuan Gang, will settle this score with you. At that moment, Hong Hao, accompanied by a disheveled group, also returned to the new recruit camp. Gazing at the soot-covered Hong Hao and the instructors, Yuan Gang struggled to suppress his rage. How is the situation at Missile Base 39? Hong Hao seized a bottle of mineral water from a soldier, gulping down a generous mouthful and drenching himself with the remainder. The other instructors followed suit almost in unison. As the cold droplets cascaded down his face, Hong Hao's inner fury was somewhat alleviated. Chief, Missile Base 39 has been completely overrun, and there are no survivors. The enemy activated their self-destruct protocol. Fortunately, we left in time. Otherwise, we would have been annihilated along with Base 39. Yuan Gang's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The self-destruct codes for each missile base are known only in part to the base commander, with the remainder held exclusively by the military district." Yuan Gang struggled to voice the remaining thoughts, although, at times, the night watchmen possessed the authority to mobilize military forces. The two entities are fundamentally not the same organization. Such matters can only be reported and left for higher authorities to handle. Yuan Gang angrily slammed his fist, obliterating what remained of the instructor's building. Damn it! What on earth do these scoundrels intend to do? Did they truly believe that as long as the mist halted beyond the borders, the Great Xia would be entirely safe? Half a minute later, Yuan Gang's gaze turned steely as he commanded, Guard Battalion, inform Jiang Huaying to gather the wounded and restore the recruit camp. Well, no. Lead your men to tidy up the recruit camp. Hong Ha nodded. He fully comprehended the true meaning behind Yuan Gang's word tidy up. Chapter 62. Flower Slave, Swamp Giant Earthworm. Yi Fan listened to Yuan Gang's report with an impassive expression. His tone was frigid as he commanded. Since it has been confirmed, proceed with the necessary actions. The night watchmen are entitled to execute justice against any individuals threatening the nation and its people. Understood, Commander. After eliminating those beasts, you must immediately head to Tsangnan and ensure the safety of all the new recruits. Yes. Once Yi Fan hung up the phone, his entire desk instantly disintegrated into dust. Various documents and items within the drawers, however, lay scattered on the ground, remarkably unscathed. Zhuoqing's pupils constricted. The commander's control over his power had ascended to a terrifying level. Zhuoqing, please assist me in obtaining a new phone. Upon hearing Yi Fan's command, Zhuoqing dashed out of the commander's office. In about half a minute, he returned, cradling a new phone and dragging a telephone line behind him. Commander, the phone. Yi Fan adjusted his breathing slightly before solemnly dialing a number. He succinctly reported, Leader, the ancient God Church has infiltrated Missile Base 39 through military informants, launching dozens of missiles at the new recruits and the camp before self-destructing the base. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line before a cold, aged voice finally responded, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The blood of our soldiers cannot be shed in vain. Our soldiers of the Great Xia may fall on the battlefield, but they shall never succumb to the treachery of traitors. Tsangnan. The butler of the Bailey family had arranged several SUVs to transport the Bailey siblings to the only five-star hotel in Tsangnan, the Kairansaji Hotel. The new recruits, meanwhile, paired off and dispersed to enjoy various attractions around Tsangnan. Although the military had already coordinated with the relevant departments, the sudden influx of hundreds of legally armed personnel created significant pressure on numerous agencies. As the group dwindled down to just Meng Zhe, Yao, and M.O. Li, Qi Yi politely invited Zhe Ge, if you have nowhere to go, you can accompany me back to the Peace Affairs office. Meng Zhe smiled and shook his head. No, while the sun is still up, I have a matter to attend to. Qi did not press further and turned to leave. Once Qi Yi departed, Yu Yao seized Meng Zhe's arm, as if to assert her claim. Aze, where are we headed now? Meng Zhe glanced at M.O. Li, who was biting her lower lip, feeling a mixture of helplessness. The plants in Tsangnan have informed me that a mysterious creature from the Sichuan border has suddenly appeared in the southern forest, incessantly gnawing at their roots. I must take care of it. Yu Yao nodded obediently. Great. I have recently made significant progress with my blade skills. I also wish to test my combat abilities. Meng Zhe hailed a taxi driver to the forest park. In a large underground parking facility, the entire underground power of Tsangnan had converged here. Brother Long, what does the boss mean by this? Knowing full well that our new dragon society harbors animosity towards the Iron Hand Gang, you still dare to make us share the same roof with those wretched scoundrels? Liurniu, utter another word, and I swear I shall sever you in an instant. Damn it, come on. Do you think my mountain axe is fashioned from clay? Damn. Brother, who and the others can hardly endure this. I shall slay this fool right now. It is not solely the new Dragon Society and the Iron Hand Gang that are at odds. Among the numerous local factions, each harbors varying degrees of discord, some even to the point of mutual annihilation. In an instant, the entire basement reverberated with a cacophony of insults and provocations. Several acolytes of the ancient divine church gazed reverently at a blue-haired woman shrouded in a purple robe. My lady, the 32 factions of Tsangnan, totaling over 7,800 individuals, are essentially gathered. It is time for your intervention. The blue-haired woman displayed an air of taciturn acceptance towards the acolyte's reverence, as if accustomed to it. Beneath the opulent violet mask, a melodious yet chilling voice emerged. Rose Walker. A flash of emerald light danced through the air. Countless tendrils surged from beneath her feet, avoiding the acolytes behind her, scaling the walls and pillars, swiftly enveloping the entire subterranean space. The ruffians, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, erupted in chaotic panic, fleeing in terror. Good heavens! A monster! I've only just come of age and have yet to know a woman. Damn it, Zhang Yilong. You great fool, always calling for your boss, yet you fail to see that even your boss is a demon. Curse it, when I was distributing profits. You are not wearing such expressions. Stay back. My grandmother is an 18th-generation disciple of the Maoshan sect. As they beheld the scattering ruffians, the acolytes wore expressions of derision. All exits had long been sealed. They had no escape. Realizing there was no retreat, some audacious individuals incited their comrades. Damn, we are 1,000 strong, and they are but a handful. Let us fight them to the end. Indeed, even if they are demons, they cannot withstand our numbers. Brothers, for the sake of our lives, let us battle these fiends. As thousands brandished knives and clubs, surging back towards them, the acolytes remained unfazed, their eyes glinting with amusement. The blue-haired woman spoke once more. Fragrant intoxication. Instantly, buds blossomed upon the surrounding tendrils. These buds, at an observable pace, transformed into countless resplendent purple roses, exuding waves of intoxicating fragrance. Those ordinary individuals who inhaled the floral aroma felt a sweetness in their throats, only to succumb to unconsciousness the next moment. Gazing at the multitude of unconscious ruffians sprawled before them, the acolytes instinctively held their breath. The blue-haired woman disdainfully snorted. A mere rabble. A delicate, pale arm gradually emerged from beneath her purple robe, her slender hand shimmering with a violet glow. Parasitic roses. As her words fell, the tendrils in the underground space writhed, and blooming purple roses cascaded down from the flowering vines. As the roses fell to the ground, they began to crawl with their leaves, thrusting their thorny stems into the eye sockets of the onlookers. Some robust men, with their flesh and blood, were further drawn into the parasitic embrace of multiple roses. The entire subterranean space reverberated with the sound of bursting eyeballs. Even the malevolent followers, typically steeped in wrongdoing, buried their heads low in fear, dreading the possibility of being ensnared by this female fiend. The foremost follower bowed humbly, approaching the woman with reverence. Your Excellency, we commend your efforts. A hint of fatigue flickered in the woman's gaze as she tossed a handful of purple petals and a single red bud. With these petals, the flower slaves will regard you as kin. The bud can control their movements. Upon uttering these words, she transformed into countless blue rose petals, gradually dissipating before the crowd. The leading follower reverently bowed before the petals. Huang Sangu, I bid you farewell, Your Excellency. Once the purple robe touched the ground, Huang Sangu straightened his posture and commanded the followers, lift your heads, look at your fearful selves. If a mere avatar of our master can terrify you so, what would happen if the true form were to descend? Each of you shall receive a petal. Remember to keep it close, or if the flower slaves devour you, it will be your own fault. The followers' pupils constricted at these words. If one avatar could easily subdue nearly 10,000 through parasitism, how formidable must their master truly be? In the forest park, Meng Zhe, guided by the plants, arrived at a hidden entrance. Molly gazed at the basketball-sized clumps of earth at the cave's mouth and inquired, is this the secret lair of the subterranean insect species? Meng Zhe nodded. If all goes as expected, it should be a giant earthworm from the Sichuan region. Yu Yao, peering into the depths of the cave, asked, are we to burrow into this opening? Meng Zhe rolled his eyes full. There are numerous ways to draw it out. Why must we crawl inside? With a swift motion, he squeezed, and an ear-piercing explosion echoed from within the cave. The trio immediately drew their weapons and retreated quickly from the entrance. As the ground trembled around them, a gigantic earthworm, resembling a desert worm, emerged before them. Indeed, it was a swamp giant earthworm. Be cautious, this creature possesses extraordinary vitality. The swamp giant earthworm roared, its massive body quivering as it forced dozens of broken wooden spikes from its flesh, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Mengze raised an eyebrow. Such remarkable self-healing ability is truly enviable. This creature's life force is formidable. Do not underestimate it. The two women nodded slightly. Ninefold Thunderblade. Hyperfrequency Shock Slash. With a flash of golden and white figures, the swamp giant earthworm's lengthy body was cleaved into 3 sections. Dark red blood surged forth as the two women swiftly retreated. To prevent contamination from this blood, one must remain cautious. After all, certain mysterious blood types are laced with potent toxins and possess formidable corrosive properties, particularly that of insectoid blood, which should not be underestimated. Mengze effortlessly conjured a colossal wooden umbrella to shield himself from the deluge of crimson droplets raining down. Leaning casually against a wooden throne, he rested his chin on one hand, his right foot nonchalantly perched on the edge of the throne, observing the writhing, severed segments of the giant earthworm below with keen interest. It is said that the swamp giant earthworm possesses the remarkable ability of regeneration. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao slightly furrowed her brow. Regeneration of severed limbs? Does that mean it cannot be killed? Mengze chuckled in response. If it were truly immortal, wouldn't the swamp giant earthworm be invincible? It is merely more challenging to slay than the average mysterious entity of the rivers. As the three regarded him with incredulity, the severed segments of the swamp giant earthworm swiftly sprouted new flesh. Within mere moments, it transformed into one large and 2 smaller worms. However, the 2 smaller earthworms measured only a little over 10 meters in length, their strength merely at the pinnacle of the pool realm. The massive body of the swamp giant earthworm, nearly 100 meters long, fully emerged from the ground, letting out a resounding roar that echoed towards the heavens. The surrounding terrain quickly softened, morphing into a vast expanse of muddy swamp. Swamp zone? What a troublesome, forbidden wasteland. Mengze waved his hand, conjuring a wooden platform above the swamp. Upon witnessing this, the 2 smaller earthworms immediately unleashed a torrent of high-pressure mud towards Mengze and his companions. A deep azure wooden wall rose to intercept the onslaught, successfully blocking all the mud. The 2 women displayed expressions of distaste. Is this creature's belly filled entirely with mud? Chapter 63. You are utterly oblivious to the chasm that lies between us. The figures of the 2 women flickered, and before long, the 3 massive earthworms bore witness to over 100 varying wounds etched upon their bodies. This time, the 2 women exhibited a semblance of wisdom. Recognizing that the more segments they severed from this creature, the greater the number of colossal earthworms it would spawn. Thus, they endeavored to employ a method of bloodletting, aiming to deplete the creature's stamina and regenerative capabilities. Yet, no matter how many wounds they inflicted, the 3 titanic earthworms swiftly healed. The duo retreated, leaning against Mengze's throne, expressing their disgust at the grotesque creature that could not be slain and left a trail of muck in its wake. Mengze, do you possess any solutions? Mengze lightly beckoned with his finger. Thorn blood vines, dozens of blood-red, thumb-thick tendrils erupted from the ground, coiling around and burrowing into the newly grown skin of the smaller earthworm, voraciously consuming its flesh and blood. The smaller earthworm emitted a piercing wail, its massive form thrashing violently as it attempted to shake off the blood vines. The vines relinquished their roots in the ground, burrowing entirely into the smaller earthworm's body, establishing new roots deep within. Observing this, the other 2 earthworms crashed into the wooden platform, sending waves of mire crashing toward the trio. Molly's beautiful eyes widened, her hands gripping the star blade, which emitted a sharp, whistling sound. With a powerful sweep, she unleashed a crescent blade of white energy, cleaving through the wave of muck and inflicting a terrifying, penetrating wound upon the colossal earthworm. Had it been an ordinary creature of the river realm, this strike would have surely left it incapacitated, if not dead. Wooden barriers rose on either side, shielding them from the splattering mud. But as they watched the colossal earthworm rapidly mend its wounds, Molly couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Can it truly heal like this? Is this monstrous worm truly immortal? Mengze chuckled and gestured. Who says it cannot be slain? Observe. The 2 women followed the direction of his finger. Witnessing the smaller earthworm, now parasitized by the blood vines, writhing and twisting in the mire, its anguished cries echoing amidst the chaos, splattering mud in all directions. Yet, despite its frantic struggles, the considerable loss of blood and flesh rendered it visibly withered. The women exchanged glances, instinctively leaning back in tactical retreat. Is there not a more straightforward method? This manner of demise is simply too heart-wrenching to behold. Meng shrugged. Unless one employs the annihilating power of Dragon's Descent, ordinary wooden techniques cannot hope to vanquish the swamp giant. As for the remaining 2 earthworms, will you take them on, or shall I? Before Meng Zhe could finish his sentence, the 2 women decisively charged forth. Witnessing the torment inflicted by the blood vines upon the earthworm, a spectacle of cruelty, Meng Zhe shook his head with a smile. Am I not merely testing a new technique? Must you both be so dramatic? The women leaped across the floating shards of wood in the swamp, exchanging a knowing glance and swiftly formulating a tactical approach. Molly positioned herself upon a large plank, brandishing her blade as she initiated myriad forms frequency motion, unleashing a flurry of white slashes, severing the remaining smaller earthworm into several segments. Moon Yao raised her blade toward the heavens. In the next moment, dozens of furious thunderbolts crashed down, turning the twisted, severed limbs of the colossal earthworm into charred remnants. Meng Zhe nodded slightly, realizing that his dear Yao had become increasingly astute. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy. After dispatching the smaller foe, the 2 women shifted their focus towards the marsh giant earthworm. A few minutes later, Meng Zhe summoned the dragon-patterned jade slip to absorb the essence of the marsh giant earthworm. In the old town, as Wang Junxian approached the vicinity of Lin Chie's residence, his mental energy detected the presence of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps. 2 snipers, 3 sentinels, and 4 ambushers. It appeared that the timing of my arrival was impeccable. He donned the spirit probe on his left pinky and formed a hand gesture with his right. With the dual buff in effect, the coverage of mind over matter expanded 5-fold, achieving an astonishing radius of 200 meters. Inside the vehicle, Scorpion 3, who was on lookout, naturally took notice of the sudden appearance of the Taoist. Where did this foul Taoist come from? Why is he not at his temple during the festive season, instead scamming people in this desolate place? However, the next second, Scorpion 3's eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist who had been standing at the intersection vanished from his sight. Goodness, am I seeing ghosts? The others in the intercom heard Scorpion 3's ramblings and couldn't help but tease him. Scorpion 3, have you been too comfortable in the car and started dozing off? 3, it's not like second brother said anything bad about you, but you should at least think of some women. What else with chasing a Taoist during the new year? Exactly, Scorpion 3, you didn't go to Bashu and come back changed, did you? Amidst the laughter, Scorpion 3 gritted his teeth in defense. I'm not in the mood to entertain you. I genuinely saw a Taoist just now. You all better be cautious. If something goes wrong later, don't blame me for not warning you. Hearing his flustered tone only ignited more laughter among them. Eventually, Scorpion 1 interjected, everyone be serious. If we disrupt Lady Snake's plans, we shall all face dire consequences. But, old one, you're just too timid. What can that woman do to us? She is so provocative. She might just drain us dry. Just then, Scorpion 9 suddenly exclaimed, Old 8, behind you. The Taoist is right behind you. What? Beep, beep, beep. Old 8. Old 8. Damn it, Old 9, shoot him. Others surround Old 8's sniping point. On the top floor of a 6-story self-built building, Junxian used his telekinetic powers to destroy Scorpion 8's communicator. Crouching down, he withdrew 2 daggers from Scorpion 8's legs. A loud shot rang out. Junxian paid no heed, resting his hand on Scorpion 8's head, probing his recent memories with his mind. Scorpion 9 gazed at the image through the scope, where Wang Junxian's eyes were tightly shut, revealing a confident and sinister grin. Are you ready to bid farewell to the world, little Taoist? The subsequent scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The armor-piercing round, which should have pierced through the adversary's skull, inexplicably halted mere centimeters from the temple. Years spent on the edge of danger had endowed him with extraordinary adaptability. Without hesitation, he reloaded and prepared for a second shot. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the bullet which had remained suspended in midair, astonishingly ricocheted back towards him. This was the work of a sorcerer. And everyone. Before he could finish his thought, the bullet had already shattered the scope, penetrating Scorpion 9's right eye and obliterating his skull. Blood and brain matter erupted in a gruesome display. Upon hearing Scorpion 9's warning, the remaining members grew increasingly tense. Hold back 5 and 6, 2 and 7. Cover from downstairs. 3. Grab the RPG from the back seat. 4. Quickly check on 9. From his elevated position, Scorpion 4 was alarmingly silent, having seemingly lost his breath. A tactical dagger was lodged in his skull, its hilt engraved with the number 9. 4? 4? The remaining 6 felt a weight in their hearts. In moments like this, silence often signifies an irreversible fate. Scorpion 3 burst from the off-road vehicle. Where is he? Where is that sorcerer? Before anyone could respond, a chilling voice resonated above Scorpion 3. Are you looking for me? Scorpion 3 abruptly raised the RPG, aiming directly at Jun Xian above. Damn sorcerer, die. But the launcher jammed at this critical moment. Despite his efforts, Scorpion 3 could not pull the trigger. Jun Xian slowly descended from the air. Give up. From the moment you were dispatched, your fate was sealed. Scorpion 3 decisively discarded the RPG and drew his pistol, defiantly aiming it at Jun Xian's forehead. Is the Forbidden Ruins truly impressive? I have slain night watchmen with such powers before. Yet the trigger of his pistol also conveniently jammed. Panic began to set in for Scorpion 3. It must be your sorcery. With his right hand, he swung the pistol towards Jun Xian's head while drawing a tactical dagger with his left. Jun Xian is, I sneered. A dagger swiftly pierced Scorpion 3's back. You. Scorpion 3 coughed up blood, his legs buckled, and he collapsed, staring lifelessly into the void. The others, sensing something amiss, rushed over just in time to witness Scorpion 3's fall. Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7 raised their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage towards Jun Xian. With a lift of his left hand, Jun Xian froze hundreds of bullets in midair. The two gasped in disbelief, swallowing hard. They quickly reloaded their submachine guns. Although they were aware of the existence of the Forbidden Ruins, the visual impact of telekinesis on ordinary individuals was unparalleled by most of the Forbidden Ruins. With a flick of his finger, Jun Xian launched the RPG on the ground, the grenade obliterating the two. At that moment, in the left alley, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed. Dozens of rifle bullets slowed in midair, ultimately hovering a meter away from Jun Xian. With a cold demeanor, Jun Xian raised his hand and gently flicked one of the bullets. In an instant, the bullet reversed its trajectory, striking Scorpion 5 in the head, who was armed with dual pistols. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from above. Brother 5, you demon, prepare to face your doom. Scorpion 6 leaped down from the rooftop, wielding 2 daggers, embodying the hopes of the entire village as he lunged toward Jun Xian. Jun Xian snorted disdainfully, flicking his finger to crush Scorpion 6 into the wall. Well then, with everyone else dead, it's your turn to show yourself. How did you discover my presence? From the corner of the west, a burly man, reminiscent of a bear, slowly emerged. He tore off his camouflage attire, revealing a black tactical vest beneath. Jun Xian fixed him with a chilling gaze. Your murderous intent is palpable. There is nowhere for you to hide before me. Are you Scorpion 1, the leader of the Mad Scorpions? I find myself puzzled as to why you chose to reveal yourself only after your comrades have perished. Scorpion 1 discarded his weapons one by one, grasping a dagger in reverse grip. He lifted a silver badge from his chest and kissed it. Blood boil. With that whispered incantation, the silver badge trembled violently. An eerie aura spread forth, and tendrils of blood emerged from the surrounding corpses, coalescing into a stream that flowed into the silver badge. Jun Xian furrowed his brow. Forbidden item sequence 209, blood boil. Sacrificing your teammates. Is this your source of confidence? He felt a profound revulsion towards such an act of betrayal. Scorpion 1 disregarded the scornful gaze directed at him by Jun Xian, his aura surging rapidly. In mere moments, he broke through from the pool realm to the river realm. Is this the sensation of the river realm? The feeling of power is simply exhilarating. Little Taoist, I owe you my gratitude for the help. Are you ready to utter your last words? The corner of Juanxian's eye twitched. Is the river realm truly this wild now? Scorpion 1 laughed maniacally. You have no idea of the chasm that lies between us. Chapter 64. The Assault of the Flower Slave. Scorpion unleashed the ferocity of the Chuan region, shattering a nearby villa with a single punch, followed by a maniacal laugh directed towards the heavens. Juanxian could only shake his head in resignation. It was futile to engage in conversation with such a whimsical creature. The essence of the Chuan region as humanity's watershed was not merely rooted in brute strength. Without formidable mental fortitude and willpower, one is but a castle in the air. With a thought, a flying sword emerged. Juanxian formed a sword shape with his fingers and waved his hand through the air. A short sword, purely composed of mental energy, pierced through the bizarre force field of blood boiling and embedded itself in Scorpion's forehead. The powerful mental force instantly shattered Scorpion's fragile consciousness. Although his bodily functions remained unchanged, medically speaking, he was now akin to a brain-dead individual. At that moment, Juanxian's mental energy detected a familiar presence, and his expression grew serious. Lu Liang stood at the foot of the Qi Yi family's building, pulling his comical triangular sunglasses to the tip of his nose, turning to Juanxian, who was several hundred meters away, and revealing a smug grin. Little Taoist, it seems your strength has surged. In just half a year, I shall be taking Lin Qiye's family with me. Juanxian immediately dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of wine swords from the jade flask, swiftly shredding the thorny vines blocking his path. You coward, come at me instead. What kind of a cowardly act is this against ordinary people? Just as Lu Liang reached the corner of the staircase, a small black dog appeared in the middle of the corridor. Lu Liang looked on in distaste. Whose dog is this? So ugly. Before he could finish the sentence, the small black dog suddenly expanded its giant mouth and swallowed him whole. Wang Juanxian found himself suspended in midair, astonished. The small black dog tilted its head, presenting a friendly smile towards him. Juanxian's mouth twitched. Good heavens, a mysterious little dog capable of devouring experts from the Chuan region. I am no match for it. As he found himself at a loss, caught in a dilemma, a voice transmission echoed in his mind. Fear not, you may leave in peace. Today's favor shall be remembered by this lord. Upon hearing this transmission, Wang Juanxian immediately utilized his mental energy to probe the surroundings, yet found nothing. Uncertain whether the individual was friend or foe, he faced an even greater quandary. In desperation, he contacted Meng Zhe for advice. The other party seems quite formidable. What should I do, Zega? I await your prompt reply. It's urgent. Upon hearing that Lu Liang had been swallowed by the small black dog and that the sender of the transmission referred to themselves as this lord, Meng Zhe swiftly deduced the identity of the individual. Haha, since the true lord has reassured you, you should proceed to meet with Wu Hai and the others. Juanxian was taken aback. True lord? Meng Zhe was the proxy of the Qinglong divine lord, to be addressed as true lord by him. Could it be the legendary Erlang Shun, who is accompanied by a divine dog? With this thought, Wang Juanxian straightened his Taoist robe, respectfully clasped his fists, and bowed. Since the esteemed true lord is present, this junior Wang Juanxian shall take my leave. After speaking, he raised his hand to summon the fervent blood and flew towards the Kailansky Hotel without looking back. Once Juanxian departed, Yang Jin emerged from the shadows and picked up the little black brat. This descendant of the Azure Dragon was quite intriguing, having guessed the identity of this lord in an instant. Little black brat, how on earth were we recognized? The little one blinked, pondering over the fact that he hadn't done anything unusual. At the new recruit camp, the soldiers of the Heavy Armor Brigade were methodically repairing the premises. Yuan Gang sat in the center of the cafeteria with a grim expression, gazing at the array of instructors before him. The instructors stood rigidly, hands clasped behind their backs, not daring to utter a word. After all, with the new recruits and the camp having been attacked in succession, Yuan Gang's emotions were exceedingly unstable, and no one wished to be the scapegoat at such a moment. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Old Sun silently led the cooks out of the cafeteria. The entire space was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. After a long pause, Instructor Hong approached with a stack of documents. Chief. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, first directing his gaze to the instructor on the far left. With a frigid tone, he spoke, Li Yaoguang, enlisted in 1989. I remember you were once my soldier. Why? Upon being named, Li Yaoguang staggered slightly. Chief, answer me. Yuan Gang's voice bore an icy edge, and Li Yaoguang's complexion turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Behind him, Hong Hao opened the first document. On the night of November 14th at 9:42, you slipped out of the camp through the southeast gate. On November 26th, during the new recruit's third extreme training, you strayed from the group for 2 hours. On December 7th, your parents transferred 2 sums of money into your online banking account, one for 2 million and another for 3 million. This morning at 8:20, you sent 2 encrypted messages via satellite phone, and half a minute later, your account reflected an additional 3 million. An hour and a half later, both the recruits and the camp were attacked. Stop reading. Stop it. Li Yaoguang erupted, his emotions spiraling out of control. Subsequently, his legs buckled, and he half knelt on the ground, collapsing into despair as he cradled his head. I didn't want this. I didn't want any of it. But they captured my parents. I had no choice. His voice nearly cracked. Yuan Gang glared at him coldly. You need not explain this to me. When you reach the Night Watchman's tribunal, you may convey your words to them. Spend the rest of your life reflecting in the penitentiary. After saying this, he disregarded him entirely. Although Li Yaoguang's choice was a common human reaction, his actions indirectly led to the demise of thousands of soldiers. Countless families lost their sons, husbands, and fathers. What were they to do? Yuan Gang turned to the other 2 instructors in the crowd. Before he could speak, they exchanged glances and realized their exposure. Drawing their tactical daggers in a swift motion, they resolved to strike first. As the blades aimed for Yuan Gang's throat, he let out a furious grunt. A golden ripple erupted in the air with a resounding explosion, akin to a heavy hammer propelling 2 individuals into the distance. A flicker of disdain flashed across Hong Hao's eyes. Wang Gui, Wu Ruodong, how dare you persist in your futile resistance? You are utterly oblivious to the peril you face. The 2 cast venomous glares toward Yuan Gang. Yuan Gong, they uttered. Our master has sent us with a gift. With that, they revealed sinister smiles. Almost immediately, their bodies began to swell like balloons, a strange and violent red energy erupting from within them. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow slightly and stomped his right foot forward, summoning the ethereal image of an ancient bell to envelop the 2. With a thunderous bang, the 2 human bombs transformed into a gory mire, saturating the entire phantom of the ancient bell. As they slowly oozed down the bell's walls, the instructors could not help but feel a chill of fear. Hong Hao's brow knitted in concern. Brainwashed? It seems these 2 have fallen under the control of the ancient god church. Yuan Gang let out an angry grunt and pushed the door open. You stay at the camp. I shall venture to Tsangnan. Hearing the murderous intent in Yuan Gang's words, Hong Hao instinctively recoiled. It appeared that the commander was indeed resolved to take drastic measures. At the Kalaniski Grand Hotel, a plump figure donned in a bathrobe hummed a merry tune, their ample form swaying rhythmically in the presidential suite. The enchanting dance, combined with the entrancing music, left Xiao Yuan in awe. When it comes to flamboyance, you truly excel. Is this your performance for Chia? You are resorting to any means necessary to compete with me for Chia. The plump figure froze, hastily wrapping themselves tighter. How did you get in? Is it just you? Xiao Yuan gestured toward the windowsill where Hong Lai waved in greeting. It's fine. Continue as if we do not exist. The plump figure was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hello, room service. They snapped irritably. I didn't call for service. Don't bother me. However, in the next instant, the electronic lock of the suite emitted a ding and swung open. A beautiful woman clad in a qipao entered, pushing a cart with a beaming smile. Greetings, esteemed VIP guest. This is a pre-meal dessert specially prepared for you. Please do indulge. The plump figure frowned slightly. All right, just place it here and leave. If you enter without my permission again, I will have you dismissed. They assumed the woman was attempting to approach them under the guise of their identity. Thus, the plump figure merely issued a simple warning. The woman bowed apologetically and swiftly exited. Xiao Yuan, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Wow, I've only seen such room service on television." As he curiously lifted the lid from the cart, boom! A violent explosion shattered the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, sending all three individuals hurtling downward. "Ah, help! Is there anyone to save me?" Fatty cried out, clutching his bathrobe tightly, terrified of exposure. Calmly, Chow Yuan joined his hands in prayer. "Stop shouting. The louder you scream, the more attention you attract. Hey, cover up, you've exposed yourself." Fatty was filled with anger. "It's all your fault for touching that cursed food cart. Now, we're all going to fall to our doom." Hong Lai's lips twitched. "Come on, Fatty, that's a bit insulting. With me here, do you really think you'll fall to your death?" Suspended in midair, the trio was suddenly lifted by a force, halting their descent. Fatty exhaled deeply. "Thank goodness. We're alive." Chow Yuan reminded him ominously. "They are after the 800 million. As long as you survive, we cannot be safe." No sooner had he spoken than an arrow suddenly shot towards them. Hong Lai unleashed a wave of force to swat it away, only to be surprised when the arrow detonated midair. "Gao Duan, Du Xin," Hong Lai frowned, controlling their descent. "We need to land quickly, otherwise we're just sitting ducks." On the hotel rooftop, the woman in the qipao drew her bow again. A large hand suddenly appeared, grasping the arrow. "Ba, what has my companion done to offend this lady so gravely that she would resort to such violence?" The qipao-clad woman rolled away, creating distance and aiming her bow at Wu Hai. "Filthy monk, I advise you not to meddle, or I'll eliminate you too." Wu Hai joined his hands in prayer. "Dear lady, recognizing one's mistakes and turning back is a great virtue." However, before Wu Hai could finish, the woman shot an explosive arrow at him. Wu Hai waved his robe to dispel the smoke, furrowing his brow. "Dear lady, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being unreasonable." Just as the woman was about to retort, a whistling sound pierced the air, prompting her to dodge swiftly, her qipao fluttering in the wind. Unfortunately, this gluttonous monk showed no interest in her charms. With a thunderous crash, a massive meteor hammer struck where she had been standing. Shimin Xiaohua effortlessly hoisted the hammer onto her shoulder, while Bai Li Muyun summoned two battle pets. "Master Wu Hai, leave this woman to Xiaohua and me. You should assist my brother." Wu Hai nodded and leaped off the rooftop. Muyun was taken aback. "Hey, there's an elevator right next to you. We're on the 11th floor." Wu Hai's prajna robe unfurled, slowing his descent but causing him to drift off course. As soon as Fatty and the others landed, a blue, Wujia empty domain instantly enveloped the entire hotel. Shortly after, a burly man and another with 3 swords on his back blocked their path. Hong Lai's gaze turned icy. "Wujia empty domain. To my astonishment, even a formidable night watchman can harbor such scoundrels." The burly man spoke in a deep voice. "From the moment we entered the fasting house, we ceased to be night watchmen." The chubby one, perplexed, inquired, "What is a fasting house?" "Gao Juan a Lucidat." The fasting house is a place designated for the confinement of law-breaking owners of forbidden lands, among whom are former night watchmen who have strayed. "Oh, how do you know so much?" Chow Yuan's expression darkened slightly. "Had it not been for Commander Yi saving me and sending me to Jiuhua Mountain, I too would have been imprisoned." The chubby one's face illuminated with understanding. "So, you're all escapees from prison." The man with the 3 blades unsheathed his weapon. "There is no sense in further discourse. Our target is merely Bailey Tumming. Those who wish to avoid death should vacate the premises." The burly man roared, a ferocious gleam in his eyes. Then his muscles began to twitch in an astonishing manner. To the astonishment of the 3 onlookers, the once 2-meter-tall giant shrank to a mere 1 meter and 1 centimeter. The chubby one gasped, "Goodness, a real-life Conan?" Chow Yuan's mouth twitched as he explained helplessly, "What Conan?" "This is the Forbidden Land Sequence 214, body restructuring. By compressing muscle and bone, one enhances their speed and strength. Do not be deceived by his reduced stature. His combat prowess has increased at least 3-fold. The chubby one inhaled sharply. Could this be the legendary small, yet formidable? Outside the know, Wu Hai, who had fortuitously escaped just before the lockdown, gradually descended. Gazing at the bald elder before the know, Wu Hai sighed in resignation. "Might I trouble you to open the know? I still need to enter to rescue someone." The bald elder scoffed. Wish to enter? Only over my dead body? With that, he rammed his head against a nearby column. This solid, 1-meter diameter reinforced concrete pillar was astonishingly shattered. Wu Hai's mouth twitched. Ironhead skill? No wonder he S-balled. The bald elder gritted his teeth. You, a hairless monk, dare to mock my baldness? Meanwhile, under the control of the devotees, thousands of flower slaves surged into the central street. Witnessing these terrifying beings with flowers sprouting from their eyes, the crowd scattered in panic. Upon receiving the news, the relevant authorities rushed to the scene without delay. They promptly sealed off the city center and notified Team 136. The instructors also urgently assembled all the recruits. As new night watchmen, ensuring the safety of the public is the foremost tenet of their duty. Chapter 65, The Lightning Whip Quintet. The entire central street of Songnan had been urgently cordoned off. Upon the arrival of Team 136, several masked officials on site were immediately filled with excitement. Captain Chun, you have finally arrived. How is it inside? Have the civilians been evacuated? What is the extent of the casualties? Chun Mai leapt from the vehicle and inquired. The surrounding crowd has been evacuated, but there are still many trapped inside. These peculiar beings, with flowers growing from their heads, resemble the zombies from movies. They can only be killed by decapitation. Indeed, ordinary firearms are far less effective against them than cold weapons. Fortunately, those new recruits arrived before you, allowing us to establish a quarantine zone in time. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated significantly. By the way, be cautious. These creatures emit a fragrant scent that has caused many of our officers to lose consciousness. The police chief described while gesturing towards the flower slaves within the barbed wire enclosure, and he did not forget to offer a packet of masks. As Chun Mai peered through the wire, the sight of the enchanting purple roses blooming atop the flower slaves caused his pupils to constrict. He instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Drawing his starblade, he vaulted over the police vehicle and into the quarantine area, wielding his dual blades like dancing butterflies, severing the purple roses from the heads of the surrounding flower slaves. Those who lost their roses promptly collapsed. However, upon closer examination, it was evident that these individuals still possessed faint heartbeats and breaths. The other members of Team 136 quickly followed suit, swiftly neutralizing the dozens of flower slaves in the vicinity. Chun Mai's expression turned ashen. He had never anticipated that the mysterious incident involving flower slaves in Qinchuan 3 years prior would one day erupt in Songnan. Hongying, brandishing her weapon, flicked away the purple roses and asked in bewilderment, "Captain, what exactly are flower slaves? I have never heard of such a phenomenon before." With a serious demeanor, Chun Mai elucidated, flower slaves are not inherently mysterious. They refer to individuals or animals parasitized by the blood rose. The controlled flower slaves, although alive, lack autonomous consciousness and will only attack other normal beings to assist the blood rose in acquiring sustenance, specifically brain matter. Moreover, unlike typical anomalies, the blood rose possesses remarkable organization and reproductive capabilities, continuously converting ordinary people into flower slaves. If left unchecked, the entirety of Songnan could fall under their influence. According to the analysis and conjectures of the Anomaly Research Association, they likely have a primary entity akin to a flower sovereign. For the past 3 years, the headquarters has been attempting to locate this entity. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. This is horrendous. Wu Xiangnan also recalled information regarding the flower slaves. The blood rose moves slowly and typically first emits a fragrance that induces unconsciousness before proceeding with its parasitic actions. However, the weaknesses of the flower slaves are quite apparent. As long as the flowers of the blood rose are destroyed or the roots severed, the controlled life forms will temporarily lose their ability to move. But remember, do not uproot the blood rose entirely, as this will result in the immediate death of the parasitized life forms. Zhao Kongcheng hastily donned a mask. Goodness, I believe I just caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Am I to be parasitized? Wu Xiangnan rolled his eyes. That fragrance merely induces fainting in ordinary individuals. It cannot affect those above the realm of the lamp's boundary. Only then did Zhao Kongcheng breathe a sigh of relief. Few you nearly scared me to death. I thought I was destined to become a flower slave as well. Wu Xiangnan glanced at the fallen flower slaves around them, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. There was, in fact, another aspect that he and Chun Mai had not voiced. Those parasitized by the blood rose would suffer irreversible damage to their brains. Even if rescued, they would become blind, deaf, and mentally impaired. Zhao Conchang kicked one of the flower slaves aside, effortlessly severing the blood rose. Fortunately, these flower slaves were not particularly strong. With some time and effort, they could be dealt with easily. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan suddenly sensed something amiss. They exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "This is not good. Chia is in danger." When Shima inquired, perplexed, "Chia? What is wrong with Chia?" Chun Mai's expression darkened. The appearance of the flower slaves is merely a tactic to stall Team 136 and the instructors from the new recruits, allowing them the opportunity to target Chia, Meng Zhe, and the young master of the Bailey family. Hearing that the adversaries were aiming for Meng Zhe and Chia, Hongying grew anxious. "Captain, what should we do now?" Chun Mai was equally torn. On one hand, there was the safety of countless people in Songnan, and on the other, the future of the Night Watchers. Wu Xiangnan spoke up. "With Xiao Nan and Lung Xian here, the problem should not be insurmountable. As long as we can swiftly eradicate the flower slaves, we can return in time to provide support." Zhao Concheng, however, wore a grave expression. "No, Chia is a dual deity envoy. The ancient god church will undoubtedly dispatch a powerful being above the river boundary. Xiao Nan and Lung Xian will not be able to withstand that. Captain, you all continue with the extermination. I shall return to protect Chia." Chun Mai nodded. "All right. You are now the second strongest in our team 136. As long as you don't encounter anyone at the sea boundary, it should be manageable." Lao Zhao grinned, taking the car keys tossed by Chun Mai. Just as he intended to turn and leave, 3 river boundary believers leaped down from the rooftop, blocking his path. The leader among them was none other than Huang Sangu, who wielded control over the flower slaves. Behind Huang Sangu stood an elderly man in Tang attire and the cactus that had attacked Yunlong Manor last time. "The ancient god church. It is indeed you wretched insects. Ming Sheng Shan you." The elderly man in Tang attire brandished a 9-section whip, deflecting Lao Zhao's moonblade. "Young man, how can you ambush us without adhering to martial ethics?" Lightning 5-connected whip. Lao Zhao could not help but be astonished. "Are you the legendary master of Han Yuan Xingyi Quan?" Ma Weigua? The elderly man in Tang attire revealed a satisfied expression. "Indeed, it seems you have heard of Master Ma. He is quite pleased." Wu Xiangnan cautioned. "Be wary of the 9-section whip in his hand. It belongs to the Forbidden Objects Series 438, 9 soaring, capable of enhancing the wielder's speed." Hongying stepped forward, deftly deflecting the lightning 5 whips, shielding Lao Zhao. "Lao Zhao, you go save Qi. I will hold him off." The leader, Huang Sango, let out a cold snort. "Humph. None of you shall escape today. A tide of hounds approaches." As Huang Sango unleashed the forbidden domain, an overwhelming stench of canine urine engulfed the air. In the next moment, countless teddy dogs surged from all directions, encircling the crowd. Lao Zhao's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of forbidden domain is this? With a fierce strike, moon slaughter, a silver crescent sliced through dozens of teddies. Huang Sango, now with paws instead of limbs, nimbly evaded Lao Zhao's onslaught. "You're finished. Tomorrow, the owners of these teddies will not let you off." Lao Zhao's gulp dits me seen. They couldn't even keep their child in check, and yet they dare blame me? Meanwhile, a Bing brandished 2 cacti, positioning himself in front of Chun Muyi. As anticipated by Chun Muyi and Wu Xiangnan, Qi was intercepted by the enchanting snake woman while en route to the city center. "Hey, handsome, come play with me," Qi retorted. "Annie, I'm not interested." The snake woman huffed in anger. "You little brat, I'm giving you a chance to bask in my grace and become my slave. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Look into my eyes and tell me, do you wish to have me?" Qi glanced at the serpentine eyes formed by various objects surrounding him, his heart tightening. It seemed he had unwittingly entered the opponent's territory. However, the night was rapidly approaching. Several hundred meters away, Xiao Nan and Lung Xian were entangled with dozens of pythons. At the entrance of the forest park, Meng Zhe and his companions were about to hail a cab to the city center when their gaze was involuntarily drawn to a peculiar quartet across the road. They beheld a diminutive elderly woman, burdened with an enormous bronze chest. A little boy clad in red mech armor sat atop the chest, engrossed in a book. To the left of the elderly lady was a burly bald man in a black leather jacket. To her right stood a slender beauty draped in sheer red fabric. Yu Yao could not help but comment, "That man is so muscular. Yet he doesn't help the old lady carry her chest. What a waste of such a physique." Molly nodded in agreement. Meng Zhe narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the odd quartet across the street. It was dusk. What business did these four have in this desolate wilderness? Moreover, an ordinary elderly lady could hardly manage such a heavy chest. The elderly woman incessantly chattered to the little boy, "Ji Chao, can't you spare your grandmother a thought and walk for a bit? My back is not what it used to be." Ignoring her complaints, the little boy was wholly absorbed in his book, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. After a while, the elderly lady realized that the little boy was not even responding to her. In a fit of anger, she placed the box on the ground and shouted at little brother, "Liang Ji Chao, are you even listening to your grandmother?" Yet, little brother remained unperturbed. The burly man and the beauty appeared unfazed, as if they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The elderly lady huffed in indignation, made a determined leap, and snatched the book from little brother's hands. Liang Ji Chao immediately frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure as he shouted, "Return the book to me." The old lady shot him a glare, and, glancing down at the book in her hands, her fury ignited. "At such a tender age, you indulge in such frivolities. Do you have any idea that your grandfather and father were once engrossed in the same nonsense, which is why they never grew taller throughout their lives? Do you wish to end up like those two failures, remaining a shorty for eternity?" Liang Ji Chao scoffed dismissively. "I'm already 25. I've long stopped growing. Besides, my height is a matter of genetics, and it has nothing to do with what I read. Just give me back the book." The old lady, now thoroughly incensed, retorted, "No, I won't give it to you, even if I have to throw it away." With that, she hurled the book into the air with force. It fortuitously landed at the feet of Meng Zhe and his companions. Meng Zhe glanced curiously at it, only to see the cover inscribed with "Golden Tiled Plum, a color-illustrated collectible edition." The three of them simultaneously gasped in astonishment. To think that such a banned book from the last century had been reproduced as a collectible edition, complete with color illustrations. It was utterly outrageous. As Liang Ji Chao anxiously looked towards the book, his gaze caught sight of Yu Yao and Mo Li, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Two divine sisters. Could you help me pick up the book?" The two ladies' expressions hardened at his words. "You, a 23-year-old shorty, dare to call us sisters?" Little did he know, the two girls were on the verge of turning 18, and being addressed as sisters by a 23-year-old oddball incited their anger. Just as Meng Zhe was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the book on the ground, prompting him to pull the two ladies back with urgency. Chapter 66. Do you take me for boss? Boom! The golden tile erupted with a violent explosion. As Meng Zhe waved away the dust before him, he beheld the shattered remnants of a wooden shield strewn across the ground, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. The newly developed dark iron wooden shield was capable of withstanding the full force strike of an average practitioner from the Chuan realm. Yet it had been obliterated by the old lady's imperial uncle. Could it be that the content of the imperial uncle was simply too explosive? Capable of transforming anything it touched into an explosive? What a remarkably practical forbidden relic. Surely, the metallic box behind her must contain various kinds of explosives. Employing the young imperial uncle to detonate someone seems rather insulting, does it not? The old lady snorted coldly. "I merely intended to destroy that imperial uncle. Who told you to stand right there?" Molly's gaze turned frigid. Gripping her star blade, she unleashed a slashing strike. It is only proper to reciprocate. The burly man immediately leapt forth, transforming into a metallic figure, crossing his arms to block the strike. Hey. At least show some respect for the elderly and the young." Before she could finish her thought, Yu Yao fired a railgun, forcefully sending him staggering back. Carrying such a large metal box while supporting her grandson, she showed no sign of fatigue or embarrassment. Now she speaks of respecting the elderly and the young. Ridiculous. With that, she unleashed another railgun, reducing the attempted ambusher to a flurry of maple leaves. Meng Zai's eyes lit up. Transforming one's body into leaves before sustaining a fatal blow? This is far more useful than merely turning one's body into wood. What intriguing ability. I shall have to try it myself. However, a botanical forbidden relic dares to act recklessly before me? Settle down. Meng Zai's gaze sharpened. The armored azure domain unfurled, freezing the swirling maple leaves in place, forcefully revealing the true form of the beautiful woman. Not bad at all. What is your name? The woman looked at Meng Zai with fear. Although her strength surpassed his by a considerable margin, the absolute pressure from a deity of the same domain left her with no thoughts of resistance. Timidly, she replied, I am called Crimson. Meng Zai felt a surge of satisfaction at Crimson's fearful and trembling response. From now on, you will sit on that bench, hugging your knees. Should you dare to leave the bench? Humph. Crimson shrank her head in fright. Under Meng Zai's watchful gaze, she leaped gracefully to the bench, obediently curling up with her knees hugged tightly. Yu Yao let out an exasperated snort. Young Master Meng, could you perhaps refrain from flirting with the ladies for the moment? Do you not see that everyone is busy with battle? Molly beside her nodded in agreement. Meng Zai cast a glance at the metallic man, now looking disheveled from the two women's assault, and shook his head with a light chuckle. You all can feel jealous over such matters. With that, he withdrew Dragon's Fall. Turning his attention to Liang Jichao and his grandmother, he declared, the day is nearly done. Let us conclude this swiftly. With that, his figure flickered, and he thrust his spear directly toward Liang Jichao's grandmother. Liang Jichao sprang violently from the metal box, his mech suit unleashing a wave of heat. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Meng Zai's path. The crimson mech's left arm shimmered with metallic arcane patterns, effectively blocking the dragon's fall in Meng Zai's grasp. Meng squinted slightly. Although he had not activated Dragon's Fall, the annihilating aura emanating from its barrel was not something ordinary entities could withstand. Contemplating the fleeting brilliance of the arcane patterns, he pondered whether this mech was also a forbidden artifact. With renewed scrutiny, he examined the red mech closely. He observed that, unlike typical external skeletal structures, the front of this mech was composed of exceptionally thick metal blocks, featuring a simplistic and robust design that clearly prioritized defensive capabilities. However, upon inspecting the back of the mech and the junctions of its various joints, he noted numerous cavities of varying sizes. Recalling the rapid acceleration he had just witnessed, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Steam? Liang Jichao displayed an air of arrogance, his expression one of pride. Impressive. You discern my ability so swiftly. I am Liang Jichao, the 19th disciple of the ancient God Church. It would be wise for you to, before he could finish his sentence. Meng Zai delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Enough of your prattle. Who cares what seat you occupy? The red mech tumbled through the air, releasing scalding steam from various parts to stabilize its position, hovering mid-air. As Meng Zai gazed at the mech's underside and the continuous jet of steam emanating from its back, a sense of confusion enveloped him. He found it unsurprising that a mech with defensive capabilities could be a forbidden artifact. He could also understand the concept of an external skeletal structure utilizing steam for propulsion. However, the combination of these two elements left him perplexed. It seemed this forbidden artifact was tailor-made for someone like him, a slight, slender individual capable of harnessing steam abilities. He mused that perhaps they ought to inscribe his name upon it. After being kicked away, Liang Jichao, fuming with indignation, bellowed, You scoundrel! Taste my steam explosive. He raised the mech's right palm, aiming it at Meng Zai, and for the short, stout metal pipe in his palm, a high-pressure steam projectile erupted forth. Second form of the Heavenly Scales gun technique. Purple Python Swallow. A massive purple serpent, forged from gun energy and annihilating force, surged forth from the tip of Dragon's Fall, devouring the scalding steam projectile in its path. Unperturbed, the serpent continued its relentless advance toward Liang Jichao. The latter, sensing the imminent threat, began to panic. Steam torrent. Volumes of steam billowed from a mech, enveloping Liang Jichao in a shroud of mist. Under his command, a scalding river serpent surged forth from the vapor, colliding with the purple serpent. The annihilating force rapidly began to erase the entire boiling river. In an instant, the airborne river diminished significantly. Yet soon after, a fresh surge of steam materialized, replenishing the river's flow and systematically depleting the annihilating energy contained within the purple serpent. Below, an elderly woman witnessed her grandson being overwhelmed. Without hesitation, she turned and retrieved a metallic composite crossbow from a bronze chest, unleashing a barrage of explosive arrows towards Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe unleashed a multitude of wooden spikes with a deft flick of his wrist, intercepting and detonating these explosive arrows mid-air. He then hurled several steel lotus blades, launching them in a triangular formation towards the elderly lady. To his astonishment, she retrieved an alloy shield from a bronze chest, effortlessly blocking the oncoming blades. With a proud demeanor, she declared, "Humph, I, an old warrior, am not some delicate village woman. I possess the strength and means to protect my beloved grandson." Meng Zhe felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, acutely aware of the ominous energy emanating from the bronze chest when the elderly woman produced the crossbow and shield. Could this also be an artifact with storage capabilities? Yet, the size of the chest seemed rather unwieldy. Even if it did possess such functionality, it would be rather impractical. Who would carry such a large metallic box around? Not dwelling on this matter for too long, he tilted his head to dodge a high-temperature water arrow. "Hey, you two, are you being a bit excessive? It feels as though you're treating me like a boss to be defeated. However, since you both seem to be enjoying yourselves, I shall indulge you. Let the escape begin." With that, he lounged back into his obsidian throne, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his right fist. His eyes widened, and the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The earth cracked and surged as 900-meter-long wooden dragons emerged from the depths below. The largest of the wooden dragons lifted the throne with its head, while the other 8 circled around, forming a protective barrier around Meng Zhe from every angle. Chapter 67. Grandmother Bestows Enchantment. The 2 young women engaged in battle alongside the metal man found themselves caught in the fray, teetering perilously on the brink of a gaping chasm. Fortunately, Yu Yao reacted swiftly, grasping hold of Molly and propelling herself into the air with a thunderous leap. "Aze, you could at least give a shout before unleashing your powers." Meng Zhe, tilting his head with a smirk, replied with a playful chirp. Yu Yao's lips twitched as she located a stable patch of ground, gently descending and releasing Molly. "What a reckless fellow. Are you all right, Molly?" Molly gaped, her small mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at Meng Zhe, who sat majestically amidst the sky. Is this the power of the divine ruins? How formidable! How terrifying! No wonder they say the divine ruins are insurmountable. In contrast to Molly's initial awe at the wooden dragon, Yu Yao remained composed, her demeanor unruffled. "You'll get used to it. Ace possesses an extraordinary talent for utilizing the forbidden ruins that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. My abilities, such as electromagnetic cannon and stormlight, were all taught to me by him. Even with the divine ruins, most would struggle to wield them as he does." As she spoke, she too gazed up at Meng Zhe on his throne. But he has indeed grown stronger. Before participating in the training camp, he could barely summon 3 wooden dragons. Now, he effortlessly conjures 9. Molly was taken aback. Such powerful techniques, all taught by Meng Zhe, yet he lacks lightning abilities. How could he develop such formidable powers? Yu Yao shrugged her delicate shoulders. Perhaps it is simply a matter of talent. I cannot fathom how his mind works. I've heard he possesses even stronger techniques that he refrains from teaching me, claiming I'm too weak to grasp them. By the way, you could ask him to teach you as well. He seems quite optimistic about your potential. At this, Molly's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps not, after all. We are merely acquaintances. I wouldn't want to trouble him. Yu Yao tilted Molly's chin, teasingly remarking, "Forget about him. Even I find it hard to refuse, especially with such a lovely face." Molly blushed furiously, exclaiming, "Sister Yu Yao, why have you become so rosy? Do you not like it?" Suddenly, a metallic arm burst forth from the earth. The metal man struggled to emerge from the pit, his face etched with terror as he beheld the 9 colossal dragons soaring above. Good grief, Meng Tiange summoned only one black dragon in the sea realm, and this kid, despite being merely at the pool realm, can summon 9? He seems even more fearsome than Meng Tiange. Deciding it wise to steer clear of the Meng family in the future, he turned his gaze back to the 2 frolicking women, a surge of anger igniting within him. You 2 just beat me like a dog, and now that I've finally clawed my way up from the ground, you're here. Before he could finish his sentence, a dragon's tail struck him, sending him flying over 100 meters before crashing heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Dazed, he shook his head and slowly sat up, only to have a thunderous bolt of lightning descend upon him. Fortunately, after crossing into the Chuan realm, he had managed to metallicize his entire body, including his internal organs. This transformation allowed him to act as a lightning rod, channeling the thunder into the ground. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, a white, hyper-frequency crescent blade struck him into a pit. Damn it, this is utterly humiliating. Am I not a Chuan warrior? Is there no dignity left for me? Yet, in response, he was met with several blasts from the electromagnetic cannon. On the other side, the Scarlet was even more pitiable than the metallic man. Although no one was attacking her, the recent earth tremors had caused the bench beneath her to teeter precariously, leaving one half suspended in midair. To maintain her position, the frustrated Scarlet had no choice but to manipulate a flurry of maple leaves to shakily support the 2 legs of the bench that were hanging in the air. Oh dear, how terrifying. Please, dear bench, do not fall. Otherwise, I might just be consumed. Gazing up at the sky obscured by 9 colossal dragons, Liang Jichao and his grandson felt their eyes twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, they knew the divine ruins were formidable, but this was simply outrageous. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than a wooden dragon burst through the steam fog, sending Liang Jichao flying. Before his mech could expel steam to steady his form, other wooden dragons surged forward in rapid succession. Seeing her beloved grandson being tormented, the elderly lady grew anxious and furious. She retrieved a collection of metallic arrows from a metal box, grasping the one on top. With a slight movement of her lips, a blue glimmer flickered across the arrow. As she loaded the arrow into her composite crossbow, she aimed and shot it at the wooden dragon's right claw that was striking Liang Jichao. Upon impact, the claw was instantly encased in ice, granting Liang Jichao a moment of respite to escape the wooden dragon's encirclement. Meng Zhe opened his legs, propping himself up with his left hand on his knee, and curiously observed the elderly lady. Ice. Wasn't the lady's domain supposed to be explosive? Following this, a barrage of arrows flew forth. Wind blades, armor-piercing arrows, and fiery arrows. In a vibrant array, this only heightened Meng Zhe's curiosity about the elderly lady's domain. With her intervention, Liang Jichao propelled himself away using high-pressure steam, then shouted to the elderly lady grandma, "Use that move." The elderly lady understood immediately. She picked up a red arrow and loaded it into her crossbow. At that moment, steam gushed from every pore of Liang Jichao's mech, rapidly filling his right-hand gauntlet. As a wooden dragon charged towards him, Liang Jichao did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, gathering his strength for a powerful swing. With a cry, he unleashed the steam-burst fist. The gauntlet, now charged with steam, detached from his right hand and hurtled towards the dragon's head. Simultaneously, the elderly lady shot an explosive arrow, striking the gauntlet mid-flight. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded, causing the entire space to tremble violently. A mushroom cloud formed from the steam began to rise slowly. As the mist began to dissipate, the once fearsome wooden dragon had been reduced to mere fragments. Meng Zhe raised an eyebrow. He had meticulously compressed high-temperature steam and, utilizing the flames from the explosion, triggered a chain reaction. One must admit, this grandmother and grandson duo possessed considerable skill, far surpassing the inept Lu Liangxiang. The right-handed mech gauntlet had been obliterated, leaving only the left hand and 8 remaining wooden dragons. What do you do next? Soon, the elderly lady provided Meng Zhe with an answer. She opened a metallic box and retrieved a mech arm identical to that worn by Liang Jichao. Unfolding her own forbidden realm, she intoned with authority, enchantment, fortitude. Upon hearing this, Mengze sprang to his feet from the throne. Good heavens! Your grandmother has enchanted you? Is that even permissible? This is utterly absurd. Watching Liang Jichao down the right mech arm once more, Mengze resumed his seat on the throne, unable to restrain his applause. Your grandson employs steam to power the mech, while your grandmother enchants the cargo. Splendid. Quite reasonable. Liang Jichao wore a proud expression. Mengze, I advise you to surrender now. Otherwise, once I obliterate all your wooden dragons, even your capitulation will not be so easily accepted. Mengze chuckled and shook his head. You little runt, destroying just one? What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? With a gentle snap of his fingers, to Liang Jichao's incredulous gaze, the wooden dragon that had been blasted in half began to stir. To his astonishment, it visibly restored its original form at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? Mengze chuckled softly, shaking his head. These wooden dragons are merely extensions of my wood-based abilities. They are not true elemental life. How could they possibly be destroyed by you? Chapter 68. The Sea Realm? The Demon God's proxy? Mengze's figure flickered, appearing directly behind the elderly woman. With a swift kick, he sent the metallic box flying and raised his gun to knock the composite crossbow from her hands. A commendable ability. If you abandon the darkness for the light, I believe Commander Yi would be willing to marry you for the sake of the Night Watcher's development and future. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback. Yi Fan? Marry me? Are you jesting with my old self? Mengze continued to persuade her. Consider this. Once you wed Yi Fan, your grandson's abilities would make him a prime candidate for the Night Watcher's elite training. With your influence, it's entirely possible for him to join a special unit. The elderly woman's expression darkened. You little rascal, are you insulting me? You think I would betray Lord EU? Never. As she spoke, her aura began to surge. Her initial presence, that of an early-stage realm, swiftly ascended to its peak. Her stooped figure straightened slightly. Enchant silence. She lunged forward, grasping Mengze's arm with a vice-like grip. Jichao, now, realizing that her divine realm was being suppressed, akin to being restrained by the town ruins monument in the recruit camp, the elderly woman first burned her life force to enhance her strength, then cast the silence enchantment upon herself. She intended to perish together with him. A look of panic crossed Mengze's face. Burning your life? Are you insane? What about your grandson? The elderly woman, ignoring the rapid depletion of her vitality, replied calmly. Years ago, his grandfather and father were also Night Watchers, dying in battle 20 years ago in Nanling. His mother absconded with the compensation and ran off with another man. Jichao was only 3 then. I went to report it, but they said that wretched woman had not divorced my son and thus had inheritance rights. It couldn't be considered theft, merely a family dispute. As members of the Night Watcher community, they lived in seclusion, avoiding contact with friends and family for fear of leaking secrets. In the end, not only did relatives refuse to accept Jichao and me, but they also seized our ancestral home. I had no choice but to carry Jichao and beg in the snow until I encountered Lord Yu. Mengze, bewildered, inquired, You also possess the Silence Ruins. Why not join the Night Watchers? The elderly woman responded with a bitter smile. Jichao was only 3. If I became a Night Watcher, who would care for him? What if something happened to me? Should I send another compensation to that wretched woman? Mengze was rendered speechless. No wonder grandfather resigned from his ministerial position to care for us. At that moment, Liang Jichao had freed himself from the wooden dragon's assault and rushed over. Grandma, don't be impulsive. The elderly woman looked at him with kindness. Jichao, act quickly. If you can bring him back, Lord Yu will make you a divine proxy as well. Liang Jichao's throat tightened. He understood that if he did nothing, his grandmother would sacrifice herself in vain. With a fierce determination, he raised his right fist, aiming at Mengze's back. Seeing this, Emoli immediately attempted to rush over to assist, but was stopped by Yu Yao. Sister Yu Yao, what are you doing? Yu Yao let out a quiet sigh, realizing that the girl had already succumbed to her emotions. She softly cautioned, Your concern is leading to confusion. Look who occupies the throne. With a sidelong glance, Molly noticed that atop the dragon-headed throne, an unexpected presence had emerged. Meng Zhe. You Yao this. Molly stammered. Yu Yao scoffed lightly. Do you really believe he occupies the throne simply to impress? Molly offered an awkward smile. My apologies, Yu Yao. I was too anxious just now. Yu Yao rolled her eyes. Quickly deal with that metallic creature. I shall investigate the red-clad scoundrel. Molly nodded, unleashing the full potential of her universal frequency. The starry blade in her hand resonated with sound, supersonic wave slash. In the incredulous gaze of the metallic man, she severed his left arm with a single strike. That hurts. How is this possible? How did you do that? Molly, in a foul mood, refrained from offering any explanation and swung her blade once more. The elderly lady, with a hint of regret, murmured, Forgive me, child. For the future of Chower, I must act thus. Mengsche Frauen schleitli. Is it truly worthwhile to sacrifice lives and betray the great Xia, your husband and son's legacy, for mere whispers? The elderly lady maintained a serene expression. I only wish for Chower to survive. Meng Zhe was taken aback by her words. Indeed, they merely wished to live. As Liang Zhichao's fist pierced through Meng Zhe's chest, the bewildered eyes of the grandparent and grandchild beheld the transformation of Meng Zhe into a wooden figure. How is this possible? I distinctly sensed the divine ruins within him. Liang Zhichao paid no heed to anything else. He flung the wooden figure aside and rushed forward to support the dying elderly lady. Grandmother, hold on. I will take you back. The Master of Whispers will surely know how to save you. The elderly lady shook her head, her parched hand gently caressing her grandson's face. Chow, live well, and take care of yourself. Grandmother. Meng Zhe rose slowly from the throne. Boy, out of respect for your forebears, I shall spare you. In your next life, remain obedient in the monastery. The elderly lady smiled and closed her eyes upon hearing this. Liang Zhichao glared at Meng Zhe in fury. Scoundrel! I demand retribution for my grandmother's life. He sees dragons fall from the side. Just as Meng Zhe intended to intervene, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. Liang Zhichao was instantly blasted away, and dragon's fall returned to Meng Zhe's grasp. Observing the resentment and hatred in Liang Zhichao's eyes, Meng Zhe sighed helplessly. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me. Blood Serpent Fury. As the blood-red serpent's annihilating horn pierced through the crimson armor, Liang Zhichao began to dissolve into nothingness. He turned to gaze at his grandmother, who had safeguarded him his entire life. A look of relief and joy gracing his face. Grandmother, wait for me. I am coming. Meng Zhe couldn't help but let out a sigh. In this treacherous world, the metallic man has become a limbless hero. Young Master Meng, I am willing to surrender. I shall repent at the monastery. Please, spare my life. Meng Zhe's eyes glinted with disdain. In an instant, he pierced through the man with dragon's fall, gazing at the gaping wound that expanded on his chest. The metallic man asked in confusion why. Meng Zhe replied coldly, From the moment you invaded Yunlong Manor 6 months ago, your fate was sealed. With the dragon-patterned jade slip summoned, he absorbed 3 strands of the essence from the Chuan realm. Yu Yao pointed at the trembling Scarlet on the bench. I just asked her. She too participated in that operation 6 months ago, thus she shares the same fate. Scarlet nearly broke into tears upon hearing this. I did nothing. Why must I be killed? Meng Zhe rolled his eyes. I still find her useful. Yu Yao scoffed. Useful for what? To continue your lineage? Meng Zhe's lips twitched at this. Great. Now his little wife was getting jealous again. He smiled, shaking his head, and pulled Yu Yao into an embrace, giving her a kiss. My dear, I wish to see if I can dispel the imprint left by the whispers. Yunlong Manor is in need of a maid to serve tea. Yu Yao pouted. That metallic man was capable of guarding the house. How could you suddenly kill him? You clearly acted on impulse. Beside them, Molly resolutely stood behind Yu Yao, nodding in agreement, which left Meng Zhe both amused and exasperated. This little head of yours. She's a plant-type, forbidden creature. I have my means to subdue her. What are you imagining? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Scarlet's head. She shivered instantly. Seeing this, Yu Yao pulled Molly to inspect the metallic box. Meng Zhe swiftly identified the spiritual imprint left by the whispers within Scarlet's soul. As for why he was not afraid of being eroded by the whisper's mental force, Did one truly believe that the Azure Dragon could not wield a blade? Once the imprint was found, Meng Zhe respectfully addressed the Azure Dragon within his heart. Ancestor, I must trouble you to assist once more. So, now you remember me? The Azure Dragon rolled its eyes. A divine power surged into Scarlet's soul, erasing the imprint of the whispers and leaving behind a dragon pattern mark. All right, unless this girl reaches her limits, she will remain a servant of the dragon for life. Hearing this, Meng Zhe felt a surge of joy. Fortunately, Ancestor, you have been thorough. The feeling of submission from her soul made Scarlet hesitate to raise her head, timidly calling out to Meng Zhe, Master. Just then, Yu Yao and Molly returned with a metallic box. This should be the forbidden item 456, the Heavenly Artisan Box, capable of creating various mechanical weapons. Meng Zhe's eyes lit up at this revelation. However, he quickly reacted with confusion, asking, wait, if this forbidden item is so powerful, why is it ranked 456? Yu Yao explained. The Heavenly Artisan Box, crafted by the MO family, is a forbidden object embodying the principle of universal love and non-aggression. This artifact is capable solely of producing cold weapons or intricate mechanisms. It is said that someone once attempted to manufacture firearms with it. It was unable to create any ammunition. Moreover, the firearms produced in bulk by the Heavenly Artisan Box exhibit variations in caliber, necessitating custom-made bullets. Consequently, this forbidden object has gradually faded from memory. Meng Zhe furrowed his brow, realizing while Liang Jichao's exosuit not only lacked energy, but also bore no weapons. Fortunately, he was in a steam-laden forbidden wasteland. Otherwise, it would be akin to donning a burdensome attire. The two women, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment. Well, it was merely a free acquisition of a forbidden object. At worst, they could sell it to the Night Watch headquarters. Meng Zhe resolutely shook his head. No, this item possesses immense value. Trust me, in the future, you will come to adore it. Observing Meng Zhe's feigned mystery, the two women felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that this fellow had conceived some notion? They were genuinely tempted to pry open his mind, to uncover his thoughts. Just as they prepared to return, the Qinglong suddenly cautioned, Kid, be wary. Someone approaches. It's a sea realm entity. Meng Zhe swiftly positioned the women behind him, gripping the dragon's fall as he gazed toward the direction indicated by Qinglong. Since the esteemed guest has arrived, there is no need for concealment. The women's hearts tightened, and they drew their weapons, vigilantly facing the dim, derelict public restroom to the north. Cackling, as expected of the Qinglong's agent, discovering my presence so swiftly. Oh dear, my excitement is making my very essence tremble. Cackling, a figure draped in a black robe gradually emerged from the restroom. Upon noticing the man's vibrant green hair and his peculiar square face, the two women couldn't help but frown slightly. Qi Hong instinctively recoiled. He is the lethargic uncle, the agent of the sloth demon god, Belphegor. The two women gasped. An agent of a deity. Meng Zhe's gaze sharpened. An agent from the sea realm's deity. To encounter such a formidable opponent right away. It seems the ancient god church truly holds me, Meng, in high regard. Chapter 69, the 15th seat. The Kalaniski Grand Hotel. The ominous void zone that once loomed above has long since vanished. The four assailants of the pool realm lay discarded at the entrance, akin to lifeless dogs. A certain beauty in a chi pao radiated an enchanting allure. Honglai set down his communicator. The instructors instructed us to safeguard the plump one, negating the need for our assistance. The mysterious incident in the city center has been largely contained. Wu Hai effortlessly reverted the Black King Chao Yuan to his original form, taking a bite of a pig's trotter. With the plump one valued at 800 million, was it not a tad disrespectful to send these four buffoonish clowns? The combative Shimen Shui Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I leapt from the third floor in haste, yet failed to seize a single opponent. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated from behind the group. Oh, since you all have expressed such fervent desires, we shall reluctantly oblige. The crowd turned in alertness. From the shadows emerged dozens of mercenaries from the pool realm. The three leaders boasted strength that reached the river realm. The expressions of the group darkened. Wu Hai, You ravenous mouth, what do we do now? Wu Hai clasped his hands together, shielding the others behind him. Ba, young Master Lai, I am aware of your formidable prowess. Mere river realm foes are but a trifle for you. I shall cheer you on. Hong Lai rolled his eyes in exasperation, drawing forth Ling Yuan in preparation for battle. With his current might, he truly dismissed ordinary river and pool realm opponents. Just as Hong Lai and his companions readied themselves to engage, a torrent of flames surged forth, engulfing several pool realm assailants in a fiery demise. Following that, boulders, fierce winds, and torrents of water descended in succession, swiftly clearing the area of dozens of pool realm foes. 4 menacing figures clad in suits appeared before them, exuding an aura of peak river realm strength. Hong Lai and Wu Hai shielded the others behind them, while the plump one and Mu Yun remained composed. Fear not, my friends. These are the bodyguards arranged for my sibling and me. Bodyguards? The 4 turned to face the plump one and Mu Yun, kneeling in respect. The elemental guardians of earth. Fire, wind, and water pay homage to the young master and the princess. The plump one approached with a friendly demeanor. Please rise, esteemed courtiers. Allow me to introduce the 4 elemental guardians of the Bailey family, who also serve as my personal bodyguards. No sooner had he spoken than 4 graceful figures approached. The 4 elemental maidens of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum bowed in reverence, apologizing for their tardiness in protecting the young princess and the young master. Muyin stepped forward to assist them. Ladies, please rise. Your arrival is most timely. Wu Hai nudged Hong Lai with his elbow. Ali, does your Hongmen possess such lavish resources? Hong Lai rolled his eyes. Do you think every family is so extravagantly blessed? Our sole guardian resides with my father. Even a mere touch from me often results in a beating. Wu Hai nodded in satisfaction. In that moment, I felt a sense of reassurance. I questioned why my mundane parents had, over the years, only bestowed upon me gold and silver, yet never mentioned the forbidden items. Hong Lai was utterly at a loss for words. The common folk, no matter how affluent, cannot procure forbidden items. Amidst laughter and conversation, the 8 guardians of the Bailey family had already dealt with all the assailants. They approached with reverence. Young master, your highness, the enemies have all been vanquished. Just as the rotund figure attempted to emulate Mu Yun's respectful demeanor, a shadow suddenly struck, sending the guardian of the earth flying. Scalding blood splattered onto the chubby, bewildered face. This abrupt turn of events rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Before them stood a humanoid creature nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with a massive tortoise shell and covered in menacing scales, gnawing on the severed right hand of the guardian. The hammer-like forbidden item had also found its way into this being's grasp. Not far away, the guardian of the earth, clutching the stump of his shoulder, leaned against a stone pillar, emitting a painful wail. The sea realm? After a brief moment of shock, the remaining 7 guardians quickly encircled the newcomer. Your Highness, young master, you must flee. This is the 15th seat of the ancient god sect. Crocodile Tyrant. They cried out, and in unison, the guardians launched their attack. Countless sturdy blue bamboos erupted from the ground at various angles, ensnaring the Crocodile Tyrant. Immediately thereafter, wind and fire coalesced, igniting the bird's nest-shaped bamboo grove. The Guardian of Water rushed to the Earth Guardian's side to staunch the bleeding. Hang in there, it will soon cease to hurt. However, the next instant, a sharp rock spike pierced the abdomen of the Guardian of Water. A massive rock serpent emerged from the sea of flames. The Crocodile Tyrant stood atop the serpent's head, its grotesque crocodilian visage erupting in maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Are you fools trying to give me a steam bath? It unleashed a torrent of high-pressure water, sending the wind and fire guardians sprawling. Mei Lan, Zhu. And Zhu could not help but curse. That useless Earth Guardian. As a protector, how could he lose the most crucial forbidden item? Mei's spear and Lan's sword exchanged glances and decisively charged forward. Zhu's bow and Zhu's whip supported from the side. The rotund figure hastily suggested, "Let us retreat. We can be of no assistance here." A battle fervor ignited in Hong Lai's eyes. Relying solely on them could not withstand the onslaught for long. Feng, Xiaohua, The three of you escort the chubby one and Mu Yun to safety. Monk, do you dare join me in challenging the limits? With a flourish of his robe, Wu Hai declared, Ba, since you have sincerely invited me, I shall indulge in your madness this once. Observing the camaraderie between the two youths, the rest stood in astonishment. Chao Yuan approached, clutching his blade. You all should go. I will stay behind with them. After all, I am not destined to perish. Consider it penance. With that, he charged towards the crocodile tyrant, drawing the starry blade. A torrent of black flames enveloped Chao Yuan. The Black King roared in fury. A heavy black flame crescent cleaved down upon the crocodile tyrant's shell. The obsidian flames, akin to insatiable maggots, relentlessly gnawed at the formidable tortoise shell. The crocodile sovereign could only endure the onslaught of the four noble plants, summoning torrents of water to extinguish the ravenous black flames. The four noble plants rejoiced at this sight. However, their smiles were short-lived. A blade of black flame struck melancholy spear, eliciting gasps of astonishment. They promptly distanced themselves from the Black King, launching their assaults on the crocodile sovereign from various angles to prevent accidental harm. Windfire emerged from the collapsed marketplace, having launched 2 waves of attacks against the crocodile sovereign, only to be sent flying by 2 colossal rock cannons. The golden one, Wu Hai, wielding breaking illusions, made a daring strike. It was mercilessly flung away by a thick tail. Only as repulsive failed to breach the defenses of the crocodile sovereign, the solitary entity capable of inflicting damage. The Black King was perpetually forced back by the raging torrents that emanated from the crocodile sovereign's maw. The assaults from the 4 noble plants merely tickled their adversary. The plump 1S, transforming into 3,000, landed upon the crocodile sovereign like mere drizzle. Faced with the formidable defenses of the crocodile sovereign, a sense of helplessness enveloped everyone. Honglai cast a glance at the rock hammer held by the crocodile sovereign. Goodness, this being was already absurdly powerful with this forbidden artifact. It was virtually invincible. Its mass rendered it nearly immune to my repulsive force. Wu Hai, too, wore a face of frustration. The young monk had no chance to even approach. He was uncertain whether the Taoist spiritual attacks would have any effect on such a creature. Oh, it seems the humble priest has caught wind of a certain unscrupulous monk murmuring about it. Chapter 70. The title devoured by the author of the crowd turned to see Wang, Jun Xian, and Shun Qingzhu walking side by side. Shun Qingzhu snapped her fingers, and flames erupted in a dazzling display atop the crocodile overlord's head. Wang Junxian swiftly unleashed a mental dagger, administering a psychological therapy to the beast. The crocodile overlord felt a sharp needle pierce his very soul, closing his eyes and letting out a pained cry. Damn it, this is excruciating. Noticing this, Junxian promptly sent forth several more mental daggers, taking advantage of the overlord's agony. In that moment, Hong Lai seized the opportunity, employing gravitational force to maneuver the rock hammer away from the crocodile overlord's grasp. Enduring the excruciating pain, the overlord opened his eyes, desperate to reclaim the rock hammer. Yet, Shun Qingzhu struck again with a face-blasting attack, rendering him momentarily blind. Shimin Shuifeng grasped Wu Hai's leg and spun him around vigorously before hurling him toward the crocodile overlord. A flying man from the heavens. Go! In midair, Wu Hai formed a demon-slaying hand seal and delivered a powerful punch directly to the overlord's face. The Golden Claw's ability, Breaking Delusion, activated instantaneously. The crocodile overlord's exaggerated form swiftly shrank to that of a robust man, approximately 2 meters tall, with 4 Buddha heads imprinted on his left cheek. With a swift motion, Wu Hai waved his left hand, and the Prajna robe enveloped the crocodile overlord tightly. Ba, benefactor, turning back is the way to salvation. Junxian called out. Pang Pang, the chastity belt. Pang Pang hastily retrieved the sealing scroll. Hong Lai summoned it with a powerful gesture, then propelled it away with repulsive force. Junxian ensured the sealing scroll soared into Wu Hai's grasp through sheer mental prowess. In that fleeting moment, the time for the crocodile overlord to be restrained by breaking delusion expired, and he began to swell, attempting to burst free from the confines of the Prajna robe. But Wu Hai would not allow it. Bone-crushing flow rock fist. One strike not only reverted the overlord to his original form, but also shattered his molars. Wuhai caught the sealing scroll with his left hand and, with his right, lifted the crocodile overlord, forcefully spinning him in the opposite direction. A freshly delivered private express appeared before the onlookers. As the crocodile overlord was finally subdued, the crowd exhaled in relief. Wuhai turned back and, in passing, restored rationality to the bewildered Chao Yuan, who had been poised to make an inappropriate advance. Wow, this truly exhausted me, Pang Pang exclaimed with excitement. Monk, you were incredible. Without a doubt, you are the MVP of this encounter. Wuhai shyly scratched his head. The weary youths, devoid of any semblance of decorum, sat on the ground and exchanged smiles. We, 8 of us in the Pond Realm, managed to turn the tables on a Sea Realm adversary. This was quite the victory. Mu Yin waved his hand dismissively. This is all your achievement. Little flour, and I contributed little. Jun Xian took a swig of dragon saliva wine. No worries. Your family members also share in the bonds of kinship. Daoist, pour-moi un drink. Then fetch your own cup. Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu supported each other, gazing at the spirited youths with an indescribable envy. Shimin Chuefeng picked up the rock hammer from the ground and handed it to Pang Pang. Pang Pang, do ensure that your belongings are not taken next time. Pang Pang offered an awkward smile, acutely aware that had it not been for the other party's theft of the rock hammer, the battle would not have been so arduous. In a certain location in Tsangnan, Yuan Gang surveyed the vast expanse of shadowy terrain surrounding him, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. It seems that the ancient divine church has regained considerable strength over the years, to the extent that they have dispatched a Sea Realm expert specifically to obstruct me for this operation. The shadowy figure spoke in a hollow tone. As long as you remain here, we can coexist peacefully. Yuan Gang's eyes ignited with golden light. You wretched insect of the ancient divine church. Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties? The shadow let out a sigh. We're merely laborers receiving meager wages. With your capabilities, you cannot ascend to high ranks, so why exert yourself so tirelessly? Upon hearing the last remark, Yuan Gang's composure shattered. What do you mean by saying I cannot rise to high ranks with my abilities? If you possess any skill, do not speak to me through this pitiful shadow. Come forth and engage me in a genuine duel. The shadow hesitated for a moment, perplexed by Yuan Gang's agitated response. What is the matter? Did my words strike a nerve? Has your leader been feeding you empty promises? Yuan Gang unleashed a wave of energy. Today, only one of us shall leave Tsangnan alive. The shadow felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. I merely wish to fish in troubled waters. Is that truly so difficult? Instructor Yuan, can't we sit down for tea instead? The shadow was shattered by Yuan Gang's furious blow, only to reconstitute itself from the darkness. Yuan Gang delivered a flurry of punches, nearly flattening everything in his vicinity. You wretched rodent, dare you reveal your name? The shadow hesitated momentarily. I am Chun Yi, the 11th seat of the believers. Now that I have disclosed my name, shouldn't we cease hostilities? Not a chance. Chen you seek hit in resignation. Even if you were to succeed, it would be of little consequence. Tsangnan is not solely defended by me. Yuan Gang grunted in anger, reluctantly acknowledging that at this moment, there were indeed others capable of slaying the Sea Realm Guardians in Tsangnan besides him. Chun, he like a stubborn child teased, oh, how many others can handle a few Sea Realm experts? Yuan Gang's expression sharpened, his offensive halting. What? You mean to say you're not the only 2 Sea Realm experts dispatched this time? Chun Yi stood silently, yet the shadows around him writhed, spelling out 2 characters on the ground. No seat. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. Have you recently licked something unclean, causing you to develop sores and lose your ability to speak? Do not insult my goddess. It seems I spoke too much with you earlier. Unbeknownst to me, which of my words triggered the sensitive terms set by the dreamer? Yuan Gang wore an expression of incredulity. So, Dreamer has forcibly muted you? Why hasn't he silenced you entirely? You have gone too far. Yuan Gang cleared his throat. Ahem. Could you tell me how many Sea Realm members your ancient god society has dispatched this time? The Master of Whispers forbids me from speaking. Yuan Gang rolled his eyes. You've already divulged what should and shouldn't be said. What's the harm in revealing one more thing? Besides, you're typing in silence, so he won't hear it. Will we be able to cease hostilities after I tell you? Hongying was utterly speechless. Gazing at the unmoving shadow before him, he queried, I am genuinely curious how someone as timid as you could choose to join the ancient god society. The shadow emitted a disdainful snort. Oomph. As if you night watchers would even want me. Hongying intended to assert otherwise. After all, the other party was a formidable figure in the sea realm. However, recalling that this person was not only timid but also quite loquacious, he replied, well, as official representatives of the Great Xia, we night watchers naturally adhere to a stringent recruitment standard. If you cannot join us, that is your own shortcoming. Oomph. Hypocritical. Anyway, back to the point. How many Sea Realm members did you bring this time? I'll tell you, but we should agree to a truce and take it easy. Hongying gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. Shi Yi. Hongying was momentarily bewildered. Shi Yi. Who is that? But he quickly grasped the meaning. Oh my, I am truly at my wit's end. Why are you using such dialect when you type? For it's just 4. Why bring up Shigo? Did Guangji agree to this? You're just using their dialect. With that, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chunyi. Chunyi's shadow was sent scattering in all directions. Damn it, Yuangong, you're such a nuisance. Hongying grimaced in frustration. My name is Hongying, not a plaintiff. Damn it, can't you speak? Were you just messing with me on purpose? Chunyi conjured a shadow python. Hey, if you keep this up, I might just retaliate. Hongying gathered golden light into his right fist. Heavenly Dominance Fist. In the central street, Chunyi gazed at the mountains of parasitized bodies surrounding him. Instructor Chui, my comrades will assist you in thoroughly cleansing the central street. I will take my team and leave first. Instructor Cui nodded. Go ahead, we'll handle things here. Zhao Kongsheng, looking quite displeased, forcefully wiped his starblade, which was smeared with dog urine, on Wenqima. Wow, this teddy urine is truly both sour and odorous. My starblade. Wenqima turned back and nearly lost his mind. Wow, Zhao, you're something else. How could you wipe such a disgusting thing on me? Hongying toyed with a 9-section whip in her hand. A commendable forbidden item, and the length is just right. Later, I'll add some materials and have the forgers at headquarters help transform it into a spear. Wu Xiangnan poked his head out from the driver's seat of the van. Hey, if you don't get in the car soon, I'm afraid Xiao, Nan, and Chia 1T be able to hold on much longer. We're coming. The peace office. 7 knights gazed at the darkening sky. At last, the night had fallen. Were they prepared to embrace death? The twisted woman. Her golden eyes were veiled by a shadowy film. Suddenly, from the ruins cloaked in darkness, several ebony spirals of steel shot forth. The serpent woman swiftly evaded, yet one of her serpentine locks was severed by the holy sword. The fierce serpent head tumbled to the ground, writhing its severed body and emitting a series of anguished hisses. The serpent woman touched the wound where her hair had been severed, her gaze gleaming with a chilling light. You little imp, you have successfully provoked my wrath. The Amazonian two-headed anaconda. Chapter 71. The Invisible Demon Palace. 100-meter-long, two-headed serpent lunged forward, its abyssal jaws wide open, roaring ferociously at Chia. Chia bent forward, his arms crossed and sword held back, then thrust his right foot forcefully ahead. The gale wave slash. Instantly, he severed one of the colossal serpent's heads. The serpent woman's pupils constricted. This is impossible. You are merely at the pool realm. How could you possess such formidable power? Her two-headed serpent was a manifestation of a royal serpent imbued with Gorgon blood. Countless beings had perished beneath its jaws, even dozens at the river realm level. Even the divine agents of the river realm struggled to breach the serpent's magical scales. This young boy before me is merely at the pinnacle of the pool realm. No, wait. As an agent of Michael and Nyx, why does he wield the power of wind? Before the serpent woman could ponder further, Chia deftly danced through the waves, performing the wind-embracing wave slash, causing the two-headed serpent to blossom in wounds. A deluge of serpent blood pooled around him. The serpent woman emitted a shriek. Countless black mamba snakes surged forth from her serpentine eyes, resembling a black tide that engulfed the surroundings. Chia lightly stepped, nimbly weaving through the serpent horde, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. What shocked the serpent woman even more was that some black mambas were breaking free from her control, attacking their kin, and their numbers were steadily increasing. Enough! Look into my eyes and end this game. Chia grunted in fury. Do you intend to petrify me with Medusa's divine power? Then come a try. The gale's absolute slash. A whirlwind of wind blades surged towards the serpent woman, with Chia at its center. The giant serpents along its path were reduced to mere pulp. The serpent woman unleashed her prize gorgon S.I. As Medusa's petrifying power approached. The divine powers of Michael, Nyx, and Merlin intermingled and shattered Medusa's divine influence. The serpent woman cried out in pain, her left eye bleeding and helpless. Damn, the little wretch. A glint of cold light flickered in Chia's eyes. In your next life, remember not to be a pawn of the ancient god church. Just as the wind blades severed the serpent woman's snake hair, and the star blade was poised to cleave her delicate neck, a silver glaive intercepted Chia's star blade. Boy, that's enough. You won't be killing anyone today. Instead, you will obediently accompany me back. Immediately, the surrounding wind blades dissipated, revealing a tall and handsome man clad in a trench coat. Allow me to introduce myself, the 13th disciple of the ancient god church, Hongying. Chia immediately retreated, having realized the vast disparity in strength from their brief skirmish. You are at the ocean realm? Hongying knew did. If you know what is good for you. Follow me swiftly. Chia raised his star blade, frantically contemplating his next move. Just then, a shell from a grenade launcher came hurtling towards them. Hongying waved his hand, detonating it mid-air. Chia looked up. Cold Xian appeared on the rooftop next door, cradling a grenade launcher. Xiaonan raised her hand, employing the unfaded thread to heal the external wounds of Qi. Qi's younger brother, we have come to assist you. Do not fear. The captain and the others will arrive shortly. Qi felt a warm surge in his heart. Hongying gazed at Cold Xian and Xiaonan, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Sanan Team 136. No sooner had he spoken than a massive silver crescent blade hurtled towards them. Jie, I old Zhao, am here. Hongying turned to the injured snake woman and spoke coolly. You may leave now. The snake woman shot Qi Yi a resentful glance before departing without a backward glance. In Forest Park, bolts of lightning were intercepted mid-air. Waves of slashes were effortlessly crushed. Wooden dragons lay shattered across the ground. The deranged laughter of the indolent echoed as he manically tugged at his own cheeks, fixating on Meng Zhe, who stood defiantly against him. Ha ha, this is truly amusing. Your little green snake has already been ruined by me. What other talents do you possess? Meng Zhe's expression turned grave. The adversary's abilities were undeniably troublesome. Through the perception of plants, he could vaguely sense the multitude of invisible ghostly hands lurking behind the indolent. Furthermore, the opponent's divine ruin could weaken everyone within its vicinity. Unless one possessed a divine ruin or a royal ruin, they would be subjected to suppression. The sea realm was already troublesome enough. But to encounter a divine ruin of such complexity was unexpected. Yu Yao, you, and Mo Li should retreat to a safe distance. Yu Yao and Mo Li nodded resolutely. They understood that in their current state, remaining would only hinder Meng Zhe, so it was better to withdraw decisively. Meng Zhe sensed something amiss. He abruptly raised his hand, summoning a vast, ancient forest to intercept the onslaught of ghostly hands, ensuring the safe retreat of the women. Soon, the entire forest was razed to the ground by the ghostly hands. The indolent grinned maliciously. It seems you are quite concerned for their safety. Here's the deal. If you agree to come with me willingly, I might just let that traitor, Qi Hong, off the hook. What say you? Meng Zhe brandished the dragon's fall, his expression placid. What leads you to believe you can overcome me? Fourth style of the heavenly scale spear technique. Heavenly Dragon Break. A colossal golden dragon surged forth from the tip of Dragon's Fall. Wherever it passed, countless ghostly hands disintegrated upon contact. Yet, the sheer number of ghostly hands was overwhelming. The golden dragon could only emit a reluctant roar to the heavens before detonating its annihilation power, obliterating the surrounding ghostly hands completely. The indolent sneered, his eyes wide with malice. Foolish boy, it is futile. No matter how many you eliminate, the ghostly hands are inexhaustible. Meng shied in resignation. If it weren't for the brief awakening period and insufficient spiritual power, he would have shown you what it truly meant to transcend. For now, he would have you experience the depth of the Meng family's legacy. The Azure Dragon martial robe swiftly manifested, and a pair of dragon horns appeared above Meng Zhe's head. Respectfully holding Dragon's fall, he declared, "In the annals of history, the unfilial descendants of Meng Zhe earnestly beseech their ancestors for intervention." A resounding dragon's roar erupted from the dragon's fall. Following this, a magnificent silver dragon surged forth from the dragon's fall. "Impudent ruffians! How dare you conspire against the descendants of the Meng family?" Silver meteors shatter. The ethereal form of the silver dragon gradually solidified. In the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, it effortlessly tore through the formless demon palace, charging with an unstoppable force towards laziness. Laziness was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A projection of Klein realm power? It's over. This time, it's certainly doomed. Faced with the full force assault from the Klein realm, laziness relinquished all resistance. Yet at that very moment, a shadowy black lotus erupted from laziness's forehead. Not only did it deflect the silver dragon's attack, but it also emanated a dazzling radiance, enveloping laziness and causing them to vanish from sight. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Upon witnessing the Black Lotus, both Meng Zhe and the Azure Dragon simultaneously narrowed their pupils. Could it be the Flame of Heaven? Chapter 72. Rules? The border of Songnan. Chanyi, who was initially engaged in a mock competition with Yuan Gang, suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifted. How could he, a mere divine proxy, lose so swiftly? Instructor Yuan seemed to be enjoying himself this time. Perhaps we shall meet again next time. Without waiting for Yuan Gang's response, the surrounding shadows receded like a tide, leaving behind only ruins and a flickering street lamp. Yuan Gang's eyelids twitched. Who would want to make arrangements with someone so elusive? Wait, did he just mention a divine proxy from the maritime realm? This cannot stand. I must hurry to investigate. With that, golden light surged forth as Yuan Gang dashed toward the peacekeeping office. Just after Yuan Gang departed, a shadow slowly rose from the darkness. Old Nine, I have repaid the favor I owe you. Next time, I shall not be so lenient. Who would have thought that lazy, repugnant fellow would actually be defeated? It seems there are indeed hidden talents among the Night Watchers. Suddenly, the shadow tilted its head. Oh, that fool Crocodile King has been captured? No matter. His tough hide ensures he will survive. Let him spend some time at the fasting center, feasting on public rations. Meanwhile, Team 136 had successfully cornered Han Xiaoyan. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Black Wu Chang would hide in this insignificant Songnan? With no growth in power over the past decade, Chen Mai's gaze turned cold. The former leader of the Suzhou team had turned his back to the ancient God Church. I wonder if those two better-than Night Watchers will regret their self-sacrificing rescue upon hearing this news. Han Xiaoyun's expression darkened. When you witness your comrades falling one by one before you, that suffocating sense of helplessness is something I hope you will never understand. Chen Mai unleashed a dark purple blade of energy, striking directly at Han Xiaoyun's lifespan. Is this your justification for betraying the great Xia? A cowardly act. If it were me, I would never allow them to sacrifice themselves before me. A flicker of struggle crossed Han Xiaoyun's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by an unusual glint. He retaliated with a wind-breaking halberd, sending the approaching Qie and Hongying flying. With a kick, he shattered old Zhao's moonblade. Gazing at Wu Xiangnan, who charged toward him with an expression of resignation, a hint of sorrow flickered in Han Xiaoyun's eyes. Sorry. I cannot control this. His left index finger gathered a miniature whirlwind drill, piercing through Wu Xiangnan's heart. Team Wu. The members of Team 136 simultaneously changed their expressions in shock. Wu Xiangnan's lips curled into a slight smile as he decisively pulled the string from his chest. Boom! After the earth-shattering explosion, a mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Everyone stared at the ignited street, frozen in place. Only Chen Mai remained composed, assuring them, "Do not worry. Xiaonan's forbidden ruins is rebirth. He will not perish until the 12 revival attempts in the river realm are exhausted. The team looked at Chun Mai with skepticism. Hongying could not help but ask, Wu's team has always fought in this peculiar manner? Chun Mai paused briefly, then shook his head slowly. No. Before his hand was injured, he was remarkably strong. As the smoke dissipated, a figure resembling a zombie appeared before everyone. The zombie grinned to the crowd, revealing a grotesque smile. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Were it not for the flesh on Wu Xiangnan's body visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate, everyone might have believed that Wu had become a specter. Chun Mai furrowed his brow slightly. Be cautious. That fellow's aura has merely weakened a bit. He is not severely injured. Chia's eyes twitched violently. Given the magnitude of that explosion, even a heavily armored tank would have been reduced to molten metal. And yet that guy only sustained light injuries? Chun Mai took a deep breath. Except for large missiles, marine creatures are nearly immune to all conventional weaponry. Thus, in ordinary cities, it is impossible to manage mysterious incidents beyond the marine realm without the aid of specialized teams. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Han Xiaoyun, dressed in ragged clothes, floated in midair, gazing down at the crowd. What an enviable synergy. Since you insist, let the entirety of Tsangnan accompany Lin Qi to the grave. Cataclysmic wind. Han Xiaoyun ascended slowly, condensing a deep blue whirlwind in his hands. As he soared higher, the whirlwind rapidly expanded. Gradually forming an eye of a storm, it stirred the very air of Tsangnan, creating a terrifying tornado. The members of Team 136 squinted slightly, staring at Han Xiaoyun above. My heavens! Is this the terrifying aspect of a super high-risk forbidden void? Lao Zhao, also a high-risk entity. How can this forbidden void be so much more formidable than you? The corners of Lao Zhao's mouth twitched. This is quite the statement. Considering there's a dual divine void beside us, Qi found himself inexplicably shot in the knee. Speaking of which, shouldn't we find a way to stop him? Otherwise, the entire Tsangnan will be obliterated by the tornado. Chun Mai's gaze turned icy. It is futile. The eye of a storm has already formed. Even if we were to kill him now, it would be of no consequence. Meanwhile, at the Kailansky Hotel, everyone gazed in astonishment at the tornado forming in the distance. What on earth is happening? Jun Xian calculated with his fingers and exclaimed in shock. Forbidden Void Sequence 079. Cataclysmic wind. This is an artificially induced storm, and if not halted in time, the entire Tsangnan will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone began to panic. Meilong Zhu Gu hastily spoke up. Princess, young master, we must hurry and evacuate everyone from Tsangnan. Hong Lai frowned slightly. I'll contact the boss first. Yes. Quickly reach out to Zhe, Gu, and Qi Yi. Just as the crowd deliberated, Shun Qingzhu scoffed disdainfully. A mere storm. Look at how frightened you all are. With that, she snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the eye of the storm vanished. The once raging storm began to dissipate rapidly, leaving the crowd in awe. Goodness, how did you manage such a colossal storm? Shun Qingzhu exclaimed with a proud demeanor, feeling a sense of influence over the tempest. With a casual snap of her fingers, she declared, Indeed, when it comes to prestige, I am unparalleled. In the eye of the storm, Han Xiaoyun gazed up in disbelief as the cyclone above vanished. Where is the eye? I had such a grand vortex. It was not only Han Xiaoyun. Even the members of Team 136 below were rendered speechless. Hongying nudged Chun Mai's back, inquiring, Captain, what on earth is happening? Why did the storm suddenly disappear? Chun Mai wore a perplexed expression. I do not know. However, since the storm has dissipated, it is time to deal with the one who conjured it. Nearby, Yuan Gang, having regained his composure from the shock of the storm's disappearance, witnessed Chun Mai approach Han Xiaoyun with a blade in hand. He hurriedly intervened. Captain Chun, hold your hand. The fate of the former night watchman should be determined by the tribunal. Chun Mai shot Yuan Gang a cold glance. He harmed my team member. There is no reason for him to survive. Yuan Gang hastened towards him, insisting, Captain, this is against protocol. Chun Mai, without lifting his gaze, replied icily in Tsangnan I. Chun Mai am a law. Yuan Gang felt a pang of frustration. After all these years, Chen Mai's temper remained as fierce as ever. Realizing it was too late to stop him, Yuan Gang slowed his pace, attempting to reason with words. Han Xiaoyun's eyes glimmered with a mix of relief and longing as he murmured, "Qing, I have come to find you." Ignoring Yuan Gang's pleas, Chen Mai slowly raised his blade. "As a fellow captain, I understand your feelings. I recognize that what has become of you cannot be solely blamed on you. Perhaps death would be a more fitting resolution." Just as the star blade aimed toward Han Xiaoyun's heart, Meng Zhe, riding the wooden dragon, shouted urgently, "Captain, spare him." Upon hearing Meng Zhe's voice, Chen Mai hesitated momentarily. "Xiao Meng, do you wish to execute him yourself?" Chen Mai was aware of Meng Zhe's need to collect essence, as he and Wu Xiangnan had each received a spirit apricot from Commander Yi. Alas, their physical ailments could not be remedied by the spirit apricot alone. "Yurongongri mosit." I could shout until I'm hoarse, and you remain unfazed. Yet upon Meng Zhe's call, you pause? As Meng Zhe and his companions leaped down from the wooden dragon, the now gray-haired Han Xiaoyun trembled and turned his head. Why? Why won't you let me be free?" Meng Zhe rolled his eyes. "I have an opportunity for you to seek vengeance in your dreams. Do you desire it?" A peculiar light sparked in Han Xiaoyun's eyes, but it was quickly subdued by a shadowy violet. Meng Shi scoffed. The Jia Chen Song domain unfolds instantly. The domineering power of the dragon god temporarily suppressed the remote manipulation of the murmurs. Soon after, the ethereal figure of the Azure Dragon manifested above Meng Zhe's head. Meng Zhe placed his hand gently atop Han Xiaoyun's head. With a deft touch, the power of the Azure Dragon erased the soul mark left by the murmurs, leaving behind a mark of the soaring dragon across the 9 heavens. Han Xiaoyun felt the shackles of his soul loosen. His eyes instantly filled with tears. "Qing, why couldn't you wait for me?" Chen Mai, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Meng, are you trying to subdue Han Xiaoyun?" Meng Shen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, after all, my grandfather and third uncle have other matters to attend to. The Yunlong Villa requires someone to stand guard." Chen Mai felt a tad awkward. Had I known, I would have been gentler earlier and spared him some of his lifespan. Meng Zhe offered a reassuring smile. "What does that matter? If his lifespan is insufficient, we shall replenish it." With a grand gesture, an abundance of green light emanated from the surrounding flora, swiftly converging into Han Xiaoyun's being, gradually revitalizing his withered form. A spirit apricot was tossed into Han Xiaoyun's mouth, restoring the vitality that had dried up within him. Subsequently, the second and third apricots followed suit. As the third spirit apricot settled within, Han Xiaoyun had regained his former vigor, yet tears continued to flow unbidden from his eyes. Why? Why must I endure this alone? Old Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, it is the survivor who bears the greatest torment. Hongying scoffed. Indeed, some individuals play the hero, nearly subjecting the entire team to such suffering. Old Zhao's expression stiffened, and he pretended to gaze aimlessly at the sky. "The moon is particularly round tonight," Wu Xiangnan remarked coolly. "Today is the 29th day of the 12th month. There is no moon in the sky." Meng Zhe patted Han Xiaoyun on the shoulder. "From now on, your fate belongs to my Meng family. When the time is right, I shall enable you to exact vengeance upon the murmurs." Han Xiaoyun nodded, tears still brimming. "Thank you, Meng Xiao, for granting me the chance for revenge. Even if I must perish, I shall ensure the murmurs pay the price." Yuan Gang could not contain himself. "Meng Zhe, this is against the rules. Even if he was under the control of the murmurs, it still requires the judgment of the tribunal." Meng Zhe replied with a hint of melancholy. "You may discuss the rules with my grandfather." Yuan Gang fell silent. Chapter 73, The Undying Swordsman. The Peace Affairs Office. Yuan Gang gazed at Meng Zhe with a pained expression. "Meng Zhe, this is against the rules. It's one thing for Han Xiaoyun, but this Scarlet is undeniably a true believer of the ancient divine church." Meng Shi spoke earnestly. "Young girls may act thoughtlessly in their youth and inevitably make mistakes. As a man, you must be magnanimous. Alas, it's no wonder you're still single." Yuan Gang's lips twitched in response. "That personal attack was rather excessive, don't you think?" Hongli interjected, pulling Yuan Gong aside. "Commander Yuan, take a look at this formidable creature we captured. Yuongong sighed quietly. The new recruits are too formidable. It's a troublesome burden to manage. The fact that they managed to capture the crocodile overlord left Yuan both astonished and elated. After all, the crocodile overlord was notoriously resilient. Even he would struggle to subdue it with all his might. Rest assured, the headquarters will certainly reward everyone accordingly, especially Shun Qingzhu, who thwarted the calamity and saved hundreds of thousands of people in Sangnan. Shun Qingzhu feigned calmness, crossing her arms, yet her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Meng Zhe approached Wu Xiangnan directly. Brother Xiangnan, extend your hand. Wu Xiangnan hesitated slightly. There's no need to waste your abilities. This wound is beyond healing, even with spiritual fruits. It bears the divine power left by Susanu and the heavenly cloud sword. As if responding to Wu Xiangnan's words, the X-shaped scar on his hand began to heat up and redden rapidly. Even Wu Xiangnan, who had endured the pain of scars for years, could not suppress a frown. Deep within Meng Zhe, the Azure Dragon scoffed. A mere pseudo-deity from the Eastern Isles dares to act fiercely in the Great Xia. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. The scar on Wu Xiangnan's hand shimmered with a faint glow, yet the accompanying excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from him. Observing this, Meng Zhe swiftly retrieved 2 spiritual apricots. He crushed them, letting the juice drip onto Wu Xiangnan's scar. Wu Xiangnan possessed the rebirth ability and did not require Meng Zhe's assistance for healing. However, the wound afflicted by divine power needed replenishment with primordial essence to heal completely. After half a minute of treatment, Wu Xiangnan gazed at his hands, now restored with strength. Tremors of excitement coursed through him. 5 years. A full 5 years. Chun and I clapped Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder. We finally made it through. Our Blue Rain's former undying swordsman has returned. Wu Xiangnan solemnly bowed to Meng Zhe. Thank you. Meng Zhe quickly assisted him to his feet. No need for such formalities among comrades. Then he shifted the topic. The cost of removing the divine power is waived, but you must still cover the expense of the spiritual apricots in consideration of your camaraderie with my brother. I can offer you a discount. The restoration of his wrist brought a rare smile to the usually serious Wu Xiangnan. All right, just tell me the amount. It will all go on our Captain Chen's tab. Chen Mai chuckled and shook his head. The members of Team 136 were equally delighted. Old Zhao complained, Captain Wu, you've been quite secretive. We've known each other for years, yet none of us realized you were a member of the special squad. Old Zhao has also recovered, and surprisingly, he has become comrades with the members of the special squad. Wu Xiangnan's gaze was filled with nostalgia. All our companions perished in Gao Xianyuan, and I'm the only one left. Thus, Blue Rain exists in name only. Old Zhao realized he had misspoken and instinctively retracted his head. Meng Zhe gently remarked, Brother Xiangnan, do not ponder too much. With my brother's character, as long as his teammates survive, he would be more delighted than anything else. Wu Xiangnan nodded, as if he could envision a proud figure behind Meng Zhe. Upon returning to the special training camp, Yuan Gang promptly reported all that had transpired that day. Upon hearing the news, Yi Fan burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Marvelous. I did not expect these youngsters to bring me such delightful surprises. Yuan Gang sighed. However, Han Xiaoyan and Fei Hong. Yi Fan waved his hand with a smile. You need not worry about that. I will assign them to Huaihai Team 007 as auxiliary personnel. As for that 15 cultist crocodile tyrant, keep him detained in the training camp under your watch. In a few days, someone from the fasting institution will come to take him away. Understood. Commander. The ravenous crowd followed Qi Yi to a noodle shop. Upon entering, Fatty shouted, Boss, today, I shall treat everyone to noodles. Just cook away. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. With that, he slapped a stack of cash on the counter. The surrounding patrons turned their heads in astonishment. Molly couldn't help but mutter, the foolish son of a landlord. Fatty, upon hearing this, felt rather pleased. As Molly had finally ceased calling him young master, the boss joyfully accepted the money, counted it thrice, and carefully locked it in the cash box. With a beaming face, he served tea and water to everyone. You few young masters, please take a seat. Chui Fun, bring some marinated dishes for everyone. Would you gentlemen like some wine? Jun Xian shook the jade pot. We brought our own. Just help us with a few cups, please, certainly. And for the ladies who do not drink, we have homemade corn juice. Meng Zhe turned to the silent Shin Qingzhu and asked, Qingzhu, where are Deng Wei and the others? Hurry and call them to join us. Shin Qingzhu shook her head in refusal. No need. I will pack some to take back for them. Meng Zhe patted Fatty on the back. Today, you saved Fatty's life. That life is worth 800 million. Not asking him for a few million as a gratitude fee is already quite magnanimous. So, enjoying a few bowls of noodles should not be a source of embarrassment. Qi Yi and Fatty chimed in. Indeed, Brother Zhuang, we are all brothers here. Do not be so formal. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and I will specially host a gratitude banquet for Brother Zhuang and everyone. Shin Qingzhu glanced at everyone, a flicker of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Just as they laughed and feasted, Qi stealthily packed a supersized beef noodle dish and handed it to a little white mouse lurking in a shadowed corner. Guangshan, the Bailey group. Bailey Xian glowered at EU with palpable anger. Why did you not inform the Bailey family about this operation? Furthermore, your followers have assaulted my son and daughter. EU regarded the poorly disguised emotions of Bailey Xian. Oh, so? Are you certain that chubby little boy is of your Bailey lineage? The corners of Bailey Xian's eyes twitched slightly. What do you mean? Bailey Tumming is undoubtedly my son. EU Simudkit Goldi. Oh, then will you be offering an additional 700 million reward for Bailey Jing on the black market? Bailey Xian's pupils constricted. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I increase any bounty for Bailey Jing? Though he suspected that EU had already uncovered the truth, he still pretended to be oblivious. EU, however, was disinclined to pierce through the pretense. If you assist me in delivering an item to the fasting house, I shall erase your Bailey family's traces from the black market. Bailey Sin Feigen Aojai, your followers have incapacitated 2 of my family's forbidden item users, and you still dare to ask for my help? Not a chance. You sonorte diricividi. They are merely 2 useless individuals, incapable of protecting the forbidden items in their possession. How dare they still call themselves guardians? Ridiculous. It matters not. If you refuse to assist, come tomorrow. There will be a piece of evidence regarding your dark intentions against the former captain of the Guangshan 010 squad on Yi Fan's desk. Bailey Xian was taken aback. He advanced swiftly towards EU's projection. Do not slander us. My Bailey family has never plotted against any night watchman. EU remained composed. You might want to save that explanation for Yi Fan. Bailey Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze locked onto the terrifying man before him. Moments later, he retreated a step in defeat. Fine. I will arrange for someone to deliver the item to the warehouse of the fasting house. EU revealed a sinister smile. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate well, I shall keep your Bailey family's little secret concealed. After ending the communication, Bailey Xian staggered, steadying himself against a bronze cauldron. How could he possibly know? This is impossible. Those who knew of this had all perished long ago. EU contacted by Living. Acquire an abandoned factory in the southern outskirts of Tsangnan for me. Once accomplished, proceed to Dock 8, and you shall fulfill your desire of becoming a divine agent. Yes, Lord EU. The next day, Meng Tiange looked on with satisfaction at Meng Zhe. Well done, young lad. You truly are the offspring of the second brother. Meng Zhe dodged the other's hand. Third uncle, today is New Year's Eve. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Meng Tiange's eyes widened. The allowance the old man gave you is far greater than my annual salary. Do you have the audacity to take advantage of your third uncle? Meng Zhe remained silent, extending his hand insistently. Meng Tiange sighed in resignation. You little rascal, you've truly frightened me. Meng Zhe, with a contented smile, tucked the red envelope into his embrace. Wishing third uncle to bring Sister Qing home this year and cradle a plump baby by year's end. Meng Tiange rolled her eyes. Small but cunning, I will take them both away. Remember to call the old man tonight. After speaking, she sent a small red packet to Honglai and the others, ensuring even Qi Yi and Peng Peng were not overlooked. Once Meng Tiange departed, under Yu Yao's encouragement, Molly mustered her courage and approached Meng Zhe. Shife. I would like you to teach me how to use the forbidden void. If not, that's all right. Meng Zhe's lips twitched. How could a man say it was impossible? I can indeed teach you a few techniques to enhance your combat skills. Thus, Meng Zhe explained to Molly the principles of shave, moonwalk, and stormfoot from the Navy 6 styles. Listening to Meng Zhe's analysis, Molly's understanding blossomed. So this was how wandering frequency could be utilized? Meng Zhe nodded. Indeed, the techniques I mentioned should be quite easy for you to master with your Forbidden Void. Additionally, once your strength improves, you could attempt to use localized tremors or air shocks in the horse. Ahem, that might be a tad more complicated. Molly's eyes sparkled, and she bowed deeply to Meng Zhe. I cannot thank you enough. From now on, I will never decline any request. Meng Zhe made an effort to divert his gaze from the young girl's charming demeanor. Ahem, we are all comrades in the same battalion. It is only natural to help one another. Such an adorable bunny. Shimen Shui Feng couldn't resist asking, Zhe, you mentioned that Shavan Stormfoot require a sufficiently strong physique. Does that mean we could also train in them? Meng Zhe furrowed his brow and nodded. In theory, yes. But I have not tried it myself. However, the power would certainly not match that of Molly's. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 74, Electromagnetic Sniper Cannon. Yu Yao sat upon the rooftop, her slender jade legs swaying gently, gazing at the myriad of fireworks igniting the night sky. Suddenly, a pair of large hands covered her eyes from behind. Recognizing the familiar scent, she smiled and leaned back, asking, Have you finished your call with Grandpa? A soft, warm presence pressed against her lips, and after a prolonged moment, Yu Yao let out a soft murmur, gently pushing her lover away while grasping a delicate silken thread. Are you trying to suffocate me, so those little enchantresses can ascend effortlessly? Meng Zhe, still savoring the moment, licked his lips. It's been a long wait for you to come of age. Naturally, I couldn't resist the temptation. Yu Yao shot him a charming glare, feeling somewhat languid as she nestled in his embrace, her rosy cheeks a delightful sight. Look at how eager you are. Meng Zhe wrapped his arms around her waist, both of them gazing at the firework-lit night sky, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. Below in the courtyard, Molly glanced upward at the two figures, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Chubby excitedly handed her a fairy stick. Molly, why are you up here alone? Come join us in setting off fireworks. Molly shook her head. I'm not in the mood. Don't bother me. Disappointment washed over Chubby's face as the nearby Mu Yun cast a glance at the couple on the rooftop, letting out a helpless sigh. Oh, poor foolish brother. It's evident she has been bewitched by that man. No matter how hard you try, she simply cannot see you. Not only Molly, but Hongying, who was playing Gatling with Xiaonan, also wore a forced smile, occasionally stealing glances at the heavenly pair above. Honglai and the others couldn't help but exclaim, The boss truly is the boss. He possesses an almost bewitching allure. Jun Xian patted Honglai on the shoulder. Instead of chatting here, why not spend more time with your wife? Honglai twitched his lips, glancing at the distant scene of the Shimen siblings playing with the stone lion. Do you think there exists a forbidden item of body recomposition in this world? Wu Hai's mind sparked with an idea. Whether such a forbidden item exists is beyond my knowledge, but I do know a method that might restore Shimen Xiaohua to her youthful form. Upon hearing this, Honglai felt as though the entire world had brightened. He excitedly grasped Wu Hai's patchwork robe. Please, Master Wu Hai, save me. Wu Hai began to speak slowly. I once came across a document stating that aside from the 8 trigrams palm, the Shimen family possesses a secret manual known as the Taiji Body Refinement Technique. This manual is divided into yin and yang sections, but the yin section was lost during the upheaval before the founding of the nation. Understanding dawned on Honglai. Are you implying that Xiaohua has only cultivated the yang section, leading to her disproportionate physique due to the imbalance of yin and yang? If I were to locate the yin section of the Taiji Body Refinement Technique, there's hope for her restoration. Seeing Wu Hai's expression of teachability, the excitement in Honglai's heart was indescribable. I will immediately contact my uncle and have the Hongman brothers thoroughly search for the manual. As Honglai reached for his phone, he was halted by Wu Hai's raised hand. The Shimen family has searched for over a century without success. Do you really believe that your Hongmen can uncover it? At least moment, Yun Xian into Shektel. I just calculated it for you. The Yin scroll has already been destroyed amidst the flames of war. The only viable solution now is to seek help from the boss. Honglai's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he quickly shook his head. No, it would be best not to expose the boss's secret treasure. Jun Xian rolled his eyes. It's merely said that Old Master Meng inadvertently acquired it from an ancient tomb. With Old Master Meng returning to the scene, he is subtly re-establishing the Meng family's prestige among the Night Watchers, and the elder of the Shi Min family holds considerable influence within their ranks. Upon hearing this, Hong Lai felt a flicker of temptation. This matter still requires the boss's input. Jun Xian took a deep breath. A chaotic era is approaching. The boss possesses the Z-Wei fate. Even if he refrains from competing, destiny will compel him to do so. What we brothers can do is to eliminate obstacles in his path as much as possible. Hong Lai nodded slightly, his gaze gradually firming. On the rooftop, Meng Zhe produced a sleek silver sniper rifle. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Meng chagrined. This is your New Year gift, an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Yu Yao scrutinized the nearly 3-meter-long weapon, imbued with a futuristic essence. Did you create this using the Heavenly Artisan box? Meng Shen nodded. According to my calculations, this sniper rifle significantly enhances the effective range and power of the electromagnetic cannon. Yu Yao tilted her head in confusion. But weapons made from the Heavenly Artisan box don't require ammunition. Ah, the coin slot beside it is for loading the patterned silver, he explained. Yu Yao gaped in astonishment. My goodness, Meng Zhe, how on earth did you conceive such a fantastical device? Meng Zhe handed her the sniper rifle. Try it out and see how it performs. Check for any areas that may need improvement. Remember to aim at the desolate mountains outside the city. Yu Yao nodded enthusiastically as she accepted the sniper rifle. Under Meng Zhe's guidance, she loaded the coin and took aim. Hey, why didn't you install scope? Meng Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile. Once you master the heart network, a scope will merely be a hindrance. Yu Yao pouted. You expect me to perceive and control the ions in the air? Such an absurd task is simply impossible. She raised the rifle, targeting a distant hilltop. A torrent of electricity surged along the patterns of the electromagnetic cannon, converging at its core. As the electric current amassed, a soft blue glow began to emanate from the 2-meter-long silver barrel. The crowd, previously engrossed in fireworks, was drawn to the energy fluctuations emanating from the rooftop. Gazing at the high-tech sniper rifle in Yu Yao's hands, they exhibited expressions of intense curiosity, particularly the firearms expert.